What is up, everyone? Welcome back to another live stream, a very special one. They're all special, though, aren't they? Let's be honest. This one is a challenge stream, though. We're going to do 10 hours of Joey Carbstrong, 10 hours of his debates, 10 hours of his videos, basically. Yeah, his debates and other dramatic things that have happened to him, which over the years is a lot. Actually, if you've followed Joey even a little bit, you'll see that the dude's been on TV multiple times. He's been on UK radio. He's been in some physical altercations, like physical, such like fights, kind of like. Oh, he's never really hitting anyone, but they try to hit him. He's arguing and debating and discussing on a pretty much consistent basis with meat flakes and not all meat flakes, obviously, but mostly meat flakes, it seems. He seems to have a good way of triggering people, getting them really animated, right? He's definitely good at that. So he's a great one to react to. And why are we doing this today? Well, before we jump in, I'll tell you why. We're raising money for an animal sanctuary in Greece. Okay, I went there with Annie. We went there together just this year. Stayed over there, did some work for them. They're called Vrouva Animal Sanctuary. So we're trying to raise some money for them today to help them out. And basically, the GoFundMe is there in the pinned comment in the live chat, so you can go check them out. And we want to help them. Well, first of all, as most sanctuaries have the same struggles, they're not a fully vegan sanctuary. They're not able to feed the animals fully vegan food because they can't afford it. They have dogs, cats, cows, donkeys, sheep, goats, and horses. And obviously with the dogs and the cats, it's not so straightforward to get them vegan food. So that's simply a money issue. So we're hoping that we raise some money for them today and we can help them make that transition and do the right thing, because they want to. The owner of the sanctuary is vegan. She is absolutely on board with this, and they just need to get the money together and get this moving forward. So let's help them achieve that, guys. So get those donations flowing. All the Streamlabs donations and super chats today will also be going into my back pocket. No, I'm joking, obviously. They're going to go to the sanctuary, okay? All the donations today, super chats, Streamlabs, everything that you send over is going to the sanctuary. So, guys, get generous, and let's raise some fucking money. Let's kick off with the first video, shall we? And start reacting to the big JC. And I don't mean Jesus Christ, I mean Joey Carbstrong. There's a blank screen. All right, the one we're going to start with is going to be this one, this dairy farmer destroys vegan activist. Check this out. Over 2 million views. It was posted first in 2018. Has 2 million views. I have a dislike thing on YouTube, so I can see the dislikes, which is helpful for this. So he's got 41,000 likes, 36,000 dislikes, which tells you that it probably has reached the people it should reach, right? Well, not probably, it has. Clearly, it's reached the people that it needs to reach, because there's 36,000 people that have disliked it. And the only reason they would dislike it is because they're pissed off. And this one's a shorter one. We're going to have some long ones today, but this one's a shorter one. It coming in at just under 5 minutes. Let me just check. How's that screen looking though? What's happened to the bloody screen here? This must be like a wider one, I think. Anyway, we'll give it a watch anyway. At this kind of this weird kind of screen. What's oh, there it is. That's why I hadn't scrolled all the way up. I was looking at, why is the screen so small? All right, sweet. Let's kick off then, shall we? And let's see how this one goes. I actually can't remember this one. I think I might have seen it a long time ago, but let's see.
Are you a dairy farmer, are you?
Yeah.
Oh, do you own a dairy farm now?
Yeah, you got to be very, very careful what you're doing here.
Why is that?
No, you got to be very careful. You could ruin our industry.
Well, that's what we're trying to do.
Straight in with the best of Joey. How gutsy do you have to be to have a dairy farmer say, you could ruin our industry with this, be careful, and to say, well, that's what we're trying to do, mate. Yeah. Oh my god, the snapback, it's so fast as well. No consideration of, would this guy hit me? No consideration of like, should I say that? No, it's just like instant boom. Yeah, well, that's what we're trying to do, mate.
That's what you're trying to do, I know.
Yeah, we are. We want the dairy industry to be obsolete because of the victims involved. Not because we want you out of a job, though.
Yeah, you do.
No, we want you to
you come down the southwest. We're down near the private possum down there, near the other side.
Yeah, I've been down there, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
and you look at the communities down there, that whole southwest community
Built on farming?
is riding on the cow's back, and here you are trying to destroy it.
Yeah, because
That's interesting, huh? A dairy farmer thinks saying that we're riding on the cow's back. He sees that as like a positive thing. He's like, oh, guys, we're riding on cows' backs down there. You can't do this to us. It's like, dude, you just admitted you're riding on the backs of innocent, defenseless animals. Well, of course we want to stop you now. Now we want to stop you even more because you're doing that. He said that as like a defense, but I think most people who aren't farmers would hear him say that and say, I don't like the idea. I don't like how that sounds. Like, you know what I mean? He thinks because he's a farmer, I suppose he's a little bit removed from what sounds good, because that doesn't sound good. That's the point I'm trying to say. He thinks it's a good argument, but I think it's a terrible argument. For vegan or not, I think most people are going to be like, okay, that sounded a bit ugh.
the cow is a victim in this. Yeah, because we're looking. Yeah, they are.
No, they're not. What are they then, mate?
You go down there, and you tell me if you can see a bad-looking cow.
What? They look pretty fucking bad when they're being hung upside down in a slaughterhouse, mate. And maybe like, when you go to visit this guy's farm, he'll freshen it up. He'll make it look like not so bad and everything, but he won't be taking you on the slaughter trucks, will he? Like, okay, now we'll go and look at them. Do you think they look bad now? I think we can all safely agree that they would look pretty bad in that moment, and that's where they all end up.
Well,
you go through coal acting,
I do.
Those cows are in perfect mint condition.
Mint condition, like a fucking car or something. Imagine talking about an animal like that. Imagine going adopting a dog from a shelter, bringing your mates around. Hey, what do you think of my got a dog from the shelter? Oh, well, nice, cool. Looks like a nice little dog. Yeah, mint condition. Can you believe it? Secondhand, but absolutely top condition, mint condition. Barely even used, if you can believe it. They kept him in really good nick. They did a little bit of work on him and got him up to scratch again. Like give him a little claw cut, cut his claws and a little bit of brushing, got him looking spick and spam. It looks brand new. It looks brand new, perfect condition.
When they go into the slaughterhouse, they come out chopped up into pieces.
They do.
They are victims.
For us to eat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But where's the cow's choice in this?
Yeah, but we don't live in a perfect world, mate.
That's interesting. Something actually hit him then. Where's the cow? I bet he has never ever thought, where does the cow? What's the cow's choice? This guy has clearly never considered that in his entire life. And that moment of pause that Joey just got out of him, that's the only honest thing this guy said, basically. Like the whole conversation. That's the only time where he's actually got him to be like, shit. I can to self-reflect a bit. That was really good though that he at least self-reflected for a minute. Well, that's just the way the world is. That's the default that everybody goes for, isn't it? Can you imagine how many times that's been said through history? That's just the way it is, right? Like that's literally been said for what? How many things do you think that's been said for throughout history? How many different situations? We think that the animal rights is the first one for that. It's definitely not. It's been said for like multiple different issues throughout multiple years, way before we were here. I've no doubt about that.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
We can. We could say that about any form of animal abuse. We don't live in a perfect
Exactly.
world, so they can abuse animals for money.
We're not abusing animals.
When they go into that slaughterhouse, they are being stabbed to death. Shot in the head and stabbed to death. That's abuse. You're using them for your own benefit. That's abuse.
Interesting again how he's still taking it in. He's taking it a bit more on board now. He's calmed down a little bit. I guess he's never considered this, has he? That's the thing. He's probably used to vegans who don't tell him this directly, right? Or maybe he's never spoke to a vegan, or he spoke to vegans who are a little bit more, I don't know, less direct, maybe scared of offending him or whatever. Maybe this is the first time he's had someone just go, boom, straight to him.
You're using them against their will. That's abuse.
It's called things
But-
come like things coming like.
But what if there was
Things come in logic. What does that mean?
a more ethical way of making a living?
How, where, what?
Plant-based living. Plant-based milk alternatives are getting bigger. Yeah. I mean,
He hates that, doesn't he? Of course he hates that because they are getting bigger and it's putting him out of business. The thing is with these guys, these are smart. They're not idiots. Farmers. They've built a business or taken over a business that they're now running. They're running a business, right? They know how to run a business. They know how to make profit from things that they are doing, right? In this case, breeding animals and then using them. So they also know how to make money out of doing, growing plants, right? The stumbling block here, and then the thing that's holding someone like this back, is that he just doesn't want to learn about plant-based alternatives. He doesn't want to learn about like plant milks. Doesn't want to learn about growing plants for like plant proteins and stuff like that, because he doesn't want to change. That's all it comes down to. He's not an idiot. He could make a business out of that, right? Because he's already a businessman. He already knows how to run a business. That's how he's doing it right now. That's how he lives.
You could do something else other than dairy farm. It might be all you know, but there's other ways to make a living. Farmer's a businessman.
We're running
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're making this look very, very bad. I mean, look.
Well, how could you make that look good?
Here we go. She's putting a calf in the back of a calf.
Do you separate the calves?
Yeah.
You're making us look bad. Look at him putting the calf in the calf trailer. Do you do that? Yeah. Like, well, how's it making you look bad then, mate? You literally do it. You just don't. It looks bad because, like, imagine this, right? These farmers, they're doing their jobs every day. They don't think twice about what they're doing, and they would never have someone, looking at. They never see themselves. It's not like they go rewatch the CCTV. It's not like they have someone filming them and showing how it looks, right? They don't sit down at the end of the day and watch everything they've done for the day and say, hey, do you know what? I don't think that looked too good or whatever. But if they did watch themselves, if they did have like this now, he's seeing people doing what he does on a screen being shown by vegans. And he even said, you're not making us look too good right now. But he's just admitted he does that. So, of course, it doesn't look good. We agree. You probably haven't realized how bad it is and how bad it looks. Well, that's one of the great benefits of the street activism with the laptops. It's not just for people to realize what happens in the industry. It's also for people like him to realize what happens, what he's doing, right? You're looking at yourself doing it kind of thing, and maybe it wakes them up.
Is that distressing for the mother? Do they pine?
Oh, they'll shook for a day or two and then they'll be
Of course. Do you have children? Yeah, if someone took your children, you'd be more than sook and you'd be upset. I would.
But I'm not deaf.
Exactly, but you can put yourself in the animal's position, or is it too hard?
Well, look, where are you going to stop with this? How are you going to feed everybody?
How? With plants, dude.
Plants.
Yeah, plants. The same thing you feed the cows.
But you don't want to put any bloody sprays on them. You don't want to put chemicals on them.
Well, we could move towards organic farming, but we can't make this better.
You take the wheat farmer. For the wheat to get to the Australian Wheat Board in the top #1 category, they have to do 7 passes of sprays.
Okay. How many slaughterhouses?
To get that wheat.
How many slaughterhouses?
And just imagine how much bloody sprays you're taking in. If you're going to go down that path, you'll never stop.
The animals that go to the feedlots eat wheat that's sprayed too, but so people are eating spray anyway, bro. But that's not the main issue. Spray. The main issue is.
Thing is also missing the point that most crops that are grown are not fed to humans anyway. We've been through this a million times on the channel. And I guess Joey's going to go into that, or at least if he doesn't anyway, I'll go into it. This farmer's talking about crops and how they're treated and et cetera, et cetera. If you've really got a problem with how crops are treated, or I don't know, with people eating, with the way crops are grown, well then stop growing so many crops that way to feed animals, right? I mean, there's more crops grown to feed animals than to feed humans. And then what you'll see now is these not only farmers, but anti-vegans and all these, goons out there, meat flakes, they're coming back saying, well, most of the crops grown for animals are not edible by humans. But then you consider there are, around 60 to 100 billion animals being bred and killed a year, right? And then there are crops grown to feed those animals. And apparently only 86% of those crops are animal only food. They're not fit for human consumption. So these 14% of the food grown to feed between 60 and 100 billion large animals is definitely enough to feed 8 billion humans, isn't it? Think about it, right? So, this is the argument that they'll come out with, like, oh, but those crops are grown to, well, first of all, you could grow different crops. Second of all, it's still a lot of human edible crops, and these are being grown to feed animals instead. And the ways that he's just talking about the sprays and all these things, it's done for animals. So if you've got a problem with all of that stuff, then, well, go vegan, right? Stop paying people to give that to animals. Thank you, Yona Elf. I believe that's how I say your name. Is it Joanna? Or Joanna maybe? Joanna? Thank you so much for your your super chat and the sticker. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good start. I don't know what's wrong. What currency is that? Yeah, if somebody could let me know, it'd be sweet. I don't actually know. I don't recognize that one.
Enslavement and murder of animals that are innocent. do you believe animals deserve moral consideration? You probably do, because you have a high welfare farm, I assume?
Look, yeah, as I said, farming nowadays, farmers, we cannot afford to have our animals stressing or...
Yeah, because they're a product. You want to look after your produce.
Exactly.
We don't make any money out of them.
Exactly. So only as far as it benefits you, you'll look after them.
Exactly, absolutely. This is now the farmer's way to try to convince of it. We love them. We only want what's best for them, because if they're stressed, we don't get enough. We don't get anything out of them if they're stressed. Right? Okay. But if them being stressed or not had no impact on your income, you wouldn't give a fuck if they were stressed or not, right? Did you get me that? Like, if giving the cows a massage on a weekly basis made them 20% more profitable, every dairy farmer in the world would be doing it. But at the same time, if slapping the cows and hitting them made them more profitable, they would probably do that too. It's all about money. There's no morals here, and that's not a blanket statement. Obviously, there's some farmers out there that are not going to be that money obsessed that they would harm the animal, but there will be a lot that are, because the animal's well-being is only a priority as long as the animal's profitable, because the next thing they'll do to them, the second they're more profitable dead, is send them to a slaughterhouse, and their well-being doesn't come into it then, does it? Right? All of a sudden, this whole, we care for them. Well, not anymore. You send them to a slaughterhouse, mate. Unless that's what you do with the ones you care for. I'd feel really fucking bad for your family if that's the case. I love you so much. I love you so much, my dear wife and kids, that I'm going to send you to a slaughterhouse, because that's the best thing for you. That's the best. You're just going to get old otherwise. I mean, I know you're young now, especially the kids, but hey, look, I'm saving you a life of misery here, all right? You could die from a disease. You could get murdered. So I'm going to get you to the slaughterhouse is the most humane, compassionate place for killing. So I'm going to send you there, where they'll take care of you, and you won't even see it coming. You won't even see it coming, because I love you so much. That's what we're going to do for you, all right, guys? Yeah, class. That's the logic. That's the logic you got to go by here if you're going to listen and believe what farmers say. Oh, and also Moonstar, welcome to the YouTube members team. Now you got a little green name and you got the little Rams logo, so congratulations for that, and welcome to the team. You'll now get access to like exclusive content, and you obviously get everybody looks at you and thinks you're fucking awesome because you've got the green in there, which is sweet. And you'll get access to all the exclusive content and everything that I post that doesn't go on YouTube. You'll get that, and also you get all the news about what's coming before it comes, because that's what you get you're an MVP, most valued player. Thank you so much for joining.
Own benefit, you look after them, not because you care about the animals.
Oh, we care about our animals.
You love them?
We do.
And why would you?
And our cows.
Yeah.
Sometimes the odd one will get through the dairy twice a day. Yeah. You don't like that either, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if one gets through the dairy and she doesn't get milk, she'll be standing up there near the track wanting to come back in, hey? I don't want to be milked, I don't want to bring this milk with me down the bloody paddock, but she's first in the dairy.
But brother.
But it's a way of life for them.
For the cows, that's all they've known, is enslavement.
Exactly. It's called learned helplessness. And also, the cows, the only reason these cows, it's like, okay, I've seen this a lot with farmers. They like to pretend as if they're solving problems for the cows without realizing, or at least without admitting, they caused this in the first place. So they bred the cow. They got the cow pregnant. They took the calf away so that the cow now has milk, but no one taking the milk. And then they say, well, she wants to be milked. Well, that's what she wants. She needs to be. Dude, you bred her. You impregnated her. And you took her baby. Of course she needs to be milked now. You did that. I don't get it. How they can look you in the eye and say something like, they need it. I'm doing them a favor. What the fuck? How can you say that? You caused all of this. You can't cause a problem and then pat yourself on the back for solving the problem that you just caused. A completely unnecessary problem, a completely unnecessary situation that you caused. Pat yourself on the back for fixing it. It's like I don't know, like a murderer who works for the police or something like that, goes and kills someone, and then goes, oh, I've solved this murder here. I mean, I did it, but now I've solved it. So you shouldn't attack me for doing the bad thing. You should be happy with me because I solved it. There was a problem, and now I fixed it. Now we know who did it. but don't punish me. It's like, it's the weirdest. Do you get what, do you follow me here? They do it all the time. And the other thing as well with this is that animals have, this is a thing, something called learned helplessness, which humans have it as well. So it's when you don't know it, as Joey said, they don't know any better. You don't know any better, right? It happens to people who have been enslaved by like abusive parents or whatever, or like a kidnapper, and they end up doing the things that the kidnapper says to do. And then even when the kidnapper doesn't say to do it, or whatever, the abuser doesn't say to do it, they'll do it anyway because it's learned helplessness. They won't try to escape. They'll just do as they're told. Kind of like Stockholm Syndrome, learned helplessness. Kind of like a better example would be elephants. You know, elephants are like massive and they could easily smash and break out of anywhere, and you know they're very, very strong. But you'll see full-grown elephants don't break out of the places where they're kept for like tourism. They don't just rip down a structure. They don't just walk away, because when they're a baby, they were tied up to their structure and they couldn't escape. And then when they're an adult, they have learned that it's helpless. They cannot escape. It's learned helplessness. They know that if they don't leave, sorry, if they know that if they try to leave, they will, there's no escape. Horses, they let people ride them because they've learned that there's no point trying to stop people from riding them. With these cows, okay, yes, some of them will go to get milked because they've learned that if they try to get away, they're only going to get milked eventually. Eventually, the farmer's going to go out there, grab them, drag them in, and milk them. So, yeah. Welcome, Malita, to the club, to the anti-meat flake club. You've joined as a meat flake detector. Welcome to the YouTube members. It's to the YouTube members club, to the special YouTube members club. We've got another green name and a logo, and then you'll have access to that cool stuff as well, which is awesome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great to see you here. Let's continue with this.
They love it. They go on the rotary.
They love it.
They love it.
Do they love to have a fist in their anus as well?
They, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. They love going round on the rotary. I'm sure they do, mate. I'm sure they love having a machine stuck to their udders instead of feeding their own babies and being like rotated around on this big. That is the natural place of cows, right? That's how cows have in the wild. You often, if you look at wild cows out there, right, you'll often see them. They're often kind of stood facing each other and they're doing like a circular motion. They're just kind of like doing that, you know? They face each other and just go round and around in this like perfect circle. And they just do that for ages. This is what you see cows do. No, they never do any shit like that. They don't love this shit. They just learned to deal with it because they forced to do it when they were younger, right? It's not fucking rocket science. Come on. JP and Julia, welcome. Welcome to the team. You guys were already patrons. Now you're like doubling up. You're like ultimate now. You're ultimate members. There needs to be a word for you guys, for guys who are in the Patreon team and now the YouTube members. We need like, what can we go for that? I don't know. I'll come up with something, guys. I'll come up with something. Thank you so much. It's amazing. Welcome.
Yeah, they do that too.
They love having a fist in there. Do you love doing it?
Yeah, love it, mate.
You don't think that's weird?
Oh my God. That's some pretty intense honesty from the farmer. He says, he said, the cows love having a fist in their anus, right? And he loves to put his fist in their anus. Oh, that's this video demonetized, by the way, just FYI, in case you were wondering if that's going to happen. That's definitely going to happen. But holy shit, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Oh my God. Do you not think that's just like sick? Like vegan or not, that's absolutely horrendous that he said that. That should have been at the beginning of this video. Like at the start of this video, that like pre-clip, you know, you do a preview clip where it's like, oh, what's coming? Wow, I lost my voice there. Right? Oh, what's coming? That this coming up in this video. Like it should have been there, where he's like, I love it. I love putting my fist in the cow's anus. Just so people who are like maybe about to defend the farmer, all of a sudden they're like, maybe I'm not going to defend this farmer as much as I thought I was going to. What the fuck did he just say? That's pretty insane, right? Holy shit.
No,
it's not bestiality.
No.
Just
And when they're on the rotary, they get 10 k's of grain.
10 kilos of grain.
10 kilos of grain.
Well, if you give them 10 kilos of grain, then it's totally all right to fist them in the ass, right? That's what he's trying to say. Hey guys, like this is a life lesson, guys. If you ever want to fist someone in the ass, I don't know what you're into, hey? Just give them some grain first. Give them some lentils. Wait, lentils are grain, right? Wait, hold up. Are lentils a grain? No, the legume, whatever. Give them some legumes. Give them some rice. Give them whatever, right? Just give them enough, 10 kilos maybe. Fist them up the ass, right? Because that makes it totally okay. Makes it totally fine, guys. If you want to, if it's not okay to, okay, forget the human side of this. Right? Maybe that's a bit too close to home. Look at dogs, right? Give your dog loads of vegan dog food. Like, I'm talking like more than they would ever need to eat. Like, really spoil them with vegan dog food. Then, if you feel so inclined, you can fist them up the ass. Because, look, that's what this guy said. This guy's a farmer. He knows what's best for the animals. He's a farmer. They are doing what's best. There's no one else. Veterinarians, vegans, no. Farmers know what's best, right? So there you go. There's your life lesson for the day. If you want to fist an animal, feed them a lot of food first, and it's totally fine.
Feeding that grain to human beings.
And then they go down and have a feed of hay before they go off. And then they go to the dairy and they eat lush grass.
Lush grass.
Like that. They are loving it, mate.
And when they go to the slaughterhouse, lush grass or a stab in the throat?
We just love the bloody meat in our plate.
You love the beef?
I love it, mate.
You love
Good
it?
on you, mate. You're doing well.
What a weirdo. Every time he got to the slaughterhouse bit, the guy's like, nah, I'm off. I don't want to answer that question because he can't stomach it. Chances are, this is all like this him walking off now is a complete defense mechanism, because most of these farmers, I reckon, they actually don't enjoy the idea of animals being killed. They don't go to the slaughterhouses, most of them. If you ask farmers, like, do you follow the animals to the slaughterhouse? They say no. It's like, a lot of them say it's too emotional. If you go look at interviews with farmers, I've interviewed farmers too. They say, I don't like it. No, I don't want to go. Why not? Because I've grown close to them and I cared for them. I don't want to see them slaughtered. Which doesn't make it any better, obviously, but it shows that there's some kind of, they're not complete monsters, right? And so this guy is probably, it's probably one of those things where that's why he's walking away. Probably. Is that the end? It's the end, yeah. So that video was Dairy Farmer Destroys Vegan Activist. And FYI, I forgot, I was supposed to tell you guys that Joey will join, by the way. He's coming at some point today. I'll keep my eye on Instagram. We've already had a quick chat. He's traveling, he's mooching about, doing some work. We'll find out what he's been up to when he comes on. But yeah, he is coming on at some point today. Probably later on in the day, I'll be honest with you. But that's not an excuse to like leave, all right? Don't be going anywhere, yeah? We're still going to do all the reactions and stuff. This is like, so if you leave because you want to come back when Joey's here, put it this way. This would be like you going to a gig, right, with some really good bands, but you're only interested in the band playing last. And those assholes that turn up at like the last, moment. Like, so the main headline is going on at 9, and you don't go for the pre-bands. You don't go and support the smaller bands. You don't go and support the guys that are really busting their balls trying to go. You're a douchebag if you're someone who does that. I'm sorry. You're told. If it's a festival, right, fair enough, different, right? But if it's a gig and you rock up at the last minute because you didn't want to watch these support acts, screw you, man. That's just rude. That's just rude, guys. Should always support the support acts. Support local. Simon Flames, support local bands. Absolutely. So stay here is my point. Don't be going anywhere. Joey's going to come, but you don't know when. You don't know when Joey's coming. So that means you're just going to stay here for 10 hours just wait. He could come in 1 minute. He could, Joey's, no, he's not really, but he could come in 1 minute, all right? So you got to stick around for 10 hours, guys. What else are you doing anyway? It's not like you got anything better to do. Don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to me, right? We all know you're sat there on YouTube scrolling away like a degenerate, like me. I do it as well. Degeneracy, guys. We're all obsessed with social media, so just, maybe if you want to pretend you've got something better to do, just like stay out of the chat for a bit, right? Like, come back in an hour. You can still sit here and watch. It's okay. Sleepy Mogwai says, I love Joey's activism so much. I'm watching this at 4 a.m. in the US. I'll be watching this as I doze off, but we'll watch the recording. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you so much for the $5 donation going straight to the sanctuary. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate that. And yeah, I also really enjoy Joey's videos, so I'm excited to continue with this and definitely smash on. And also, guys, for the replay of this will be replayed for 24 hours on this channel, but then it's going to move to the Ram's Den, the second channel, all right? Second channel. I'm going to put all live streams there for the time being, partly because I think it's a better place for them. I think that channel could do with I think we can grow that channel in a bit more of like a linear way, like direct way. And partly because I want to get the watch time up so that I can get it monetized. I'm not going to lie to you. So the more videos you watch on that channel, the better. And if you're going to work or something, leave my videos on at 0.25 speed and you'll get me a load of watch time, because YouTube, some tech shit right now, all right? If you watch my videos at normal speed, for a 1 hour video, that gives me 1 hour of watch time. If you watch it at 0.25 slow motion, I get 4 hours watch time. That's how YouTube works. If you watch it at double speed, I get 30 minutes watch. So the more watch time I get, the more YouTube is like, this guy's got a fucking good channel. So if you do that on my videos, that'll be awesome, guys. That'll be really good. So if you're going to watch this one on the replay, put it on at 0.25. Give me 40 hours watch time. Just leave it playing every day for 40 hours. All right. Let's have a look at what else we've got in the list, shall we? That was the first one, the dairy farmer destroys vegan activist one. We've got some long ones. We've got some mid-length ones. If you've got one that you really want me to react to, just let me know in the comments and we can pull it out. Like a specific Joey one you've enjoyed. You can see what I can see right now, can't you? Right? You can see the ones I'm looking at. I can go down a bit there as well. You can see those ones at the bottom. So let's go for like a medium length. Let's go barbecue festival one maybe. What do you reckon? Let's have a look at this. You got kicked out of a barbecue festival. Let's have a look. Is that up on the screen for you guys right now? Yeah, it is. Great. All right, let's have a watch.
Is that a pig set? Is that a piglet?
Baby back ribs and belly ribs together.
Looks like a dog, eh?
Yeah.
I think that looks like a dog. You think that looks like a dog?
Yeah, it's a bit of
That's
a
weird.
controversial one.
Guys, how you going? What have you got here? You got any vegan options here? Vegetarian. What's the vegetarian option? Halloumi. It's cheese. What do you eat? The vegetarian option, or you eat the veg? Are you a vegetarian?
I just had a halloumi wrap.
You had a halloumi burger. Okay, so here we go. 6 weeks aged ex-dairy cattle. So this.
Oh
is
my
ex-dairy
god,
cows.
that's fucking crazy that they just fucking admit it. Like, what is that supposed to be? Something good? That's actually just complete. Like, so people call vegans liars, don't they? And they say like, oh, your vegans are all bullshit. Dairy cows don't get slaughtered. Blah blah blah. Dude, look at this. They're literally just like owning it. They're just like, yeah, these are ex-dairy cows. Yeah, they're ex-dairy. So there's your evidence. It is happening. It's coming from the actual people serving the bodies of these animals.
But they're aged for 6 weeks, so they hang them up in a cool room to like.
My
I don't know,
god.
They go like a bit moldy and a bit, yeah.
That's it, go, guys. Remember, the dairy farmer from the last video, remember, he was talking about how much he loves his animals. That's how much he loves them. He loves them so much, he sells them off to a slaughterhouse to get them killed, hung upside down and aged for 6 weeks to be sent to a fucking barbecue festival. That's how much he loves them. As I said, that's what you do with your loved ones. His family and his wife and kids. That's where they're going to get aged for 6 weeks. That's what they're going to do, and then sent to a barbecue festival because he loves them so much.
Ex-dairy cow. The whole side of the animal there. Have you heard of a vegan before?
Yeah,
Yeah? You have? What do you think of that?
I think it's great
It's
if
good.
if that's what you want.
There's her bones there. What will that be? Medium? Medium? Rare. You thought about putting on like some, like, I don't know, what would you have that's Greek and vegan? What could you make? What about vegan kebab meat?
They just do mushroom souvlaki in Greece. It's pretty good.
In a, like a vegan gyros. And here's the, they're built like the same way we are, so it's like the side of someone's body there.
Yeah.
And she had a life, ex-dairy cow, so she bore children her whole life that were taken from her, and now she's ended up on the grill.
Why are you vegan, obviously? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but it's, like vegan options are getting really popular.
I know.
And if you chucked one on, then you have a whole new
I know.
customer base.
And we have a lentil salad there as well, which is
But a
great.
vegan souvlaki soon.
A lentil salad. You can do lentils in a souvlaki as well. I don't know if you guys know what a souvlaki is. It's like a wrap. It's like a pita, kind of Greek pita. And they usually put meat in them. But I've had really, really good lentil ones. I've had good mushroom ones. And I've had good vegan mock meat ones as well. Yeah, I mean, they're really good. It's a shame that these guys don't know this stuff. I mean, in Athens, pretty much every souvlaki place has some kind of, well, not all of them, but like a lot of them have some kind of like vegan option.
It's coming.
In the pipeline?
In the pipeline. You've
Okay.
given me some thought.
Food for thought.
Yeah.
Vegan food for thought. Hey brother, you got any?
In this video, by the way, it's got 75,000 views. It was from 2019. I forgot to tell you guys. And the reason I picked it up, I thought it says things went a little bit south, right? So I thought, oh, maybe there's some drama in here because that's what we're here for, right? We're here for the drams, you know. But so far, it's pretty nice. So it's also nice to have some chill. This is good. This is looking positive so far. But let's see if the drams are coming.
Vegan options here? Yeah, what do you want? You got vegan options? Vegan options. Go inside. Okay,
Go
so
inside,
here we've
okay.
got a pan-fried leg of lamb, a lamb's leg hacked off of a baby. We got chicken schnitzel. So
But isn't it? Does anyone say that like? See, oh my god, what's wrong? I'm trying to do multiple things at the same time. I'm trying to multitask right now. All right. Does anyone find it really fucked? Like, in a serious way, though. In a serious way, like with the lamb situation, like lamb it's so normalized. Lamb, when we say it, lamb, it's a type of meat, right? They say lamb is a type of meat, whatever. But then when you really tell somebody what it is, I've done it before, they get so fucking upset. You say, yeah, you know, that's like a baby sheep, right? Like literally a baby. It's a baby sheep. It's a leg of a baby. They're like, it's almost like they know, but they don't know, or they know, but they're not fully like clicked as to what it is. They get so offended. I've noticed that. Have you guys ever noticed that before? Let me know in the chat if you've ever seen that before. Have you ever told someone eating lamb or about to eat lamb that, you know, it's bloody, it's a baby sheep's leg. You guys telling me to increase the volume? The volume's at full capacity. The volume's all the way up. It might just be that Joey's video's quiet.
They crumb it and fry it, but really it's just a dead baby. They've got roast potatoes with butter, so that's not vegan. The broccoli, if it doesn't have any butter, you might be lucky there. A bit of cherry tomatoes. They need less legs of babies and more vegan options. Let's go into the dirty vegan and ask them.
Guys, I can see you keep saying this about the audio. Okay, fine. What I'll do is my audio's louder than his. So my audio is now lower. Okay? You see that? Now you can turn your audio up. Okay? So my audio's low and mine's at the same as Joey's now. That should fix the problem, okay? So put your audio to full volume now, or whatever, and it should be all right. So check it out, okay? This should be all right now, yeah?
Are we allowed to come in? We'll see what they say.
Smart solutions, guys. I found a vegan place.
Hello. How are you?
Great, thank you. How are you?
Who owns? Where's the? Do you have a manager here? Who owns the restaurant? Is this your place? How you going, mate? You both of you do. You know, there's a barbecue festival there.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've just actually put our barbecue away.
You had a competitive barbecue.
In amongst all the dead animals outside, we thought we're going to do our own barbecue and give it all to Friends Animal Farm Sanctuary.
Oh,
Nice.
that's amazing, dude. Look at this is what we're talking about. Look, jackfruit Satan ribs, spiced Satan satay. Look, the kind barbecue. That's the only type of humane meat. We were talking about humane meat before. This is the only time. Like, the life is one thing, but what about the murder, the death, the killing, the stabbing, the shocking? That's not an issue for you?
What I think is what Hugh Fernie Winslow calls the trade-off. So you've given him a predator-free life and they've lived a very happy life.
You've fucking hell. I'm sorry, that's just so funny. He was like, his brain was clearly like, you could see the cogs dunk, 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 and just smoke starts coming out of his ears, and he's like, I think there's a trade-off. We've given him a predator-free life. Mate, you fucking bred them into existence. This is the same thing as I said earlier. You can't just go around patting yourself on the back for solving the problem that you created. They didn't exist. You bred them. You can't then be proud of giving them a predator-free life. You fucking bred them. What? Oh my god. Oh, I hope he goes back to that
It's the
guy.
only humane welfare treatment of animals when they go to a sanctuary and they don't be killed.
Rudy's Dirty Vegan Diner,
God,
Camden.
that.
The Dirty Vegan Diner Camden put on a kind barbecue in the midst of the unkind barbecue there. Did you see the pig's head on the barbecue over there?
I did.
Is that a pig's head? What is that, a piglet?
Jesus.
I was asking them, doesn't it look like a dog's head? Because it's not the normal type of pig.
There's no difference.
No difference at all.
Yeah, it's upsetting, isn't it?
You think that looks like a dog? You think that looks like a dog?
They're convinced that these are coming from.
I love how he gets in
cattle.
people's faces. I really enjoy that. It does take a lot of guts. I don't know if you've ever tried to do something like what he does, just shoving a microphone in people's fucking faces and going, "Does that look like a dog?" Like I've tried this kind of thing. You know, I go out on the streets. I've done this stuff, and it is really difficult. I mean, I find it difficult. I guess some people don't find it so difficult, right? But I find it really hard to approach people and just start talking to them, you know? So I love how he's just like, to give a fuck. It's really inspiring.
And farm animals that are rolling around in fields and, you know, they think they're humanely slaughtered, they've had a great life, as if that's an excuse for it anyway. But
Yeah.
It'd be like going to a sanctuary and going, "Yous have all had a good life, let's go kill yous and all eat yous, and that'll be humane."
Yes.
What can you whip us up? Can you whip us up some food?
This menu's actually sold out. So I'm out.
Yeah,
of
but
that
that's okay.
today.
We eat off the menu?
For sure, man. Have a look at the menu.
A
behind
dirty dog, check it out. Wow. Satan chicken. You know what? We're going to go hard and have a couple of burgers, I think.
See, that's what happens though. when you go too much into it, I guess, when you go too hard, when you shove the microphone in too many people's faces, you get told that you're harassing people. I mean, to be fair, he's only asking questions. I mean, Jesus, people can say, like, people have the right to say, "Nah, I'm not interested." You know, they don't have to answer questions. Like, grow up, you know?
He said I'm allowed to film, but I'm just not allowed to interview anyone. So we just got in trouble by the man for interviewing people about whether that's a pig or a dog, I think. And they said, "This isn't political here." But veganism's nothing to do with politics, it's to do with ethics. It's completely different. But seemed a little bit upset, but luckily everything will all be fine when we get our burgers, and we'll enjoy them. Look at that.
So crazy that they always do that thing like, "Yo, you need permission to film it." It looks to me like it's a public street, so that's bullshit. And if it's in England, right? So it's absolute nonsense. You don't need permission. Oh, dude, yeah. Thank you so much, Oliver, and thank you so much, Laura, for your tips. Really, really appreciate it. But all those donations are $11 and $15, both going to the sanctuary. So thank you so much for trying to help us to help these guys out. Really appreciate it. And guys, don't forget, you can also go to the GoFundMe. There's a GoFundMe. The link is in the. Oh my goodness, what just happened there? The link is in the pinned comment. You can go and find it there and drop those guys a couple of pennies, guys. Pounds, euros, dollars. Oh, we got 40 euros there already. Thanks so much to there's an anonymous donor and Teresa Malkova, both 20 euros a pop. Thank you so much. Great. We've got a big aim today, guys. Big aim. We're going for $2,000, but I reckon we can do it. I mean, we've stranger things have happened, guys. Stranger things have happened, and you guys are generous as fuck. So, yeah, let's do this. All right.
The dirty burger.
Stacy, oh my god, great comment. Perhaps the political part was in reference to David Cameron because there was a pig. Basically, for you guys that don't know this, there's a British politician. He used to be the Prime Minister, David Cameron, and when he was younger, I believe at like university or whatever, there was some rumors that he did the dirty with a pig. And when I say did the dirty, I mean got freaky. And I can't say the S word because I'm worried about YouTube, but you know, did the dirty, did the freak, got freaky, got funky. I don't know, did the horizontal dance. You feel me? He put his pee-pee in a dead pig, basically, in the face of a dead pig, in the mouth of a dead pig, apparently. And he denied it, but it went round and it got pretty big, pretty well known, and I don't think he's ever lived it down. So maybe this video is from 2019. So it could have been around that time. I can't actually remember when all this was happening and when it all came out, but yeah, Jesus. Leon's asking, is there a way to enable PayPal or ideal? I don't have a credit card. You can PayPal me directly and I will put that into the donations. It's PayPal. My PayPal is Annie's there. There you go. Annie's got it. It's in the chat. Brilliant. Let's continue with this.
I'm gonna try it while you're here. Is that a brioche bun? Or a mashed potato?
Mashed potato
It's got
bun.
vegan bacon. Oh my god, watch this.
Oh God, I want to see this. I got jealous.
Oh my lord. That is dangerous. That's so good.
The one other thing that Joey does really well, apart from confronting people, is eating. He eats really well on camera, right? Do you know what I mean? He knows how to act it up. When I eat on camera, I'm just all like, I can't speak. And then like, it goes all over my fucking face. I never actually, when I'm normally eating, right? When I'm sat eating at dinner, that doesn't happen. I eat, I chew a little bit, talk, no problem. The second there's a camera on me, I get it all over my face. It goes all over my hands. Fucking drips on the laptop. I can't speak properly. I like start getting panicky. Like, oh, I need to talk to the camera, but I've also got a mouthful. Oh my god. I need to. I'm gonna ask him when he comes on. This is one of the core questions we need to know, Joey. How do you learn how to eat on camera, bro? Because I can't fucking do it.
I can't believe they're eating murdered animals over there when you got this right here. That's crazy. Oh, what have we got this one? A saboteur?
Yeah.
Sabbath.
Nah, he just said I can't interview people. He's our friend. He said I'm allowed to film myself eating and no, don't go and disturb any of the public, and he said no worries.
Okay, because he just told me about the filming and okay.
He said as long as I don't film any of the, go in there and ask people questions and interview people, he said he's alright.
Okay.
We're just doing this and then we're going, just going to have some food.
No problem.
No worries, buddy. This is a spin-off on the Hunter's Burger. The Hunt Sab, look, oh my god, it's got coleslaw, look at that. Oh my lord.
Imagine how threatened they've got to be to, you know, like why can he not go in and if someone else was going in, press, right? Going in like, hey guys, how you enjoying your food? Hey guys, how you enjoying your food? No problem. Joey goes in and goes, hey guys, that dead pig looks like a dog. You can't film it here, bro. Fuckers, man.
Okay, we're gonna
That
go
burger
in.
looks fucking sick though, huh? Oops.
Wow, that's crunchy. Do you make that yourself? That's about 30 times better than the KFC one that I had the other day.
Really?
Yeah.
That looks really
That's
good.
something special. That's our vegan pastrami. That's taken a year to develop.
God.
I feel super privileged.
Let's just go back a little bit because that is. Hold on.
That's our vegan
Look at that.
pastrami. That's taken.
My God. I want that to be in me. And I mean that in a purely like dirty way. Like I don't mean that in any other way other than the way that it sounds. I want it inside me. I want it.
A year to develop.
I feel super privileged having this right now, eh?
It's so
Wow.
good.
The pickles make it, dude. That is the best sandwich I've ever had. I didn't expect that to be the best. A Reuben.
Natty mozzarella sticks.
So how much is he fucking eating here? This is mental.
Yeah.
Fried, and that's with a spicy marinara.
This looks like my diet's out the window.
What is
This
that?
isn't the one for Weight Watchers.
Like deep fried something, right? Oh my God. Look at that.
Wow. You make this cheese better. Now this
That
one
was
here's
so good.
naughty. What did you do this
Oh
for?
So that's a banana
God, come on.
biscoff shake. So that's,
I wouldn't be able to like walk after this. I'd be wiped. I'd need a proper lie down. I don't know about you. I get like food coma big time. He must have had a food coma after this. We have to ask him. We need to remember these questions.
biscoff, like all the vegans know and love.
Yeah.
Banana, it's a coconut-based ice cream and oat milk.
Wow. And what do you sprinkle on top? Some gold dust.
Yeah, it's got gold luster straight up. That's all.
Some gold dust. All right, let's crack in.
The golden biscoff banana bonanza.
The golden banana bonanza.
Getting a bit hungry.
Wow. Let's have a chat. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Fuck's
That is
sake.
all amazing. You got some great stuff here.
This is
dude.
making me hungry at the
really
start.
impressed.
We've got like 9 more hours to go and I'm fucking starving already.
This is the first time I've heard about this place. We come here specifically to go talk to the people at the barbecue, and then we were met with this. So good work, man. Keep up the good work, and for doing that on today's epic, man, and raising money for a sanctuary in the face of
Middle of all
that.
this
Yeah.
carnism in the middle of all the murder. Then,
Yeah, and you're doing a positive thing for animals.
Saving a few animals, and
Yeah.
that's it all right.
Totally, man.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So nice for this to happen, right? Because this guy, you know, in the middle of this barbecue festival where they're all serving all this meat, you got this one vegan place trying to like, you know, combat it Clearly, the guy's an activist. Clearly, Joey's Joey, right? People know Joey. So can you imagine how nice this must have been for this guy to be like, he knows all the shit's happening outside. They're trying their hardest to keep a brave face on. And Joey rocks up, goes and challenges people, comes in, does a big review of all his food. It's just it's nice, It's got multiple actions at once. It's helping, confront people about the animals. It's helping this vegan business get more business. And it's also helping the people that work there feel a bit better about everything because they've got someone coming in, supporting them, putting them on the map. Someone who's known in veganism, the vegan world, coming in and giving them a boost. It's nice.
So there you go. Like, check out these burgers.
Look at all that food.
Amazing burger. You don't have to murder any animals, stab them in the throat. So he's out here doing, a vegan barbecue in the face of a, murder fest over there. And he's raising money for animals in sanctuaries that were rescued from farms and abattoirs that murder and exploit animals. So what a beautiful legend and what delicious food, and goodbye my abdominal muscles. Food, bro.
Oh, look at that. They've not finished yet, huh?
With their phone.
Security.
I'm not interviewing people, harassing anyone. I'm not causing trouble. You're causing trouble. I'm just filming a hot dog.
Sorry. You're just filming a hot dog.
You got a license and permit to do your filming here?
Well, why don't you tell everyone on their phones to get their phones out their pocket? Tell them to stop. Look, she's filming her food right there. You're causing a big scene in my friend's restaurant.
Scene what? There ain't no scene there.
There is. You're causing a scene, dude. I'm filming a hot dog.
You're saying one thing out there, you're doing another thing.
I'm not interviewing anyone, dude.
Listen.
He was very specific to me.
Listen.
Said, stop harassing the part.
But at the end of the day, let him go and tell that to the people that he pays rent to. Like I'm saying, they tell me one thing, and I do what. He
told me to stop interviewing people. I said I'm just going to film my food here.
Yeah. He's coming. Tell you what. He's coming right now. So you tell him.
Shit.
Listen. No disrespect to you, but as I said, if you're upfront with me, I'm upfront with you, because I'm not going to come and start manhandling you and so throwing you off the site. Basically, all I'm saying is, if I don't lie to you, don't lie to me. I'm a big old grown man, like I'm saying. But they're watching and you're looking. I'm thinking, come on.
Yeah, because you're looking down at me like I'm doing something wrong, Dad. I'm not causing any problems. You come in and started getting a bit upset.
All you got to do is tell the truth, Dan. That's all I'm saying. Tell the truth. I don't lie to people, Dan.
I'm not causing any problems in there, though. Maybe I was out there a little bit, like by just talking about meat and stuff with people that are eating meat, but not in here. This is completely different.
Well, that's brought attention to you, like I'm saying.
And you're just doing your job. I know. And you're just doing your job.
Yeah. So there's no more filming now.
God. All that because he went
really
out.
Good. Oh, dude.
Nice to meet you.
You're a legend, man. Thanks for everything you're doing here, eh? And that made me really emotional seeing you do that, eh?
This guy's like, look at that. He's got 269 tattooed on his hand and everything.
All right,
like
so we're just at the train
activist.
station now, finished filming, and I was just thought I'd do some finishing thoughts on the day because it's interesting to me how like they're cooking a hacked off dead baby's head on a barbecue, tortured animal bodies, ex-dairy cows hacked up into pieces on a grill. Yet I'm the one who's kicked out of that festival for talking to people about how it's wrong. How crazy is that? That's the world we live in.
Yeah, it is. Fucking meat flakes. Like, if they were so, I always believe this, that if they didn't give a fuck about what they were doing, if they actually were like, hey, look, it is the circle of life. It is just the way it is. They have a great life. I've got nothing to feel bad about. I've got nothing. Then he wouldn't be getting kicked out. He'd just be like, yeah, whatever. Just ignore him. We know we're right. We're gonna have a good time. He'll get bored soon. He'll leave. But they don't. They get triggered, they get upset, they start trying to defend themselves because it's insecurity. It's completely insecure. If everybody literally just ignored him the whole time, imagine that. He walks in, he goes, hey guys, look like a dog head? And they're just like, whatever, man. Oh, hey mate, do you not think the slit in the throats and the killing is bad? No. What? He wouldn't stay, would he? Let's be honest, Joey wouldn't hang out because he'd be like, all right, no one's fucking engaging me. Nobody cares. I'm not going to have any progress here. It's not going to be a productive day. He'd just leave. I'd leave. I wouldn't be like, oh my God, these people are fucking sociopaths. I don't want to be here. Fuck. They're going to kill me next. They don't have any empathy at all. What a waste of my time. But the fact is, they do have empathy and they do feel guilty, right? That's why they want him out. And that's why they're reacting and they're like, get him out of here. It's making everyone feel guilty. Because deep down they know he's right. They know he's right. That's what's going on. Good video. Good video. The good. My God. Me, I'm a YouTuber apparently, guys. I'm a YouTuber. I can speak. Guys. I promise you I can speak. It's just this. I haven't taken my B12 today. That's what it is. I can't even remember my name. That's why I've got the hat. That's B12 deficiency. I'm like, oh fuck. I have to go like this. Oh, I forgot my name again. 1 minute. 1 minute. Selfie. Oh shit, it's backwards. Oh, the selfie camera on the iPhone's backwards. I can't. My name's Smar Divad. This is Smar Divad back here with another video. Hope you're all doing well. And Smar Divad. Yeah, subscribe, guys. Smar Divad. B12 deficient vegan. Right, we got some more. To go through. We got so many to get into. We're an hour down. That's cool. And this is, oh my God, this is so much of like a relief after the last stream challenge that I did. My God, remember that? The ex-vegans. Oh, that was so exhausting, guys. That was so hard. This is so much nicer. It's so much nicer, you know? Okay. Let's go for, we're going to slowly increase in length. That's what she said. Or he, depending on what you're into. Or neither, depending on what you're into. It's a brave new world, guys. Brave new world. All right. What about let's go angry beef farmer versus vegans. Hidden camera. Let's check this out. This is a video from 2016. Oh my God, that is an old video. 122,000 views, 4,000 likes, 625 dislikes. So interesting. It says hidden camera footage of some vegan activists in action. Is it his video though, or is it someone else? It might be someone else, you know. Let's have a look anyway, shall we? Let's have a see if it's actually him or if he's helping somebody else by sharing that stuff. I hope all this music is copyright free. It's gonna fuck up this stream if it isn't. This is an old video. So we got some. Have you guys ever done chalktivism before? Chalking on the. It's a good way. It's a good thing to do because it's you can't get done for vandalism because obviously it just fucking washes away. But if it's summer, you can get away with having it there for quite a while before it rains. See, like exactly in front of a Mackie D's or a Burger King or KFC. Or slaughterhouses, yeah, or butchers, or yeah.
All right, what's going on? So here we are in the city, going to an activism event today. So it's going to be like a chalk drawing activism, and they're going to be showing some slaughterhouse footage in the city. So first things first, we've got a vegan burrito,
oh God, look at that.
And then we'll head over to the event. So let's do it.
Here you go.
Animal Holocaust. Loving it. Heart disease and cancer. Loving it. The animal cruelty. Loving it. Fuck that.
It's a bit different from Joey, huh? No, I don't think I've ever seen him swear on camera. Maybe in maybe these old videos, but I've never seen this old video.
Alright, so we got the people setting up here, holding the signs up. We got backup has arrived. He brought Whole Foods. Abdullah. So Abdullah, if the greatness of a nation can be judged on how its animals are treated, how do you reckon Australia measures up?
Not good.
On a scale of 1 to fucking 10.
We're landed shrimp and Barbie, bro.
I know.
That's our theme song, bro.
We're like
babe on a fucking Barbie, mate.
Eating baby lambs is like a tradition here.
It is actually. Every traditional holiday I can think of, even in my own family, it's like they cook lamb.
They cook babies.
That's what they do, dude.
Humans eat babies.
Like I was saying earlier, it's not even just Australia. That's in the US. That's in the UK. I think it's a big thing in mainly Western countries, I guess, and also. I think also in some communities in India, it's a big deal. I mean, goats meat is a big thing in India. From my experience there, that was around, but I don't think they all the goats that were killed were babies, or young, very young. I don't know, but I don't know if they have like specifically lamb as like a thing. But yeah, it's common in loads of places around the world. It's fucking weird, isn't it? And then obviously, most animals are killed as babies. It's just lambs are killed as like actual like tiny little babies. You know what I mean? Whereas other animals, they are technically still very, very young, could still be considered babies, but they're bigger. They have like a couple of years. Lambs, it's like months. You know, it ranges between a couple of months to a couple of years. Basically, it's never. Very rarely is it more than that, apart from dairy cows.
They do, bro. It's a fucked up world.
Fucked up world.
It's such a different type of video, huh?
Think of that, mate. Disturbed? That's Australia.
Is it?
Yeah, Australia. Yeah.
It's a weird. I mean, I know. I appreciate that he said he's did he say I'm disturbed? Because kind of. What do you think of that, mate? Disturbed. I just think like the band, right? Like, sorry, it just seems like a weird response. Maybe we missed the I'm at the beginning of it. I'm disturbed.
So, if the greatness of a nation could be judged on how its animals are treated, how do you think Australia does? That's a. Yeah, so
You're honest.
by buying meat, dairy and eggs, that's what you support. You pay those workers to do that to the animals because it's a supply and demand, you know?
Yeah.
So
what's the answer?
choose alternative fruits, vegetables, nuts, seeds, potatoes.
Nice conversation,
beans,
huh?
Plant milks. You know, you can get meat substitutes. More ethical, healthier for you.
Yes.
It doesn't cause this
I
suffering.
mean, I only watch 5 seconds. You know?
And it can't, it's disturbing. They go through that their whole life. Thousands and thousands and thousands of animals every day. Just in Australia alone. And worldwide, it's even worse.
I thought this is not in Australia. I thought this is not in Australia.
No, yeah, Australia, very bad. Even in Adelaide here, factory farms.
What's up, Joey?
everywhere. Factory farms.
Good to see you in the comments, man. Yeah, this one, we were just saying this one's a really old one. And we were also saying, I don't think I've ever seen you swear on camera, mate. This one, you've already dropped a couple of F-bombs. I mean, you should bring it back, bro.
Terrible. So, what are your views on showing kids slaughterhouse footage?
I think it's absolutely crucial to do. I have a 6-year-old and he's seen this video, this 4-minute video, Thousand Eyes, and I prepared him beforehand. I talked to him about it. I said he can talk about his feelings afterwards, and when he watched it he was shocked and appalled, and now he really understands it. I think it's crueler to feed children
Agree.
stuff that they don't understand or they don't get where it comes from or what it takes for it to be made.
I agree. My mum raised me as a vegetarian, like some of you know that, and she raised me as like an ethical vegetarian because she wasn't aware of veganism or what what happens to the dairy cows and the chickens. And so we were vegetarians, that we didn't eat any meat, we didn't use leather, we didn't use animal tested products, we didn't use. The only animal products we had in our lives were dairy products and egg products, and everything else was out, including, as I said, animal tested stuff and all those things. So it was a weird kind of like some ethical vegetarian kind of thing. It's like, I don't really know if there's a word for that. It's kind of like vegan ethics, but not acting on them, I suppose. Not fully acting on them, but not because we were like hypocrites, but because we didn't know. At least my mum didn't know, like, and fully considered it. But anyway, and when I was younger, I was complaining about all my friends getting to go to McDonald's and they were all eating the Happy Meal, and I want a Happy Meal. Why can't I have a Happy Meal? I was a kid, right? And she was like, right, I'll tell you what, let's watch this, and then you can start tell me if you still want a Happy Meal. And she put on, I'm telling you, it was like the grittiest PETA video, like a cassette, VHS cassette tape, right? Put it in. The grittiest, nastiest, low quality fucking slaughterhouse footage, right? With the chickens on the chain, where they're like going in a row, beaks getting sawn off, the throats getting slit, all that stuff like that. And I must have been, I don't even know how old I was, right? I was really young. And then afterwards she was like, do you still want to have a Happy Meal? I was like, no. No, do I fuck? Oh my God. I don't want a fucking Happy Meal. Jesus Christ. I never want to go in McDonald's ever again. I was absolutely devastated, yeah. And then she still, she hammered the point home. She points out at the fields and go, those cows, see those cows over there? Oh, you don't want those to die, do you? No, I don't want those to die. Yes, so there you go. Then, don't go and don't pay for them to do that. Don't eat them then, stuff like that. So I agree with this woman here that I think people underestimate what kids can understand, and it is more cruel to not let them know this stuff. It's more cruel to hide it from them. And all the parents, they come out, don't they? Non-vegan. Oh my God, you. They always get us when we're doing these events, like this one here. Oh, you're terrorizing kids. No, it's not terrorizing. If the truth about where food comes from would terrify a child, chances are they shouldn't fucking be eating it, should they? Chances are you shouldn't be giving them food that comes from those places. You know, if the kid can't even handle what happens, you know, take a kid to a vegan burger place where they're producing vegan burgers in a factory. Watch them go from the growing of the whatever they're putting in it, right, all the way to the production. Don't get me wrong, it's not going to be the prettiest sight. It's not like they're going to leave thinking, I think vegan burgers, you know, great. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of processing and a lot of stuff, and it's not going to be so healthy for you because they're not. Vegan burgers, just like most processed foods, they're not like the healthiest. But they're not going to be fucking devastated, crying about animals having throats slit, are they? Do you know what I mean? It's not going to make them, it's not going to shock them and petrify them, make them fucking devastated, is it, to see that, right? So maybe best to feed them food like that, you know, not feed them chopped up dead animals.
I think that's far worse than actually showing them and helping them understand.
Because if they knew what it was, they wouldn't want to eat it. Have you seen that scene in Hannibal? The movie Hannibal, where he's on the plane and he's feeding that kid the brains?
Oh, yeah.
What's that?
This?
I didn't know
It looks good.
Oh, it is good.
Can I have some?
You're a very unusual boy, aren't you?
And the kid doesn't know what it is. No. It's human brains. No. It's on par with that.
Exactly the same.
That's such a fucking good comparison. Oh my God. I didn't know that. I don't remember the movie, maybe. I don't remember that scene. I watched it a long time ago. That is so relevant, isn't it? Like oh my God, that's so good. I like that.
How old are you, dude?
I'm 14.
14. Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Probably not, no.
You haven't? Did you realise that's what happens in the meat and dairy industry?
No, I didn't.
You know that's happening in Australia on our doorstep?
No, I don't.
Yeah. Would that change your behaviour next time? Would you still eat bacon after watching that?
Probably.
Probably would?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that didn't affect you at all?
It affected me a bit, but not.
As in, like,
massively.
What they said over there, it's like what places they do that. As in, like, McDonald's there, they support, like, food like that, but it's not gonna, because there's other places that don't, they still treat animals bad, but it's not as bad.
So you feel like if they're treated a little bit better, but still get their head chopped off, that's a little bit better? Would you like that treatment yourself?
No.
Well, why do you think it's okay to treat an animal like that? For a burger, for a sandwich?
It's because it tastes good. I'm sorry.
So is that justification if something tastes good?
No.
You know, like a rapist would say they have sex with ladies that don't want it because it feels good. Is that justification?
No.
Dan, this is Joey back before cancel culture. Basically. Fucking hell. It's not wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is there's nothing wrong in what he's saying. It's 100% correct. But fucking hell, you try and say something like that these days. People are so fucking sensitive to everything these days. You can't even discuss things like as like they are, like the concept of rape, the concept of slavery, the concept of these things now. To even discuss them in an animal rights context, you don't necessarily even need to compare. You know, just to say like, talk about these things in the same video, one about animal rights and about this, is enough for people to go fucking mental and get all kinds of offended and try and do all kinds of things to shut you down. Oh my God, how things have changed. 2016 looks like it was maybe a simpler time, or maybe you did get loads of shit for that. Let's see what happens.
So taste isn't a justification for murder?
Guess not.
But he's right. It can be. It's offensive, but he's right. Being offended isn't an argument. All right, now we're getting to it. Oh, some drama. Oh, that music.
This is a false fact.
It is
Oh,
a
really?
false fact. There's a new report out last week from the States proving that it was transport and not from animal missions. I'm a livestock producer. I don't like hearing these things.
Oh, really?
And so I follow it up. So
Oh, you
they've actually
show us where
yeah,
you
well,
get
I'm
this.
trying to, but I sadly I don't think I'll be
Apparently
able
it
to
was on
find it
Twitter,
quickly.
so
Do you know cow's methane is like
I know
a lot stronger than...
I'm an animal producer. I produce beef cattle, mate.
Okay.
I know a lot about it.
You fucking don't. Like, what? That doesn't qualify you. Like, being an animal producer doesn't mean you know the damage you're causing. It's like saying, it's like looking at a clothing brand, right? And they're like, I don't know, let's pick one, I don't know, whatever, any designer called Gucci, and then you say, hey Gucci, you do realize that you're producing clothing, producing handbags is one of the leading causes of climate destruction. And they say, well, yeah, I produce handbags, so of course I know that. It's like, why would we assume that you know what goes on with the climate or anything just because you make the thing? You just make it. It's not like every single the assuming that these people are responsible is a mistake. They're not responsible. The people are not responsible. It takes activists to go in and tell them, hey, you need to be responsible to make them responsible. So just because she's like an animal producer doesn't mean that she knows this stuff.
Produce beef cattle.
I produce beef cattle and I'm proud of it.
You're proud of...
Why would you be proud of that? You should be. I mean, why would you be proud of that? Why would you? What is it with farming that people think that they can be like proud of it? Like, it's like there's no other job quite like that where people say, like, I don't know. Imagine you produce plastic bottles for water that people fill with water or Coca-Cola or whatever, and you have a company that produces those, and you say, like, I'm a plastic bottle producer and I'm proud of it. Why? Why are you proud of it? I don't know. It's just, why? I don't get it. Especially, but producing plastic bottles doesn't slit animals' throats, does it? But she is. Why would you be proud of doing that? It's like, do you know what I mean? Or maybe it's the case as we mentioned earlier. She's proud that she has these animals, and she's proud that she can breed them and raise maybe isn't the right word, but breed them and then like keep the care for them just enough so they stay profitable. She does that really well, so she's proud of herself in that sense, but then obviously sends them off to a slaughterhouse and misses that bit, most likely.
Killing animals for money?
Absolutely happy. I breed them to do that.
Would you do the same to human beings? You just think animals, because they're lower than us on the food scale?
I don't think they're lower than us. I'd eat human beings if we were allowed to farm them.
This shit you can get people to say when you make them bite the bullet. Again, this clip should have been at the beginning of this video. Holy shit. Like, just to kick it off, I'd eat human beings if we were allowed to farm them. Oh my God. So there's an example of potential sociopathy, right? This is a complete emotionally inept person. Right, has zero emotional intelligence. Clearly, but this is what happens, right? When you push people to bite the bullet, because when I say bite the bullet, I mean to be logically consistent, to be consistent with what they're doing. Right? She said, I don't think animals are lower. So immediately she knows what he's about to say is, okay, so would you do this to humans? Because you're saying that we're all the same, and she knows it's coming, so she's like preemptively biting the bullet and being like, yeah, I'd eat humans too.
You would eat human beings?
Absolutely, if I needed to.
You'd kill human beings for money?
For money?
Is it all,
if
all
we
that?
needed to.
If we...
Yeah, but that's not what we do. We breed these animals specifically. We look after them extremely well. We handle them very carefully.
Very carefully?
Absolutely.
Have you seen the footage over there?
I have seen the footage.
Yeah.
It's not filmed in Australia.
Yes, it is. That was filmed in Australia, a lot of it in Adelaide.
Well,
it's an Australian, Aussie farms.
I go straight, I follow up my cattle through the chain, and I know they're not handled like that.
Oh, so she follows them to the slaughterhouse, right? So she's not only a potential serial killer, she goes with the animals to the slaughterhouse and makes sure they're killed in a way that she's happy with. She probably, it sounds to be, she probably enjoys it. She doesn't sound like a person you want to be around for a long period. Don't stay over at her place, guys. No sleepovers with this one. Or if you're going to have one, lock the door and bolt it shut from the inside. Because who knows, she might rock up in your room with a fucking knife being like, hey, I need you to be dead so I can eat you. And I need it. And I've decided I need it. And I don't care what you've got to say. Because I think eating humans is fucking fine, and I'm going to sell the rest of you. Because I said it to an activist yesterday on the street, and I believe it. So we're gonna go. We're gonna go, guys. No slumber parties with this woman.
What do you define as looking after your cattle well, then?
Why don't you come and visit my farm and then you'd find out?
Fuck that! You'll hang us upside down and slit our throats. We're not visiting your fucking farm. She's taking the glasses off and everything. Shit's gonna get really. Oh my gosh, it's gonna get real right now.
They
Look at this.
in paddocks?
She's getting ready.
They're in paddocks.
Right?
They're in paddocks. They're on grass all the time.
Right.
Oh,
yeah,
she's so
they
intense.
Are
Look.
completely free ranging.
And how long do they live?
They live for about 2.5 years.
Okay. And do you know how long cows live in the wild?
Absolutely. Yes.
For how long?
Yeah. But that's okay. These cows would have never been born if we wouldn't have. If we weren't breeding them to eat, we would have never had them in the first place.
There you go. Once again, like guys, look, you gotta understand. We're doing these animals a favor. By breeding them, we give them a life they never would have had, right? And that's doing them a favor because before they didn't exist and now they do exist. So it helps them to make them exist. Wait, what? It's so fucking dense.
Bolt gunned in the head either, if you don't breed them.
Yeah, and that's the quickest and most humane way to kill an animal.
And a human. If you bolt gun a human in the head, you go to jail for murder.
Yes.
Because it's inhumane to take animal's life that wants to live.
Yeah, but you want to put humans and animals on exactly
What about
the
a
same
dog
foot.
if I
You
did
just
that?
did. You want to put humans and animals on the same foot, and she just said that she doesn't think the animals are below humans. She's putting them on the same footing when it suits her. She says she would eat them, breed them, and eat them for money. And now he's like pointing out an inconsistency, and she's like, "Yeah, but you're trying to put them on the same foot." You just literally said you don't see a difference, and you would eat humans if it were legal. Oh my god!
To your dog at home.
It's humane. Is it humane to keep somebody suffering in a hospital that is dying from an incurable disease?
What?
That's exactly what happens to animals.
Yes, exactly what happens to animals. They're all just every animal in a slaughterhouse, guys. Every chicken, every cow, every pig, every goat, every sheep, all of them. They were in the vets. All of them dying from incurable diseases. Right. Every day is a struggle. And what's happening is, these farmers are taking them from the vets and they're taking them to a slaughterhouse to put them out of their misery. That's what's happening. That's how it is, guys. That's how animal agriculture works. I'm so happy we found out. Because now, I've been misinformed, right? Joey's been misinforming me. I've been misinforming you guys. Joey's been misinforming you. Ed's way off the mark too. We've all been so wrong this whole time, guys. It's actually a big favor. It's euthanasia because they're all dying from incurable diseases and they're all suffering in the veterinary practices.
Have you tried turning off one of those machines?
The animals are born into this industry,
Yes,
aren't they?
they are.
They don't have a choice.
They wouldn't.
So,
So do you have a choice to be born into a disrupted family? Do you have a choice to be in child abuse?
do you have a choice not to enslave animals and murder them?
What is she talking? What is she talking about? So she's like pulling up antinatalist arguments, right? To justify breeding animals. It's like, all right, if you're an antinatalist, if you don't think it's right to bring kids into the world because of whatever situation they may be in, fair enough. But why do you think it's right to do the same thing to other animals? I don't understand what she's.
If you want to put it on the same footing as human beings, just look at how we look after human beings.
They are innocent beings.
They're innocent. Animals are innocent.
If you're allowed to draw, then I'm allowed to draw.
Well, go to Kmart or whatever and buy your own.
She wants to draw, like, she wants to chalk. This woman is not okay. She's that's like, guys, I'm not even, okay, before I say this, let me just double check once again. I think this person could potentially be some kind of like, okay, I don't know if sociopath is the right word, but my God, she's definitely kind of limited in the social sense, isn't she? Like, she's gonna try and talk with them, right? Whatever she's just said some of that stuff, like straight faced said to them she would breed and eat humans if it were legal, and that didn't seem like it was a joke. I'm concerned about this person.
You know, going around stuff.
Oh, I was going to add a very nice positive message.
What message was that going to be?
Makes you happy. Eating meat makes you happy.
Gives you
Oh
cancer
my
too,
God.
heart disease, diabetes.
So do lots of things.
Like what?
So do lots of things.
Main one.
Breathing this air can be
No, it
giving you
doesn't give you heart
cancer.
disease. Saturated fat and cholesterol from animal products kill those who eat animals. It's
Actually,
like karma.
if you read the science,
We have read the
is
science.
showing that animal fats is actually a lot worse, a lot better for you.
A lot
Who
worse.
said that?
You know, Freudian slip. Freudian slip. A lot worse for you. It always happens with these people that they know, deep down they know they're chatting shit, so they have these Freudian slips. See, we got a few more tips. Sorry, I missed them, guys. Thank you, DJ Lerno, for a $20 tip. For the animals, greetings from Holland. Thank you, greetings from Finland. And JP Julia with $10 tip. Thank you so much. All that money goes to the sanctuaries, guys. So the sanctuaries? No, it's just one. To the sanctuary, guys, the one that we're raising money for today. Thank you so much.
Bacon's good for you now.
How about all the organic...
Go to any doctor and there's more
hydrocarbons
cholesterol
that
in
you're
it.
eating from polyunsaturated fats.
What about
What's going on here? Yeah.
the hydrocyclic amines in burnt animal flesh? Look up that, HCAs.
What about all the petroleum products you're wearing?
Oh,
yeah. I killed an
obviously.
animal to get my t-shirt. Okay, so that
weird.
lady that I was having a heated discussion with was a farmer. She was a farmer. She's a beef farmer. And she thought that, so they've written on the floor here, animal agriculture is a leading cause of greenhouse gas emissions. She thought that was false. And she was trying to produce she was trying to get some data on her phone to show that that was a false claim. And she didn't like
it's totally supported that it is true. It's actually more. Like, there are some numbers come out that show it's more than that. Some show it's around that. Some show it's slightly less than that. But the consensus is that it is a monstrous chunk of global emissions, damaging emissions. It's the majority is coming from animal ag. It's just whether it's 80%, 50%, or 40%. I think there's the three numbers I've seen from different sources. It's still a fucking lot. It's like, you know, and 80%, by the way, that's an interesting claim as well. After we can get into that another time, maybe. Or I think maybe Danny might have covered that. Lifting Vegan Logic might have covered that in a video, but that was interesting. There was like a full paper on claiming that it was 80%, believe it or not.
That these activists out here were speaking the truth. So murdering and enslaving animals is farmers' livelihood. So you threaten that by showing people how they're treated. Farmers don't like that, do they?
Of course not. Hate it. Nice. These days, though, they got the McPlant, haven't they? So I guess the activists won't be doing that anymore. But that's another debate. Another debate we're not going to get into. We're not getting into that today. Hells no. But to be fair, McDonald's did, and I reckon McDonald's have I reckon a lot of activists won't be wearing stuff like this anymore because of them doing the McPlants. Maybe it was brilliant from them to get the activists off their back, you know? This is smart marketing. I mean, these are the masters of marketing, to be honest, aren't they? They are literally the masters of it. They've been doing it for so long. But we're not getting into that debate.
I love it.
All right, cool. Another one in the books, guys. Another Joey video in the books. I enjoyed that one. That was interesting. This one, 122,000 views from 20 September. From I Can Talk, I promise you. From the 13th of September 2016. A good one. Good one. Interesting. Different to what we're used to seeing from Joey these days. We got some F-bombs, as I said, which I enjoyed. I'm a fan of swearing, guys. I'm a fan, as you all know, I'm a fan of swearing. What shall we do next? Shall we do... Oh, I'm going to burp first. One sec. Oi. All right. Should we have a look at Piers Morgan? A Piers Morgan one? Let's have a look at a Piers Morgan one.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another video. Now, what an exciting last couple of days it's been. And yes, I am back in the UK. I made it back through the border. What happened is I was emailed by Good Morning Britain and they said, we want to get you on the show.
with Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan was a judge for Britain's Got Talent and I think America's Got Talent. He's quite a well-known, controversial sort of TV host. He's known for attacking and coming hard at vegans. He's had a few vegans on the show.
Who's killing those plants? Seriously? Who's killing all those plants?
The other lady who is his co-host was Susanna Reid, and she's a vegetarian. And Anthony Worrell Thompson, who's a celebrity chef. I used to watch him on Ready Steady Cook, and I was about 20 years old. I used to watch him on TV, which is quite bizarre. Now, I was very nervous about this TV appearance because I wanted to keep it quite quiet. I didn't want to tell anyone I was in the UK just yet. A bit nervous until I've seen this video.
It's not something I want to do. I'm just like Simon Cowell. I've got a lovely dog of my own and I wouldn't dream of eating her.
He wouldn't dream of eating dogs. Now this is really interesting. They did this in December 2017. Now let's just hear old Pierce's view on this. Very interesting.
What Anthony's getting at, and you know, I'm with the dogs. I don't think we should eat dogs,
Nor
right?
do I.
And nor does he, right? But he's pointing out that we do lay ourselves open, do we not, as a country, to a charge of utter hypocrisy.
Very interesting, Piers. Continue.
Because we have
Brilliant.
decided dogs are not to be eaten, right? Because it's not our culture to do that.
But this is more
we're
than
quite
that,
happy to
Piers.
eat many other animals, which, by the way, we often farm in appalling conditions.
Interesting. It seems like he's
Piers is like is an activist right now.
getting into
never
the
saw
sort
that.
of speciesism area. Like, we are hypocrites in this country if we point our finger overseas to China where they eat dogs. There is no moral difference. Let's continue.
So by the way, guys, this is from 2018. By the way, it's 255,000 views, 12,000 likes, just to get you all up to the up to speed. This is a couple of years ago, but I've seen other versions of this video with him and Piers. I've never seen this one. I don't know if maybe I saw it on Good Morning Britain. Maybe I don't know, but I've never seen this one where he's doing the talking over.
Can't we all agree?
Good.
Can't we all agree that ill treatment of animals, if they're reared for farming, is terrible, whatever the animal?
Wow, ill treatment. Now, what constitutes ill treatment? This is really interesting.
Really, are we in a great position to just select which animals are sacred for us culturally? What's the difference between eating a pig and eating a dog?
What's the difference between eating a pig and eating a dog?
How did I never saw him say any of this stuff. I'm so surprised.
I'm not sure what the answer is to that.
Well, I know the answer to that, mate. I know the answer to that.
I do think. I mean, I don't. Of course, I don't encourage eating dogs.
Now, when I was watching this, we were jumping up and down. We were going, oh my God, they get it.
You are the only person in this room has the right to say what you're saying because you're vegan. And if you've got cultural issues and moral issues about the dogs, then go vegan.
They get it. This is 6 months ago. What ended up happening, we, in the morning, got ready, went to the ITV studios. I was quite nervous, but I had a bit of confidence knowing that they already got it. I uploaded this whole debate to YouTube, but they took it down for copyright. So now I've resorted to just making a response video, but if you want to see the full debate, it's down in the description box below. So let's get into what was said.
Well, one vegan activist wants to take things a lot further. He says that milk is murder.
That's because it is, Piers.
Lots of people, vegetarians for instance,
You're a vegetarian, aren't you?
who will happily consume dairy products
Yes.
and not think that they're doing anything wrong.
Well, that's true. They're disconnected from the process. I mean, 50% of the cow flesh in this country comes from spent dairy cows.
I made a point of calling it cow flesh and not beef. Instead of using a euphemism, I'd prefer to use what it actually is.
So all of the animals in the dairy industry will end up at a slaughterhouse. So they'll be killed against their will.
So a sort of efficient use of those animals then.
Oh, what a scumbag. What a scummy person to say that. Like she clearly doesn't believe, she's a vegetarian, so she clearly doesn't believe what she's saying, but she doesn't like him, probably, right? Do you know what I mean? Like there's got to be something going on here. Like she's seen his videos, she doesn't like him. That's the only reason I could see her saying something as callous as that. Like he's like, they're killed against their will in slaughterhouses. And the first thing she says, the first fucking words out of her disgusting little mouth at this point anyway, are, isn't that an effective use of the animal? You little fucking scumbag, man. I'm sorry, I've got nothing productive to say about that. I just think that's just a really scummy thing to say to a vegan. It's really insensitive. It's really offensive to them. It's not a good way to have a productive conversation, is it? Right? So immediately he's going up against not just Piers, who he expected to say shit like this, but also her, who you'd expect to be a little bit more on his side, maybe, anyway. JP and Julia just tipped, say it's going well, but Piers Morgan making our arguments is giving me cognitive dissonance. Yeah, because it's like, wait a minute, I don't like Piers, but he sounds like he's making sense right now.
An efficient use, but not a moral use?
It doesn't make it moral whether it's an efficient use of an animal. If we were talking about dogs in those slaughterhouses, we'd never say that that's moral.
The reason I went straight to dogs is because of the interview I watched prior, so I wanted to bring the dogs into it because they understood that. Now let's see what Anthony Worrell Thompson comes in with me on.
I like, by the way, that Joey kept his cool there when she said that shit to him, like the effective use thing, because I mean, I would find it hard because I said it's scummy, and I would acknowledge that you're being scummy right now. That's a really nasty thing to say to somebody who you know cares about animals. And the wording that I just used, for you to come back with that, I'm using emotional wording because it is an emotional thing that I feel emotional about. For you to then come back and say something as nasty as that about killing something, you know, it's really like you're doing it because you want to cause a problem, right? I would be tempted to call it out, but he did. I think what he did is right, to be honest.
This is the food chain.
This is the food chain. Haven't heard that one before.
You know, the spider eats the fly, the cat eats the mouse. You know, a tiger would eat us if we got in its way. That is what's been going on for 8,000 years. We've been drinking milk.
So he's appealing to tradition, he's appealing to nature, he's saying because a tiger would kill and eat us, that's okay for us to kill and eat innocent animals that wouldn't attack us. Logical fallacies galore.
In the environment, animals eat out of necessity. They eat each other out of necessity. We have alternatives now. 30 different plant-based milks in the supermarket.
And very expensive they are too.
And very expensive. For a carton of soy milk, you're looking at £1 or £1.50. I mean,
yeah.
$2. Not expensive at all.
You're also sat on TV with Anthony Worrell Thompson, who is rich, Piers Morgan, who is rich, and I can't remember the other one, who is rich. They're all rich. They're all very well off. They've all got, like, you know, enough money to buy pretty much whatever they want from the supermarket, however often they want it. And soy milk's fucking cheap. But I want to just revisit his point where he's like, the spider eats the fly, the lion eats the... They say this stuff, and when the way he's saying it, it's like... It sounds so wholesome, doesn't it? Right? It's like it's such like a wholesome thing. To try we've heard the circle of life. I think it's the Lion King, maybe the influence of the Lion King, or this idea of like we eat them and then they eat this and then it's a cycle and then it's all beautiful and then nature's beautiful, and it's like, no, nature's not beautiful. It's far from beautiful in many ways. Nature's savage. There's nothing like, okay, the way it all works, as in like how things come together, can be beautiful, I suppose, yeah, but in terms of like what some animals go through in nature, like in this cycle, it's like it's not something to aspire to. That's what I'm trying to say. You look at a lion killing a deer or whatever, an antelope, you're not like, yeah, fuck yeah, that's awesome, we need more of that. You're like, fucking hell, that's violent. Like, I think maybe like I don't want to be that violent. Like, can we be less violent than the lions, maybe? Could we, as humans, do something about that, or should we aspire to be as violent and as you know, cold and killer as a lion, right? As much of a cold killer as a lion, like a fucking like basically lions. You could consider them to be psychopathic in that they have absolutely no empathy for the animal they're killing. They are incapable of having empathy for. So to be like a lion would mean to be like a psych, to be like Dexter. Like, if you've watched, I'm watching Dexter, that's why it's on my mind. But like, to be like Dexter, to have absolutely no empathy at all, is that something to aspire to, Anthony Worrell Thompson? I don't fucking think so. But that's with the logical conclusion of, it's the life cycle. Well, you want to be like the other animals, really, bro? You want to be like that? No, I don't think so.
You know, we need to give people...
$2 for soy milk.
It's still quite a lot of money compared to...
It's still quite a lot of money. I mean, come on. Shut up. Now, we all know that dairy products are subsidised from the government as well, but let's just look at the water use. For 1 litre of dairy milk, we're looking at 1,000 litres of water, so it costs more than just money.
And have you tried drinking tea with soy milk?
I mean, I guarantee he hasn't tried tea with soy milk.
Delicious. Have you ever tried? Have you ever tried almond milk, rice milk, coconut milk?
But Joey,
Why are we?
And here he is claiming that he's tasted all of the plant milks. But I doubt it.
Why are we still breastfeeding from a cow?
Why are we still breastfeeding from a cow? Let's see how he answers.
As full-grown adults, why are we still breastfeeding? We stopped breastfeeding as a toddler.
But plenty.
True. No answer. Interesting,
Yeah.
Piers. Couldn't answer that one, could you?
Well, there's
We're
rice
allergic
milk.
to
There's
those.
plenty of other different milks, not just
None
nut
of those
milks.
contain the same nutrients that dairy
Joey,
milk.
sure.
Now she's claiming that none of these plant milks contain the same nutrients in that dairy milk contains. Now, we're forgetting some things that dairy does contain. Saturated fat, cholesterol, IGF-1, hormones, pus, blood. What about all those things?
Where does calcium come from? Plants originally. How does the cow get the calcium in their body? Plants. We can get calcium from plants.
Yeah.
Imagine that. We can get calcium from plants.
Yeah,
What
but
have you
the
got against?
calcium
What have you got
that's
against
improved.
plants?
Here we go.
Oh my.
Plants are living things.
He's just a straight up cunt, isn't he? I think if you look up the word cunt in the dictionary, you'll probably find often used by Ricky Gervais and then 2 Piers Morgan. That's what you would get. Those are the 2 definitions of the word cunt.
Plants are living things. I didn't think he was going to go there, but he went there.
They're not sentient. They don't have a central
How do you
nervous
know?
system.
How do I know what plants feel? Now, we're talking to, Piers Morgan here on national television.
Do you think stabbing a puppy dog in the throat is the same as cutting up a carrot?
How do you know what plants? Feel?
Oh, I just get the word, the C word. I don't want to overuse it. I know it's a strong word, but God, every time I hear him talk like that, it just pops into my head again. How do you know what a plant feels? How do you know what a plant feels? Okay, what a numpty. Anyway,
How do I know a carrot doesn't feel pain when you stab a knife into it? And how do I know a puppy dog does? I mean, this is the level of intelligence we're talking about here.
They're living, but they're not sentient.
You don't mind slaughtering living plants?
Terrible argument. I think Anthony's on my side here.
Piers, I
Because
think
they
this
don't feel
argument,
pain.
that argument's really
If you're in
weak.
hospital and you're paralysed, what do they call you? A vegetable.
You think my argument's weak?
I think
Actually,
your
more above
argument
them.
is weak.
Even Anthony thought your argument was weak. Let's just say plants on some planet did feel pain. Animals are consuming 16 times more plants to make 1 kilo of their flesh. So we're
Absolutely.
killing less plants by just eating the plants ourselves.
But don't forget, guys, plant lives matter. Yeah, we need more activists like Piers out there because this is a social justice movement. We need to get out on the streets, guys. We need to get people to take the knee for plants. We need to get the politicians and all the big corporations on board. We need green squares. We need green out Tuesday. Okay, green squares. Everybody, green squares on Instagram because plant lives matter. All right, this is overlooked. We need to stop people going out and killing plants, right? It's really important, all right? And Piers Morgan can be the figurehead, poster boy of this movement, PLM. PLM, guys, we need it.
Plants are not sentient, they don't feel pain.
A lot of people might be tempted to take up a more vegan-based diet, but they hate this kind of vegan terrorism that's going on.
Vegans are terrorists. More people would take up this plant-based way of eating. More people would stop abusing and terrorizing animals if it wasn't for vegan terrorists. Imagine that logic, calling those who are trying to stop the terrorism of animals terrorists.
Imagine how much of a sheltered, privileged life you must lead to think that a vegan telling you, hey, you should stop putting blades across animals' throats is terrorism. It's like, mate, Piers, and anyone who's saying vegan terrorists, why don't you take yourself to a country where there is conflict from literal terrorists and go live there for a little bit, right? And then maybe, just maybe, you'll stop using the word terrorist so much, right? Get that shit out of your vocabulary until you actually know what real terrorism looks like, until you've actually experienced it and really experienced what it is, or maybe you've been close to it, so you see the damage it does, you see the pain it causes and the suffering it causes. Then maybe, just maybe, you'll think twice before you call Joey Carbstrong a terrorist for sitting on daytime TV in an air-conditioned studio with thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of cameras in complete and utter safety and security, right? Comfortable, secure, getting paid. You're all getting paid, apart from Joey, getting paid a lot of money, and then calling him a terrorist for coming into that environment and saying you shouldn't drink cow's milk. It's for cows because it's not good for the animals. It doesn't make him a terrorist. Is the quick, the too long didn't read point I'm trying to make is that holy shit, you can't call him a terrorist for that.
It's about the animals.
It's not about the vegans or the vegan terrorists. It's about the animals.
Are you against animal cruelty?
Are you against animal cruelty? Now, I already knew he was because of his prior interview.
I'm against animal cruelty.
Of course, it's not cruel to bolt
I'm
gun
against
and slash-
human cruelty.
Me too.
We all are. We are all against human cruelty. You can't be against animal cruelty and human cruelty as well. Of course you can.
I don't kill humans either, but to kill animals for a product we don't need is cruel.
He didn't have an answer for that. Interesting how he didn't have many answers.
You have every right to be a vegan, as I have every right to be a meat eater. And you can do that. But please don't thrust the message down everyone's throats that we all have to change to veganism.
The only beings
It's
who are
totally
being
wrong.
thrusted are the animals who are being forced into slaughterhouses for an unnecessary reason. You just said that you're against animal cruelty,
course
so this
I
is
am.
your belief.
Whoa. The only beings who
fiery.
are being forced are the animals who are being forced into slaughterhouses. And the thing is about forcing opinions. I mean, if people are out there abusing dogs or abusing children and there's a bunch of activists who are speaking up against it, no one's going to say you're forcing your opinion. People are going to say thank you for sticking up for these children who are being abused. And
also what Anthony Wall Thompson was, when he said that to him just now, when Joey said that to him, said, this is your opinion. This is your opinion. It's like when he says, are you all against animal cruelty? Yes, we are. Okay. So if they then go out and start speaking, like they did the dogs, remember the clips earlier, they were talking about, oh, but you know, we don't agree with the dog thing. We don't agree with that. And they would probably try to get people to stop killing dogs if people were doing it in the UK. But it wouldn't be forcing their opinions then, would it? It's only forcing the opinion when it's facing up to something you don't like. Then you're being forced. Then it's always being forced down my throat because I don't like it. But the thing is, it's not an opinion. The opinions that Joey is bringing up here and pushing and he's been invited on to fucking push these things. So anyway, they all agree. It's just that he's living by them. He lives by what he preaches and they don't. That is the difference here. He's not forcing anything on them. They are just hypocrites. So they feel like they're being forced. Something's being forced on them, but it's not. He's just saying, great, we all agree. So why are you guys not doing what you agree with? Why are you guys not living what you believe? Like, I'm not forcing. This is your view. Like, we're all the same. We all hold the same position. So why the fuck are you now fighting with me all of a sudden as if you don't hold that position, right? This is one of the. I think it's just what happens with meat flakes. I think it's just it's one of the things that drives them like that, drives them forward like that. You know, it's like in a situation where maybe you were the same as them, right? Imagine if you're also a meat eater, they're a meat eater, and you bring this conversation up, you will agree till the cows come home, no pun intended. You will agree on everything. There'll be no argument because one of you isn't morally, let's say, consistent, right? But if one of you is morally consistent, the other one isn't, you can't, there's only a certain amount you can agree on before the other one has to either accept they are inconsistent, which they fucking will not do. They hate it. And that's what you need them to do. That's how they go vegan. They accept that they're wrong. Or they fight, and then all of a sudden, you're in this fight, which is what he's seeing right now. This is exactly what's going on.
These dogs who are being abused, but as soon as it's cows, chickens, or pigs, everyone's like, "Oh, stop forcing your opinions." I mean, it's just completely ridiculous.
You shouldn't be exploiting animals, period.
Right, so your issue is not really about milk, is it? Your issue is just anything to do with animals you've got a problem with.
Anything to do with animal exploitation, yes.
Right?
Using animals and viewing them as products is a moral issue.
Well, what is wrong with a cow being milked for milk?
What isn't wrong with it? Infant animals being taken away from their mother. Bobby calves are all bolt gunned in the head, sometimes on their first day of life. Sexual abuse, exploitation.
Hey, but don't forget, guys, if you give them 10 kilograms of grain first, you can fist them all day, as much as you want, right? And you can enjoy it too. Let's not forget that farmer, that Australian farmer. He gave us all permission to fist cows in the ass and enjoy it, but just make sure they're getting 10 kilos of grain, all right? And not just cows, any animal. And even humans, if you want to take it all the way. I mean, what's the difference at the end of the day, right? You give a human, you give a vegan some seitan, some nice seitan, some of those vegan cheese fried things that he was eating earlier, right? Some nice big burgers, that pastrami thing he was eating as well, right? Vegan pastrami. Get them all fattened up, give them a nice milkshake with some biscuits and stuff in the top, some gold sprinkles, right? And you can fist the fuck out of them. Because that's what that farmer was saying is totally okay. So just remember this, guys, we need to keep this in mind. Yeah, we need to... Today is a day of life lessons, all right? And we need to take life lessons from every video. and from especially from these meat flakes. Obviously, Joey's giving good lessons, but I'm talking about the lessons that we didn't know before, like the things that Joey's saying. I think we're all on board. We all agree, but the things that they're saying, we need to take. We can't just be one-sided here, guys. So make sure we take these lessons from these people. Make sure we take some life lessons from that, especially from that farmer.
I mean, all of them go to the slaughterhouse. What isn't wrong with milk?
It's unnecessary. Why do you
Well,
need
I like
breast
milk.
milk?
Joey,
You
it's
need
not.
breast milk from a cow. You're not a baby cow, bro.
It is not unnecessary now.
You're not a baby.
I love how he repeated it. One of my favorite bits of this is when he said, "I'm not a baby cow, bro," and I think in his head, in Piers's head, he's like, Joey sounds so stupid right now. I'm not a baby cow, bro. And look, he's about to look at the camera. He's about to look around as if to say, how dumb is that? Without realizing he's just been absolutely memed. You know, like he looks so fucking stupid here. Look.
Cow, you're a human being.
Guys,
he looks, you know, he's like,
I am certainly not a baby cow, bro.
Yeah, you sound so cool there, Piers. Yeah, you've really owned Joey by repeating what he said, which is completely correct, and everybody agreed. I think even the non-vegans, I remember seeing this around everywhere, and in the comments, people were against Piers here because repeating what Joey said in a comedic way, he thought that would like, because you know what he said was so stupid. Right? That's what he was thinking. Oh, that's such a stupid comment to say, Joey. I'm going to repeat it so everyone sees how stupid you are. But actually, that was one of Joey's best lines of the whole thing. That was the thing that got, you know, that hit harder than everything else because of how it had comedy, right? It had truth. And because of the reaction Piers gave, it became the takeaway message. Like, I remember this was everywhere. It was all over the place. I think it was even like featured in some articles, some like about Piers. It was on the internet. It was on YouTube. YouTube videos were everywhere about it. And I just love how Piers thinks he's like got Joey back here by repeating it a few times. And he's just making it so much better. You really solidified it, bro.
It's not unnecessary.
So good.
If you don't want to be called a baby cow, you better stop acting like a baby cow and get off the titty juice, mate.
Got millions and millions of things. What are you going to do with them?
There's a t-shirt as well. I don't know if Joey made the t-shirt or if someone else made it for him, sold it. Let me find it. It was quite funny. I think it was a t-shirt. I don't know. Or there was at least a meme. That's for sure. Yeah, there's still some t-shirts out there now. There's a meme somewhere as well. There's a good meme that was going around. Someone did like a really nice artistic, render of it. It was pretty cool, like a nice drawing. I think it was. Oh wait, it was a drawing. Wait, let's find it actually, because it was of Piers. Here it is. I'll pull it up 1 minute. It's coming, guys. It's coming. There you go. Have a look at that. Oh no, I need to here we go. Oh, there you go. This is great, isn't it? If someone didn't put that on a t-shirt, then that's just a missed opportunity, you know? Big time. It should have been put on someone's t-shirt somewhere, right? Brilliant. Yeah, Choice Bison. That's exactly right. Yeah, that's Choice Bison who made it. Actually, I should probably find the original, right? To do him justice. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I don't know where it is. I don't know if he's council. Anyway, whatever. It's great. That's the point. It's great.
There's millions and millions of animals. What are we going to do with them if we stop drinking their breast milk?
What is your practical stance to do
I'll
with
give
that?
you an answer to that. As more and more of us go
Oh, there you go. Joey's mentioned. I actually did a meme contest for this and featured the winner on my IG. So was that actually the winner? Joey, if you want to send me the winner, send it on Instagram and I'll put it up so everybody can have a look.
plant-based and vegan, gradually we'll stop forcibly breeding all these animals into existence and the numbers will slowly decline.
And the world's not going to go vegan overnight.
Are you a man of peace? Is what this really boils down to?
What it really boils down to, Joey, is are you, personally, a man of peace?
Am I a man of peace? Yes, I am.
I had a thought.
Yeah, we know where he's... I mean, obviously we've seen it, so it's easy for us to say where he's going with this, but again, because Piers is a cunt, this is what he planned all along. You can see when he's saying this, he's got something in his hand because he's about to... He's about to start reading off that, you see? He's a prick. He's got a list of things about Joey, and he's about to go for it. And I mean, Joey's going to talk now and tell us, you know, if he saw this coming or not. I'm pretty sure he saw it.
What it really boils down to, Joey, is are you, personally, a man of peace?
Am I a man of peace? Yes, I am.
I had a thought. He's going to bring up my past. My past has been open for years on the internet. I'm the one who's, let people know about my past. It's been part of me changing my ways. Now, are you a man of peace? Let's see what he whips out.
Thing is, the reason he's about to go into this, he knows that you've been open about it, right? He's not an idiot. He knows that it's been open and it's available for everyone to see. But what he's realizing is that people watching on TV, they don't know who Joey is, right? They know who Piers is. And at this point, Joey is making Piers look like a fucking numpty, isn't he? Like a complete moron, making him look like the cunt he is. So for Piers to get a bit of his own back here, he's got this prepped statement, right? So we can start putting dents in Joey's credibility, which you'd hope it wouldn't, right? But there's definitely I remember Joey handled this really well. But if Joey doesn't handle this well, what Piers is about to do, it could potentially undermine everything that he's just been talking about, right? This is what Piers is trying to do. This is what he's a grade A, top class, top of the class, cream of the crop cunt.
You don't believe in harming other human beings?
No, I don't believe in harming other human beings anymore. Of course I don't.
In September 2011, you were arrested when police found a loaded sawn-off pump-action
rifle. Character attack.
As if he whips that out in a debate about dairy. I mean, I got onto this show to talk about whether or not milk is murder. Now, if you Google up Joey Carbstrong, the first article's going to come up. Newspapers have already gone into my criminal history. I've been quite open about why I went to prison, carrying a loaded firearm. Now, obviously I don't harm humans anymore, but I was in gangs, gang violence. I mean, I'm defending myself as well. Back then, drinking alcohol, consuming all types of drugs. I've been very open about that. To whip that out in a debate as an argument for drinking dairy, what's that? It's a logical fallacy, isn't it?
He's on his back foot. This is all he's got. This is all he's got. And because he's a scumbag and a cunt, this is what he does. He's got nothing else to go for. He can't just acknowledge that, like, all right, thanks for coming on, Joey. You've whatever. I lose. He has to have an attack to that he knows. Well, he thinks he can win this. He thinks because of this criminal record, he can get him here, right? It's like this is his smoking gun. This is Piers going for the silver bullet, the stake to the heart. He thinks he's got him. That's why he's done this.
He's trying to attack me instead of attacking the message. Trying to attack my character. It's irrelevant to whether or not dairy is cruel.
No,
Has this got anything to do with the topic at hand?
Well, okay.
It's a character attack
It's called a
on
fact.
my past.
It's called a fact.
Everyone has a past, old Piers, don't they? Everyone up on that panel has a past. Even Anthony, you do.
Okay.
Well, Piers was hacking dead people's phones, wasn't it? Or was that debunked? I don't know. I know he was doing some nasty shit, right? But it's good that you didn't drag that up, actually, I think, Joey. I think it's good to don't go to his level, right?
Down with a pump-action rifle down your trousers.
Would this be relevant if I was speaking up against dog abuse or child abuse?
I'm asking you a question.
Would my past be relevant if I was speaking up against child abuse or dog abuse? That's a very interesting question. Or would people just be like, great, congratulations, thanks for turning your life around and helping out these children and these dogs who are being abused?
No, of course not. If Joey went up there with these guys and they were talking about, if they were talking about child abuse, right? And if Joey was like a leading charge, like he's at the forefront of a anti-child abuse movement, anti-child abuse organization, like say he's running one and he's trying to get people to be more conscious of, like, I don't know, keep an eye on your neighbors, keep an eye on other kids at school, like ask your kids to, like, inform you if you see anything, things like that. They wouldn't be sat there being like, that's all good and well, Joey, that you're helping out with all these kids and, it's great, but would you say you're a man of peace? Yeah. Well, I've got here that in 2011 you had a sawn-off shotgun. Like, why would you try to undermine his point trying to help kids? Well, they wouldn't, because they are also completely pro helping kids, and none of them would be publicly admitting that they're child abusers if they were child abusers. But it's publicly acceptable to admit live on TV that you're an animal abuser or that you are pro-animal abuse because it tastes good, right? It's socially acceptable. So when he goes on and says, hey guys, shouldn't abuse animals. I know you do, and I know you like it, and I used to like it, and I probably still would like the taste if I ate it, but hey, we don't need to do it. Let's eat something else. They're like, well, it says here that you had a sawn-off shotgun, Joey, so, we shouldn't trust you. It's like, bro, What the fuck, man? And it's just so pathetic, isn't it? It is next level pathetic. I'm gonna drop another C-bomb. One more C-bomb for Piers before the video's over, but I'm gonna save it, all right? Because it's only one, and because it's a good word, it's a great word. But the more we use it, the less impactful it gets, you know? So let's save one. Let's just, when he's like an ultimate one, we'll throw it out again.
There's no way to have a debate on
Piers,
dairy.
Piers, everyone makes mistakes.
Wait a minute.
It's
I'm simply asking a question.
Okay. Got quite heated here.
Was your intention with the bullets and the rifle and the flick knife to cause harm to human beings?
Okay, let me answer that. What has this got to do with dairy to start with? I mean, this is a distraction, diversion, real diversion. But I answer him. I used to consume animal products 3 times a day as well, so I was harming animals and humans, okay? But I changed my life around and now I'm vegan. Now, just because I did something wrong in the past doesn't mean I can't do something right now. How does that justify your abuse of dairy cows so you can have milk in your coffee?
Boom. I'm really, really glad because that he got that out. That whole sentence, that whole whatever phrase, all of that, it's so good. And it's so hard to when someone's coming after you for something you did in the past, it must be so difficult to stay calm because you've put that behind you, right? When you're someone like Joey, someone who's had a past like that, that shit, you want that shit to stay in the past. It's over. It's done. You regret it. You wish it didn't happen. You wish it didn't go down that way. And you're trying to rebuild a life after that. Last thing you do is last thing you want to happen is to have someone pull that shit up in an irrelevant discussion to try and put you down. Like, why would you use my past to hurt me right now when we're supposed to be having a discussion? Well, that's because Piers is hurt and he's trying to hurt Joey back. But the difference is the way Joey's hurting Piers, that's Piers' fault that he's hurting, right? Joey's not trying to hurt him. Piers is getting hurt because Joey's facts are offensive to Piers, and Piers is still doing the horrible things. Joey did horrible things in the past. It's not fair to keep hurting him for those things now. But Piers does that because he's a fucking... We're going to reserve the word, okay? We're going to reserve the word. This is not the time for it, all right? It's not time for a C-bomb, but he is still one right now.
Exactly. It doesn't justify his abuse of dairy cows currently. Now, anyone can do something wrong in the past and turn their life around.
You've had to flee here, bud. Why don't you tell folks? Yeah, you fled here. Why don't you go back and face the charges for the hacking scandal?
I never saw that. Holy shit.
Question. How many
Why'd you get fired from the Daily Mirror for putting out fake stories?
Ooh. Everyone's got a pass, Piers.
I had no idea that Alex Jones called him out like that. That's so good. Shit, how have I missed? There's so many clips that I've missed. I didn't know that they were talking about dog stuff. I didn't know that Piers got dressed down by fucking Alex Jones. I've seen Piers get absolutely destroyed by Ben Shapiro. That was very entertaining. I don't know if you guys haven't seen that. Look, whether you love or hate Ben Shapiro, all right, it's kind of like, look, between Piers Morgan and Ben Shapiro, right? I think we're all going to choose to side with Ben Shapiro. Let's be honest, okay? Out of the two of them, one of them is definitely way worse than the other, right? So anyway, Ben Shapiro absolutely ruins him, confronts him, and when he's against somebody who is, well, pretty much like Joey now, like pretty much every time Piers goes against somebody who knows more about the topic than him, like Joey knows more about the animals and veganism, right? So Piers resorts to shitty behavior. Ben Shapiro knows more about American politics and American, what's the word I'm looking for? Topics, you know, American life, American society. So he destroys Piers there. Alex Jones, again, Alex Jones, call him whatever, he's definitely a bit mental, but the dude does his background research. He is far, far more equipped to do research on people than Piers, so he gets destroyed again. This guy is a complete fraud, Piers, isn't he? A complete fraud. He knows top-level stuff about things and tries to play off like he's an expert, but every time he comes up against an actual expert, he gets shown up like here.
I mean, you were a pretty violent guy, right?
I used to be.
Yeah. And pretty voracious.
And you can't turn your life around and do something good for animals?
Exactly. Everyone is entitled. Piers, leave him alone.
Let him go. Let him go. I want to see. Seems like Anthony was very defensive of me there. Leave him alone. I mean, I've got a thick skin. Anthony obviously doesn't really know me, but I thought it was really sweet of him to come behind me and go, leave him alone. This is a personal attack.
It was actually nice that and it made me think, I think of the three of them, and Anthony Warhol Thompson is the one who is the most genuine. Like, I know earlier on he was saying some shit that was dumb, but that I don't think he was saying it with any malice. Whereas Piers and Amanda, I think her name is, they clearly have malice for Joey, and I don't know why. I know why Piers does, because Piers is it's coming. But with her, I reckon she's watched his videos, right? And she knows what he's like, and she doesn't fucking like him. She just doesn't like him because she's got malice in the questions that she's put to him and the points she's put to him. So is Piers. Anthony Warhol Thompson doesn't feel like he has any malice or any kind of ill thoughts for Joey at all. Like, he seems just to be genuine, like, hey, I just want to tell you what I think, and I think you might not be right here, and that's why he's backing him up now. It's like, wait a minute, whoa, this wasn't an attack. It's supposed to be having a debate. It's supposed to be a discussion, not an attack on who he is as a person. That's fucked up. And it's nice that he, you know, some people are, frankly, some people are complete pussies, and they would see this attack happening, and because they don't want to get attacked, they just sit there and go, oh yeah, oh, this is crazy. But like, it takes some guts to do what Anthony Warhol Thompson did there, and to be like, no, this is not okay, and to be like, stop it, like, in a friendly way. It takes guts to do that. So I gave him, he won a bit of respect for me there, even though, like, you know, he's not on the same side. He won a bit of respect for me for being respectful and saying, hey, come on guys, like, back the fuck up, basically, but in a morning TV friendly way, like, back the fuck up, Piers, but like, you know, in a nicer way.
It's got nothing to do with the debate on dairy. I mean,
I realise that veganism, it's not my thing, but I realise it's a growing thing.
It is.
It's
not your thing. You just said you're against animal cruelty and it's not your thing. So what? Animal cruelty is your thing? Abusing animals is your thing? Slaughterhouses are your thing?
My problem is this kind of vegan
definitely not Piers'
terrorism that goes on.
The only terrorism that is happening is the animals who are being terrorised in abattoirs and farms for milk in your tea, Piers.
He's against animal cruelty, so
everyone that drinks milk, according to you, is a murderer.
That is a straw man fallacy. I never said everyone who drinks milk is a murderer. I'm saying milk products are murder. They cause murder. Now, does that mean everyone's conscious of it? Are they conscious murderers? No.
No, not consciously. They don't know. But now you know what happens to animals in slaughterhouses so you can have milk in your coffee. And what are you going to do about it?
Now you know, Piers. Now you know.
Yep.
And you are conscious of it. And what are you going to do to change that?
A lot of cows that get milk don't go to slaughterhouses.
Not all cows that get milked go to slaughterhouses.
So where the fuck do they go then, you know? Like, where does he think that they just stay on the farm and then they get put in like a nice cow bed with a nice, you know, the ECG machine, and then, you know, in their old age, and it's like, you know, you go in and it's beeping away, and they're just like, oh, hey everyone, you know, I'm retired, but you know, I didn't have much time to enjoy my retirement because they were milking me all the way up until my final, you know, until my final drop, and now I'm just here at the farm. I'm surrounded by all of my cows, my babies that I had, including the male ones, because they weren't sent to slaughter, remember? You know, they stay here. And then we're all just together, we're all around, and the farmer comes in and goes, it's time. We have to turn off the machine. I'm sorry. She's not gonna make it tonight. This is the right thing to do. We're doing it for her, okay? We're doing it for her. Yeah, that's how it goes down, guys. That's how most dairy cows, that's how it goes. They don't get sent to slaughterhouses because farmers are not about profit, okay? They don't care about profit. They only care about the animals. So even though they could make a good amount of money for sending them to the slaughterhouse and selling them for meat, they don't do that because they care more about the cow. They care more about the cow. They don't want to send their cow to a slaughterhouse or even kill them on the farm. No. They just keep on feeding them, getting them veterinary treatment forever until eventually they die of old age, right? Because that's a solid business model. It's a strong business model. That's how they work, most of them.
Piers
By
Morgan.
the way, sarcastic, guys. I mean, come on, if you're not getting that sarcasm.
2018. It seems like you did more research on me than you did on the dairy industry.
Did.
You don't know nothing about the industry, my friend.
we do.
Know nothing about it. They all get slaughtered. They all get slaughtered.
Joey, the trouble is, I think even if Piers does know what happens, that for lots of people that's not a problem.
Well, you know what? There's billions of other people who would see what happens to dairy cows in slaughterhouses, would see their infants being taken away from them and killed, who would have a problem with that. Yep. So luckily, not all of us are like Piers.
I've seen the animals were being abused and chopped up on my plate, and I felt hypocrisy in my heart. What we have to do is be consistent with that.
Lots of people don't see. I personally don't eat meat, but lots of people don't see it as hypocrisy.
Why would those people on that panel so vehemently defend dogs, but be happy for cows to go to the slaughterhouse for their dairy? I mean, Piers said it himself.
We do lay ourselves open, do we not, as a country, to a charge of utter hypocrisy.
The country is left open to a charge of hypocrisy.
I love vegan people who want, because they are the only pure people. Vegetarians aren't pure.
He is paying a bit of lip service to veganism.
Pure
Yeah, I
people.
love vegans. I
That's a
love
weird
your
word to
views,
use.
and I love that you have those views. Don't force them on me, though. But he does get it. I felt like Anthony was one of the most honest people on that panel. He really was.
Yeah, he's the only honest one on that panel.
Want to get rid of animal cruelty, you go
Yeah,
vegan,
exactly.
and that is right.
You do too, though, don't you?
But I want to get. I will progress. I'm eating more plant-based diets, but I still like
You're
my
a
meat.
chef. You know how to make things out of
course
plants.
I do.
Are slaughterhouses necessary?
All right.
Yes, at the moment they are.
A necessity. Do you need it fundamentally for your survival or your health? Do we need slaughterhouses? Of course we don't.
He had to say that, otherwise you would have, you've got him in a corner. He had to say that they need them, right? This is the thing. We get that to that point again where you either admit inconsistency and hypocrisy, or you argue. Most people can't admit the inconsistency or the hypocrisy. They can't admit they're wrong, especially not on live TV.
You renounce all violence against, for instance, the farming industry or butcher shops.
I've never advocated for violence to spread a peaceful message.
There was a time early in my activism where I was quite extreme in the things I've said, and I've admitted those things and publicly renounced them.
So anything
I've said in the past, I've changed my advocacy. When I first went vegan, I was quite angry about what was happening to animals, and rightly so. If they were dogs,
some paper.
Have you ever seen the comment section
Something's coming.
when there's some dog cruelty and someone's abusing a dog, and the comment section full of people who aren't vegan going, that person who's abusing the dog deserves exactly what he's doing to that dog to happen to him. I hope he gets karma. I hope he dies. Blah, 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 blah.
Yep.
You read it. People can turn really ugly when they see someone harming an innocent animal. And that, I admit, that's how I used to react. A normal emotional response to seeing someone abusing cows or shooting animals.
Alongside the video entitled Ethical Hunters Deserve a Bullet in the Head, you wrote, I hope one of these bleeps accidentally shoot one of their own family members in the face.
Now,
yeah, I'm sorry, first of all, it's really funny. But like, I don't see a problem with that statement in the sense of like, I hope one of these assholes, or I hope one of these farmers accidentally shoots one of their own family members in the face. Okay, expand on that, as opposed to shooting an animal in the face, right? The reason is it's not like you're like, I hope a human dies. It's not what you're saying. You're saying, I hope that they do this rather than an animal, so they can understand that they shouldn't be doing it. It's like, it's not like it's not, I don't know, it's weird. It's not like if I say something like that, I don't want this to happen, right? Of course I don't want this to happen. But if it did happen, it would be a good fucking lesson, wouldn't it? I hope it doesn't happen, right? But when you say that kind of phrase like that, oh, I hope they get what's coming to them. Oh, I hope this happens to them. Or I hope they get what happens. I hope what they're doing to others happens to them. It's like, it's not like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like, you don't hope that a slaughter worker ends up hung upside down in a slaughterhouse having their throat slit. You don't hope that happens. But at the same time, if it did happen, it wouldn't be like a celebration, but you'd be like, well, they've got a taste of what it feels like to be one of the beings they're doing this to. So do you get what I mean? It's not like you're praying to the gods, by the way, because there are 2,000 of them, for something like this to happen. You're not desperate for this to happen, right? But at the same time, you do hope people get a taste of their own medicine. I guess that's what I'm trying to say here, right? Yeah, Joey's there. I was wishing karma on people who do bad things to animals. Exactly. That you hope that people who do bad things get a bit of a taste of what they do, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're advocating for violence. So you hope there is violence. You just kind of like, it would be great if they got a taste of it, so they would stop doing it. That's what I see that kind of statement as. But then obviously, saying that, that's how I see it. That's how Joey sees it. But there are definitely vegans out there, and also not just vegans, there are loads of people out there who genuinely would say something like this, like, I hope that person gets, and they mean it, right? So, it is what it is. We live in a world full of many different people who get angry and react in many different ways about many different things, and some of them are more violently inclined than others. It's what it is, but it's not me and it's not Joey, and And that's, I guess it's not the majority of people don't actually hope something like this happens, you know?
Now, this is all online for everyone to see. The media have taken, you know, things I said 2 years ago when I was quite an aggressive activist, and they're using it. And now Piers is using it in a debate, you know, to do with dairy, which is completely like, it's a side issue.
Yeah.
What I used to say bears no weight on how cruel the dairy industry is now and whether we should be supporting the dairy industry. I mean,
Keyword.
That was 2 years ago.
2016.
2 years
when
ago.
I first went vegan and I seen people hunting innocent
Right.
animals. If they were hunting dogs, have you ever seen dog cruelty videos in
But
the
you
comment
just
section?
said
exactly. The comment section, you check. All non-vegans.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy deserves exactly. Oh, I can't believe he harmed that poor dog. Oh, if I got my hands on him.
Another video in 2016, it's only 2 years ago, another video in 2016. Australian
Come on,
dairy farmers should do the cows a favour, kill yourselves.
Come on, mate, you're reaching at the bottom of the barrel. The media have already taken all of that and ran with it. We've already seen all the articles. What else have you got?
Hey, do I stand by that statement? I've publicly renounced those.
Mate, that was 2 years ago. All right, we got...
Yeah, I can't explain that one away, Joey. That's fucking intense, man. But no, but I know the frustration. I do know the frustration of like when you start to figure out what the fuck is going on, and you can say things that you wish you didn't say, for sure. I'm sure if someone went and dragged up things that I've posted in the past, they'd probably be like, oh shit, you know, and I'd have to like also be like, oh, I still don't stand by that. Like I've removed a few videos from my YouTube over the past couple of years that I didn't stand by. Not quite the same as what Joey said here, that they, you know, should kill themselves, but more, I don't know, just opinions that I don't agree with anymore, because you change. I mean, when you first start kind of seeing this and really getting into these things, you can say things that are very extreme because you're seeing extreme things and they make you feel a way. Like if you know, when people go to like people see horrible things, like people who are working in places that are really horrible, people who are seeing things on a daily basis, like, I don't know, for example, exposed to things like, I don't know, police officers or people who go to the army, you're exposed to horrendous violence. You can end up saying and doing things that are because of what you've seen and what you've been exposed to. And I think a lot of vegans, when we first get exposed to the absolute horrors, we end up saying things that maybe are a little bit OTT, you know, that are a little bit shocking for people, or maybe even doing things sometimes that are a bit OTT because you are acting out because of the you know, how you feel. You feel very, very hurt and disgusted and angry. And it can go against you. Of course, it can go against you. It's one of those things. But as Joey said, he renounced those that thing that he said, and all this is back at the time anyway when all this shit was blowing up. I think it's all kind of dealt with now, and he's done. You know, you do what you need to do to move on. You know, you say like, oh, do you actually still stand by those things? Okay, then justify them. And if you don't, and you say, no, I don't stand by those things anymore. There's no justification for those things. That was pretty intense. Maybe not. Well, definitely, I shouldn't have said it, and that's it. Sorry, move on. You can't continue to punish people for things that they said that they now regret. Right? This is what cancel culture does, and this is 2018. So this is maybe the beginnings of when cancel culture got really intense, where people started dragging up things from like years ago to get people now, even if the people have already said sorry, or maybe they do say sorry, and they're like, hey, yeah, do you know what? That tweet was intense. I don't stand by that tweet now. Like, now I'm a bit older, a bit wiser, a bit more mature, and a bit more calm. I don't actually stand by what I said in that tweet. I regret that, actually. My bad, guys. My bad. But these days, you can't do that anymore. They'll use it and they'll try and take you down, and it'll be, people will make videos about it and they won't let it go. And if you go on a TV like now, they'll bring it up. Yeah. People need to be allowed to move the fuck on with their lives when they do something that they don't agree with. You know, when they admit they make a mistake, you need to be forgiven and move the fuck on. Like, imagine if we held every vegan to the same standard as Joey's being held to in this debate, right? And to say, oh, if someone comes over and goes, I'm a vegan now. And you're like, okay, yeah, great, cool. But you weren't vegan for how many years? How many years? 20 years, 25 years. You were killing animals for 25 years. Well, you so you're a peaceful person now? No, well, I mean, a peaceful person wouldn't do that for 25 years. So, you know, what have you got to say for yourself? How can you call yourself a peaceful person? How dare you call yourself a peaceful person? I've got this tweet from you here from 2 years ago saying, I love my beef burger, yum, yum, yum. Can you explain that? Well, yeah, you know, I wasn't vegan, but but you're a vegan now. Right, yeah, we're supposed to believe that? Can you imagine? You apply this kind of, you know, this kind of like intensity, holding someone to that kind of standard, right? Imagine we wouldn't be able to get anything done ever if everybody did that to each other all the fucking time.
You gotta leave it there.
That's all you got, mate.
That's all you got, mate. You gotta leave it there. Why did he do that? Because he's a cunt. There you go. Reserved it for the final moment. But he is number one. Number one.
That is your argument for consuming dairy. Whether or not milk is murder. Something I said. What has that got to do with anything? Complete diversion tactic, and that's the only ammunition he had. So that was the debate. I mean, it turned out quite well. Afterwards, I had a chat with some of the studio staff and really loved it. It was a lively debate.
You get those valid points across because it does make you think, and it will make people think. Baby cows.
But then that's good because people need to know that they're not baby cows.
Yeah.
You know, I felt like it
That's
went.
so funny. It's good because people need to know that they're not baby cows. I love that. Brilliant. That's really cool that the producers were more open, at least, right?
Reasonably well. The fact is, I'm a controversial figure in the movement. I have this controversial past, and they want to get me on the show. They want controversy. They want a lively debate, and they get one. They're going to get one. And yeah, my past isn't perfect. The media, they've been latching onto it, and even this story has already made 6 or 7 articles across the UK. So, what a way to make a comeback to the UK. I mean, so I'll leave it there.
Cool.
Piers, you know, why don't you get some proper arguments, stay on topic with the debate. You know you don't have any argument against veganism, just admit it. So thank you everyone for all your support. Damn, it feels good to be back here in the UK.
Publicly
I
renounce
hope
those.
not.
Mate, that was 2 years ago. All right, we've got to leave it there. We've got to leave it there.
Character attacks.
Thank you very much indeed. ITV has made...
So, and also, have you noticed, I don't think Earthling Ed has ever been on this show with Piers when he was there. And they would never invite Ed on, right? Not because Ed has better arguments than Joey. No, they're both perfectly equipped and both can argue perfectly well, calmly, as you saw Joey did, right? It's nothing to do with that. It's because Ed doesn't have this complicated background, right? That Piers can drag up and cause a drama with. Piers has no argument. None of them do. And they need to bring someone like Joey on because they can drag up his past. They can drag up that he's done this and that and this and that from years ago. And they can come out looking on top. They know if they brought Ed on, Ed's squeaky clean. There's nothing out there about him like that, right? Squeaky clean. They know he would sit there and calmly dismantle everything they're saying, just like Joey did, but even more calmly, because Ed's the king of calm, right? And they would have nothing to say. Nothing. They wouldn't be able to bring up some past. They wouldn't be able to bring up some abusive or potentially abusive things that he said or tweeted or made videos. They'd have nothing on him, so they wouldn't do it. That when Ed does go on a show, and he did go on recently, people just get fucking destroyed, and they've got nowhere to go. They've got no character attack to make. They've got nothing. But with Joey, they tend to they rile him up first of all, and then they use all this stuff against him, right? Or at least that's what Piers did, and that's what others have tried to do. But I think we've also got some others where Joey's been on where they've got him going again. Actually, they like getting Joey pissed off. But the good thing is, and actually another point to make here, by the way, don't think that this is negative in any way. What I'm saying here about Joey, the biggest difference I would say also between how Joey and Ed would work on TV is that there would be hardly any drama with Ed's, right? But also because of that, I would predict it would reach less people, right? I don't know. I've got no backup on this, but I'm just saying drama gets more people to watch, right? That's one of the reasons I would say that it could be advantageous to have Joey doing this with the drama included versus Ed doing it without the drama, because drama gets people to click, drama gets people to watch all the way through. It shocks them, you know? So I mean, obviously both approaches are great for what they are. Both are doing a great job. There's like kind of different styles of getting this message across. But I lean towards the drama side because drama cuts through the bullshit. It really does. That's when you look at my channel. Like, I'm effing and jeffing. I'm dropping C-bombs. I do lots of things that are kind of dramatic, and I try to use this to cut through the bullshit, and because I believe in it, I do believe the drama and the kind of spiciness is one of the best tactics in a world where people are completely overwhelmed by so much shit, you know, by so much like random shit. There's so many things to look at all the fucking time. You need to be something special to cut through that shit. So I think Joey does really, really well at cutting through the shit. And they bring him on because he's going to be dramatic, and I think it only helps that he's dramatic. I think it only helps that he's so direct and not aggressive, but someone says aggressive in the comments. I wouldn't say aggressive, but I don't know the word, direct. Just very, very direct and very bold, and I don't know, yeah, brazen. I guess could be whatever. What is that? Is that from like the 30s, 1930s? Brazen. I don't know, but I'm gonna pee. I need to pee, guys. So I'm gonna bring Annie here. Annie's going to come in and talk to you a little bit about the sanctuary that we're raising money for, and I'm going to go pee because I'm going to pee myself otherwise. Too much information, guys, but hey, it is what it is. I can hear her on the way. I think. Hello, Annie, are you coming? All right, cool. So everybody enjoy Annie, who's going to come and she's going to come and chat to you guys for a little bit. She's much prettier than me, so that'll be nice. A nice break. And she's going to talk to you about Vrouva Animal Sanctuary, the one that we're raising money for today. There they are. And there we go, Annie. Oh, how is my leg aching from sitting? I must have been sat weird.
Oh no, 2 hours in now.
Yeah.
Hello everyone. Okay. Let's see if I can use it this time. Yay! How's everyone doing? How many people do we have here? Quite many viewers. It's been nice to see you chat. It's been entertaining to watch these Joey videos. Real good stuff. There's a lot to react to. Hello everyone. Okay, let's see. Let's see if I managed to... Yeah, so you can see, I wanted to talk to you about Vrouva. So this live stream is mainly made to gather money for Vrouva Animal Sanctuary. It's a lovely, lovely place, wonderful place in Greece, close to Athens. You can visit the place. It's lovely vegan people and lovely animals. They rescue so many beautiful animals and offer them sanctuary and a home. Let's see. You can find them on Instagram. You can see the handle right there. And we've done some photography for them, actually. You can also order a calendar from their webpage. We were there taking some photos. For example, this one David took. It's very beautiful. This is Hope, the cow. They have horses. They have lots of cats. Oh my gosh, it's a heaven to visit. You should really all go there if you can, ever. It's just a 40-minute to an hour ferry from Athens. So a lovely Greece holiday. There's some pigs and sheeps. It's a very lovely place. The animals have all wonderful stories. For example, this pig. Let's see if we can. There's 2 pigs, and the smaller one, Gucci, because it's in an island, the sanctuary. So when she was rescued, they had to pretend that it's a dog in a crate, because for some reason you cannot transport live animals from the mainland, Greece, to the island unless they're for food. So they pretended that Gucci is a dog in a crate, and they were like, no, don't look into the crate because it's an aggressive dog, don't look. So they managed to do this. Yeah, it's a really lovely place. Like, we've been to a lot of sanctuaries, like a lot, and they are often really amazing places. And this one, this is a magical one. Really felt like staying longer there. First we visited once, and then we were like, okay, we need to get back. So we went for a few nights and helped out with the photography, did some drone footage. Actually, maybe this is... No, they have a lot of lovely footage. This isn't ours, but we took a lot of drone footage for them, as well as photos. And let's see. Vrouva farm. Also from the webpage, you can, if you're interested in ordering the calendar, I could come and show it to you at one point. But it's possible to order a calendar with a lot of photos from David. And yeah, we can also talk about some of their stories at one point. I wanted to show you, there is such a cute dog. There's a lot of cute dogs. They all need homes, obviously. There's a lot of them. It's a good place for them as well. They're very well taken care of. They're happy. But of course they want their own humans and homes. But this one is called Goofy. And he's a very special one. I made a post and we're trying to find him a home because he's a very special one. He's shy and he stays in the back when all of the others come and greet the humans. Then he stays in the back. He's a little bit older. He's a bit bullied by the other dogs. His story is amazing. He actually, as a puppy, they were abandoned. Him and his other puppy mates, like his brothers and sisters, were abandoned in a pool and in an empty pool. And he managed to climb up from there and to find humans. And then he led the humans to the other puppies. So they were all rescued and taken to Vrouva. And he's been there for 8 years. And he's just the most loving dog and affectionate. And we really hope we can find a home for him. Because he's such a nice boy. If we had a home, we would take him. Maybe one day. No, he will find a home before that. Goofy. Okay.
Yeah, let's go.
I got to tell Goofy story.
Oh.
Did you have a good enough break now?
A good enough pee or a break?
good
I had
enough
a good
pee.
pee. Yeah, because it was strong. It was a lot.
Do you need something?
Yeah, just water, please. That would be sweet. By the way, just Annie just mentioned there, like, when we have a home, it's not like we're not homeless, guys. Like, just to be clear here, we you made it sound like we were homeless. No, we just don't have our own place right now. We because of all the traveling that we did, we were working for the Animal Save movement. Thank you, and we were doing a lot of, we were traveling all over the world with them, mainly in India though, and then we got stuck in India during the whole lockdowns and stuff like that. There were no flights. We got stuck there for like 4 months. And then we had the falling out with Save, where I basically got fired, which there's a whole story about that. I'm sure most of you guys know it. But long story short, they're just, whatever. Woke bullshit, right? Just leave it at that. Anyway, and then after that, because we were always traveling, we never really had our own place. And then everything went to shit. The world went crazy. We've never really been able to, we never had the chance to get our own place again. We've been always like, what's happening next? Oh my God, more shit's going down. Oh, we don't know what to do. So now, anyway, March, we hopefully will finally have our own place. And then, yeah. And then we'll be able to do something, maybe adopt an animal one day. So some questions. Thank you, first of all, Moonstar, for the super chat. Thank you so much. Tyke269. All of the Streamlab donations and the super chats and the GoFundMe is going to the sanctuary today. And also, just to give you a quick little update on the GoFundMe, because there's some good news here. Let me tell you, we were at 40 euros a little bit earlier, but now we've had a €100 donation and a €50 donation. So that puts us up to 190 on the GoFundMe. And one of you incredible people, I won't say who in case they don't want to say, sent me €200 on PayPal. Oh my God. Amazing for the animals, guys. Amazing for to help these animals at the sanctuary. You are absolute fucking legends, a lot of you. And I still want to get 2,000 or more today. I'm not going to lie to you, okay? Let's do this. Let's keep pushing forward. So we're at about maybe like 500 or 600 total right now if we take everything in. It's a pretty good start for 2.5 hours in, but we can come on. We can blow this out of the water. We can smash this. Is blow out of the water, is that a speciesist term? Is that talking about fishing with like explosives? Or I don't know, guys. I don't want to get cancelled out here. Cancelled by the vegans. All right, let's decide which Joey video we're going to go for next. So this one was obviously the Piers Morgan one. We've done that one now. Whoa. Hold up. Here we go. which, by the way, that only has 1,200 dislikes and 12,000 likes, and it has 250,000 views. And let's be completely honest here, that's not 250,000 vegans. Clearly, that's not 250,000 vegans. So that's a pretty good like to dislike ratio. I guess people just like to see Piers Morgan getting absolutely shit on, destroyed, because he's such a cunt. Okay, last one. That's the last C-bomb. That's the last C-bomb of today, unless Piers features in another video, which he may, and we'll have to pull it back out, all right? But until then, we're putting a rest to the C-bombs. All right, guys? I know a lot of you feel uncomfortable with the C-bomb. That's not why I'm stopping. I just don't want to overuse it. And if you do feel uncomfortable with it, hey, look, listen. It's just a word. Relax, okay? It's just a word. It's just a word that's used to offend and, you know, insult someone. Should we go for a new one, guys? A newer one. Let's have a look at this this one. This made him so angry he threatened to shoot me. Sounds fun, huh? So this one, it's 52,000 views. Nice. 10th of December 2020. Wait a minute. What? I thought this was like new. A newer one. I swear I've seen it. Anyway, whatever. I feel like this came out very recently, but I guess it didn't. You're asking me how do I see the dislikes? It's an industry trade secret, so I can't tell you guys. No, I'm kidding. Just go on YouTube, go on Chrome and type in Chrome YouTube dislikes, and there's an extension. You install it, boom, dislikes are back. So this one's got, I should like every one of them, shouldn't I? Sorry, Joey, I'll start doing that from now on. So this one's got 4,200 likes and only 113 dislikes on 50,000 views. Pretty good, right? We can also search through the comments as well. So if there's ever anything, that's me searching for myself, narcissist, I know. But if there's ever anything you want me to search for in the comments, like, oh, maybe like, I don't know, like vegan, we can have a look, you know, and see what comes up. And people talking about vegan or whatever. This is a pretty cool search. This is another YouTube extension you can get. Just a YouTube comment search. Just Google it. Anyway, let's have a look, shall we? And what happened in this video that made someone so angry they threatened to shoot him.
Yeah, so here we are at Swan Lake in Round Pond, and we're going to be handing out Kentucky Fried Swan.
Brilliant.
So it's actually Linda McCartney's vegan fried chicken, but you know, we're going to see why people won't eat a swan, but they're happy to eat turkeys, you know, chickens, ducks, and other birds.
I
here.
love how there's an actual swan in the shot. Like, I mean, you couldn't get that any better, could you? What are the chances? They're just as that, and they must have planned it. Joey, did you plan that, man? Did you like time it? Were you like, okay, we just stand here, just wait until a swan gets in shot, then we film, right? Then hit the record button.
You know, chickens, ducks, and other birds here. These swans are protected species over in the UK, but yeah, we're trying to highlight the hypocrisy and the speciesism inherent in society by doing this action.
Nice.
Would you like to try some?
I think I saw clips of this. I didn't see the whole thing though.
No, it's free range.
That's not true. This is a lie. That's not true.
No, I'm pretty sure that's true.
That's not true.
Would you eat a swan?
No.
Why not?
Is it swan?
No, but I want to know why you wouldn't eat a swan.
Because I love them.
You love swans.
Oh, it's actually they're so innocent, aren't they? When they don't know it's a vegan, you know, when they don't know that this is a vegan thing, they're like, I love swans. You almost feel bad for them for a second, then you remember that they're massive fucking hypocrites.
Yeah, I come here every day.
Yeah.
Because of them.
Yeah. But do you eat chickens?
Not much.
But do you eat chickens? Do you eat chickens?
I would if it's not so much now.
But you eat animals?
No, not too much, but just a bit.
Well, you do though.
So, would you eat a bit of swan? Just a bit?
No.
Not too much? Just a little bit? No. Why not?
No, because it's beautiful.
I love how he's pushing it. Just have a bit. Just have a little bit.
So you only don't eat swans because they're beautiful, that's it?
No, I will not eat any animals if I can help it.
Yeah. See, I'm trying to get people to think, like, you wouldn't eat a swan.
Vegetarian now.
Oh, so this is part 2. I must have missed the part 1. I guess I'll go find it in a bit. We can watch part 1 after this.
Yeah, I want people to think about why they wouldn't eat a swan, because you would think it's cruel for me to go up and kill a swan, yeah?
Yeah, it's cruel to kill anything.
Anyone, yeah. But here in the UK and across the world, billions and billions and billions of chickens and turkeys and ducks are being slaughtered so people can eat their bodies. But I would say don't treat your body like a graveyard for murdered animals. It's like a tomb. It's a tomb.
That is good.
That is good what you
Oh, this woman's really nice.
This is good information. This is challenge 22. They give you help going vegan. This.
I am pretty good because I can opt out anything, you know, like
Yeah.
dairy and.
Dairy's really horrible for the animals as well. But you know what happens to the dairy cows? Do you know what happens to the dairy cows?
Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, for
So
a
why
cow.
can't everybody just be open, understanding, and just open to being wrong? Right? I know it's harder than it said. I know it's fucking hard. It's really hard. It's something I have to tell myself a lot as well. Right? I find it really difficult to be open to being wrong. But if you're open to being wrong, it's only going to help you. Like clinging to things that you're like, oh no, this fucking has to be true always. Even as vegans, right, as activists, it will really inhibit you in strengthening your arguments. Because imagine if you have an argument, right, and you put it forward, and someone comes to you and says, "That's wrong. Here's why," and it is wrong, right? You are wrong. The worst thing you can do is be like, "No, fuck you," like, just really, oh no, you're wrong. It doesn't help your argument. The best thing you can do is go, "Oh fuck yeah, okay. I need to adapt to what I'm saying now," and then strengthen it. It makes it stronger because the next time you say it, they can't say you're wrong. You say, no, last time I was wrong. This time I'm right. I've looked into what you said. Thank you." And I love seeing this woman here because she's a perfect example of that. Because she's like out there and she's like, open to being wrong. Listen to what you said. And she's like, yeah, I could change. I could. It's nice. It's like, you don't have to agree with everything. You can have your disagreements, but you just be open to being wrong if it's proven that you are wrong. Like this woman seems to be.
Milk, she must first be impregnated. So I'll show you
or that you believe that in something that is not true, or that you're acting in a way that's not good, which is, again, what seems to be happening with this woman.
Bit about the dairy industry here. They take the semen from the male, okay, forcibly, they're forcing him to do that, and then they inject it into the female, so he puts his fist inside of her, and this is how they get them pregnant. It's horrible. They have to hold them down like this. Yeah.
I really don't want to.
But you pay for it. You consume it. You're paying for this industry, so you should see it.
Why don't they have more people doing it?
Doing this? But there's a lot of people. But this is with the calves. If the males don't produce milk, they take the male babies and they kill them. Because the males won't grow up to give dairy, so they take those calves away and they kill them. And sometimes they turn them to veal, or sometimes they'll grow them for beef. But all the dairy cows, once they've had been impregnated year after year, usually about 4 or 5 years, losing their calves and having the milk taken, they'll be sent to the slaughterhouse and turned into flesh, head cut off, turned into beef. So all those dairy cows will all be killed. So the dairy industry is the meat industry. It's the same thing, the same horror. And the same with the egg industry.
Yeah.
The egg industry, all the hens will be killed, the males won't be used. Yeah. So when they hatch, they throw them into a big blender. It's called a macerator. I've got footage of this.
Pet food or something.
Yeah, they give them to cats and dog pet food, yeah. Like, it's called a macerator machine. This is a free-range farm here.
Free range?
Yeah. It's a free-range shed.
So it does not matter whether it's organic or free range. I mean, they're just a scroll.
Organic do this as well to the male chicks. So as soon as they hatch.
What are all these people talking about going organic and...
Technically, organic are better standards, but they still slaughter all those animals in the same slaughter. Yeah, like these animals, these swans here are free range. Yeah. They're organic, free range. I mean, is it okay for me to go eat the swan because they're free range and organic? If they've had a good life and they're free range and they're organic here, these swans, I mean, why not? I think it's still cruel.
Did you cook this? Is it a brand?
Yeah, this is would you like to try some swan, mate?
No.
You don't eat swans?
No.
But do you eat chickens?
Yes, but I don't eat swans.
Why's that?
But I choose not to.
You don't think it's cruel to eat swans, or do you think it's cruel to eat swans?
No.
Okay.
I just choose not to.
Okay.
They're better over there.
They're better in the water?
Yeah.
Okay.
Chickens don't look too good anywhere. They can't even fly properly.
Well, I don't know about that.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. But some people don't like swans. Should they eat the swans?
I suppose it's up to them, really. But
you wouldn't have a moral issue with me killing a swan and eating them?
No, I might report you to the police or put a bullet in your head.
What? You would?
You'd be bullet in your I'm kidding. Oh my god, people are so fucking ridiculous. He's literally stood there being like, yeah, chickens are no use to anyone. They don't fly. But if you touch that swan, I'll put a bullet in your head.
That angry?
Yeah. Yeah.
Why? But it's the same as the chicken. It's the same as the chicken.
I don't really like what you're doing in a park here. No, I don't really like it, but I mean, it's up to you too. I don't know if there's a law against it or what. But it's only, they're actually protected in law, swans.
But what's the difference between a swan and a...
They're actually protected in law.
But why would you care if you're eating chickens and turkeys?
Yeah, humans are protected by law, but he still just said he put a bullet in your head if you touched a swan. What does the law matter to this guy?
No, that's a separate issue.
No, they're the same. It's the same issue.
They're actually protected in law. You know?
It doesn't matter. I want to know. I want to know ethical.
To me, a chicken is a food animal. At the moment, that's not, and I'm quite happy with that situation.
But what about the ethics of it?
Eh? What ethics?
The ethics of swans versus chickens and turkeys. They're the same bird.
Well, why are you here? What's the point of this? You here to start an argument, isn't it?
No, I want to know what the moral difference is between a swan and a chicken. Why are we killing billions of chickens but not swans?
Because that's what we choose to do.
Great logic there, guys. That's the argument right there. That is the argument to debunk every single vegan ever. Well, yeah, but you know, we don't need to do it though. Well, that's because it's what we choose to do though. Right, but we don't need to. Right, but it is what we choose to do. Right, but it's violent. Right, yeah, but it's what we choose to do. Yeah, but look what happens. Yeah, but it's what we choose to do though. Yeah, but look what, the slaughter. Yeah, but it's what we choose to. They're putting the hands in the. Yeah, but it's what we choose to. Give him 10 kilos of grain, put our fist. Yeah, but it's what we choose to do. It's what we choose to do though. Right. Well, I guess that's the end of it, I suppose, isn't it? It's the end. So here we go, guys. Another life lesson. So we've got give an animal 10 kilos of grain, and then you've got the right to fist them. We've got, what else was there? Wasn't there a few? B12. Maybe we have to go scroll back through again. Let me take a quick little glance. Well, we had that lesson, right? That was, we had give them 10 kilos of grain, then that means you're allowed to fist them. We had, if you love them a lot, you send them to a slaughterhouse. That's what you do with your family members too. Remember, you're doing them a favor. You brought them into the world, your kids, and you have the right to then put them in a slaughterhouse because you don't want them to go through any bad things in the world, What was the guy at the barbecues one? That was the trade-off. That was it. We breed them, give them a predator-free life. So as long as you give somebody a predator-free life, you have the right to then kill them. And now we've got because you can do anything you want because you choose to do it. It's like circular reasoning. Why can you do that? Because I choose to. Yeah, but why? Because I choose to. Why? I choose to. That's it. This is my favorite one, actually. My two favorite lessons of the day are 10 kilos before fisting, 10 kilos of grain before fisting, and then now what we choose because I choose to do it. These are my two favorites of the day.
Yeah, but we should have a rationale for that.
We're going to get more.
Choice. Like a moral reason.
That zoom in was great. Completely nothing to say.
Moral differences between a swan and a chicken. Why are we killing billions of chickens but not swans?
Because that's what we choose to do.
Yeah, but we should have a rationale for that choice.
Bong.
Like a moral reason.
Convenience, tradition, whatever you call it.
Yeah, but are these moral justifications to do this to chickens?
Yes.
Oh my lord.
Moral justifications.
Yeah. Big fish eat little fish. That's life.
Well, they're...
What a twat. What a twat. To be fair though, he would probably completely stand by that if a serial killer, if Ted Bundy got him in a corner and was like, listen, man, I'm more violent than you. I'm handier with my hands. I can strangle. I'm really good at strangling. So big fish eat the little fish, right? Big fish, I'm bigger than you, my mates, right? You cool with that? This guy would be like, oh, yes, of course. And obviously, it's convenient for you. So, of course, you can kill me. Absolutely. Just don't kill those fucking swans or I'll put a bullet in your head. Yeah, he could defend himself. To be fair, he could defend himself. If Ted Bundy was trying to kill a swan, don't fuck with this guy, right? But if Ted Bundy comes for him, then, he'll accept it. He'll accept his fate, right? And actually, now that I think of it, this big fish eat little fish thing goes completely against what he said earlier. Where Joey was like, I'm going to go kill a swan. Is that all right? Or whatever. The guy was like, no, I'll pull a bullet in your head. Put a bullet in your head. Oh, Joey's stronger than a swan. Joey is smarter than a swan. Joey could easily go and catch and kill a swan. So if might makes right, then how was this guy? Why has he got a problem then? Because of law? Oh. Tyke29, Tyke269. I could promise you I can talk. Tyke269 has tipped $67. Thank you so much from Yorkshire. From Yorkshire. Thanks, mate. Really appreciate that. Nice one, lad. Nah, I really like that. Real good that is. Nice one, mate. I don't know why it told me it was $78, but don't know. And then we've got, I can't say this name, sorry, it's Chinese, I think, maybe Japanese, I'm so sorry, I don't know. Damn all you kitty fiddling meat eaters to hell. There we go. Thank you so much, both of you. All of this money's going to the sanctuaries. Joey says he has a serial killer interview series. Maybe we'll go find that. There's a few. We want to find part 1 to the Swan video after this. Maybe we'll split it up. Now, we'll do something different after this. We'll go for something different. And then we'll come back to part 1 of the Swans. And then we could maybe find the serial killer series, right? I don't know how I missed it. See, what I did, Joey, and everybody listening who's wondering why I've chosen what I've chosen, I went on your page, Joey, and I put them as in order of popularity because I figured the ones with the most views would probably be the most spiciest, right? So I figured that was the best way. And then I put your name in YouTube just generally, and I did the same thing again. And then I found some other ones that I missed. But I didn't find the serial killer ones. I didn't find part 1 Swan. Although I've definitely seen some of these in the past, and I've seen clips on Instagram and Facebook. Some of them didn't come up. So I just picked the ones that I thought were the spiciest, you know, the ones that are most popular. But hey, Joey and anybody else in the chat, if you've got 1 or 2 or a series that you think we should go through, yeah, just let me know. Link me on Instagram, guys. David Rams on Instagram. Go find me there. Send me some videos that you think that you're like, oh my god, this one's so good. Like you should definitely cover it, David. Just fire it over, and we'll cover it, guys. We're good. We've got time, guys. We've got time. Another 7 hours.
They're little compared to me. Can I eat the swan?
No, because they're protected.
It's convenient.
Oh, see, I love that. Thank you, Joey, for saying that. That's so good that you spotted it. I'm so happy that you said it.
And they're protected in law.
It's convenient.
Factory farm those anyway.
We could factory farm them.
Of course you could. You can factory farm geese. Geese are about the same size as swans. Why could you not factory farm swans?
You can. You can factory farm turkey, ducks.
So, but I mean, I just personally wouldn't.
Yeah.
It's just the way he's like, no, you could factory farm swans. Not for me. Not for me. It's like such a strange, like, he's very self-obsessed, isn't he? My choice, I wouldn't. Therefore, you shouldn't. But when I tell you that you should be consistent, you're like, no, I shouldn't. But you shouldn't eat swans, but I can eat whoever I want, right? That's what this guy's kind of doing here. It's really weird.
Because I like them in parks.
You should think
because I
about
like them
why
in parks.
That is.
Because I'm used to it.
Yeah.
Well, that's honesty.
Traditional. You know they used
That's
to eat
not
swans
honesty.
traditionally too. The royalty used to eat swans.
They did, but we don't now.
Yeah, but we can.
They're actually protected in law. You can't.
It doesn't matter though. Like, what's legal and what's moral are two different things.
No, this is stupid.
It's stupid because you can't fucking justify yourself.
No. You need to start an argument. You've got one. I've been a fool. I've given you one.
It's vegetarian anyway, mate. It's vegan. It's vegan. This is vegan.
In which case, it'd be no good to me. I'm 100% carnivore.
No, you're not. You're a herbivore.
I'm actually an omnivore.
I reckon the dog's more of an omnivore.
I love the editing, by the way. This is class.
Because you wouldn't get it if I ate a swan if you're a carnivore. You'd say, go, it's meat. Don't worry about it. You wouldn't want to shoot me in the head if I ate a swan. If you're a carnivore.
I don't object to eating it. It's just that at the present time, it's not the done thing, so we don't.
This is so weird. Like it's like you're getting like a real first-hand experience of what it's like to do. This is colliding with the cognitive dissonance. Like we talk about cognitive dissonance a lot, and I think sometimes, honestly, I think we might overuse it a lot with conversations and veganism. But this here, I hope there's a psychologist in the room. You can tell me, is this not a textbook example of cognitive dissonance? He can't give a logical reasoning. He can't give anything rational. So what he's doing instead, he's resorting to it just is though. But it just is. But I just do. But it's just done like this. It just is. He can't actually give any kind of. And this dude, look at this guy, right? Like you shouldn't judge people by appearance, but I mean, he's dressed smart, right? He's an older man, so clearly he's been around the block, right? He's not immature, let's say, right? He's not young. Yeah, kids say things like this. It just is because they don't know any better yet, right? They've not experienced life, they've been around the world, they've not been educated, this guy is clearly he's a man of some certain stature, you know what I mean? He looks like a presentable person. He probably has a lot of very interesting intellectual opinions on things. But look how he's doing this. Look how bad he's coming across right now. Look at the lack of logic, the lack of rational thought. There's no critical thinking. He's not able to have a normal discussion. He's just completely blindsided by cognitive dissonance. It's infiltrated him to the point where he can't have a rational, sensible conversation with somebody because he's too busy fighting with himself to try to prove that this person's wrong, but he knows his opinions don't match up, right? His opinions are colliding with each other in his head, and what's coming out is verbal nonsense, verbal diarrhea, basically. It's a really good first-hand example of that, I think.
Yeah, but you said you'd get angry.
Yeah, well, I would, because I've been there protected. You know, and if you start grabbing swans to the park,
I feel like you're contradicting yourself a bit there.
But what you're doing here is just not an answer sacred.
It's an important issue that we need to analyse morally.
The important issue is that big fish in nature, they eat each other.
Why would you have a problem if I ate a swan? It's nature.
Because it's against the law.
Doesn't matter if it's against the law.
And traditional that we don't eat swans.
It's human slavery used to be legal. It was immoral. Human slavery used to be legal.
So?
I'm saying that what's legal isn't always what's moral. It's legal to kill and eat chickens. I don't think it's moral.
Well, I do. Because big fish eat little fish. Even in the wild, in the sea, big fish eat little fish.
It's like what I said earlier about this. Do you look into the oceans and how fish kill each other, right? Look at how a shark rips into a seal, or one of the whales, even killer whales, rips into a seal. Look at how a lion rips into an antelope. Look at how a bear rips into fish. Look at how bears protect themselves and sometimes rip into humans or rip into other animals. And you look at the violence, the incredible levels of violence and the complete and utter lack of empathy and disregard for what the other animal feels. If you see that and go, well, I want to be like that, you're fucked up in some way. There's something going wrong there. If you see, I'm sorry, all right. And I say fucked up in like a empathetic way, kind of like you should probably seek help, or you're a liar and you're just being a prick, right? Because you don't look at that and say I want to be like that. And if you do, like I said, get the fuck out of society. You need to be away. You need to be in rehab. Something's happened to you as a youngster, So this guy keeps on going for the nature stuff. It's like, dude, nature is not a good guideline. It's not a good framework to base ourselves on, like animals in nature. That's not a good thing to look at as like a great example of like, let's do that. No, unless you want a society of Ted Bundys, right? Or even worse, Jack the Rippers or whatever, Dexter's, if you want to go for fictional, right? This is what you'll end up with. Do you want that? Do you want to walk around watching over your shoulder because we're all trying to be like lions? We're all trying to live just like animals live in nature. Is that what you want? Come on.
What if we brought into a law to protect chickens?
Right?
What if we brought a law into...
Because that's what we choose to do.
Again, there you go. That is it again. It's the cognitive dissonance again. It's just repeat the same shit and hope that it will eventually become an argument that makes sense. It's not going to, mate. You can keep saying, I choose to do it, we choose to do it, and you'll keep on coming up against the same, you'll call it your bullshit every time. Shushunk, by the way, welcome to the team. I see you've become a member. That's awesome. Enjoy the green so everybody sees how cool you are. Enjoy the logo. And obviously enjoy all the exclusive content, exclusive updates that you're going to get that nobody else gets apart from everybody else who's in the team on Patreon and here and YouTube. Well done. Well done. Congratulations. Welcome. You're a fucking legend. You've become an MVP.
I'm saying it's not a moral choice. I could choose to kick that bird. It's not moral to do so. Sorry? Yeah, but so what's the difference between a pigeon and the...
Because I like swans in the swing on the lake.
So it's a personal...
Oh, God.
Preference.
Yes.
Yeah.
Plus they're protected in law.
Some people have a personal preference to punch another person in the face for no reason. It's a personal preference. It's not a moral preference, though.
No, you've been a trick. Go away.
Is he actually going to go away this time?
Hey, brother. Yeah, of course you
Oh,
can.
he didn't. He actually went away this time. Called him a drip and left. Yeah, you're a drip because you're making too much sense.
This is just made of soya.
Can I try one?
Yeah, of course you can. You're an animal lover. You care. You care. I can tell you care. You're a good person.
It's so good that she was there for that whole thing and she waited. What a lovely person, right? And that will have really helped her to solidify what she believes. And this video with this moron, 52,000 views, 4,000 upvotes, right? Up likes. And if a meat eater's watching this, a sensible meat eater, somebody who's eating meat, who's not an idiot, right? Who's open to being wrong, which is a lot of people are, or at least they're open to hearing things that go against what they believe, right? They will be more convinced by Joey in that conversation than that guy, because that guy looks stupid. So these people who stood around and waited, even though they're not vegan, God, it was so helpful for them to see that conversation, to see what they don't want to be like. And I think I'm going to ask Joey later when he comes on, when we can have a chat. I've got a theory that I think the reason that Joey does go in hard a lot of the times with people and gets in their faces a little bit and actually is provocative sometimes, I think that is a conscious decision because of the wider impact it'll have when other people see it, right? When these meat flakes get triggered and they start going off, right, and start getting really offended, Joey could easily stop that from happening, right? We all could. You can say certain things that make people calmer, or you can say things that you know that is going to rile them up, right? But the thing is, if somebody is facing the facts, you won't be able to rile them up because they will just, even if you're direct, there's a chance that they'll get pissed off. But so it's kind of a win-win, right? You're direct with them. If they're a sensible person, they won't get offended. But if they're a meat flake, they'll get pissed off. And that's not a bad thing because then that becomes an example of what people don't want to be like. People don't want to be like one of these meat flakes getting all leery, you know, and getting all upset. They don't want to be like that. So they're more likely to agree with Joey. So I think, and I do this as well, sometimes I am a little bit more provocative and I am more direct, knowing that it could kick off some shit on purpose. Because if they're the type of person to kick off, it's good to show that people watch that and go, I don't want to be like that. Even though, you know, technically what I said shouldn't, you get my point? It's like, we know that we say certain things that could rile people up. It shouldn't rile them up, but we know it could, but we'll say it anyway because we're in the right. It shouldn't rile you up. You get what I mean? It's not like calling someone a dickhead. That's not what I'm saying. But saying you're paying for animals to go into slaughterhouses, you are an animal abuser when you pay for that, right? We both know that this is going to cause some crap, probably, if somebody's in that way inclined, like getting offended or whatever. But the reality of it is, it shouldn't cause offense because it's true, right? See my point? So it's not just about being like asshole, you know, oh, fuck you. That's not what I mean when I say rile people up. I mean, you say shit that's true, but that you know that could spice things up a bit. And I don't think spiciness is bad. That's what I'm saying. I think it's good. I think spicing things up a bit, if you're being filmed, is good. Off camera, no, there's no point. There's no point getting into this kind of altercation off camera because you probably, I don't know, maybe it's not the best way to talk to somebody on a one-on-one basis. Probably isn't. But if you're being filmed, and it will reach more people because of the spiciness, and you're probably going to influence more people because of how spicy it is, and they don't want to be like the other person who's being very, very silly and unreasonable, even though the vegan's being direct, right? That's what I think. What do you think? Let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with that.
I mean, I don't like what he said though. You know, when he said about the factory. I mean, like the ecosystem. You know, like biologically, you know, prey and all that. But it shouldn't be like that.
I think we should have an equal moral plane for animals. We should leave them all alone. Swans, chickens, pigeons, leave them all be. Like, that's what he was trying to say. It's normal, it's natural, it's convenient, it's all these things. It's like, well, I care more about what's ethical. So, like, even though they're free, like, I wouldn't want to see someone kill them. Like, even if they're in a factory farm, I still think that's wrong. But even if they're free roaming and organic, killing them is still wrong. Like, I think using animals period in principle is wrong when we don't have to, and we can eat plants now. We have technology and we have fruits and vegetables and grains, and like we've evolved past, well, in most of the civilized world, exploiting other humans, you know, like we don't justify slavery anymore.
We started like eating cows because of exactly what you showed me and the emission or what they do.
Yeah, that's another issue. Yeah, that's another issue. It's a big issue, but I think that the more pressing issue for the animal is being slaughtered en masse. You know, I think this one is something that the animals can't voice their suffering. They can't say stop doing this. They're very vulnerable. It's an animal rights issue to.
So do they do that in all the farms?
Well, the majority of the farms here are factories. So you're talking about 70% of the farms here in the UK are factories. When you talk about pigs and chickens, over 90% of pigs and over 95% of chickens are all in factory farms. All the animals are all slaughtered viciously in slaughterhouses. They're shot in the head and have their heads cut off.
Just quickly, I want to mention, I'm really happy that when she talked about the emissions, I'm really glad that he was like, yeah, that's definitely a problem, but I think a more pressing issue is that what happens to these animals in slaughterhouses. I really appreciate that. I think as vegans, and I understand that some vegans are way more informed and way more comfortable talking about climate change and talking about, you know, the impact on the environment of animal agriculture, and I get that, and that's cool. Like that, some vegans you're better, you're more equipped for that conversation. I'm not saying don't do that, but I really do appreciate it when somebody tries to go down that road and you are vegan for the animals. I really appreciate it when a vegan actually pulls in the ethics and says, hey, you know, that's important, it's true, but do you not think it's more important that what happens to them in slaughterhouses? Like, can we not consider that more seriously right now? I mean, the climate is a whole other topic and it's important, but I really appreciate it. And I don't see it quite enough, I don't think. I think there's definitely more of a trend of doing it the other way, where, you know, it's like they'll just kind of, a lot of vegans will just take what they can, you know. So yeah, I appreciate, I like seeing that for sure. And sorry, I just got a bit distracted there because I think Annie's making some food and she missed the trolls, so I just dealt with them real quick. Silly spammer.
This is the most pressing thing for me. Like, if I walked up to this swan right here and cut their head off, I'd be arrested, I'd be beaten by the public, but they will go and buy a chicken sandwich and pay someone to do exactly the same thing.
It's enlightening now, especially with the cow that you showed me now.
The dairy industry, horrible, yeah.
I don't take any dairy.
No, yeah, that's good. Dairy's very horrible.
I love cheese and I stopped eating cheese. I love tofu though.
Tofu's great, very full of calcium, really healthy.
Sorry, I really don't want to interrupt.
Did you want to say
hi?
Oh, hey buddy, how are you?
Yeah.
Good?
Yeah.
Sorry, you got me in the middle of
Yeah, no worries. Cheers.
Peace, brother. Really good to meet you, man. Take care. That guy said he was going to put a bullet in my head if I touch those swans. That's what I like to hear. I like to see people defending animals like they would defend like a human child or a person.
So funny.
The only problem is that he is the biggest hypocrite because he's happy to torture or pay for chickens to be tortured. But then he started saying that, I wouldn't have a problem if you ate them. Do you think it's cruel to eat swans?
No.
Ah, okay.
I just choose not to.
Okay. But then he did have a problem. You wouldn't have a moral issue with me killing a swan and eating them?
No, I might report you to the police or put a bullet in your head.
Why does he even get that from? Is this guy? Do you think this guy might be a hunter or something? Like, to go straight to put a bullet in your head. If you're in the States or something, then maybe you'd expect like, it's more expected to have someone threaten to shoot you because they all have guns, right? Well, not all of them, but you get my point. There's more guns in the USA than there are in, I assume this is in England. This guy goes straight for put a bullet in the head. It just seems like anyway, I don't know. It seems a bit of a weird one to me. This guy seems like are we onto like is he actually a serial killer? Because he did seem a little bit, you know, a little bit dark, didn't he, with his reasoning?
What, you would? You'd be that angry?
Yeah.
And he didn't?
I don't object you eating it.
He didn't put a bullet in your head. Okay, yeah, no.
Then he did. No, it's traditional.
Yeah.
No, I would only have a problem because they're protected. Like, if you
Very
go through
weird,
exactly what he said, he actually spent the entire conversation going back and forth, contradicting himself, like right there in front of our eyes,
Very
and
true.
he didn't really even notice it, which is really, like, it lacks awareness, for starters. Like, you wanted me to have a bullet in my head, or you'd call the police if I touched the swan, and then you were like, I actually wouldn't care if you ate the swan. So, like, okay, which one is it? You want to try some, mate? We only got 3 left.
Thank you, I'm good.
You don't eat swans?
No.
Really? They're free range?
It's so good. I just want to comment on the whole situation here. I love this so much. I love where it is. I love that it's like some pond in England somewhere, because this is where I grew up with, guys. Like, I grew up literally about a 10-minute walk away from, like 15-minute walk away from a pond just like this, with swans and ducks and moorhens and all these different types of birds and people walking dogs, and it looks exactly like this. So it's just the idea of setting up a table and telling people you got KFS there, Kentucky Fried Swan, is just absolutely brilliant. I really wish I could have been there to see it, or they'll do it myself one day. I really would love it.
I don't know, there must be a lot of vegans around here. A lot of extreme vegans who won't eat swan. I mean, they've had a good life. They're in their natural habitat. I hope these swans don't understand English. We've only got 3 left, guys. They're going really quick. It's Kentucky Fried Swan.
What is it?
It's swan.
Oh, what?
It's free-range organic. We've only got 3 left. You don't eat swan?
I thought the Queen owned all the swans.
Nah, she's auctioning them off now for Kentucky Fried Swan.
Well, it's not appropriate mid-run though, is it, really?
Nah, but you know, you probably don't eat any birds then. You don't eat chickens or turkeys either then.
No, I'm not in the middle of a run, I don't.
No. Well, that's good. I hope you don't eat any birds.
You're vegetarian.
Vegan. Yeah, they've seen the camera. They know what's going on. You want to try some, mate? You don't eat swan? Oh, that's a bit extreme. Very, very extreme. Do you guys want to take the rest of this swan? It's free range. It's fresh out the pond. Yeah.
Fresh out the pond.
You guys don't eat swan?
Swan? No, never.
Do you eat birds like turkeys and chickens?
Oh, really?
This is the same. This is just a swan, but
And who's making that?
Well, the company's called Circle of Life.
Ah, okay. Oh,
Yeah, because it's the circle of life to eat swans.
Brilliant.
What is it cooked or what?
Yeah, we just take them out the pond and we slaughter them humanely.
Good one.
Yeah. Do you want to take it? It's actually vegan.
Vegan friendly.
This is vegan. It's actually this. We're trying to get people to think about...
And where do you buy this?
Tesco.
Tesco,
Yeah.
Kentucky Fried Swan.
We want people to think about the animals they're eating.
Yeah, is it
Yes,
great?
yeah.
We want people to stop being cruel to animals and start eating plant-based and leave the animals alone.
Very good idea,
We're trying to go a couple of times vegan.
Yeah, it's good.
We must get so much reaction from that.
People get angry. But they're hypocrites because they go and they pay for a turkey or a chicken to have their throat slit that are the same.
Yeah,
You know.
That's a great idea.
I like your videos, mate. They're very good.
Thanks, brother. Peace to you, mate. Yes.
Thank you very much.
The first thing for me was to understand when I went vegan was to see I'm a hypocrite. I can say I care about animals. Only some species, dogs and cats and dolphins, whales, but I'm eating a cow, a chicken, a pig, you know, that I would never want to see slaughtered in front of me. But
And how long have you been vegan?
7 years.
So, and you feel good?
Feel good. So I focus mostly on whole foods, plants. Yeah, and there's information.
Apart from all that fried junky food you were eating earlier, you little liar.
On health in there as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll try it.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
These are a bit unhealthy, but I like to have a bit of junk food too. I like to have a burger and some vegan cheese and ice cream.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Bless you. Take care. Take care.
Nice.
That was really nice. Good. That's some good reactions, eh? You guys want to take the rest of this swan? We're packing up now.
I love the casual, like, it's so nonchalant, right? It's really hard to pull this kind of thing off. Honestly, I've done it myself. To be so comfortable like that, it's not easy.
Let's give it out the rest of this swan before we pack up. Sorry?
Feed the swans.
No, this is actually Kentucky Fried Swan.
Feed the swans.
Yeah, we take them out the pond and we slaughter them humanely and we fry them up. Our company's called Circle of Life.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you want to take some home.
All right, I'll take
You eat swans?
I've never had swan.
Oh, okay.
No, it was edible. I didn't know.
Oh, well, do you eat chickens and turkeys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, this is a risk, you know, because this is what happened to me when I was doing the cat meat video. I've still putting it together. It's just going to take a while, and honestly, I've been focusing on other things. But when we were out telling people like, hey, try cat meat, and we had this, you know, what was cat meat on the table, a couple of people. We actually were able to convince them that it was a good idea, and that's not good. Like, You know, because you know all their arguments already. So like what Joey's doing here, you know, like it's like chickens and da-da-da, and you're what you're expecting them to go is no, it's not the same. And then you can challenge them and go, well, why is it different? And then, you know, but if they agree, if you're so convincing that they're like, hey, oh, okay, I'll give it a go, then it's like, oh, fuck, I didn't know what to do next, honestly. I was like, oh, shit, no, I'm going to tell them it's a joke. I want to see what Joey does here now, because they're like, Swan sounds great. So let's see where, this is a good lesson for me. Let's see how he goes with it.
Okay, I'll try it.
Yeah.
What do you have to do with it?
You have to heat it in the oven. But here you go. It's actually this, and we're giving out information on why we shouldn't eat animals.
That's a great. Okay, good lesson for me. Thanks, Joey. Appreciate that, because I didn't know what the fuck to do. It happened like twice where I had someone being like, yeah, that's actually stray cats. I mean, there's loads of them. And then I was like, oh, fuck. I've just convinced this guy to eat stray cats. Fuck. And we didn't have leaflets or flyers or anything. So it was like, oh, no. Fuck. I just convinced someone that cats are a good food source.
Would you like to try some? Do you want to take some with you as well? We've only got one more left. We're trying to get people to understand that there's no difference between animals.
No, I didn't think you could kill swans. I thought they were like...
Protected? Yeah. I think all animals should be protected, even chickens and turkeys, because they're inherently the same, aren't they?
Nice.
They all suffer the same. Take care, guys. Okay.
Nice.
So there we go, Kentucky Fried Swan. It did the trick. We got people thinking about speciesism, had some really good conversations, really positive responses. People got to take home a little bit of vegan fried chicken, and yeah, let's see how we go with the next one. There's so many in there. Like, they're going to overpopulate if we don't eat them all.
That's what I was saying as well with the cats. I was saying, oh yeah, there's so many strays. They're just ending up in the shelters. They get injured. They die on the streets. Better to just slaughter them and eat them.
Yeah, circle of life. So guys, in the comment section down below, I want you guys to tell me what the next animal we should do is to highlight the speciesism. What's the next animal we should, you know...
Do you want to go let him know? Get to this video here. This made him so angry he threatened to shoot me. If you want to go over there and leave comments.
Should it be, you know, somewhere outside of like some park? What animal should we trick people into thinking that we're selling to highlight the speciesism that's inherent in society? Leave it down below. What should be the next, you know, species of animal that we choose to get people thinking?
All right. I believe Joey's got a quick 30 minutes to come and chill with us and have a look at some of these videos, have a chat. So let me just try and set this up, guys. How's everyone doing? Let me know. Are you enjoying in the comments? I see there's like 96 of you. We've had quite a lot of people today. It's nice to see so many people up for this, having a good time. Are you enjoying today? What's been your favorite so far? What's been your favorite video, favorite reaction, favorite moment? For me personally, I've really enjoyed the whole fisting thing. I thought that was hilarious. I'm really I found that to be quite fun. All right, let's have a look. Joey's on his phone in the car. So the quality's probably not going to be so good, but let's see if we can find him on Discord. I don't really know how you even do this on Discord. How do you find people? Add friend. Ah, okay. Bear with me, guys. Oh, I need his like shit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm just going to get this set up, and hopefully we'll be able to sort this out now and get him on. Oh, I've got him. Wait, I've got him. Great. 8304. Okay, Joey Carbstrong and 8304. Great. So yeah, let me just check the comments, see how you guys are doing. What have we got? What have we got? Piers Morgan, classic, good, I agree. Watching from the office while working. Wondering what Joey's process was. That's cool. We'll ask him in a minute when he comes on. Ask him what his process is. Been here since the beginning. Meant to be getting on with lots of things. But on my day off, but I'm listening until the end. Melita, stop pretending you got better things to do. Come on. We talked about this earlier, okay? We're all degenerates. We're all degenerates here. We're all just... none of us have anything better to do than to sit here and chill reacting for 10 hours long. All right. Don't pretend. Don't pretend. All right. I'm video calling Joey. Let's see how we go. Let's see. What else have we got? Will Joey come on later again? All right, 1 second. He's gonna... Cool. He's just parking up now, and then he's gonna jump on. I don't know, Simon. I don't know if he's gonna come back later, mate. To be honest, we'll see. We'll ask him in a minute. Josh says he's on holiday today. Nothing better to do. I told you. Don't pretend, guys. Don't be sitting there thinking you're superior. I've got better things to do. No, you haven't. All right, come on. We're all in this together. We're all YouTube obsessed degenerates. All right, just accept it, enjoy, embrace. It's all good. It's all good. Nothing to be ashamed of. All right, nothing to be ashamed of. The video where Joey pretends to be a turkey farmer is good and funny at times. Absolutely. Joey has sent me a long list of the videos he wants us to react to, or at least the ones that he think are the best. So I'm really excited. Looking at some of these titles, I'm surprised I missed them. But I guess I was just going for, like I said, I was going for the ones with the biggest view counts. But he's given me like a select pick. So we'll jump in. All right, he's ready. Let's have a look how this is going to go now. Okay. Hey, man.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. You're on, by the way, so don't say anything. Don't say anything bad. You're already on. It's like straight in. I can't like separate your audio out. Well, hold up.
Okay, no, that's fine.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone.
All good, man. Yeah, feeling pretty good. It's been entertaining so far, huh?
Yeah. Let me just clean my screen because it looks a bit blurry.
Yeah, no worries, no worries. I'm gonna get you added in now, so everybody can see you. They can hear you. They can't see you yet. Hold up. Let's get this sorted.
Why is it gone? It's frozen.
You're side.
They can hear me.
Yeah, but you're sideways now. Could you have it the other way? Is that all right?
No, just wait a sec.
All right, cool.
I'm sorry, everyone. My phone has been weird. 1 sec.
No worries.
I'm sorry, everyone. I know you can hear me, which is why I said.
Technically, this is a problem with doing it straight on stream instead of like, prep. We can't prep before or anything. Oh shit, have you gone? All right, hold up. Let's try and figure that out now. Disconnect. You need to, if you still hear me, mate, you need to close the call on your side. There we go. Got it. Okay. Let's try again. All right, you're back. Now there's no audio, man. Are you muted? Oh, we're back. Now there is. Now we're on. Now we're good.
Sorry, I'm trying to work this out.
No, don't worry, man. We've got it. We're all good now. We're all good. Yeah, good to have you, man. Can you see the shared screen right now as well?
No, I can't. I can just see you.
All right, let me see if we can get that up as well. See if we can. There you go. So now you should be able to see what I'm watching.
Yeah.
You can, right?
Yeah, cool.
Perfect. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Well, what are you up to, man? You said you were out on the road working, right?
Yeah, I'm actually, which is why I haven't been on social media. Usually I'm like pretty onto it for the last, since I've been on social media, I've been very consistent. But at the moment I'm doing something that I obviously can't disclose.
Yeah.
But I need to focus on this because if I focus on social media as well, like a lot of people don't know, I actually do a lot of my own social media. I upload everything myself. Me and my partner do. And I get help editing, but I do a lot of editing myself as well.
Yep.
So I can't actually, and the reason I do that is because I like to finally edit things out and make sure that it's appropriate for me to put up. So it's actually a lot of work. Social media, it's like it's a lot of work.
Yeah, man.
So if I'm like focusing on another project, David.
Absolutely, yeah, man.
I think it's tedious. It's tedious and it's relentless. And you can make infinite amounts of content.
on social media, because there's so many little ways you can break it down.
Yeah.
So I've just got to put that on hold and focus my entire attention on this, because otherwise your mind is split between 4 or 5 projects. It's not good for like creation. So yeah, that's what I'm doing.
No, I totally get you, man. Yeah, it's good to like, it's good to have like one core focus. Like for me, it's YouTube, and then everything else comes second, because I mean, I can't split my time up between YouTube, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Twitter. Like it's so hard, and you're doing stuff on the road as well, so it's even more challenging to do that, right? To put out so much stuff.
You do good work though, man.
No, I appreciate it.
You know how hard editing is difficult.
Yeah.
I edited own stuff, like my own stuff I was editing in the car when I was doing my vegan prophecy series.
Yeah.
In this car, driving to Scotland, having debates in the car with farmers, editing like I used to do my own captions. So when you go to my Facebook page, right?
Yep.
And like up until 2019, I didn't even know how to spell properly because I'm not formally educated, you know. But I was sitting there typing every word, and then I would color code the next sentence for him, do me, and I would the captions in, because I didn't know about editing programs that actually do the captions for you.
Oh shit! Okay.
So it would take me like 6 or 7 hours to do the captions for like a 7-minute video.
Fuck, man.
And but that's how much I just used to sit in front of the computer. I used to plug my laptop into a TV when I'd get to the hotel or get to like someone's bedroom and be on the floor like doing captions like. So.
Jeez, man, that's insane. But no, it's been good too. We've had a couple of good videos so far. That's why I want to ask you something, man. I want to ask you something about. I was speculating earlier. Is part of what you do, because I know I do this. When you're being filmed, right? Do you like purposely decide to use the most direct language, not only because it's correct, but also because you know that it can get some people going, and that's good to get, you know, to show people how not to be? Is this like a tactic for you, or are you doing it literally just because you want to say it how it is? Like, do you know what I mean? Is there more thought to it where you're like, if it's spicier, then more people, obviously it gets out further, and also people don't want to be like the other person, if that makes sense. Like a meat eater sees this meat eater kicking off, they don't want to be like that. So I feel like it encourages people to listen to you. Like, talk us through that process, man.
Yeah. Like I was listening to some of your commentary. Your commentary is spot on too. I think I agree with nearly everything you're saying. Like, you're very rational and you're very grounded and just normal. So it's weird. It's actually unique to find this. You know, so like, yeah, dude, I'm just pretty authentic. Sure. And if anything, like, I come from where I come from, it's just straight talkers, man. They're straight talkers. Like, your friends will tell you exactly how it is. And even if we're not, and my family, we're all from a certain part of like the neighborhood, like, you know, with lower income, and we're just all straight talkers down there.
Yeah.
So like, you know, and I guess I'm just authentic, and I pull back a little bit. Like, I pulled back a lot actually from when I first started. And if you look at my videos, I actually went through and removed a lot of them, because I was like, I don't know if I can have this up there, man.
Right.
So if anything, I've tried to reach this balance of like being enough where like I'm telling you how it is, and not going like, you're a F in this and you're a F in that, like, and you know, you deserve this to happen to you if you think that, you know. So but I think that it wasn't a deliberate thing. It was just me being authentic and telling people what I would want someone to say to me.
Yeah,
I
sure.
want someone to say, hey bro, like, you know, BS or whatever. So I just realized that kicked off. I was like, wow, like the ones that kick off are like you know. So I just like looked at the result of it more than anything, and realized that, you know. And then like whenever I was on TV, there would be like 7 or 8 different articles after it, and I was like, wow. Like, I remember just getting off the show, looking on my phone 10 minutes later, and there's a bunch of articles already. I'm like, yeah, onto this, dude. They love this. And then I would get like all these other journalists calling me like, oh, we've got to talk to this guy. Like, he's really getting us clicks.
Right.
And I assumed that they just
they never, because I went to England to do this, right? And in Australia, like they're used to this a bit more used to it. But in England, I felt like they were like, oh, this guy's telling Jeremy Vine what's up on live radio with 7 million people listening. Like he's just and I'm like, because I didn't know who Jeremy Vine was. I didn't know who these people were, like Piers Morgan and
right.
You know, I didn't know who Holly and who's the other guy, ITV was. I didn't really know, like, but in England, they're like, oh, these are like celebrities. I'm just like rocking them in the corner with, you know, so.
It's also in England. It's not, you're never going to find someone going on a morning TV show who starts talking about raping cows, right? You know, even you pick any activist, they're not going to, any British activist isn't going to say that because it's morning TV and they'd probably be, they wouldn't dare to do it because of how much shit it would cause, right? And it's not that that's not necessarily a bad thing that they don't do it. But it is why, probably a lot of the reason why you kept getting invited back, because shit, this guy comes on, it doesn't give a fuck, like he just says it and it gets the clicks, like you said, it gets people shocked. And but they probably, I mean, I'd like to know how many complaint letters they got after that, actually, because you did it twice, I think, on 2 different morning shows. You dropped the R-bomb on 2 morning shows. I bet they got so many complaints, but I mean, people are talking about it, so right, that's what they want. They want people watching, don't they? They want people clicking.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty good on the morning shows, to be honest. Like, I feel like so big feedback loop that I get. And when I first started, I got this feedback loop, and I felt like, because, you know, you had James Aspie and Earthling Ed at the time who were vastly different. Like, James was vastly different to how James is now.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Back then. So I was like the direct guy. So, like, when I went on Jeremy Vine and it was like 7 million people listening live, because when I got out of the show, the lady's like to me, oh, do you know how many people were listening then? I was like, what? Where you got 10,000, 20,000? She's like 7 million. And I was like,
that's mental.
Like it. Yeah. So, and then I got this feedback loop from people and vegans going, oh, you wasted your opportunity there. You're too aggressive. No one wants to come to an angry party. And no one wants to be vegan if it's an angry party and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, maybe I've done the animals. I've done a bad job.
Right.
Well, I shouldn't have done that. You know, so then the next thing I had was the This Morning show. So it's a little bit more, like if you see the This Morning show with Phil and Holly and the 2 dairy farmers, they were being called rapists and murderers because, you know, they posted this photo of their cow had just had triplets and they're like celebrating these triplets. I know the vegans come on, they're like, you're going to steal those babies away. And if they're boys, you're going to kill them. And, you know, oh, well, look, our slave has had 3 babies. Oh, wow. You know, that, and that's what it was all about. So basically it was about that actual topic was about, are they raping these cows and things like that. But I felt like I was, you know, it was, if anything, I was trying to remove a lot of that directness, you know, to try to find a happy medium. I felt like I was doing the animals justice and it wasn't like just ruining the show, you know.
Totally, man, totally. I think if you spend too much time, I mean, if you spend any time really listening to what certain extremely critical vegans have to say, you'll basically just, there's nothing you can do to please every person, right? This is the thing.
And then otherwise you're too apologetic, and
Absolutely.
then people are just going to be like, oh, you're too apologetic. Like, oh, well, the animals don't need you, like you're cupcake vegan.
Right.
So like, I think you got to say what you truly feel, but I do think the delivery is something that I needed to, because, you know, you got to understand, like, I didn't go to university. I didn't go to high school. Well, I left high school the start of the 2nd year. I hung around shaved head, gangland people who were just, you know, I didn't know social tact. I didn't know social psychology and how to have a conversation and listen and do these things. Like, I didn't get taught any of that, man. Like, so I didn't even have like a large vocabulary when I first started. I only knew how to call someone an F and C. I was quite intelligent, but I didn't know these words.
Yeah, of course.
Like how to like describe how I felt or how to, Joey, just, you know, I'm not saying that I was like, you know, disabled or anything, but like, I just had like, I didn't have like, I had a leg down from other people who were like, they went to, you know, university, they learned like, you let other people speak, finish their point, you know, so I had to learn all of that the hard way, like out in the public sphere. And I just I found a good medium, I think. I don't want to go too far the other way though, where I'm just like,
too apologetic. I just don't think that's good either.
Yeah, man. I totally agree with you. I think I personally I connect more with people that well, of course we all connect with people that are like us, right? Like I connect with people that are like me. I'm not, my background's not quite the same as yours. There's no kind of like gang related stuff, but I was still raised in like a council estate. You know, my mum's a full-time carer for my younger brother. You know, not a lot of money, kind of dodgy estate, lots of drugs. So like for me, I think a lot of people are closer to that than they are closer to rich and educated. I think most people across the whole world are closer to being poor than they are to being fucking stinking rich. So I really do think that people like you and people that tell it more aimed at those people, that's sensible. These people are the majority. The majority of people aren't graduates with nice big jobs and nice cars. That's not the majority. The majority are in this middle area between dirt poor and like, you know, comfortable, right? And those people respond well to what you do and to what, you know, people who don't talk down to them. You talk to them like a mate. Like I'll talk to you the way I would like respect, mutual respect. I don't need to talk down on you or like use big fancy words and shit to try and convince you. It's not going to convince people. All it'll convince them of is that you're actually lecturing them or something. If you start just going off into complex theories and stuff like that, just tell it straight, right? I really believe in that. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a big, even now in like people go, your style's so much better, Joey, and I'm like, well, everyone, like, I don't believe that, man. Like, everyone has like the messenger is important for who's receiving the message.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and when you're on talking to an individual, right, it's completely different because that individual, you kind of know by that individual how you're going to conduct yourself. You know what I mean? And I do like to build rapport with people, and I just naturally like to do that. Like if they're an elderly woman, I will speak to completely different in a different way. Like I'm not going to be like, you paying for the rape of these like, you know, just going, you know what I mean, bro, and give her a fist bump. You know, back when I was on drugs and in gangs and in prison, like, but that I might do that to like build rapport with some other like group of younger kids or whatever who are like more, you know, rougher. So, but when you're on social media, you can't possibly tailor yourself to everyone. You just can't do that. And you're better off being authentic and people knowing, like as authentic as you can be on social media, obviously.
Definitely,
you know, you know. So you got to find that I want to be real, but I don't want to get myself cancelled for life by everyone by just being over the, you know, saying how I really, really feel about this. You know. So yeah,
no, totally, man. I used to when I first got started, I used to look to Earthling Ed as an inspiration, and unfortunately, Earthling Ed, he's great, and I like him, and obviously we've hung out and stuff, and you were there as well. You know, he's a great guy. You know Ed well, and
love him.
He's awesome, right? But that is not me and will never be me. So I went through, when I first started being an activist, I went through this really difficult period where I thought the right way to be was to be like Ed, but I'm nothing like him in any way. Like I swear, I like telling people like things that are going to upset them. I have no problem with that. I'll tell it straight. I'm not interested in playing a game of trying to, oh, can I say this nicely? Is there a better way? I'm just like, no, listen, this is what you see is what you get. I like to put it that way. Ed does that also to a certain extent. But we're so different, and it took me a while to reach this point, which you've reached now, where it's, well, you were always like this, to be fair. This where it's like, it's okay to be your 100% self, and if that means that you F and Jeff, so be it, right? If you don't think that's the best way, well, that's who you are. You're not going to become somebody else overnight, and even in a year, don't try, because it's fake. People spot fakery, right? Be yourself, own it. And learn as much as you can, and make sure you're saying the right facts, that you're not lying and you're not getting it wrong. As long as you're doing that, you're fine. I think be yourself, right? I agree with you completely.
And I think you can get it, like, even if you do get a few things wrong, like it's the intention as well. Like, you might not have known certain things. Like, if you're looking at my videos from 2015, 2016, I was just like winging it a lot of the time. Like, I just come, like, especially like 2016, like this is my second year in online, and I'm like, so I knew what was right, and I learned a lot of things along the way, And the beauty about Ed, who's like I've got utmost respect for, is that like when people don't like me, they just go to Ed. Sometimes it's good. They had this in the social justice movement. It's called the radical flank.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And like, yeah, the radical flank is like
listen to him, you're going to have to deal with us. So then the radical flanker's like, well, that was extreme.
Right.
You know, and then they go to that person who has the same message. It's just packaged differently.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then that you know, so and then people were like, oh, well, I'm not listening to them. They're too soft for me. And they go, well, okay, come over here, mate. And then we all singing from the same hymn sheet,
Definitely.
which is what the only thing I don't like about so activists that I would say is problematic is when we have confusing messages.
Mhm.
When we're saying, oh, you know, like, yeah, this is really bad. You should just eat free-range eggs or
Right,
something.
right,
Like
right.
exploiting animals is bad. You should, you know, that's when I'm like, well, no, we have a vegan message. The vegan movement has gone really well.
Yeah.
Because we've all we have the same message in different ways. And I think that's the perfect thing. We all have a different approaches and, you know, but we have the same sort of solution. I think it's problematic and confusing when someone goes, oh, you should eat meat like this, just
Right.
or eat animals when they're treated like this or something. And,
Totally agree.
you know, that's good. Yeah.
I think the bottom line has to be the bottom line. We have to share the bottom line. How we put the message out there about the bottom line. That can be whatever, right? Pretty much. And then because a lot of people criticize a vegan teacher, for example. They say, oh, she's singing, she's doing this, she's doing that. All right, yeah, it's not for you. Fair enough. All right, but is her bottom line unapologetic? Leave the animals alone always. Yes, it is. Okay, so yeah, she's controversial. Yes, she's this. Yes, she's that. You might not agree with, but at the end of the day, you can't criticize her bottom line. Her bottom line is correct. So as an example, I'm with you on that. I think you can have discussions about like, oh, is this the best way, or but like criticism should only come if someone is doing what you said, where it's like, oh, just eat meat, a little bit less, or just get the free range. Then I think there needs to be a bit of criticism, right? There needs to be like, or at least try to convince them not to do that. Like try and encourage them to not do that. I think. Absolutely, man.
Yeah. I'm like more self-critical than anyone can be critical of me anyway. Like, you know what I mean? There's nothing anyone else has said that I've already thought of myself. Like, you know, it takes a lot to put yourself out there. You know, like when you're watching me live on Piers Morgan, I was watching that and I was like, do you know how, like, do you know what it feels like to be like, oh, you know, they came back to me about 4 or 5 times with about 4 or 5 different topics.
Yeah.
And they were trying their best with these topics like, should an environmentalist have a pet? And then I'd come back with like, well, you know, that's about pets should be talking about their owners first. And then, you know, like, but then they'll be like, should we, do you agree with smashing butchers' windows as form of act? So they were just coming back with these topics and I had a rational answer for them. And they were like, oh, let us go back to our producers. And, oh, that was a pretty good answer. Wait a second, we'll go back. So they wanted to like pigeonhole me in as a speciesist. They wanted to wedge me into this discussion that I would lose. And they come back with milk is murder. All right. And I was like, oh, yes, I'll stand behind that. No worries. And they're like, okay, great. So then I didn't know who they were going to get me on with. And they were like being really like, they were telling me only as much as I needed to know. So I'm like, I didn't really know is it going to be some environment scientist? Is it going to be this and that? Who else is going to be on the panel? What are they going to have in their arsenal? And then to do that like live, like it wasn't like we'll record this, we'll edit it. If you don't like certain parts, just let us know, bro. We'll edit that out. It's live and 1 million people were watching it live. And they don't take anything out. That's why they tell you not to swear before you go on. Because if you swear, it's on TV. So, and there's lights and there's 5 cameras and there's, you know, you walk out onto the stage and that's it. If he asks you anything, dude, time to think about it.
Yeah, you're just done.
You've got to answer right there and then. And it's scary. It's like one of the scariest things you could do is to have someone like Piers Morgan. Obviously, I preemptively thought he's going to bring up my past. Of course, he's going to. So I did think of that beforehand.
Yeah.
And I did have a few things I wanted to say. A lot of it you can't predict, but it's like, can you say what you want to say in the heat of the moment in front of 1 million people watching you right now with those cameras on? You know, and this is your one chance. You know what I mean? So it's a lot of pressure. So
no, definitely, and he's more used to it than you as well, right? So technically, he should have come out on top, but he didn't. He got spanked, right? Which is even better. This is his job. He does this every day, and he still, well, not just by you. He got spanked by you. He's been spanked by multiple people. It's kind of embarrassing that someone that does this for a living gets publicly humiliated so often, really. But I enjoy seeing that, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, something about me, like, spirit.
kind of like, even though I disagree with Piers Morgan on a lot of the stuff he says, I like respect him in a way.
Right.
Like,
because he says it,
it's
right?
a weird, bizarre respect. Yeah, like, I don't respect what he says,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I respect that he's got the guts to sit there on national TV with no F's given, and he's one of the most hated people in the UK. Like, people just started liking me just by virtue of hating him.
Yeah, yeah,
you know.
yeah.
So like, but he's like, how can you put yourself out there day after day after day, live on TV, articles written about you, saying ridiculous stuff, acting like a buffoon a lot of the time, getting wrecked in debates constantly. You know, I just thought, and the way he come at me was he threw a low blow, and I was like, oh, you cheeky bugger. And for some reason, I was like, oh yeah, come on. Then I gave it back to him. So like, take it. If he gives it, actually, can he take it? Yeah, he's a bit of a sook actually, but I somehow was like, okay, I had like this little bit of respect for him, like,
I get it.
in a weird way. Yeah.
I get it. And what happened after? Did you just go off and that's it, or did they have a chat with you, or what?
Nah, it's a bit awkward afterwards, like, because they're not in the green room with me. They're like the big you know, people that at that office. But like, so when I said character attack and took my sip of water, I got up and I was like, they kept filming just in case I did something, because they thought that maybe, he's this violent gang member. But I just said, you did your research, didn't you? You did your research, didn't you, mate? And then he sort of looked at me like, the side look. Like,
oh, okay.
Didn't face me or anything, just side look. And I could have actually kept debating if I wanted to, because they were like really into it. But yeah, like I said, in the green room.
Yeah. It's embarrassing that he wouldn't, after filming, that he wouldn't like engage you like off camera, you know? That's kind of like,
he just I don't think he's got that type of courage. Like,
right.
You know, he wasn't like, hey, yeah, no worries, mate. You know what it is like. You know, we got to do our journalist work too, mate. He didn't, nothing like that. He just gave me this little side look, like. But Anthony Royal Thompson actually come up to me in the green room afterwards and had a chat with me, and he goes, you know, like, yeah, so, you know, I agree with what you're saying, and there's a good, you know, he had a really cool. He was just a cool guy. I followed him on Twitter after that. I was like, because I used to watch him on Ready Steady Cook actually.
Yeah.
And I used to sit there watching cooking shows, and him and the other cooks on there, and it was just weird to be on TV, you know, in England. Like, if you've seen me 10 years ago, I did not expect that. So
yeah. No, it was great, man. It was definitely great. It was definitely a great moment, especially if it could have been anyone, right? But especially as it was on with Piers Morgan, because that was, like you said, people hate him and they like you now just because they hate him. That's good. That's so good, because you're not going on there to promote yourself or like whatever, a book or a movie. You're going on to promote an ethical position. So for them to hate him so much, that means you probably turned a lot of people vegan, not from your arguments, but just because they hate him so much, they want to do the opposite of everything he says, and you're making him say all this shit. So they're like, I'm going vegan because Piers Morgan isn't. You know what I mean? I bet a lot of people actually switched just for that. So it's so good that you went on there and did what you did and got him to say what he said, because fuck, man, he sounded so stupid. You know, he really did.
I mean, people think that the articles and the bad publicity and that they work against you, but
no,
it did nothing but did the message favors, because they directly quote everything I'm saying.
Exactly.
People could go, well, what he's saying is right, you know, or they say, no, that's not true. I'm going to look how gas chambers rule. You know, like nearly every single public interview that I had back in that, I spoke about gas chambers.
Yeah.
Every single one. First thing come out of my mouth wasn't like, hey, I'm Joey Carbstrong. It was like, hey, pigs are killed in gas chambers in the UK. You know what I mean? Like, so that's a dirty secret of the pork industry, gas chambers. One they can't avoid. Pigs are suffering. You can't, suffering in a burst of gas. It's the worst way to die. It's horrible. It's worse than getting bolt gunned in the head.
Definitely.
Like, if you're suffering in that gas, and then just to say that on, you know, in a live discussion, you're never going to get that type of meat eating audience, man. You know how hard that is to get a million meat eaters listening to you then and there.
Mad.
It's like mega outreach, dude. It's like, I just said that to like all this demographic that watches morning TV on this morning, like about gas chambers, and now they all know. So like, I was just blessed by it, man. And I had this spiritual thing going on where I was like, I was doing this manifestation thing that year, and I did this video about I'm going to take it to the next level. And I was like, kept thinking I'm going to bring ethical veganism to the forefront of the mainstream, you know. And I was like, you know, animal rights have been around a long time, obviously.
Yeah.
But like veganism and animal rights weren't always conflated. It was always just animal rights, you know, give a section this and that. But the vegan word was always conflated with like health or environment.
Yeah, yeah.
And I was just like, we want to get the true message of veganism and animal rights in the mainstream media. And I just kept thinking that. And then a month later, no, it wasn't. It was like 2 weeks later, actually. A lady come up to me and did this BBC documentary thing, and it went crazy on it went viral kind of thing. She said that was one of her best performing short documentaries that she made, and that's how it all kicked off. So it was just really bizarre and yeah,
crazy. Either the biggest coincidence or something. Yeah, or it's in the stars. I don't know if you believe that kind of stuff.
It was a full on. It was a crazy synchronicity.
Yeah,
man.
yeah,
It was
exactly.
Crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like I can't explain it. Like when people go, oh, like the rational people, they're like, well, it was just a coincidence. I'm like, I don't know, man.
I think there's a certain element. I think there's a certain element of like you put yourself out there in the right ways, and people ask this as well. They ask like, "Oh, how do I become an activist? Like that, you know, does this for a living? How do I do this? How do I do this?" Well, you've got to start putting it out. You've got to start at step one. All right, what do I want to do? You have a solid goal. You have a solid position. You have a solid idea. What separates you out from everybody else, right? You need to figure that out too. Like, why am I special? What is my thing? What is my authenticity? How am I authentic? All right, hone in on that. And then, okay, what do I want to achieve? The more people you tell and the more you try to do it, the more chance that it's going to get recognized and that you're going to get a break. But the weird thing is when you get the break, you kind of forget all the things you've done before. You're like, oh my God, this is amazing. It's like, dude, you've been working for fucking years. This took years to get this break. You didn't just get it handed to you. In your case, it didn't just land on your lap, dude. You've been doing shit for years to get to that point. And I think it's the same for somebody starting as an activist too. Like when you get a break, like I don't know, say somebody tags you, shares your thing, and all of a sudden you get thousands of people, tens of thousands looking at your page. It's like that doesn't just happen to somebody one day to another. You'll have been posting, you'll have been doing things for a while. You know, there's a lot of foundation built, and I think that's yeah. You put out to the world what you want back, right? You got to kind of make the effort. You make your own look, I think, is what I'm trying to say. And
of course, you increase your probability of something.
Absolutely.
You have to take action on anything.
Absolutely.
You know, if I just thought about something, it's not going to manifest. You have to have inspired thought. And when I have inspired thought, this is where people go wrong. They have inspired thought and they do it 2 years from now, what they were thinking. No, when you have inspired thought, you have to act. And then when people go, well, I'll act when it's perfect. I'll make a YouTube channel when I've got the best camera. I'll do this when I've got this. And I'm like, no, that's not how it works. You have to. When I started my YouTube channel, I had an iPhone 5. I was poor. I just got out of jail. I was working for £250 a week, slogging it out on a bricklayer as a bricklayer labourer, which is just a lackey, like I was a hand on the construction site.
Yeah.
So I was getting 250 quid a week, and I was saving, eating potatoes and oats, and I was getting I got a cheap phone, a cheap laptop, and that's how I started. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I could have waited till I had $4,000 for a new camera, you know, but it's just if you have inspired thought, act on it. That's what I'll say to people. Just do it. Stop having conferences and stop having discussions about what's the most effective, and stop worrying about all of that, man. Like You'll find your feet. You just have here's a good example. Tash Peterson. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Tash Peterson. Like I remember I had a Zoom chat with her, and she was like, oh, you know, this was about 2020, I think. And she was talking, oh, what, you know, people are saying this and that. And I was like, do you know what? Get attention. However you want to get attention, because attention for you means attention for the message. And then she's just fearless. She's fearless. She's a little fearless woman, just like, you know, I'm just like, she's gutsy, man. That is gutsy.
Definitely.
That is gutsy. And, you know what I mean? And the courage has to come into it as well. You have to think like your message has to be what you believe in has to be stronger than your emotions about your reservations about it. You really got to believe in it. And if you don't, then you're going to be like, well, I feel too afraid to put myself out there, you know what I mean? And you won't do it. So
exactly.
That's what I think.
You can't expect success if you're too scared of failing. The thing is, like, failing is what makes you successful. Like, if you've never failed, you'll never be successful, right? That's that simple. You have to fail. It's part of it. It's definitely part of it, man.
And you got to fail publicly sometimes on your face.
Say again, sorry?
Oh,
yeah, fall on your face. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
You have to fail publicly as well, like sometimes if you're doing social media your activism, you're going to have some failures in front of people, you know, and that's just the way it is, you know.
Yeah, exactly, man. Exactly. You just gotta try and do some clever edits on those ones.
I got to get going, guys. So thanks for having me on.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Sorry, a bit of a delay though, man.
I have to go for now.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you. Yeah.
Can you? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I have to get going because I've got to go do something.
Sure, man.
Filming.
All good. Well, we're here for another like 6 hours, man. So if you find time later, let us know, and we'll bring you back in for a bit. Yeah.
I'll tune back in after I'm done here.
Sounds good, man. All right. Good luck.
See you later, guys.
man. Right.
See ya. Bye-bye.
Awesome. There you go, guys. That was fun, huh? Nice to have Joey in for a little bit. Yeah, I was thinking, like, should we react to something with him? And then I thought, I don't know. I think it's far more valuable just to have him having chatting, you know? Like, have a nice free flow, have a nice chill. Because I know he's got a good chat, you know? So I figured let's just chill. Let's have just a talk, one-on-one kind of thing and not do the reaction yet. But hey, if he gets time later, maybe he'll come in and we'll do some reactions to some of his videos. I can tell you, he's hooked me up with a list of videos that he wants us to have a look at. And as I said, I don't know. I was looking for the top view count ones. I wasn't looking for any like, and obviously anything that looked extra spicy. But the ones he sent, these sound spicy as fuck. So I reckon we're gonna go for these ones. So we've got, okay, let's take a look. All right, let's see. I think, hello. Oh, we have some food. Oh my goodness, we have a food break. Guys, so this is, oh, it smells so good. So, you know how Joey was we're talking earlier, thank you, Annie, about how he's always eating like whole food plant-based. Hench Herbivores in the chat, by the way. So Hench, I'm really sorry about what you're about to see, bro. I know you're big into the nutrition side of things. And he was telling people, hey, I'm into the whole food plant-based. It's kind of what I tell people too. But unfortunately, it's not always the case. And today is one of those days because, as you can see, this is not whole foods or plant-based. What we've got here is a big splosh of vegan mayo. And what you're looking at in front, they are croissants with vegan sausages baked into them. That is what I'm having. Okay? Croissants with vegan sausages baked into them and mayo. Look at that. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. It's so good. It's so good. All right. We're gonna find some spicy. Oh my God, you can get all the ASMR chewing. Let's find a video that we can eat and watch at the same time. So ideally nothing that has any slaughter footage or anything like that. Okay. Let's have a look at his BBC journalist. What's this? He says BBC journalist takes on vegan activist debate. All right, we can let's have a look at this one. Then I can have a little munchy munch. And we'll do that at the same time. Here we go.
Joey, so I've been having a look at your social media.
Yes.
And I've been fascinated just how much of a following you have. Just tell me, how important is it to use social media to get more people to become vegan?
Well, it's one of the most important things we have as a way of sort of advertising this message. If we didn't have social media, there would be no movement because we just mathematically, it would be impossible. Industry has a lot of advertising money and they really spend a lot on it. So with social media, anyone can be a journalist, anyone can spread videos and messages, and when your message is true and people look into it and research it, it's got credibility, and that's how you develop a following, I suppose.
And what about for your younger audiences? Because obviously they're on Instagram, they're listening to your messages. How do you find that?
Social media is the new TV, and most people just want to see a 1-minute video on their Instagram feed. YouTube is, you know, more, it's more watched, I'd say, than some TV channels, and it's just huge. It's the most powerful thing we have in the movement, and, you know, it's fantastic.
So I was looking at your Instagram page, and
Yeah.
you know, some of the messages that you have where you compare livestock markets to the slave trade.
Yeah.
You suggest that if you're not vegan, that means that you support animal abuse.
Yeah.
Do you
You
think
do.
that's the right message?
Yes, it is, and it's not comparing to the slave trade, it is a slave trade. Animals are enslaved, they don't have no liberty, no freedom, they're sold as property, it's a slave trade, and animals are slaves, so I say what's objectively true. And if you're not vegan, you, by virtue of supply and demand, support animal abuse, so it's an objectively true statement. Sometimes the truth is a little bit uncomfortable, but I'm not in the business of making people comfortable, I'm in the business of defending animals.
But do you not feel that comparing livestock markets to the slave trade is, in a way, insulting to black ancestry suffering of the slave trade?
Not at all. Not at all. If you've been in, if your ancestors...
Why do people always go for, like, the transatlantic slave trade? Like, when you compare, and you say what's currently happening is a modern day slave trade to the animals, like, you do realize slavery has been a fundamental part of human existence since the dawn of humanity. Transatlantic slave trade was absolutely horrendous. It wasn't the only slave trade, and it's actually one of the smallest ones. It obviously, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it's good. It's horrendous. It was absolutely horrendous. But I'm saying, in the grand scale of things, it wasn't the worst iteration of slavery that ever exists, but it's the one that constantly gets brought up because it was the most recent. But when we say the animals are treated like slaves, or they are enslaved and it is a slave trade, people always go to be offended on behalf of black people or African people, African Americans, rather than Jewish, for example, or, I don't know, one of the many Middle Eastern you know, groups of people who were enslaved as well. It's really unusual, and it's like a really, I think they go to it because they know it's the most fiery, spicy thing they can do, and it feels like they like to put you on the back foot because they know how sensitive this topic is to a lot of people. Maybe.
Ancestors have been enslaved, then you could recognize slavery in another species.
But you're comparing the human slavery of people.
No, I'm not.
Human slavery
No,
to
I'm saying that animals are enslaved, and live auctions are the slave trade, in its own right. I didn't say, here's the transatlantic slave trade and here's the animal slave trade. I said live auctions are the slave trade. They're a slave trade.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting because your demeanour is, in a way, you know, very aggressive, I would suggest, you know, just the way that you put your message across. You've been on some of the morning TV shows in the UK, and with Piers Morgan as one. I mean, do you think this is the right attitude? Because isn't there going to be a point where you alienate people because of your aggressive nature and the way you're trying to bring the message across?
No, and being aggressive is subjective. It's really based on, you know, people are going to say that...
By the way, that was so good. Look at that. I've really enjoyed this, just letting you know.
You're aggressive even if you're really softly spoken, but if you say something that's uncomfortable and people are feeling like, oh, I've got discomfort here, he's saying I contribute to animal abuse, that's aggressive. It's forcing a change, and forcing social change, you have to be sometimes direct, and I don't want to beat around the bush and start using euphemisms for what's objectively murder or what's objectively slavery. So alienating people, well, they agree with us that animal abuse is wrong and animal cruelty is wrong, but with their actions, they're contributing to it. So we're not alienating people. I believe most of the UK are animal lovers in their heart. It's just their actions aren't consistent with that, so we're making people aware that their actions are contributing to the thing that they're against.
Say if you, in another life, I don't know, were a farmer, you know, and you heard somebody, saying to that farmer, you know, you as a farmer, oh, you know, what you're doing is rape, you're a murderer. You know, don't you think, though, if you've been doing something for generations, and then you're told that everything you're doing is completely wrong and it's abuse, how does that person change? Because surely you need a bit more of a positive response and reaction in order to change.
How do you want to be positive? I mean, you say to somebody with a big smile, hey, everything you've been doing for your whole life has been abusive. Oh, smile. Like how you know, how can you positively put that message across to a farmer? It's not really possible I don't know what she's asking. And this is what these people tend to do, right? She's asking this question. She couldn't give an answer. She couldn't answer that question. Like, if you have your own way that you think would work, let us know. And we'll tell you if we think it'll work or not. From experience, most of us have tried different methods and different ways of talking to people, and we know what tends to work better. She has never done anything like this ever in her entire life. I promise you that. Vegan activism. Yet she thinks she knows better than Joey, but still can't give him I think the best thing that he could do now is say, well, what do you think? Tell me a positive way that I could talk to a farmer in this way, to make them aware of why what they're doing is wrong. Tell me the way you would do it, and watch her fall to pieces. You know. But this is not, obviously he's not interviewing her, she's interviewing him. So it's good. It's good to get what he'll do, and what I know Joey's doing here is dropping as many sound bites in as possible, getting a really strong message out. But in a one-to-one conversation with her, I'd love to know what ideas she has that are so good and so much better than what he's doing. You know, I'd love to hear those.
Do I really want to change farmers, or do I want to change the public and the supply and demand change? Because farmers will only supply what the public demand. So do I want to change the farmer, or do I want to change the general public, and then the farmer will grow what the public want? So if I was a farmer in a previous life or whatever, and I was sending animals to their death, and I was enslaving them and sticking my fist in their anus and injecting bull semen into them and stealing their children off them and bolt gunning baby calves in the head, and someone said, you're a murderer, I'd go and look at what I'm doing and go, oh, you know what, maybe that's true.
Okay. The Newark Showground,
That was
this
really
place,
good.
Majority of the events here promote animal, livestock farming, dairy farming. How do you feel with a choice of venue, a big vegan movement right here on the Newark Showground?
Well, it's not a vegan world. I mean, you walk through the supermarket and there's a vegan section and there's chopped up animal bodies right there. What we're doing here is we're selling vegan products. We're offering it's a space for vegans to have a community and have speeches, and we're not selling animal products out of here. We're just using the ground and the earth. The earth isn't vegan itself. I mean, there's animal products everywhere, so it doesn't really give me too much of a inconsistent feeling. It's just a showground, and we're using it to promote a positive message.
She's such a jerk, isn't she, for saying that? It's like if imagine Joey Carbstrong gets a position, I don't know, let's say a band is playing at the Manchester Evening News Arena, one of the biggest arenas or the biggest arena in Manchester, or even bigger, Wembley Stadium. Let's go big. Wembley Stadium, Coldplay is playing, sold out Wembley Stadium, and Coldplay loves Joey Carbstrong. They're like, we're vegans, we want him to come on. So they give him an opportunity. He goes up on stage just before Coldplay to a lot of people, and he talks about veganism. And then the BBC are there, and afterwards they're like, did you realise the Wembley Stadium is it's used for a lot of non-vegan events? Like, a lot of the bands that play here aren't vegan. The food that's served here normally isn't vegan. Do you not feel there's an inconsistency with you being up here spreading a vegan message? It's like, dude, what are you? Stop clutching at straws here. Stop trying to create a scene where there isn't one. Why you really, if you're going for this as like an argument, it means that pretty much you've got nothing left, doesn't it? It means you've got no actual worthy arguments back to what he's saying. So you go, it's the BBC interviewer, like professional equivalent of, yeah, but are your shoes vegan? Basically, it's like a more intellectual version of that, But yeah, but I mean, this event is on, It's like, come on, seriously.
Okay. Thank you, Joey. That's brilliant.
When you're speaking from the animal's perspective, you got to think, well, for me, I'm getting pushed into a gas chamber. This is a Holocaust. For me, I'm shackled and chained. My children are stolen. This is slavery. I don't have no liberty. So I speak from the animal's point of view.
The sticking point is that you believe that humans and animals are the same.
No, I don't. We're obviously different.
But then,
I think the action is the same. So if I murder you, that's murder. If I murder a pig, that's murder. The action, I'm not saying you're a pig. I'm saying that you stab you in the throat, that's murder. And if you stab a pig in the throat, that's murder.
See, I really, again, I love that he's saying it like that. I think there is a really big mistake. This is a genuine mistake that I think a lot of vegans make. I personally think this is a mistake. You might disagree with me. It's totally all right. When vegans say we are equal to animals, they say humans and animals are equal, the same. Complete equality, right? That is not true and shouldn't be true. Oh, is this not good for you guys to take? Are you getting pissed off with me right now? Are you ready to cancel me? Unsubscribe? Delete your Patreons and all that? Just wait, okay? Wait, all right? The reason I say that is You wouldn't give a chicken a driving license, would you? You wouldn't give a cow a bank account, right? These are rights that we have that we can do. Like, we can own a house, we can own a bank account, we can, you know, we can do these things, right? And we can do them because we have a capacity to do them. Like, you wouldn't give a child a chainsaw. Why? Because you couldn't trust them with it. So they have, again, they're not the same as us. Adults and children need to be treated differently. So the adults and children aren't equal, right? Animals and humans and other animals are not equal. We don't have equality. But a lot of vegans will say we should be completely equal. We shouldn't be completely equal. We should both be equal in the way that we both deserve to live without being exploited, used, abused, killed against our will, right? That's where we need to be equal, 100%. But I definitely I've seen a lot of vegan messaging where it's like, we are the same. We are all the same. We are all equal. When it's like, I really think we need to nail down that point that no, we're not. And we don't have to be the same to deserve to not be treated like shit. You get me? We can acknowledge that we are very different and we can be completely unequal in the terms of the rights that we have. Like, I have the right to do some things and you don't have the right to do other things because you're a child, because you're another animal. But that doesn't mean that anyone has the right to abuse you or kill you, ever. No matter how different we are in all these other ways, it doesn't give anyone the right to do that. And I like how Joey nailed that down. I don't think we're the same. I just think that I love that. I think it's really, really important. And to be fair, guys, I've not seen like loads and loads of vegans saying this, but I have seen it more from these like lovey-dovey kind of vegans, you know, like people who are more focused on love, compassion. We're all about love. It's all about, we're all the same. We should be, you know, we're all the same energy. We're all the same spiritually and stuff like that. This is where it tends to come from. The individuals like that. I think well, it might work for some people, but for me, it's a much more I think a much more grounded approach where it's like, listen, we're definitely nothing alike. Barely have similarities, but doesn't mean one deserves all that horrible shit and one doesn't. None of us deserve that. You with me? Am I cancelled? Are you just, did you delete the tweet? You had the tweet ready, you were about to do it, and you deleted it, right? I hope so anyway. Or you can do it. See if I care. No, I do care, don't do it.
But then murder, in terms of British law, means between is human activity.
That's not the only definition. If you look up other definitions, there's, you know, to slay wantingly, there's more definitions of the word murder. So if you're going to use a word, use all the definitions and can't just pick one. Yeah. And does it change the violence of the act? Does it change the act being immoral? Because there's a semantics problem here? Yeah. Not at all.
Definitely not. The semantics argument is so weak, isn't it? It's not murder, though. Technically, it's not that. Okay, fine. Do you want me to explain what it is then instead? It's shooting animals in the head or electrocuting them or gassing them and slitting their throats. Would you rather me say that every time or murder? You know what I mean? The reality is that the word murder is actually a much nicer thing to say, if anything. The word murder is a good euphemism because it allows the person to escape being hit with the actual reality, which when you describe it sounds a lot worse than murder, right? You with me? Like, it's like describing the process step by step is definitely a lot worse, right? So we can do semantics all day. That's what I say. If they say it's not murder, I'll say, okay, then so every time I go to explain it, I'll explain exactly what I mean and see how you like that instead, right? No? Okay, I'll just call it murder then.
I think that there's going to be a point where you alienate people, the people that have changed. Look at those people here.
Yeah, true.
And then there's going to be a point where you cannot change those minds because calling them rapists, calling them murderers.
I don't call people rapists.
Okay, but you're calling.
I don't walk up to farmer. Yeah, I'll say it's rape.
Yeah, but then they're going to associate that with themselves,
well, that's true. So they need to analyse that.
They should associate with themselves.
You think that's true, and that's your belief, and many people believe that. But then surely, if you're going to make a change for those people that maybe will say, okay, we're going to sell the grains and the soya beans and all that, and not do livestock farming. But how are you going to make that change if they feel that you're telling them they're rapists and murderers?
That's what I told you about the demand.
dictates what they sell. So I don't have to change indoctrinated farmers through generations who think this is fine. I'm changing the general public. Females, mostly 75% women, who see a cow have a fish shoved into their anus can go, oh my God, that's rape.
But it's not if they've had 10 kilos of grain.
I've actually been to farms and I've met farmers who have actually said to me that, you know, the hardest part sometimes is taking their animals to the slaughterhouse.
Exactly.
You know,
so that means it's wrong.
So that means that they care.
Yes, we talked
but they're
about
doing
this
something
earlier.
that they know is wrong.
They're doing something because they feel that that is feeding a population, because there is still a demand, a massive demand for meat.
They're not doing. Where is this sense of like wholesomeness that seems to come with farmers? Like, how does she actually believe that the only reason farmers breed and kill animals is because they want to feed the population? Come on, don't be so fucking naive. It's not because they want to feed the population. It's because it's how they make money. If they made no money from it, they wouldn't do it. Do you understand? It is nothing to do with, oh, yeah, we need to feed the people. No, 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 no. If they didn't make enough money from it, right, to live, they would get another job. They wouldn't just keep doing it. It's nothing to do with that. It's to do with making money. It's to do with tradition. It's to do with the convenience of it. It's to do with it being what they've always done. It's nothing to. It's not that they just have this. Oh, we're just trying to help the people. We're just trying to feed everyone. Come on, that's what they say, but we all know it's not true because they would. It's not about the people, because we've got alternatives now that can feed people, and they're still doing it, and they could make more money actually probably from plant-based foods, but they're not doing it. Which doesn't actually make a lot of sense when you come to think of it. It's probably more towards the tradition side than the money, really. Or maybe they just don't know, haven't acknowledged it. The education's not there, which a lot of farmers are switching over to plant-based products now because of this, right? Because of the ethics and because of the business opportunities there. Which, if you're a farmer watching, look into this. If you don't know about these opportunities, and this is why you're thinking it's all, I'm not going to change, or one of the reasons you're not going to change, you should look into it. You should look into switching. Loads of dairy farmers are switching to plant milks because of the financial rewards of it, because they don't want to keep doing this to animals, because of, the world's changing, environmental reasons, so it's totally possible for many different reasons, but should be mainly because, the animals don't need to keep getting put through this. And you can live a very happy life without it.
What you're saying is they're doing something that's against their nature. They know it's wrong. So why are they doing it? And why are you telling me that it's not murder, it's not slavery, it's not? They know it is. They know it's wrong.
I don't think they don't.
Well, how could they feel bad about it?
Killing an animal for food, in their mind and in many people's mind that eat meat, is not murder.
Why do they feel it's bad then? Why do they feel guilty? Why do they feel sad?
They obviously have seen that calf born, they've watched it grow, and then now
they take it from the mother, they hear the pining, okay? They see the mother pining for the young, they take the bobby calves off to the slaughterhouse to be spoke gunned in the skull, they shoot them on the head on sight, and they don't feel anything about that.
But that's something that is a practice, a tradition that has been done for generations.
So was slavery.
To feed a population. But to call it slavery,
I'm saying so was slavery. That was normalised, socially accepted for the most part.
That was a human activity which was suffering, and people accepted that.
This is
so this isn't a human activity?
Human activity that causes suffering.
Exactly.
Too.
To animals, though, that are used to eat for food.
Yes, and people throughout the history of human slavery, the ones that were enslaved were seen as not human. They were seen as lesser humans, or not human at all in some cases. For example, transatlantic slavery is a good example. They were the individuals in that horrendous system were considered to not even be human. They were dehumanized. They were seen as equal to animals that they were. They called them animals. In other slave trades, they've treated people as still human, but like lower humans, right? So there's like a hierarchy. It would be like human, like a slave human, and then animals. So what she's saying here is it's complete bullshit. She's obviously on the defensive here, looking for anything she can get, and Joey's not taking any of it, which is great.
Yeah. So if I ate you for food, it would still make it completely immoral and wrong. And if I ate a dog for food, it doesn't matter what justification you use. It's not needed. It's unnecessary. It's unjustified.
Well, you definitely have a lot to say on the movement, and you've got so many followers here. So obviously they like what you're saying and they believe what you're saying. in terms of the movement here, how far do you go with this? Where does it stop, or does it ever stop, or does it just keep going?
No, this movement will never go away. It's a movement of justice, and it's based on, we have the reality of slaughterhouses, we have the reality of factory farming, what it's doing to the planet. This movement isn't going away. It's only going to grow exponentially, and things will change. We'll change the whole system. It's just inevitable.
Well, thank you, Joey. It's lovely.
No problem.
Lovely talking
Really
to you.
nice talking to you. Thanks for the interview. I look forward to seeing your piece.
Yeah.
It won't be a slam piece, will it be completely BBC unbiased?
Cool. Yeah, it was interesting. I mean, it's the interview was a little bit frustrating, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, it is what it is. You're going to get people. They just want to pull out the drama, don't they? Basically, that's kind of what their interviewers are supposed to do, especially with somebody who is as controversial as Joey. But guys, let's take a look at the GoFundMe. Let's see where we're up to with that. We're raising money for the animal sanctuary Vrouva. Oh no, that's not the right one. Hold up. We're raising money for the animal sanctuary Vrouva. We've been doing it all day. That's what we're doing this for right now. And currently we've got 210 euros raised, which is amazing. So guys, click the link in the pinned comment to get over there and drop a donation. So basically, this sanctuary is an incredible sanctuary that we've spent some time at myself. You could probably see this on the screen right now. Great, you can. So on the left here, this is Bebe, or we just call him Baby because it's easier to say. And there on the right, this is Hope. Bebe is a baby donkey, and oh my God, he is absolutely it's so amazing. He acts like a dog, and I say that because obviously I've had a lot of time with dogs. He nudges you like a dog for strokes. He follows you around. He gets excited. He puts his head into you to make you stroke him and cuddle him. He's absolutely, oh my God, so lovely. And Hope is a really, really nice cow as well. She's very friendly. But apparently, I've never seen this myself, but apparently she doesn't like meat eaters. Apparently she can sense it and she stays away or is unhappy when meat eaters are around. But with the vegans, she's lovely, and she was lovely with me. And such a nice animals, such incredible personalities. And these two live at the sanctuary. So we're trying to help these guys. Full disclosure, they're currently, the owner of this sanctuary is vegan, ethical vegan, okay? And they only serve vegan food. They only eat vegan food and serve vegan food for anybody visiting. However, they have dogs and they have cats, and these animals are not eating vegan at this moment, but not through a lack of trying. It's just that they can't afford it. All right. And they're left with this tough position where it's, you know, rock and a hard place. Like, do you just let these animals die? Do you just not rescue them? Or do you have to go and do the most horrible thing and buy dead animals to, you know, animal food, like to feed them that's full of dead animals? It's really rough, and they'd rather not be in that situation. And so that's kind of what we're doing today as well. We're going to raise some money for them and get them on the way to making that change. They are going to make that change. They just need to get some more funding, guys, so they can do it. Currently, a lot of the food they get is donated from places, you know, so they're not even buying a lot of this dog food and cat food. It is donated to them, right? So, you know, to replace that with expensive vegan dog and cat food, it's really, you know, it's going to be really tough for them. So that's what we're trying to do today. We're going to help them get some money together to make that a possibility, and also just to help them with the general caretaking of Bebe and Hope and the horses and all the other animals, the goats and the sheep and the chickens. Who else have they got? I think that's everyone. Incredible place, guys. So definitely click the link. Go to the link in the pinned comment. All the super chats and the Streamlabs donations are also going to the sanctuary today, okay? The incredible place run by incredible people. Amazing place in an island in Greece. It was lovely. Woo! Okay. We've got a nice list of them to look at now. Like a nice list from Joey to see what we're going to choose. So let's have a look. What's next? What are we going to go for next? So let's have a look. We've got a couple. Let's do this one. He gets threatened by a spiritual guy, apparently. Okay, this sounds fun. We love our spiritual hypocrites, don't we, guys? I'm sure some of you found the channel through my spiritual hypocrite videos. Let's take a look. This one is titled Joey versus the Public, Episode 11, Spiritual Hypocrites. This is from 2016. Look at that. about 20k views, just under 20k views, 2,000 likes, and just 42 dislikes. So a popular video with the vegans, for that's for sure. Oh, we got a donation. JP and Julia tips $10 and say, would you like some chocolate to follow your sausage roll? There's a euphemism in here somewhere, but I'm not going to go for it. I guess that means I've got to eat. Like, basically, long story short, guys, JP and Julia are friends we know outside of the internet, believe it or not. We've met. Can you believe it? We went and stayed with them just a couple of weeks ago, and it was really nice. They were awesome people. We got into a few really, really big disagreements, though, okay? And it was very serious. And one of those disagreements was about whether orange and chocolate should ever be combined. Now, I'm of the opinion that it should never, ever happen, ever. Orange and chocolate do not belong together. Orange ruins chocolate, and chocolate ruins orange. Keep them apart. But they disagree. And they want me to eat it, but they've not asked for it, so I'm not doing it. If you want it, I mean, that you've just, I mean, you give a $10 tip, I appreciate it, but you didn't request I eat the chocolate orange. If you want to request it, you're going to have to tip again for the sanctuary. Annie's here. She's got the chocolate at the ready. I'm not eating the orange chocolate until you specifically put in a tip that says, David, I gave you this donation for the sanctuary to eat the orange chocolate.
Also, please specify if you're going to do this. Do you want this bar? It's
they
like
can't
a
see.
low
1 minute. There you go.
Oh, it's like a low sugar one. Orange, like milky chocolate. I guess it's coconut.
Does not belong together.
And then dark chocolate, like maybe two pieces of this maybe. Or then these thingies.
Chocolate creams.
Yeah, there's like cream inside.
With
So
orange.
maybe
Just all chocolate that's been ruined by orange.
1, 2, or 3.
Or say none because it's chocolate orange and it's ruined. They've ruined the chocolate. All right. Let's focus up because I see Eckhart Tolle, our favorite. All right, let's see. Let's see.
I read a quote where you were discussing people's food choices and how that's connected maybe to their spirituality.
The answer to that comes from within you, and you have to do what feels right, what corresponds to your state of consciousness at any time.
Would you consider yourself spiritual?
Yes.
Yeah? So you still consume dairy and eggs as well?
I don't consume eggs. I do consume dairy. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold up. David, I gave you this donation to the sanctuary, so you will eat the chocolate, eat a piece of each. Moonstar. God damn it, guys. I suppose we should take a chocolate break then, and then get back into the video. All right, fine. Basil was also tipped, says $1. You're fucking awesome for doing a 10-hour stream. Keep it up. Thank you, Basil. Appreciate it. But unfortunately, some people don't appreciate it, and they're making me eat shitty orange chocolate. All right, come on, let's get this over with. Oh, just leave them here, and I'll eat them as we go. Yeah.
Try one now then.
Yeah. Okay, I'll do one now. It's not like I'm not going to be sick. I just would rather not eat it. You know what I mean? I've got this one here. By the way, guys, these are not vegan as well. So you're making me eat non-vegan chocolate right now. I'm joking. They're all vegan. Look, see, it's vegan. Look, don't worry. Oh god, that's the wrong time for that. There you go. Double if you eat chocolate orange now. $10 for each. All right. Well, we're going for it. There you go. There's one. Chocolate cream. Focus. There you go. All right. There's one. It's like why do people do this? Why ruin? Oh, it's so. Why ruin chocolate with orange, and why ruin oranges with chocolate? Just no. All right, here's the next one. This one's called King Monty. It's vegan, okay? Oh, God, that was horrible. That one was really not good. Hench can't take this. Absolutely. He's out of here. He's like, dude's eating chocolate now. Fuck this guy, man. So unhealthy. All right. There you go. It was like badly taken piece of chocolate. There you go. All right. This one smells better than the last one. This one's better. It's not really orangey. This is really good. There's like no orange in this. It's just dark chocolate. And this one, I reckon this one's going to be shit. Because this one is, obviously it's a vegan one. They're all vegan. It's made in Scotland, but it has 1% sugar, and it's like no oil and no nothing. So basically, it just tastes like shit. Like I've already I've tried one of these ones, not the orange one though. But this is the orange one. But I'm sorry. I'm sorry to this company. I've not named the company. I'm just saying it's too healthy. I don't eat chocolate to be healthy, right? Stop making chocolate healthy. There you go. This is a little piece because I'm like, I want to go back to doing the. So, this one's like, oh no. It's like, this one's chocolate without the things you want in chocolate, i.e. sugar and fat, and with the things you don't want in chocolate, like orange. That's what that was. That was horrible. All right, great. Well, the middle one was great, but the others were no good. Thanks for that, guys. Appreciate it. Making me eat that shit. No good, no good, no good. Let's take a look at this spiritual hypocrite, guys. Let's get back in. Oh, Joey. That's my stream. Like, I don't know how this might screw up the stream because the audio is like, this is 2016 before YouTube was like really big on audio, you know, like before they were fucking you over for songs. Oh my God. Okay. Jesus, Joey. My God, man. Should have warned us about that. Okay. Spiritual hypocrites. Let's go from here.
When you see me do this, it's my spirit.
Now, what does spirituality mean to you?
I would not only consider myself as spiritual, but everything in the world, all the living beings, humans and all the animals, everything that has life is spiritual.
Okay.
So spirituality to me means, that iota, having that inkling of God in you.
Okay.
And all the, creatures have that.
Like your inner self?
Inner self?
Yeah, definitely, on a different level with the universe, how you connect.
How you connect?
Yeah. There's a beautiful quote by Stephen Covey. He says, we're not human beings having spiritual experience. We are spiritual beings undergoing a human experience.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's powerful.
Yeah.
That's powerful.
It's about what you feel within your heart and following your heart.
So you believe in concept of karma and things like that, yeah?
Yes.
Karma, you believe in concept of karma and stuff?
Definitely.
Karma. Okay.
Yeah, like Newton's third law of motion.
Okay.
To every action, there's a reaction.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Would you say that contributing to the least amount of suffering to other earthlings would be considered spiritual as well, yeah? Okay. So do you think you can still be spiritual and eat meat, dairy and eggs?
Yes.
That's a tough question. I would say yes.
We don't say that you have to be spiritual, you have to give away meat and eat dairy and other things. There are stepping stone to spirituality. So ethical life is a stepping stone to spirituality, and we recommend in Science of Spirituality to go for a vegetarian kind of lifestyle.
Okay.
But I would not say that, people who are non-vegetarians are not spiritual, no.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
on their way, it's work in progress.
Are you vegetarian?
I have been a vegetarian all my life.
If you're a vegetarian, that's wonderful. It doesn't mean that immediately makes you into a person who is spiritual.
So you still consume dairy and eggs as well?
I don't consume eggs. I do consume dairy.
Oh my God, Joey. Dude, stop dropping that shit in there, man.
So there, cows and other animals, they were domesticated and very lovingly, you know, they were given.
Yeah, that doesn't happen in Australia.
Sometimes when I buy some food, I imagine that this is going into my body, and then the body either opens up to it or closes down.
That's right.
Do you know
I've seen videos
that the
of that.
dairy industry is the veal industry? So by drinking dairy, you contribute to the veal industry, so the babies that get killed. So it's the same sort of thing. They both work hand in hand. Yes?
I think everyone was spiritual.
Awesome, awesome.
Despite your diet.
Okay, we've got a 1-minute video we're showing people. Would you like to watch it?
Definitely.
Okay, this is all filmed in Australia.
I think the audio again is gonna fuck me here. Sorry guys, I gotta mute it whilst it's doing this because there's a song there.
You're vegan?
Yes.
That's a gas chamber.
I've never hurt an animal like that.
I have to do it again because of the song playing. They're so bad. I'm sorry, I might have to stop this video, guys, because clearly back in 2016, he was using videos with music, and that was before YouTube got really, really harsh on the music stuff. So my worry is that they'll screw over this live stream really hard, and it won't be able to be shown to like anyone. Like the vegan teacher stream, there are people who watch that stream and you can't actually see it in some countries because of the songs that we're in, and I don't want to end up with that again, you know. So and it's not about demonetization, it's about they literally banned my video from certain countries because it played songs in the video. Like I'm talking like the people who owned those songs very strict on it in some countries. So I don't want to end up doing that again. So unfortunately we're gonna have to skip out on that one. I mean, or at least I'll fly through the video and let's see if there's the bit that he wants us to actually see. There's an actual one section that he said like somebody got upset with him in the video. So let's just go through and see. Let's have a look. For God's sake, see this music. Okay, so it says he was confronted by the brunette girl's father. Okay. And then it says, this is how it all went down. So let's hope there's no music this time.
Excuse me, mate.
What they want to eat? No,
Excuse me,
mate.
buddy.
If you're leaving a stretcher, keep going.
You're gonna assault me. Hey, I never attacked her.
You manipulated her words and manipulated her questioning. Asked her about spirituality. It's got nothing to do with people's eating choices. How dare you? Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are?
Do you want me to explain myself? Or
No,
I'll just
you can
walk
leave.
away?
Walk away.
You don't have to threaten me, mate.
Well, leave.
I'm not leaving.
It's my daughter.
I'm allowed to be here. You can leave.
Huh? Really?
I'm allowed to
You'll
be
leave on
here.
a stretcher, mate. Don't manipulate young girls, but with your pointed questions, mate. If people want to cut their heads off and wear them as headdresses, they will.
Oh, really?
Yes.
So you're defending your right to be cruel to animals?
No, not at all.
That's what you're saying?
No, I'm not. That. We're talking about what you did.
I'm showing people animal slaughter footage. Do you want to see it?
But you're not just showing them. You're not just showing them. You're getting them on camera, and then you're twisting.
I asked you first. I asked for your permission.
You asked me to talk about spirituality. You didn't ask me to talk about a diet.
Yes, of course you
are manipulating. You manipulated me on camera.
How?
You asked me to talk about spirituality. You didn't ask me to talk about meat. You got it?
Or
Now I told
cruelty to
you.
animals.
Don't you even start.
These people are so spiritual, huh? Fucking hell. Oh my God, yeah. This is like a spiritual conference, and these girls were literally just talking to him, all like, oh yeah, it's all about spirituality. And then he gets them and like talks to them about, is it spiritual to do this and that? And now all of a sudden spirituality's out of the window. Now they're just fucking shouting at him, oh, I'm so upset. Just fucking threatening him and stuff. Yeah, so spiritual.
You're the joke.
I'm sad. You're so going to cry.
Yeah.
You're going about it the wrong way.
That's right.
Be honest with people. If you want to talk to people about animal
I'll
cruelty,
talk about-
start with that. It's got nothing to do with spirituality.
That's right.
Okay.
You know what?
Would you have accepted if I said that?
I actually would have, and I would have been much more careful with my words, and I also would have watched that video with a bit more sympathy and asked you a bit more about it, because I'm actually interested in it, but I'm not interested for you to draw the line between that and spirituality.
Oh my God.
That is rude, and if you were
But
religious,
there is truth to it, though.
You want to show you how to yell?
You guys are running this
try and manipulate someone else's religion, you don't do it.
Spirituality, they're showing lambs being slaughtered. It's not right. They don't belong here. But I'm a Reiki master. I've been doing spiritual work for 25 years. These guys don't belong here.
Fucking Reiki master, 25 years. Yeah, sure, mate. Yeah, this guy's the most spiritual guy ever. Fucking hell. A Reiki master some trained healer for 25 years asking Joey, do you want to leave on a stretcher because he confronted them about their hypocrisy? Oh my God.
End the story. That's why this fair's going down the fucking toilet.
It's just wrong. They've got footage of me on camera. They asked me to talk about spirituality, and they've got footage of them talking about meat and how I eat it and how it's wrong. You know? And it's sort of, who
Shut
would
up.
even know?
Shut up. Maybe let's cut with the interviews and everything in here.
Maybe you should leave, because they make me feel really uncomfortable.
You can watch it if you want, right? And you can see how what I asked her. I wasn't being rude or anything.
Nothing to do with spirituality.
You should have had
It's got everything. It's got everything to do with it. How can you be spiritual and be pro-animal cruelty?
It's not about we're not pro-animal cruelty.
If you want to have a genuine conversation about it, mate, we can.
To do with you, because where you vibrate is so low. You're starting now.
You're threatening me, dude.
Bottom feeder.
Dude, you're threatening me.
It's my daughter.
No.
Oh, it's you live from Lim, you moron.
This is enough.
Oh, pull your arms up and shove them up your fucking nose.
Oh my God, this is so good, Joey. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for linking us this. He just said, your vibrations are low, then I'll tear you limb from limb. I'll pull your arms off and shove them up your fucking nose. After telling Joey his vibrations are low. Fucking hell.
Seriously? Did you film all that? Good.
Oh, Jesus, Joey. Stop it. The music, dude. The music, no.
Event, there might be a little bit better reception, but there's a complete opposite. It's been the complete opposite.
Of course.
Yeah, I probably don't feel comfortable hanging around now after like that.
He's not. No, he's okay. Just if you take that off.
Yeah.
You know, so
yeah.
he doesn't. They don't feel threatened.
Yeah.
You know.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. But how could he feel threatened when, like, you know, it's just weird. He was going to punch my head in, but he felt threatened. He didn't even know the context of the interview.
No, it's an irony, isn't it? I mean,
because the way I approached it was completely polite, completely, you know, non-attacking, just questioning her, leading her to her own realization.
Yeah.
And when she came to that realization, she didn't like what she saw.
So he said,
let's move down a little bit, see what's coming. Oh, there's more.
Peaceful. Yeah. And these animals are in cages and get their heads chopped off. Yeah. And they go, wait a second, that's completely...
You guys are saying you hope this guy's changed. 25 years of being a spiritual person and he's like that. I don't think he's going to change.
Yeah. Contradictory to how I think I am, which is just creating awareness.
It reminds me...
But it makes one of the first emotions is anger, because you're like, how dare you make me see my own hypocrisy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to eat more meat, that's what I'm just joking.
Oh, don't do it.
She hasn't seen any of my videos yet.
Chickpeas. Don't worry, I see all the videos.
Half the world isn't ready for this yet.
But that's the job, isn't it? That's your job.
It's a tough job. I'm willing to get knocked out for it if I have to. Like,
I apologise for that. I should have made it more clear, but you know.
I'm not sorry for speaking up for the animals.
No,
Sorry.
Spiritual people, wow, because they are the biggest hypocrites.
Fucking hell. That was a raw video, huh? Damn. Unreal. It's fucking... I'm sorry, guys. I need to take a breather. That guy. Oh my God. I've been practicing Reiki for 25 years. Your vibrations are low. I'm going to tear you limb from limb, rip your arms off and shove them up your nose, mate. Oh my God. And just to add to it as well, we've got that idiot in the video. We've got some other idiot in the comments saying, vegans have bad faith arguments. And then he's unable to provide an example of one of the bad faith arguments, which then makes his argument in bad faith because he's just saying it for clout, right? That's the, do you know what I mean? It's like bad faithception or something like that. Sorry, just like we got one idiot in the video, we got one idiot in the comments. I love it. We're getting him. We're bringing him in now. I guess Joey's posted about it a bit somewhere, and I guess there's some people popping over here and having a go. All good fun, guys. Oh my God! But with these old videos, we need to be a little bit careful and watch out for these bloody music things, because there'll be an issue for sure. But so far we've not been shut down. So let's keep this. Let's. All right, we got another one for one of Joey's picks. It was from 2019, so hopefully it's not one of those ones, because the YouTube was like more on top of this stuff like more recently in 2019, so we should be all right. If he's not been shut down for it, then it should be fine for us too.
Serial killer.
So this one is called We go. Hannibal feeds the children. Joey versus the public. Series 2, episode 2. So Hannibal lecture feeds brains to a child without his knowledge. It sounds crazy, but what do the public think? Okay, interesting.
Most serial killers keep some sort of trophies from their victims.
I didn't.
No. No, you ate yours.
I'm not gonna lie, I just had a McDonald's, had chicken nuggets. No, I'm not really that ashamed.
Yeah, so there's this movie called Hannibal. Have you heard of it?
I heard about Hannibal.
Hannibal. Hannibal the Cannibal.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so have you seen this movie called Hannibal?
No, I can't say I have.
No, mate.
Have you seen Hannibal?
No.
Anthony Hopkins, Silence of the Lambs?
I know.
Okay.
I've never seen it.
You've never seen it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Silence of the Lambs.
There's this scene at the end where he's in the airplane and he's got like a box of food. It's got like figs and fruit and some cheese, and then it's got this little container with human brains in there. Anyway, there's this little kid on the plane and comes up to him curiously, asks him like, "Oh, can I try some?"
What's that?
Oh, that's caviar.
This little kid is sitting across from him and is like curious and wants to try some of his food, and he points at the brains and wants some of that.
And that?
This?
And Hannibal gives it to him, and the little kid doesn't know it's human brains.
It looks good.
Oh, it is good.
Can I have some?
You're a very unusual boy, aren't you?
I couldn't eat what they gave me.
He feeds him the human brains, this little kid.
Yeah.
Open up.
What do you think about that?
Like, I mean, that's not normal, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know. Fun movie, I guess.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's messed up, man. What the hell? Why would you do that?
Do you think it's bad to give them the brains?
Yeah, I think, yeah. It's bad.
It's bad. Why? Why is it bad?
Because it's not a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
Because you don't know.
The little kid would be upset, yeah?
Yeah.
You think it's morally wrong, like it's wrong even though the child doesn't know?
Like, you know, I think the wrong is with not telling the people that it's the human brain, because otherwise, like, if you would tell the person, I think, you know, being honest is much better than hiding something.
I think it's weird though, like, to feed a kid something that they don't know the full, you know, length of what happened.
Yeah, but that's why it's a movie. Yeah.
What do you think about feeding a child like something they don't really know the full impact of what it is, you know?
I mean, you could just give it to them and they wouldn't know what it is.
You wouldn't feed, okay, that's a line. You wouldn't feed a child human brains, but you would feed a child meat, because they need meat. Like, it's scientifically proven. But if you're gonna feed, like, another human being their own meat, that's just messed, like.
So can I, like, correlate that to real life here? You know, like, when we feed kids, like, say, a hot dog, but they don't know that there's a slaughtered pig inside the hot dog? Do you think that's kind of like the same thing?
I guess it's okay.
Do you think it's the same thing?
Not really, no.
No?
Human brains is something else than pig.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. But what if the kid found out that there was a slaughtered pig inside the hot dog? Little kid.
Then the parents should tell it that there's animals in the hot dogs. Yeah. It's not really a big surprise to me.
Yeah.
Well, of course, it's not a big surprise to you because you know. Weird. I guess they're kind of trying to weasel out, you know?
If the small child were to know that that was a human brain from a murdered person, they would not want to eat it, would they? If they saw that murder happen.
I mean, that's upon the child.
Nah.
There's some chance that they would eat it.
Yeah, small chance. More than likely not, though. Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they're curious. You know?
You're a very unusual boy, aren't you?
I couldn't eat what they gave me.
Children are weird these days.
But imagine that you're a child and you see that like a person
killed.
Yes,
Yeah.
and then you're getting a brain to eat it. Like, I really doubt if there will be a child who would stay on the movie scene too.
But like, I still think we need to consider all the children, and I think some of them may have weird tastes.
Yeah. Yeah. What if their parents didn't tell them? Do you think that's okay?
I guess it's okay. It's not really a big deal. Little kids don't worry about pigs in hot dogs.
Heaven's Grill. I don't think it's heaven for the animals. More like hell's grill, from hell's slaughterhouse to heaven's grill. I don't think so. We give small children, say, a hot dog, and there's bodies of pigs who have been stabbed in the throat, murdered, you know, drowned in blood, all those things. But we don't tell them that, do we?
No, we don't. We hide the fact that actually these are the animals who are killed. So
we call it hot dog or ham or some other name. Yeah.
What did you see, Clarice? What did you see?
Lambs. They were screaming.
They were slaughtering the spring lambs?
They were screaming.
If a child seen a slaughterhouse, pigs screaming, blood everywhere, do you think they would want to eat the hot dog?
Don't think so, no.
Yeah.
Kids are pretty impressionable.
Yeah, yeah. Interesting. So that's why I was trying to draw the correlation between that movie and real life. So you went straight to animals?
yeah, I did.
Yeah. Why did you do that?
I could just tell where it was going, and you know.
Because it's pretty obvious, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just, you know. Yeah. No, it's just I made the quick connection of it that when you, as soon as you said it's outright, and I was like, oh, yeah, great.
So do you think it's different to give a little kid a dead animal if they don't know it's a dead animal?
Yeah. I opened the gate to their pen, but they wouldn't run. They just stood there, confused. They wouldn't run.
But you could, and you did, didn't you?
Yes. I took one lamb and I ran away as fast as I could.
So do you think if we showed them that process, they would want to eat these hot dogs and this ham? And
I had like personal experience with this because I was little and my parents were like openly talking to me about how the animals are treated.
Yeah.
And since that time, like I was vegetarian for a really long time.
Wow.
And I think it had a great impact on me because they were like not hiding it from me, but at the same time, like it was a bit scary for me to see at the age of like 9. Because I mean, it's not pleasant to look at, but I think that's the point. When people see something which is like not pleasant to look at, I think that what makes the impact. I think our like the fact that we're consuming so much meat is because we don't want to see how it's produced.
Wow, that's a very good insight.
I think at that point here, guys, I'm going to go for another video because this is really good. It's outreach, but it's kind of hard to react to outreach, right? It's, you know what I mean? If it's like, it's great conversation and it's definitely a good dialogue and it's going really well, but it's kind of hard to react to because like, what am I reacting to? Just like, awesome, Joey, well done, dude, doing a really good job, these people, but it's not really, do you know what I mean? And we're 7 minutes in there, so I think you know, maybe if there is something more dramatic, I don't feel like this is going to be one though. Otherwise, he would have put it in the title. So it's kind of hard to respond, react to, and it's if it's a bit more chill, which it's been nice. But I think we should switch it up. We should switch it up, right? Let's go back to some of the ones I picked out, and then we'll go back to some of Joey's picks later. All right? Because I picked out the ones with the most view count, biggest view count, which tends to mean they're going to have the most spiciness in them, right? Apart from that one that we saw earlier with the spiritual, that was really spicy, but I think he should repost it. Joey, if you're still listening, mate, repost that spiritual one. Do a different edit on it so you don't get fucked by the YouTube monetization stuff and the songs, but definitely I'd consider that, bro. Let's pick out one of his fiery debates, shall we? Let's have a look. Let's pick out. Let's do another dairy farmer one. Have we done this one already today? No, we haven't. Dairy farmer challenges vegan activist. This one's from 2019. 64,000 views, 3,500 upvotes, 230 downvotes. So interesting. Not a lot of downvotes. Let's see. I don't believe I've seen this one, or maybe I've seen a lot of clips of Joey's stuff on Facebook. That's where I tend to kind of see a lot of his stuff. And obviously I've seen some stuff on YouTube as well. I vaguely remember seeing a clip of this, but let's see.
Yeah. It is private property.
I was sort of lost for words. Like, here we go. We're back again. So what do you think happens to the dairy cows when they can't produce milk anymore?
Oh yeah.
Well, it's true. Come and debate.
I've seen you on YouTube.
Have you? Have you really, mate? Yeah, buddy.
Yeah.
Did you just come back from the dairy show?
I am. I'm a farmer.
Oh, you're a farmer?
Yeah,
How you going, buddy? What's your name?
Richard Morley.
Richard Morley.
Yeah.
Ah, cool.
Oh, no, you're quite famous, you are.
Yeah. Are you a dairy farmer?
A dairy farmer, yeah.
You don't want to have a conversation about why milk isn't murder?
Not really. I've got to get back.
Oh yeah, I'm sure you do.
No, well, I've seen you. You're very good. You take some arguing with.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a good chap.
Thanks, buddy.
Anyway, well,
I appreciate that.
sides, but...
We are. I'm sure we could have a civilised discussion one time, mate. Thank you, buddy. Well, how cool is that?
That's so weird that like a dairy farmer's giving him some kind of supportive comment like that, isn't it? Like, oh, I've seen your video. You're good at what you do. Like, what, dude? He's lit. Yeah.
From opposing,
Exactly
so I
what he's
obviously
gonna
disagree
say now.
completely with what he does for a living, but the way that he come up to me, shook my hand civilly, and said that he appreciates the arguments that I give, I thought that that was a really genuine thing for him to do, even though I don't appreciate the exploitation of the dairy cows. I suppose it's pretty hard for a dairy farmer who knows what happens to all their dairy cows to sort of oppose this fact, you know, because it's quite objectively true, and all it takes is someone to look up standard industry practice to know that all dairy cows are slaughtered for beef.
Izzy, come here. This man wants to send Hannibal to the slaughterhouse. Wouldn't that be awful? Wouldn't that be awful?
Are you farmers?
Hannibal's your favourite.
Are you a dairy farmer? You are?
Yeah.
So what do you do with your dairy cows when they're finished producing for you?
What happens to people when they finish their lives and
They die
What happens to people when they finish their lives? They're shipped off to slaughterhouses. Like that first dairy farmer said. He loves them. That's why he ships them off there. He's doing them a favour, guys.
Naturally.
So is she.
Yeah, so can cows.
Do your cows die naturally?
No.
You send them to the slaughterhouse? I'm not. Look, I think they're all sent to the slaughterhouse. This is all being filmed, by the way, so I'm just let. But it's standard practice for dairy cows when they stop producing milk to be sent off to slaughter.
I think we are kinder to our cows than people are kinder to their older people that are suffering.
But you send your cows to the slaughterhouse. We wouldn't do that to older people. That's all I'm saying.
No, but you'd let them suffer.
They're not suffering, are they? Well, they're not. Okay, they are suffering because you're farming them, but it's not like they're old and like that's you're just picking up some old cows and then you're gonna put them out of the misery. They're like they're not even like the full lifespan's 20 years. You're not keeping cows on a farm for 20 years, and even then, when you send them to slaughter, they're clearly not suffering because you can't send them to slaughter. Like you can't sell them for beef, is what I'm saying. When they are like old and diseased and dying, you can only send them to be put out of the misery. And if you're going to do that, surely euthanasia, you wouldn't send them to a fucking slaughterhouse for that. You'd get the vet to come, wouldn't you? If you're going to euthanize an animal that needed to be euthanized, you wouldn't send them to a slaughterhouse. Like you wouldn't send your if you're going to help your grandparents get like euthanized when they wanted to end their lives, you take them to Switzerland where it's legal, first of all. Then you do it. You wouldn't go to some back alley slaughterhouse in Switzerland, would you? You do it in like one of these homes or whatever they do over there.
I'd let an older person suffer. Not if it was in my control.
Well, that's it.
I wouldn't kill them though.
But sometimes it's kinder.
Do you eat cows? Do you eat beef?
Only if it's on our own.
Would you eat an older person if they were, you know? So we don't treat animals like we treat people.
You wouldn't bury them in.
Sorry?
People get buried.
Well, I wouldn't support the slaughter of human beings.
But sometimes it is kinder to put an animal down if it's suffering.
But are your cows suffering? You told me that your cows aren't suffering, no?
I'm telling you that if our cows are suffering, we get the vet, and if they can't do nothing to help them get better, then it is kinder.
So euthanasia if they're suffering?
Euthanasia.
So all your dairy cows are suffering and that's why you send them to the slaughterhouse?
No.
So what about the ones that aren't suffering?
They're not suffering.
What about the ones that aren't suffering? Do they get slaughtered too?
You haven't answered. Would you?
Oh,
jeez. Euthanize a person that's suffering?
Do all your cows go to the slaughterhouse?
Would you euthanize a person that is suffering?
That's a different context. That's in their best interest. Dairy industry is not in the cow's best interest, yeah?
So you'd rather...
So producing milk from dairy cows isn't in the...
What do you eat then? What do you eat?
I eat all plant-based food.
Yeah. So where does all your plants come from?
The plants that I eat, where do they come from?
Yeah.
Farms.
Yeah, where?
Sorry?
What do you eat? Do you eat avocados?
No.
Bananas?
Sometimes I eat berries, I eat oats, I eat...
Oats? You still need that to be grown on farms.
Yeah.
And unless you fertilise the land...
What's this got to do with whether or not milk is murder, by the way? I'm saying milk is murder, changed my mind. And are you saying that it's not murder to slaughter dairy cows?
I don't agree with you.
You don't agree?
You ought to come to the farm and spend some time on the farm with us.
Can I?
Yeah, we'd have been quite happy for it.
Well, give me your email address. How do I contact? I'll come to the farm.
Yeah.
We can film some... Can I follow the cows to the slaughterhouse?
Why would you want to do that?
To film them being slaughtered so I can show people.
Now, if you want anything to do with...
I love that. It's so direct.
You stop the halal killing.
I'm opposed to halal as well.
So am I.
I'm opposed to both, though. I don't think shooting a cow in the head and slashing their throat is good either, though. And I'm not saying that you're a bad person. You know, you've just been brought up into dairy farming culture, okay? So I think that you don't think what you're doing is morally wrong, but from the cow's point of view, they don't want to be slaughtered, do they?
What do you think about Africa and where the lions kill the animals?
I think...
Oh, my Lord. So far, she's completely dodged him multiple times. She will not admit that she does send perfectly healthy young animals to slaughter. She won't admit it, right? Because she knows that the second she admits it, then he's right. And instead, she's done this multiple times. So, okay, what about your oats? Okay, what about your... where's your food? Avocados. And now it's... Oh, what about the lions? Fuck, come on, man.
No, that's a completely different context and scenario. That's a survival situation. What we're doing to cows is unjustified. We don't have a reason to do this to cows.
This is so bad.
Have the cow, right? We carve her down. We look after that calf. It's our best.
Do you take it away from the mother? The calf away from the mother?
Listen, I fed more calves and kept them
Yes or no?
alive.
That's all I'm
And
asking.
what?
Is it yes or no? Do you take the calf away from the mother?
Yes.
Do they pine out for that?
Do you know why? Because some of the calves will not suck their mothers.
Do the mothers?
Do you know that?
Do
Do
the
you
mothers?
realise that?
Do the mothers pine out for their calves?
The cows are used to it.
They're used to it.
Yes.
I'm asking whether they pine out for their young. They become used to it maybe the third or fourth calving, but the first calving, do they pine out for their young?
Sometimes you'll get a cow that'll kill a calf.
There we go again with the... we're doing it. It's a favor. Remember, guys, they might kill their calves, you know. We're breeding them, obviously, and we're making sure they keep on having more and more calves. And if we didn't do any of this, then they wouldn't exist in the first place, so that would be better. But hey, look, no, we're doing them a favor. We're doing these cows a favor by continuously breeding them and then, you know, taking the calves away. Because if we don't take the calves away, the cow might kill the calf. The cow that we brought into the world, and you know, that we created unnecessarily. But now we're fixing the problem we've created by you know, taking the calf away. That's total logic. Remember, guys, this is pure logic that we're dealing with here.
Sometimes.
Yes.
Sometimes you get humans that kill their children. Should we take all children away from mothers here too?
Do you think
Should we take children away from
that's
mothers?
a good idea then?
I don't think taking children away from mothers is okay just so we can have cheese. When we can have vegan cheese made of plants. No slaughterhouses needed.
So you'd rather kill all the cows than keep them?
I'd rather not breed them to exploit them and kill them.
So you'd rather not see any cows about?
I'd rather just leave animals be. Leave them be.
You'd rather them die out?
I'd rather them not be exploited and killed for cheese. That's all.
Yeah, but unless you've got people that are farming them, the cows haven't got...
They didn't exist before we started farming them? Not the hybrids we have now. I don't think exploitation is okay. Not for cheese.
Not for cheese.
Make cheese out of coconut milk.
I love that. I do.
You like it?
I eat it myself.
I'd buy it off you. If you produced it, I'd buy it and promote it.
Can we grow coconuts here?
Maybe
Coconuts come from?
soya milk? Try soya milk. Anyway, there's plenty of other options.
Obviously that lady, she didn't... I don't think she really knew she's never really considered the ethical implications of what she does. I kind of feel a little bit bad for her, like, in a way, like, it's all she's ever known, you know what I mean? Like, yeah.
What did you guys think of that conversation?
I think it's, I don't know what to say, to be honest.
Yeah, I know, because she's a dairy farmer, she knows she sends all her cows to the slaughterhouse. All I'm saying is milk is murder, that's all. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, you're a horrible person. She's been brought up into farming culture, you know what I mean? She thinks it's actually so normalised, people don't even look at it as wrong. But people don't obviously follow their cows to the slaughterhouse and watch them bleed out either.
I don't think they should go to the slaughterhouse, to be fair.
Yeah, well, it's just a requirement for them to be profitable business. They have to slaughter them at some stage and produce and breed more and keep that process going and sell them off for beef, and otherwise it's just not going to be profitable or doable. So.
No. I totally agree.
Are you gonna go vegan
like
then?
You said, why take a child from its mom?
She said because sometimes a cow kills their baby, but how many humans kill their babies? We don't take children away from mothers because some humans kill their babies.
No, exactly.
You know. This is Challenge 22. It's a vegan challenge. So when you purchase dairy products, you're supporting this industry that you're probably morally against. You know, in your heart, you don't want to see what happens to cows. But when you pay for dairy products, you know, and here, this is called Dairy is Scary. Sorry, they're a bit worn, these cards. I've had them for a while. You want to sit down?
Yeah, I'll sit down and speak to you.
You agree with me?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah. So the statement is milk is murder.
I don't drink milk, so...
Do you eat any dairy products at all? Yogurt, cheese?
Yeah, I do, yeah. But I don't have a lot of it.
You don't have a lot of it?
No.
So if everyone were to not have a lot of dairy, so say everyone had a little bit of chocolate, cheese here and there, how many slaughterhouses do you think would have to be open to slaughter those dairy cows when they stop producing?
Not a lot.
Not a lot?
No.
But do you think a smaller amount of slaughterhouses is better than no slaughterhouses?
I prefer if there's no slaughterhouses, to be honest.
It'd be better if there wasn't a place that was built specifically to murder animals.
Yeah, well, technically it's the circle of life, really, you know.
Wait, what? I'm sorry, how did she just go from, it's better if there's no slaughterhouses, yeah, but technically it's a circle of, how is a slaughterhouse anything to do with any circle of life?
No, the cows eat the grass, we eat the cows, technically we're...
She just quoted the Lion King. That is literally the direct quote from the Lion King. The antelopes eat the grass and we eat the antelopes. Like, she literally quoted it, but just switched it out for cows.
Really, you know, the cows eat the grass, we eat the cows.
Disney really has worked their way into everyone's psyche, literally. Like, you don't believe me? I can't show you the clip because it'll copyright me. Maybe actually no, maybe I can. 1 second. I'm gonna prove it. Antelope eat the grass, Lion King. I'm gonna prove it. Oh, maybe it'll fuck me straight away. I don't know. Oh, okay. Maybe I can't. I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll go. Wait up. Here, we got it. I can fix it. Boom. Boom. Hold up. Hold up. See, here we go. Everything exists together in a delicate balance. As king, we need to maintain that balance. Blah, blah, blah. You ready for it? Dad, do we eat the antelope? Yes, Simba. But let me explain. When we die, our bodies become the grass, and the antelope eat the grass, and we eat the antelope. It's okay. It's close. Okay, I thought it was we eat the antelope, but you get the point. All right. It's pretty much that, right? It's what she's just said. Eesh.
Technically, we're classed as, you know, grass eaters as well because they eat the grass.
We can just eat the plants directly too, though, yeah.
Well, yeah, like nuts and oats and everything else. But
yeah, we got plenty of plant foods to eat. There's not necessary for us to kill each other or to kill cows or to kill other animals.
Well, no, you don't see each other killing each other. You know.
And we wouldn't say circle of life if I killed someone.
No, we wouldn't.
We would say that's murder. Go to jail.
Yeah, exactly. Why? It's exactly the same. Like you murder someone, you go to jail. Why is it different for any animal? Well, any animal for that.
I don't understand this person's points.
What are the
right now.
justifications people use to consume dairy and meat and stuff?
Well, if they want to eat that, then that's your choice. But
what's their reasoning behind consuming that?
Not quite sure.
Nutrients, protein, taste. What are they?
Well.
Why do you consume animal products?
Good question.
Because it's nice.
They taste nice, and it's all you've ever been taught. It's all you've known.
Yeah, it is. But then again, I like, you know, veggies and fruit, which I like rather eat. But then again, you know, you go to McDonald's, you get a cheeseburger. That's made out of cow, but...
They've got a spicy veg trio there that's actually vegan friendly. So, you know, you can get vegan burgers and vegan cheese and vegan ice cream, vegan pizza, vegan burritos, all those things as well.
Yeah, you can get loads of vegan stuff. I just think everyone should just try vegan and see if their opinion on it. People just go, oh, it's vegan, you know, it's horrible. But
This person's kind of confusing me a bit. I thought she was like contesting him earlier. Or was she talking in like a third person sense? I don't really...
if you haven't tried it, then try it, you know. There's nothing wrong in trying new things.
What do you think's more horrible, vegan food or slaughtered animal bodies?
Sorted animal bodies.
Okay.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Well, if you think about it, if you go to a slaughterhouse and that, you look at the way they've been treated and you just turn around and you're like, yeah, I don't want to eat that, you know. I personally don't eat pig because I like pigs and I wouldn't save all the pigs, but that's my opinion.
Do you think someone's likability should dictate their rights of life?
Not really, no. But you know,
It's good.
animals can't speak to us, so they can't really say, oh no, I don't want to be killed.
Yeah. We could just presume that by them avoiding bolt guns and knives that they don't want to be killed, yeah?
You can pretty much assume that's a no, right? Yeah.
Exactly. Why, you know, it's like poachers who hunt. Yeah, I understand they have to hunt to live, but...
Poachers have to hunt to live?
Yeah, some of them.
So a poacher is someone who, like, you know, might hunt elephants and take their tusks and sell their tusks on the black market or whatever.
No, don't agree with that at all. There's
So
no
when you
point.
bring survival into the context, that changes the situation, doesn't it? Because you're doing what you got to do to survive, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. But if you like people do it for sport, why do it? Just go and do something else instead of killing innocent animals.
So they're getting pleasure out of killing animals, but when we say our animal products taste nice, we're sort of getting pleasure out of killing animals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
pretty
exactly the
much.
same thing.
So it's not really morally different, is it?
No, not really.
It's the action that causes, you know, the action of purchasing animal products supports the industry that causes the murder of animals, yeah?
Yeah, definitely.
Good.
Yeah.
It's not really a debate here, it's more like you're agreeing with these points. You're actually making some good points yourself.
Well, hey ho, you gotta try and save everything.
All right. This one's a good one. This was chill. I think that's going to be nice all the way to the end now. So let me be honest with you guys. All right. Let me be straight with you right now. 5 hours in. All right. I'm starting to feel it a bit. All right. I'm starting to feel it a little bit. I'm starting to feel a little bit like, ooh, so let's just go through a few donations. All right. Let me try and recover and then try and find some more spicy ones that may be a bit shorter. Because I'm not feeling inspired with some reactions like earlier, you know. So let's take a look at what we've got. We've got a few big donations, I think, actually. I saw JP and Julia donated $100, which is amazing. Thank you so much. It's, hey David, well done. You're a legend. Thank you so much. Sajani, I think that's supposed to be, tipped $1. Thank you so much. Full Mom Music super chatted 20 pounds and says, I was going to give you £10 on Streamlabs, but I think I owe PayPal money. Halfway Dosh, thank you so much for supporting, and the Sanctuary gets all these donations, guys. Artemis has made a super chat just now as well, which is popping up right now. Says thoughts thoughts on activism versus innovation, like lab grown meat. Do both. Simple as that for me, guys. Both. Activism's great, opens people's minds. Lab grown meat is also great. Because it moves people onto something that causes a lot less harm, and gives people an alternative. I mean, the people that don't get any activist talking to them might find the lab-based meat, you know, which is really good. And then those who we do talk to, you know, they might not want the lab-based meat because it was formulated using animal cells. You never know. But at the end of the day, I think it's good that it's going to exist because it will make slaughterhouses completely a thing of the past. You know, lab-based meat. It'll shut down slaughterhouses if it becomes affordable, and that's a great step to begin with, isn't it? So I think both are really good in their own ways. In their own ways. Let's check out the GoFundMe as well. See what we're up to now. Oh wow, brilliant! We're up to €245 in the GoFundMe as well, with some donations from Sarah, Basil, Ben. Thank you so much, guys. It's amazing. Keep it up. Fantastic. We're raising quite a lot of money today. We're going for €2,000. I think we're closing in. I think we're getting closer now. I think we're getting closer. I'll have to do like a little summer up earlier. I'll have to do. I promise you, I can talk. We'll have to do a sum up a little later. As I was trying to say, and figure out exactly where we are. So let's see. Oh, there is also I see a super chat here that I missed from Bass, who says, dumb hypothetical, but genuinely curious. Would you eat something animal based if you were offered a ridiculous sum of money, like €5,000? Obviously, it goes against the ethics and the premise of being vegan, but you could donate it to a sanctuary, etc. It doesn't really make sense to to participate in something that is so to participate in the consuming or in eating something that comes from such violence to try and help with violence to animals. Like, oh yeah, I'm going to take part in violence to animals because it makes money. It's kind of like it's kind of like saying like, oh, so if you punch this dog in the face, I'll give you $1 million, so you can do whatever you want with that. It's like, well, you have to hurt somebody to get that. Doesn't that go against? You have to hurt an animal. Doesn't that go against the whole point of what you're doing? Like, yeah. So no, probably at the end of the day, it's a hypothetical, and I get it, but no, it's not. No. If Eddie's vegan Jesus and Joey is JC himself, who are you? I don't know, man. It's a good question, Nicholas. Somebody else has to answer that question. Oh, I'm the white Gandhi. That's who I am. I'm the white Gandhi. That's a nickname I got from a meat flake. A meat flake said, "Oh, here's the white Gandhi again" in one of the comments. So I think I'm the white Gandhi. I think I'm going to take a short little halfway break. I'm going to get Annie up in here to come talk to you a bit more about the sanctuary. And she's going to show you the calendar. She's going to show you the calendar from the sanctuary with the photos that I edited, and also I took as well, some of them, and edited all of them, which is pretty exciting. Yes, Feng Vegan. This person who called me the White Gandhi did use that as an insult, which is hilarious because I'm like, I'm happy with the White Gandhi. It's brilliant. All right, Annie's going to take over a little bit and give me just like 5 minutes breather. I also need to use the toilet, obviously. My throat's going a little bit now as well. Throat's going a little bit funky, so it's good timing. And just to let me like recover a little bit. Hello. You got this? Yeah, cool. Okay, you're up. If you can't show them anything on Instagram, you can only do that if you click the second one, and then yeah.
Okay, why?
Because it's on this screen. You see?
So I shouldn't show anything. Okay.
No, not right now.
All right.
All right, enjoy.
Thank you.
I'll take a little break.
Cool. A well-deserved break for David. Wow, halfway through. That's insane. Over 5 hours now of reacting. It's gone really fast, although, well, yeah, he might have a different experience, but for me, it's gone really fast. Microphone is quiet. Is it still? Are you hearing me fine? Oh, love all animals. Thank you. No, not tanning. Maybe it's still from our Athens times. Don't know. But yeah. Okay. It is for Jade, but love all animals. It's not quiet. Okay. Okay, yeah. David just speaks louder. That's true. He's very loud. You can hear him from like rooms away. All right. So yes, I was supposed to show the calendar from the farm or sanctuary, Vrouva Animal Sanctuary. I'm looking at the camera, then I'm looking, is it fine here? But yes, this is a calendar that we helped to make, or we didn't help to make it, but we helped take the photos. There's a lot of photos from that David took. This, for example, straight away. Lovely cat called Leah. It says, Leah was living with an animal hoarder under appalling conditions. When she was rescued, she was very thin, covered with sores on her bare skin, with fur only around her head. She was in a sorry state, but her eyes showed great strength and desire to live. Aw, it's a little lion. It's very cute. Then we have another one that David took. It's Babies and Hope. Oh, so cute. And then Marge again, photo that we took. Yes, exactly. That's the photo shoot that we got to see on Patreon. So if you join the Patreon team, you will get to see some behind the scenes footage and videos that I make sometimes. Well, now it's been a little break for me to make videos, but I make videos sometimes of our daily lives and stuff that we're doing. And this also, we made a video of us hanging out in the sanctuary and taking photos. And yeah, it's good stuff. Yes, and here's a dog. Here's some dogs, and this is not our photo, but there's also Goofy the dog, cutie. There's so many dogs that need homes. Like, oh, such lovely dogs as well. Oh, wrong way. It's a very nice calendar. It's also like recycled material, and I think it's only €10 to order these. I can send you the link later, but it's from their webpage. €10, and I guess also €10. It's really a bargain. I guess you can also send more money, which you should do, or donate here now during the live stream. And yeah, it's a really nice material, this calendar. I think we took this, or David took this. Very cool of the goats. And this also taken by David of Gucci. And this one. Oh, okay, I cannot say this name. Omorphopula, daughter of the late Mama Punk, is a little hen with a big attitude. She's beautiful and she knows it. Often she snubs the other hens and strolls around the chicken coop on her own. She loves watermelon. As babies again. Oh. This is taken by David. This isn't. But yeah, a lot. We got some really nice photos. Hello, Michael Askew. How are you doing? Very nice photo as well. Not taken by us, but really nice. There's a lot of volunteers. Some working more at the farm or like more regularly. A very nice team of people. And then it's also possible to visit and help out. And I really recommend, if it's ever possible for you to visit Vrouva, it's really worth it. It's such a magical place. There's a little kitty and horses. Ah, really nice. Yeah, this calendar is really cool. I recommend ordering it from vrouvafarm.org. And yeah, it's really nice. How does that calendar have so many pages? I think you must be counting wrong. It's actually, I don't know. It's 12. And some bonus photos in the back. This is a very cute little doggo. Oh, they're all so nice and cute. It's such a lovely place. I cannot wait to visit again at some point. We were actually considering that we might even move to the island and live there. We're seriously considering that as well, but we'll have to see. We have some options where to live. We'll have to see.
You want to go?
No, I can talk more if you'd like. You can have a little break. Yes. Is everyone here in the app a billion? I would show some things, but I don't know what to touch. But a billion, I can link it later on in the chat. If you're not in a billion yet, you need to get that app and start using it. It's amazing. You make reviews of vegan products, vegan foods, anything you have at home. And you write a review. And every time you do that, you will get to donate $1 to an animal sanctuary or charity of your choice. There's a long list of places that you can donate to. And yeah, that's amazing. I am pretty proud of myself. I have donated, I think I'm close to $2,000 that I've donated to different sanctuaries. Some of them I know personally I've been to in Germany. Recently I'm donating to one in Italy that I'm also going to, or we're going to visit, and have friends there, and it's magical places. It's just so cool that you can actually, just by using an app, making reviews, you can donate to these places. You can donate to Sea Shepherd, you can donate to other organizations and groups that do activism. And yeah, I personally think that the sanctuaries are the best place to donate to. And yeah, I know there's a lot of users of a billion here, and hopefully new ones again. I will put the link to download a billion, and also when you download it, just put a reference number, referral code David Rams, all capitals and together, David Rams, so that every time you make a review, you donate also a little bit to David's work. This really cool way to support David as well. I think even now there's or currently when you make a review, you donate 50 cents to David. So it's really cool. So try to make these reviews. I'm also trying to remember to make more of them because I have a lot of photos in my phone that I haven't still reviewed. I recommend doing that.
I can come back now.
Are you? Yes, I'm just waiting. I'm like, oh, should I talk or not? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Annie. Appreciate it.
Do you need anything, coffee?
No, it's okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Cold chocolate?
Maybe. Okay.
Give me your cup.
Yeah, thanks. I'll finish this one.
You're doing well.
I'm feeling good. I feel better. Oi, these long streams, they really take it out of you, you know, but it's worth it, guys. You know, because, yeah, by the way, I'm back. I'm back. It's loud again. Annie's gone. My voice needed a little break from talking for so long, but it's fucking back. Yeah, sometimes with these long streams, it's I think just focusing on the screen for a long time and talking nonstop. Sometimes, you know, I don't know if you guys have ever tried. Do you remember when I did my 50,000 go vegans? I said go vegan 50,000 times. And by the end of it, it wasn't like I was tired. It was more that like my voice was tired. And when you speak, you get tired when you speak. You get tired from talking constantly. It's one of the most exhausting things you can do. Like I would much rather run or walk for 10 hours versus talk. Like, honestly, I think I would be less tired, which is weird, mentally at least. Physically, obviously, running or walking would kill it, but mentally, you'd be more exhausted from talking, I'm telling you. I see Siddharth said, please come back to India. Hey, one day, mate, I'd love to come back to India, but at the minute, I don't think it's even possible with all the stuff, you know, all the you know, the stuff going on, the global situation that we're all in with the big C. Not cunt. No, the other C word. So yeah, so I think I would love to at some point for sure. Absolutely. Great to be here, guys. I see we have a new patron, by the way. I'm hoping, is that somebody here in the chat? A new patron just joined the Patreon team. Tess, are you in the chat here? Is that where you came from? Well, thank you so much for joining. If you're here, awesome to have you in the team. And remember, guys, you want to support the channel, you can support me, join the Patreon team, or you can join the YouTube memberships. You can be a YouTube member team, and there's ways you can get exclusive stuff, exclusive content, access to exclusive updates, and all that good stuff. And also, you know, it's just because you're a fucking legend. You don't need that exclusive stuff. You're just legends. You want to support me. I mean, that's obviously it's the right decision because you're absolute legends. Yeah, the voice is starting to get a bit funny, so just bear with me today, guys. I've been shouting too much. Let's have a look at some of these. These are Joey's most popular videos that I've got in here. So let's pick a one that is going to be, you know, something that's like, what about? It took his breath away. The most motivational discussion I've ever had. I think some of you requested this. Let's take a look.
Thank you. That's what I really need. That's the conversation that is more needed.
So this one, 48,000 views, almost 4,000 likes. A motivational, uplifting conversation restored his hope in humanity. Well, let's have a look then, shall we? I'm sorry, I'm going to skip this really. It's a very cool intro, but I am concerned about the music still.
Here we are in the beautiful city of Manchester. We've got a sign here. It says there's no argument against being vegan. Prove me wrong. We're going to see if anyone can find a really good argument for them not to be vegan. And yeah, hopefully we have some good discussions about it. Let's do it. Wait, we've got someone here laughing. Wait. Look, there's someone here laughing. Stop laughing straight away. And got all serious when they seen the camera.
Pussy.
McDonald's laughing at the vegan sign. Where are all the people coming to debate me now? Yeah. Come and debate Joey. Come and debate him right now. So obviously there are arguments.
Whoever edited this video, it's a really nice edit. Thank you, Joey. If you're still listening, man, I think whoever edited this video is your editor. This is a great edit. Definitely try and get them to do some more.
Not be vegan, like in certain hypotheticals, like survival situation, you might not be able to choose what you eat, say if you're homeless or something like this, but I'm talking about when the person sits down, when the individual sits down, I want to know why they're not vegan. There's no argument against them being vegan.
This is going to be you're going to have a pain in the backside with me.
Oh really? I like them. Okay. I like difficult challenges.
You can have a pain in the backside with me, he said. By the way, if you missed that.
How are you, mate?
I'm not too bad. So,
what's your name?
George.
George, I'm Joey. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, Jelly. Right, so I have no real argument against veganism. As in, like, you can be vegan and live your life normally and have a fun time.
It's a proper from Yorkshire. This lad is from Yorkshire. But it's an interesting position that he holds. I think a lot of people have that position where they're like, I don't have a problem with you. Why do you have a problem with the way I live? I don't have a problem with the way you live, right? This is really common.
Saying that there's a choice between either being vegan or not being vegan. Then there's a whole idea, if veganism is the better alternative, then should there be a conversation of changing it all into, like, veganism? So there shouldn't be any, like, you know...
I got it wrong, by the way. Maybe he's not Yorkshire. Maybe he's more Bolton area. Just FYI for anyone who's wondering if I've got my accent stronger. Just that first, like, when he went like, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe it's more like Bolton-y, kind of where I'm from. Anyway, sorry, off topic.
I went to a pizza place. Actually, all of it's fake pizza. Actually, there'd be no reason to make meat because that's actually wasting more time. And also carbon emissions as well, with like pigs and all sorts. They're taking up more space as well, so you should reduce that down. So, then so it kind of wraps itself in the nutshell. Is there anything that we can do to change the actual argument of eating meat?
Yeah.
Is there? Because, I
personally think, like, you skipped over something here, which is really important. It's that animals are being executed en masse, tortured and murdered for a needless thing like a burger. I mean, there's these massive, there's these big slaughterhouses all over. Like, there's actually one here in Manchester. This is pigs.
Aye.
You know, this is me inside of a pig farm here. Oh, wow. And these are called farrowing sheds where the mothers are kept in here where piglets are feeding. So they're kept in here for weeks on end. And then they grow these, they mutilate these piglets, of course, take their tails off, snip their teeth out, and then they chuck them in this thing here.
Just see that.
This is a gas chamber, dude.
Just a gas chamber.
They've got one out here at Manchester, Tulip Meats, and you can hear the pigs screaming from out the front of it.
Yeah.
So this is CO2, and it burns their eyes and insides and lungs, and they struggle and try to escape. Horrible. They're actually screaming really loud, but I've got the sound off. Yeah,
it's a real shame they're all wearing masks, huh? And you know, there's like, you know, this because you can't see the facial expressions really. It's real sad, and it's also sad that they think wearing a mask outside is going to stop them from getting sick. That's a whole other topic, but you know, masks out in open space. No, come on.
So, like, this here for me, right? This is where the argument is here. Yeah. Like, I don't think there's.
And also, by the way, that's not a slight on Joey. Joey's doing it to meet what people are going to have a go at him for, right? Joey's doing it because he doesn't want people to have a go at him for approaching people and doing this, right? But the point of people walking past, that's what I'm talking about. People who are moving, you know, stood watching in the background, or I suppose this guy, it's understandable for him to have one on while talking to Joey, but just people mooching around in the background and stuff, you can see them moving around with masks. I don't really get it, man. I don't really get it. There's no studies to show that it makes any difference in outdoors, you know, open space, open air. Anyway, like I said, that's another debate for another time.
I think that justifies this. That's why I say there's no argument against being vegan like you guys, like right now here in the UK. Like, you know, I think there are arguments where there's like some hypothetical survival situation where you have to do what you got to do. Yeah. But I think for the most part, you guys here should be vegan. I don't see an argument against it.
No, he didn't like that, did he? Look at that guy going. He's like, "Oh, fuck this." You told me I should be vegan. I'm out of here.
The problem then
Immediately.
I hate to say it, but it's convenience over necessity, isn't it? You have to make it more convenient to be vegan than it is to be more necessary to be in like a carnivore, or like someone who's going to just eat meat, or on the varianist, or what. I don't really know the jargon, but
I think it's like an omnivore kind of a meat eater. I agree that convenience is a massive factor.
Yes.
But let's just say for you, like now that you're educated, like you know what goes on.
That's yeah, lovely.
That's called an electroejaculator. They force the bull to ejaculate so they can take the semen and inject it into the female. This is the dairy industry. Do you think this is?
No, it's not. It's not.
This is okay.
No, it's not. It's not fun, and it's not really necessary.
Now he's.
Good, George. I already like
what he
this
does
guy.
is he puts his fist in the female's anus to hold the cervix, and then he will inject the bull semen in her.
Yeah.
That's how dairy's made.
Yeah, I know. And it's seeing it is like
perverted.
It's disgusting, but
it's
been done
calf.
for years, hasn't it? It's a hard, like I've got family who've been farmers. They've worked in cattle. They've worked in pig farms. And my dad, it was like mostly a chicken farm, and it suddenly become pigs, and he stopped working. It's like, oh, why did you stop working? Just the smell of shit. Just the genuine smell of rubbish and like.
So much feces comes out of these places. Yeah. Where do they put all that?
I don't. Well, they
spray it around, keep it in these big pits.
It's more for manure, isn't it? So they'll keep reusing it. So there's a question of cycle of life, isn't it? But then, like
the circle of life, you mean?
Yeah. But I'm not trying to.
Is this the circle of life?
No, I'm not trying to. This is
like the circle of murder.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It's condoning something where you like the whole inherent, like us choosing that we have more dominance over killing animals is inherently wrong. I see
the might makes right argument. You know, like because we're more powerful and mighty than anything we do to those who we deem weaker than us is therefore morally justified.
Yeah, no, it's not on.
It's not on, exactly. This guy he's agreeing, really, isn't he? But he's like Simon's saying, the Lion King argument came up. It's weird because it's like you see cracks, right? Cracks in the veneer. It's like he is cracking, little inconsistencies are popping out. He agrees with everything that Joey's showing him that it's wrong. He agrees it's wrong. He agrees with what Joey's saying, but he can't help himself to try and justify it. But I guess considering the title of the video, it's most likely that he's going to turn around. Let's see.
We've done it to each other all
throughout. And I've seen. So
history.
I know.
Some time ago.
So
it's a horrible way of looking at life, isn't it?
Could you like for me? I feel like the only way that you're going to like nullify or like to fix a wrong, because this is where your argument really needs to, I'd feel like this is where we have to go into.
The solution?
Yeah, solutions. So, firstly, it's inevitable that the fact of you showing all these videos might put, it's put me...
That's horrible, isn't it? That's a dairy cow being slaughtered when she can't produce milk anymore.
I know, but I've still got chili con carne cooking. Yeah. I'm still going to eat.
You're still going to eat her body?
No, it's not her. Oh,
they're
mad, that isn't it? That's like a real. He just literally said, like, "Oh, I'm still going to eat a chili con carne. Are you going to eat that?" And then he's like, "Oh, it's like, dude." The disconnect is phenomenal. Like it is the same. It may not be this exact cow on the video, but it is someone just like that cow that you've just said you're happy to making a chili con carne.
Heads.
This is okay. The only.
When you go sit down to a burger, dude. When you sit down to a burger, you're eating the suffered body of someone who's tried to survive.
I know.
So they're trying to escape the knockbox here. You know, these are the beings that you're eating when you eat their body. A piece of someone.
I know, and it's horrendous.
It's needless. You don't need to. Like, I've been vegan 7 years.
Okay, so how much does it cost you?
Well, it depends. As much as I want it to.
Okay, so...
The cheapest foods in the supermarket, rice, beans, vegetables, fruits, soy milk about £1 a bottle.
Noticed any nutritional, defects or any, affects?
I supplement with B12, just to be safe.
Yeah.
I think everyone should...
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So supplement with B12, because this is. I think that's another conversation that has to be put into place. Is the idea of how can because there's a whole other point of saying that veganism isn't that like nutritional.
What argument based on that? Like, where you come? Have you seen any of the science to do with our plant-based diets?
No, this like yes and no. Like yes, in the sense because there's an idea of keto diet, but that still involves meat. There is an idea of plant-based diets. This is my only issue is that the fact of hearing it and knowing it and doing something about it are all three different facets that have to be.
Would you be worried about your health if you ate plant-based diet?
Yes, if I suddenly started getting dizzy, because
you worry about your health regardless if you suddenly started getting dizzy, wouldn't you?
A symptom from it, but I mean.
Yes and no.
But are you worried that you can't get the nutrients that you get right now, what you're eating in a day, that you can't get that on a plant-based diet?
Yeah, no. Like I don't know.
What do you think? What do you think you'd be missing? What nutrient do you think you'd be missing?
I think it's more of a habitual thing, really. The idea of enjoying something that, like, I've had a burger, I know what it smells like, I know what it tastes like, and I know for a fact it's a burger. Like, there's no carbs, no nothing. Give me an Impossible burger, and then I eat that with no mither, no massive. I've had corn chicken, I've had corn lasagna. It's just, for me, more of, I don't really know what to get. Like, I feel like it's more... I feel
like there's just a lack of education here that, you know...
I'm not saying that I don't... It's not that I'm not against you or whatever. It's just more of...
When you're not vegan, you're against the animals. What you would do affects them. It's not affecting...
Didn't like that, did he? No one likes that when you tell them the truth.
You're affecting these victims. This is why I'm here. Not here to force my lifestyle on you. I want you to stop forcing your lifestyle on the animals.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Because you're forcing them into these slaughterhouses and forcing them to die.
Yeah. Just when you say those words, it is very... Yeah.
You paid for this. This is me trying to save someone.
Oh.
I'm in a farm trying to rescue this chick here. This is a sanctuary for...
Well, the point I was...
Do you want to be this guy, or do you want to be the guy who sends him to slaughter?
I don't want to be neither, mate. I don't want to have any part in this. So it has to be a conversation of trying to cut this out entirely.
Yeah.
But can we and shall we? And isn't us being full vegan the same way of like, you know, is people going to see this as like, oh, they're stopping us from eating meat now? Or like, are they seeing it as oppression? Are they seeing it as censored?
It's like, I don't get where we're going with this. Like, no one's stopping him from doing anything. He is agreeing, like, I don't want this to happen anymore. So it's not about him going out and trying to stop someone else. All he needs to do is stop doing it himself first and foremost, right?
Also,
who do you think's being oppressed here?
Oh, the chickens, obviously. Obviously, every day.
If I said to you, you can't eat this anymore, would you feel like the one who's being oppressed, or would you say, oh, wait a second, this is the egg industry macerating male chicks, by the way. Like, they're being killed because they don't produce eggs for humans.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm more of seeing it as everybody else. Because it's a business, isn't it? Because
when we talk
let's say if you stop all this, right? Because you're going to stop chicken farmers.
Gradually.
So there has to be a conversation. What are you going to do with those farmers? Like, what jobs did they also go? Like, I guess they do plant farming.
What did the slave owners do?
Oh, yeah. Well, most of them got paid off anyway.
I'm making an analogy here. So slavery was legal. It was big industry, rice and cotton, tobacco, I think even. So what happened when they had to...
back?
Did they?
Yeah, like basically because they were treated as property and because
the slaves got paid back.
No, the slave owners. Because they were considered as property and because they
paid
destroyed
damages.
most of their their income of rice and everything else, they had to pay them back. It sounds awful. I hate that whole situation.
But they abolished slavery, didn't they?
Yeah, fantastic. But still, someone had to be paid for it. So it comes back to this. So perfect example. So with this, they'll have to pay them. So
we can help the farmers out. You mean?
Yeah, basically. And I hope that would be the case.
I think that we should help all human beings out, especially if their industry has gone down.
This is spinning around in circles.
I really don't think that that what happens in that industry morally, like...
I don't necessarily agree with the point that the George is making here, where somebody needs to be paid, somebody needs to be helped out. Well, I disagree. I think actually farmers don't need to be paid to stop doing what they're doing. They need to move with the times and do something else that they can make money out of. Like if right, for example, if I was working making computers, let's say laptops, and then all of a sudden there's this new technology that comes out, and then they point out that the way I'm making laptops is unethical. It's wrong. Let's imagine every time I make a laptop, if someone somewhere is spanking a child really hard. Every laptop I make, a child gets spanked, right? By someone that's not their parent. These people just go out and do it. They're like, oh, David's made a new laptop. Bam, right? Let's imagine that's happening. It's unethical, right? Because obviously there's some child's getting hit every time I make a laptop, right? So this new laptop company says, hey, David, look, we got a better idea. We don't think your laptops are ethical because of this child spanking thing. So we're going to make us, we got this other company now. We got this other style of way of making laptops that doesn't make that happen. So we're going to do it. I don't deserve any money because my business has now been deemed unethical, as it always was, because imagine this child spanking was always happening. Then what? I have to get paid out because my business was always unethical, but now that I'm getting called out on it and people don't want it anymore, I should get paid? Doesn't make any fucking sense. I need to change. So I get a new job, I get a new business, and you might say, oh, that sounds so easy, huh? Make it sound so easy, get a new job. That's life. That's life. That's how it is, people. Like, there is no the free shit in life. You shouldn't be getting fucking handouts, like, you know, or looking for handouts. Like, life can be difficult. I get it. And for the people who are actually finding it really, really hard, then they would need support. Fine. But somebody who owns a business and profits from the business doesn't need handouts. They know how to run a business. They can make another business, then get a job. They're completely capable. So I don't necessarily agree with what George is going for here about, there needs to be a payout. No, these people need to be convinced to change their companies to plant-based products. And if they refuse to do that, then it's their own fault if they go bust. It's their own fault if they lose all their money. I have sympathy for people whose companies go bust and they end up in a really bad position. Don't get me wrong. I'm not happy to see people, struggling for money and stuff like that. But at the same time, it's not my fucking problem. And it's no one's problem but their own. The markets change. What people want changes. People's views on ethics change. And unfortunately, for some, that means they get left behind if they don't stay in touch and change, right? So I think, like Nokia didn't get payouts when Apple dominated the phone market, did they? And they shouldn't have done. That's just tough shit. Tough titties. Right? You know what I mean? You can't just hold people's hands like babies, like the government does to a lot of these farmers. It's ridiculous.
I really don't think that them needing a job morally justifies this industry.
No. It doesn't at all. But there's a situation of like, so is there a petition I can sign? Is there...
Okay, this is where we are. We're at this right now. So, this is what I want to talk about is your personal contribution.
Okay, what am I going to do about it? Well, I want to. So,
for starters, what do you think the most powerful point of control you have right now is? I don't want you to sign a petition. I don't want you to give me any money. I want you to. What do you do when you go like that?
Yeah, just eat. Just instead of it being like meatballs, it's like.
Vegan meatballs.
Yes.
The McCartney's vegan meatballs.
Yes. Okay then.
It's a Beyond Burger.
Yeah, yes.
It's corn vegan ham.
Yeah, I get you. I 100% got that. I just don't. I'll do it. Fuck it.
Hey, you know what? I'll tell you something.
Like for me, it's very.
I'll do it. Fuck it.
Like, can you 100%? Okay then. I know. I'll do it this way. Because, this might be a better way. How can you turn a meat eater into someone who's vegan, who's never done it before and has no idea what he's doing, and is more scared of what to get and not
help you? I've got a little bit of resource here.
That would be fantastic.
Okay. So here we go. Look. So I've got the pamphlets out, guys. We got these. Project manager made these ones.
Oh.
But okay, so first you educate yourself. Obviously, this is education. This is what happens in the slaughterhouses and environment and health. This is where you can get stuff.
Okay.
So you can get vegan options from these places. KFC sometimes has a vegan burger. So here, this is called an Happy Cow app.
Okay.
This app will show you restaurants that have vegan options.
Nice, walking through it.
Most of the coffee places you can get vegan milks.
Okay,
Choose one you like. I like oat milk myself, but you might like soya milk. You might like.
Well, I've tried soy milk before, so when it comes to corn, chicken, like I don't know the difference. Honest, I've had it in curry. It is fantastic. Like there's no qualms with me at all. It's just, I'm guessing I'm just being a bit too naive and being too stupid in the situation. But if there's you know, if there's 10,000 of me, can you stop 10,000? This is where like thank you for making me 100% realize, because this kind of conversation like is it's sad that it has to happen, but it's necessary, it's needed. Like it is brutally destroying for me and for anybody else who'd be watching this, that the fact that they have to I have to come to a realization now that, look, I know for a fact, because like I will never forget this conversation, to be honest, because for me it's just it's being blind but then being ignorant, but then how much ignorance are you willing to take until you become ignorant? Like how much is it, like, you know, I'm wearing a mask right now. This whole conversation with, like, you know, COVID wasn't happening about as well, and that idea of oppression and just like, you know, well, it's not oppression really, because there's always two arguments, there's always two sides, so we have to make middle grounds.
I think what you need to do in this situation when we're talking about animal rights is look at it through the eyes of the real victim here. You have your human rights here. You don't have to worry about me coming up and enslaving you and killing. I mean, I'd be breaking the law if I did. But right now,
but there's nothing stopping you though.
There's nothing stopping me except for the law, and I will go to prison forever. But with these animals, they can legally be herded up into gas chambers and murdered, so you can buy their tortured, suffered body and eat it. You can legally do that. But the only thing stopping you is your conscience and your ethics. And then you can make the decision to stop your contribution to this, and then you can talk to other people about it and make an impact like that. So you're not going to stop all the people out here from doing bad things. You can't. You can only control what you do.
That's really good, really powerful from Joey there. I think I really appreciate, again, taking the conversation from the many to the one. A lot of people like to look at other people and say, well, it's kind of like well, they're not doing it, so why should I do it, right? They're not going to change, so what's the point of me changing? Nothing's going to change. And it's defeatist, but it feels defeatist. Like, we're vegans, we look around at everybody and we're like, oh, fucking hell, sometimes this world is shit, like nothing's changing, and is there any point in all this, you know? And a lot of vegans get bummed out and burnt out over this stuff, and so the guys, he's not like, he makes some good points, but I like that Joey's pulling it back to, like, okay, just focus on yourself, mate, right? Start here, start there. It's a good start. Don't bother about other people yet. You've not even figured it out yourself yet. You can't impact anybody else till you've impacted yourself.
And just because you can't stop everything from going on out here doesn't give you, carte blanche to go do what you want. You know?
Thank you. That's what I really need. That's the conversation that is more needed. Is the fact of, like, saying, look, maybe you shouldn't be doing this just because everybody else is. You know, are you going to be the wolf or are you going to be the sheep? It's very much that conversation.
Millions of us all went vegan. That would have an impact. Millions of people are going vegan.
I would hope so.
It's going to have an impact.
Okay, so if we're talking methane, carbon emissions, the idea of everything else, there has to be also a conversation of, like, coal and actually subsidising energy plants, and also sorting those out as well at the same time as doing this.
This is an environmental
I mean, it's environmental altogether.
There was a big study by
protecting the animals. Then you're sorting out the CO2 emissions, and then from there, you've got to sort out the coal emissions and everything else. Then from there, you've got energy and how we innovate to make it more efficient to make those.
These are conversations we need to have.
Well,
But like what you can personally do right now, and there was a study by Oxford University that said. It was on 40,000 farms in 119 countries, and they concluded by saying that eating a vegan diet is the single biggest thing you can do to reduce your impact on planet Earth. But this is, for me, is an animal rights issue. Veganism is about, if you think of veganism as a philosophy against the exploitation and cruelty to animals, that's what being a vegan is. It's like when you're, say, I'm against racism, I don't like racism. That's a philosophy you adhere to. You don't practice it sometimes. You don't stop being vegan on a Tuesday. You're a vegan because it's a philosophy that you adhere to.
And you don't do it because being against racism is good for the planet, right? Even if it was. It's not like the core reason you're not a racist. You're not a racist because you don't believe it's ethical or moral to discriminate against people based on the color of their skin or, their ethnicity.
Okay, so it's very much like either being like a stoicism or very much a utilitarianism. The idea of just trying to stick to your guns and sticking to your principles.
You're anti-animal abuse, so you're not going to go and eat an abused animal or pay for them to be tortured in a slaughterhouse.
No, I don't want to at all. Don't want to at all. Thank you very much.
I appreciate your time.
Like a nice guy.
Look, this here is called Challenge 22. This is a free website. You can go on there, do a vegan challenge on Facebook. They help you out, they guide you, they give you the... It goes for 22 days because it takes 21 days to rebuild a new habit, and this is just a new habit you can rebuild.
So there's a conversation. So you would be stop killing the animals, finding them a new place.
What would happen is if gradually, as more and more people go vegan and stop funding these industries, they stop breeding so many animals into existence, and it phases out over time. If not, there's some direct action that stops the government, political action that stops the government from and forces the government to phase these industries out.
Well, you know, there's veganism, and then you've got, you know, racism, political problems. Like, it's a very much a conversation of what takes precedence, really. Like,
nothing has to, does it?
Keep treating our lives as like the top wall. Really, animals. I would make a massive argument that you should sort out the animals first, get that all sorted, and then hopefully, with us being a bit more humanitarian to animals, we might treat ourselves as more human to everybody else.
Oh.
I feel like it's that simple, really, because that's where we're coming from, our own roots in the first place. But if there was more of a less mass manufacturing of like milking, and less mass manufacturing of like more of an organic route. But yeah, again, if you watch the second documentary of Super Size Me, he talks about how organic is just like a vague word, so they can basically fit.
The labelling is really untrustworthy.
Yeah, like
organic animals are still stabbed in the throat, so I don't want any of that.
No, like that's. But so you would never. Oh, that's an egg. Yeah, eggs. Yeah. That's what I mean. It's just
eggs are exploited hens who get murdered when their egg production declines, and the males are all macerated as chicks because they don't produce eggs. So the industry, organic and free, they're all horrible to animals.
I know.
If you go to these backyard farms, these homestead farms where there's only a few animals out there, and they're like, okay, this bacon comes from this really humanely treated animal, but it's a chopped up animal.
Okay.
Like that's where the rights violation is. You're chopping this animal up and eating them. Like, come on.
Even with an egg, you're still chopping up something that's like a fetus or something that's, you know, could have been born anyway.
Well, I think they're unfertilised eggs, so the rights violation comes when they're being mass exploited, and then there's the backyard egg argument.
Okay, what's that?
So the backyard egg argument is like, okay, so
if you have your own chickens, you can have your own eggs.
Well, it depends where you're sourcing these chicks from, because if you source them from a hatchery, the males are all getting macerated anyway, so you're still supporting that industry.
So you're better off just taking how many? You're better off just taking a 50-50 roosters and hens.
Well, the hens also need to eat their eggs back because they've been selectively bred to produce 300 eggs a year when they usually only produce like an egg a month.
Okay.
You know, so like they lose their calcium in their body, they need their egg back. But I always think like stop viewing animals as a resource, because this is where factory farms began.
Yeah.
That this mentality towards animals that they're here for us.
Yeah. And then not real.
They were all backyard eggs before, and then what happened? Everyone wants eggs.
But then there's a whole conversation. We wouldn't have this right now. You wouldn't have a camera, or we wouldn't have a microphone if half of this, like, you know, standardizing of like, domestication of animals. If this doesn't come about, then we would have more of a.
I'm not against technology or civilization, by the way.
Yeah, I didn't think you were. So
it's a weird argument. So if we'd never done this to animals, we wouldn't have the camera or the microphone, is basically what he's saying. Well, because we wouldn't have progressed as a society. But I guess the point is that's already done, though, isn't it? We've already gone past that. Like we're not using horse and carriage for transport anymore. You know, stuff like that. So
it sounds weird, but if this didn't happen in the first place, then we wouldn't. So now it's more of a conversation of bringing it back. It's more of a conversation of paying homage to what we've done and what we should be doing instead. Does that make any sense?
We can have technology, we can have civilization. There are deaths that are going to happen because we live, like road accidents, and animals are dying because of crops and things like this. But I think if we take out these trillions of animals being executed every year, then we've done a massive good thing.
Okay. Well, yeah. I'd love to keep talking.
No, that's fine.
But
I appreciate
feel like
your time.
We're spinning around the same circles. I'll just put the main points here.
Yeah.
There needs to be change. And I love that this YouTube, or is it a YouTube channel, I'm guessing?
Yeah,
or channel, is it on On,
It's actually, if you open up, this here is my name here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you, Joey. So it's going to be on Vimeo, I'm guessing?
This is my name on YouTube as well.
Okay.
But this is where this will be.
Fair dues. Well, like you might get a follow, subscribe.
No worries, brother.
You know, keep up the good work.
I hope
Thank
this
you
has
for all the
woken you up a little bit to what's going on.
Me up, but at the same time, I'm like.
The power's in your hands. Don't overwhelm yourself. Just focus on what you can do.
Yeah. Well, but you are doing the overwhelming part, if that makes any sense. So then there has to be a conversation of like, do you do like nutritional facts? Do you do like a weekly diet, or is it all on the YouTube channel? Is there like, do you have a YouTube video?
There's information here about nutrition and health.
No, I mean in the sense of, will you or do you want me a YouTube video with like someone who's never done veganism before to trying to do veganism, like the whole idea of going from zero to hero, essentially.
It's nice that he suggested it.
Do you want to film a video with you and me going out and feeding you?
Well, if you want, I'll pay for it. I'll pay for it.
Okay. All right.
We'll
take you.
Okay, yeah. Well, put my body wherever, yeah.
Well, how about we take you? Okay. How about we take you to the shops and go get you what you need?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. I'll put my body where my mouth is, right?
We'll take his email and that, eh?
Okay.
We'll take a contact from you then.
Fantastic.
All right.
Cool.
I'll give you the email and we'll continue this on part 2.
Well, okay.
Very nice, very nice. It's a cool conversation, huh? I thought it was going to get more emotional, to be honest. I expected some emotion. That's why I chose it, because I thought this. I've seen clips of it. Again, that's the thing with Joey's stuff, because Joey's stuff is often quite long, like 20 minutes, 15, 20 minutes, and I'm busy, and I don't watch too much vegan content. What I tend to do when I see something cool from Joey, I'm like, oh, that looks interesting. I'll watch the Facebook, a clip on Facebook, or I'll get like a, the general takeaway kind of thing, or I'll look for the shorter little clips that he does, or maybe a bit in his stories. So I'd never actually seen the whole thing of that one, but that's pretty cool. But yeah, guys, this is, I mean, I've got nothing really to say about this. I mean, this is a reaction video, right? I'm trying to react, but it's kind of hard to react to something like that because it's all good. Like Joey is doing the reaction right there and then, So I think we've got to pick up some spiciness, right? I think we've got to get into something I can actually react to, because I'd love to sit here and watch Joey's videos with you and just sit nice and quietly, but it's kind of a cop-out from me. I'm supposed to be responding and reacting, and it's kind of difficult when the videos just, they do themselves. Like, I can't really, do you know what I mean? Are you following me here? Like, that video, there's no need for me to react to it. It's just a good video. It covers every angle. There's nothing needs to be said. Right? So let's take a look at, let's go find... I'm not going to do part 2 to that one, guys, because it's a nice video. And like I said, what am I going to react to? You know what I mean? It's just nice. It's just be like, oh, this is nice. Let's go look for something we can actually dig into a little bit and have some fun with, right? So I know a couple of you are like, oh, do the second part. But, it's then what we're doing now is a watch party. We're not necessarily doing any kind of reaction or anything like that. Let's take a look. Annie had a recommendation, but you're saying long Bristolian farmer. Did you react to the Find the Vegan? I didn't react to that yet. Watch the Bristolian farmer. Joey's human meat experiment has some interesting responses. Yeah, okay, let's do like one of these other reaction ones where he goes out to the public and does something dodgy with them, like the dog meat or something like that. Let's pick up one of these ones. So we had Kentucky Fried Swan. We had the second one. We didn't do the first one, but I've got it listed here. I don't think I even saved the human meat ones, funnily enough. But let's go for the dog meat one. All right, let's see. Hold up. Should go back. So this one's from, do you see it? Is it up on the screen? Yeah. This is from 2020. 76,000 views, almost 77. Mostly likes and not many dislikes. We'll give it a like. Let's dive in. 2,313 comments on this one.
Free samples, mate. You guys want some dog meat here? Fresh. That guy just looked hell back, hey. You guys want a free sample? Dog meat. Their reactions are pretty funny. It's free range and organic, so I don't know why no one wants it. It's responsibly farmed as well in Britain. Alright, so we got we're out here in the city. We got some vegan meats here. Meatless farm. A bit of a Vera steak.
The Vera ones look really good.
We're gonna disguise them. Little stickers here. Let's see why the public don't want to eat dog meat, but they're happy to eat other animals, hey?
So I'm gonna skip through the B-roll a little bit. Here we go. Let's get to it.
Hey?
How much are they?
For these?
Yeah.
Dog meat. Do you want some?
No, I'm just asking how much
They're free.
Oh, they're free?
Yeah.
Alright.
Would you eat dog meat?
No, it's from a dog.
No, this is made out of dogs.
Oh.
Yeah, it's made out of dogs.
He thought it was for dogs. Oh, that's brilliant.
Got some dog meat here, mate. If you want some, take it free. Some free meat, you can take it. Dog meat, free range. Want some? It's free, mate. It's made from dogs, but it's they're bred for that purpose, so
Nice.
it's free range.
What did you do? You cook it? Or you just eat
Yeah.
the dog?
No, this is dog meat for human consumption.
No, but yeah.
Just cook it up, have a burger. It's British. It's British farmed, so this is German Shepherd, this is Labrador.
What about
So Mabel's only allowed dog food now because she was ill. She ate.
Oh, the kid doesn't get it. She thinks it's for dogs.
She's only allowed dog food.
This has a doggy in there. This is made from the doggy.
That's so brutal on the kid. This has got a doggy in there.
French bulldogs?
This is made from Labrador, and this is minced up German Shepherd.
Alright, well, can we feed French bulldog with it?
No, this is for humans to eat.
They're not getting it at all. It's like, can you feed a French bulldog with it? They know it is French bulldog.
Oh, for humans?
Yeah, this is a dog. This is actually a dog.
It's not for dogs?
It's made out of dogs. Yeah. Why would
you do that?
It's for protein. And they're bred for that purpose, so...
All right. No.
You don't want it?
No.
Why not? Don't eat dogs?
I don't eat dogs.
Why not? Are you a vegetarian?
No.
You're not a vegan?
No.
Ah.
I like meat. I don't like dog meat.
So you choose which meat you eat?
Chicken.
You eat chickens but don't eat dogs?
Steak.
Yeah, these are dog steaks here. Labrador. But responsibly farmed, humane slaughter.
From a real life Labrador?
Yeah, so they have
Well, as opposed to from a real life Labrador. I mean, at one point, that's what we're assuming, right? You couldn't have taken it from a what? Is it from a Labrador that was born dead? Is that the only other way to get meat from a Labrador? Or maybe he thinks like it was a cell lab generated, you know, like lab meat, Labrador, lab works. It's lab meat.
Labrador farms, they're humanely raised, and then they slaughter them. They say in the slaughter how they slaughter a cow for steak.
Nah, we're alright. Nah, she don't like to eat that.
She don't want to eat dogs? No.
She didn't want to hear it either. I guess he's blocking her ears, like, oh shoot.
Okay. Yeah, so he said him and his daughter don't want to eat dogs. I think they thought it might be dog food. Some Labrador, German Shepherd, mate. Nah, you're right. Labrador, German Shepherd. Don't eat dogs. Pretty extreme, if you ask me. Want some Labrador, mate? German Shepherd. Want some dogs? We've got some dog meat here for free if you want some. Free range German Shepherd. What I think's happening is people are getting a bit confused, thinking that I'm selling like meat for dogs, like free range beef or something for dogs.
Yeah.
Most logical thing for them, because they wouldn't think that I'd be actually selling a chopped up dog. Want some dog meat, mate? It's a dog. We just, this is a German Shepherd and this is Labrador meat.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, we got a new dog farm. We're just trying to give some people some samples to get them eating dogs.
No, it's
Huh?
For an actual dog?
Yeah, certified humane. Wait, you a vegan? All these militant anti-dog eaters, I don't know, forcing their opinions. Hey buddy, how are you?
What's that?
How you going?
Is there a protest against dog meat?
No, this is a dog meat. I'm trying to give out samples. This is a Labrador here, and this is a German Shepherd meat. Do you eat dogs?
I eat halal meat.
You eat halal meat?
I am a meat eater.
So you eat other animals, but would you eat a dog?
Well, I'm trying to get away from any animals, to be honest.
Oh, really?
I'm myself, yeah.
I've got something for you then, mate. Here you go. Are you Muslim?
I am.
Well, you can be Muslim and not eat any animals.
Yeah, completely. That's what I'm doing. I'm cleansing myself.
On you, brother.
I don't necessarily have to always eat meat, so I'm trying to go for a cleaner.
Challenge 22.
Do you mind if I just photograph this? I don't want to waste your paper.
No, brother, take it with you. It's all good. Give it away to someone. It's got good info on there, bro. It's organic,
nice
free
guy.
range, grass-fed, dogs.
What do you mean dogs?
Like this is
dog meat,
this
right?
is the back-side of the Labrador here.
No.
We made some steaks, and this here is
They're specific. It is.
This is dog legs because they're a bit chewy, so we minced them up into sausages. This is German Shepherd here, but they're gonna be killed anyway, so might as well eat them.
Come on, man, you're joking. Is this like vegan, something vegan?
What makes you think?
Got him.
What makes you say that?
Because nobody eats dog.
Why not?
some people
Dog.
Why don't they? Do you eat? Are you a vegan?
I eat horse meat. It's famous
You eat
in
horses?
my country. But I don't
Why
eat
so specific on horse? Like, are you a vegan? No, I eat horse meat. No one asked you about horses, bro. Why are you bringing horses into this?
Why not?
Do you mind? Can I see it? Can you turn it? Please, not dog. Come on.
Yeah, they only got little legs, so. What do you think? People that eat pigs and don't eat dogs are it's a bit hypocritical, isn't it, not to eat dogs or to have a problem with it, eh?
I don't believe it's meat. It's not written what's inside anywhere, right?
Here. You can't really tell what's inside, just like when they sell you a pork sausage, you can't really tell, can you?
That's true. But sometimes there is written more information, so I can just see the
Does that
price.
shock you? Does it shock you to have dog meat here?
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what's the difference between a dog and a pig or a chicken or a horse?
I know. Pigs are also intelligent as well.
More intelligent, yeah.
It does shock me. It's a very good initiative what you're doing, really. Makes me think a lot. Makes me think a lot.
There's a reason you don't want to eat a dog, isn't there?
Yeah, I know. But there is no really difference. They're both animals with pigs, right?
Nice, huh? It's weird how people get pushed to say these kinds of things when they're defending dogs.
So it doesn't make it right to eat
Only dogs. They wouldn't say this when they were talking about just pigs, though, you know? Like if they were saying, oh, he's giving out like free pig meat, this same conversation wouldn't come up. They'd just be like, oh yeah, thank you. But when it's an animal that you know, it's not culturally acceptable to eat, this is what happens.
But I'm not a vegan, but I understand that you are totally right in this. And
What if I told you it had protein and I have these canine teeth? Would that make it okay?
What's that?
What if I told you, oh, well, this has protein, I need to get protein?
I mean, you can get proteins from other, you know.
Wow.
Yeah, thanks for
This guy making vegan arguments.
Here, brother.
It's a very cool initiative.
This is our challenge 22. You can sign up free help going vegan.
Thank you, man.
Take care, brother. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. That's cool.
You gonna have a crack at a bit of dog meat?
What's the difference between normal dog meat and free-range dog meat?
Well, these dogs were free-ranging and we just caught them off the street. That was stray. Because the strays are going to go to the RSPCA, get euthanized anyway, so we thought we'd make it...
I thought it was dog food.
No, these are... No, this is for you to eat, but it's made out of dogs. They're free-ranging because they're running around the street, and, well, instead of, like, the RSPCA killing them and then throwing them in the bin, we just thought we'd cook them up.
Alright. I just thought you meant dog food.
Do you want to eat some?
No, I'm okay, fine.
Are you vegetarian?
Cheers.
for dogs.
Hey, brother. How you going, mate?
Ready for dogs?
No, this is for humans to eat.
This is for humans.
Yeah,
So
this
it's dog meat.
Yeah, it's made of dogs. You don't eat dogs?
I don't eat dogs.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even think it was legal to eat dogs in this country.
No, it is. This is certified humane. So.
But I've never known anywhere to sell dog in this country.
Are you vegetarian?
We're not in fucking
China?
what?
Like in China where they eat dogs?
Yeah, we're not in China.
What's the problem with eating a dog? Do you eat other animals?
Because we're not in China, mate. We're in England.
Do you eat pigs? Or chickens? Chickens?
No.
Are you vegetarian?
No.
Okay. It's just wondering why people don't want to eat dogs, but...
Right, because if people wanted to eat dogs, they would have had dogs from the start, wouldn't they?
Yeah, but they've been eating dogs for hundreds of years around the world.
Chinese and
Yeah.
other people eat dogs and rats and cats. We don't eat dogs and cats and rats, mate.
But is there a moral difference between the two? Between a cow and a dog, or a pig and a dog? What's the moral difference?
They're bred to eat.
These were being bred to be eaten.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Where?
There's dog farms all around. Imported.
So they breed dogs to kill them when they're meant to be domestic pets?
No, they're not. Well, I've got a pig at home as a pet, so but you probably eat.
Pig at home as a pet, the dirtiest animal in the world.
Yeah, but I don't eat pigs, you know what I mean? So.
But they're the dirtiest animals in the world.
Yeah, but.
Eat their own shit.
Yeah, I've also got pet cows as well. I don't eat cows.
Cows, they don't eat their own feces and stuff like that. Pigs, they eat their own feces and things like
They're
that.
pretty clean animals, pigs. They don't poo where they live, but they live in factory farms here, so they have to poo on each other in there. But they're pretty clean animals.
Wait, hold up for a second. Dogs eat their own shit, by the way. I don't know why he's mentioning like pigs eating their own shit, as if that's like a thing. Loads of animals eat their own shit. Dogs eat their own shit. But no one cares about dogs licking their faces, do they?
I don't know, like so do baby children. They eat their own
You
pig
get
feces.
shit spread all over your face every time you let your dog lick you in the mouth. I've seen people do it. Annie lets Emma do that. Our dog here, the Dachshund that lives here, she lets the dog lick her in the face on her lips. And that dog, I've seen that dog eat shit. I've seen that dog literally eat their own shit. I also see that dog, Emma, putting her nose in other dogs' pee every time she goes out. Just saying. But people don't mind that. This guy's like, pigs are dirty because they eat their own shit. That's why I don't eat. Yeah, all right, mate. Whatever, mate. But I'm sure you let a dog lick you in the face, wouldn't you?
Baby children eat their own feces.
Yeah.
That's why they put
Human babies eat their own shit too.
That's why you put nappies.
But I'm just trying to find out what the ethical difference is
put
between
nappies
eating
on
a dog and a cow.
Where have you got these from?
These are just humanely raised in the UK. Free ranging. You find it hard to believe, don't you? What about this? What if I told you that it's not made from any animals at all?
Is it not?
I just got some stickers made up for it to try to mess with people's heads a bit, because I don't think we should be eating any animals.
You're not messing, are you?
Yeah, I'm fucking around a bit.
Are you messing?
Yeah.
So it is meat?
It's made out of plants, brother. This is what it actually is. You can buy these in, you can go into any store, you can get these, but I just got these printed out because I wanted people to...
I knew you wasn't selling no dog.
Yeah.
So it isn't dog, is it?
No, it's made of plants, brother. Here, I'm handing these out as well. I don't want people eating any animals.
So, do you actually have that pig at home?
No, but I do visit sanctuaries. But I was just saying, you're saying they're supposed to be pets, and I'm saying, well, I've got a pig as a pet, so what's the difference? I'm just saying there's no ethical difference between these animals. We shouldn't be eating any of them if we...
I understand that, yeah. But if we're going to eat any animals, we eat the ones that are already there, bred to eat. We're not going to start eating dog, you know?
Yeah. But, you know, I just think when you look at this pig, he doesn't want to be eating it either, you know what I mean?
No, he doesn't want to be eaten, obviously.
So, and this cow...
So have you actually got to the point and told anybody this?
Yeah. I usually tell people before they walk off.
Just before they walk off?
Some people are going, yeah, I'll eat it, it's dog meat, no worries.
I've seen somebody walking off before, like, I'm not eating dog meat.
It's just plants, mate. It's made of like, what's this got in there? Soya, wheat.
I was thinking it's a bit too good to be true. I'll take it with you, thank you.
No worries, brother. Take care, mate. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Do you eat dogs?
It was nice that guy in the end was understanding and seemed to be like, I don't know if he'll actually take it seriously, but at least you know, it was a good conclusion in the end. And he said that, you know, pigs don't want to be killed. No, they don't want to be indefinitely. So at least, you know, there's some level of empathy there, which is good to see. You know, it's always nice to see. Not a lot of, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm 6 hours in, but I hope you guys are enjoying yourself. And I'm finding, you know, I'm looking for some inspiration to react to some stuff, give you some opinions, but it's another one of those things where I think Joey just takes care of this so well. It's kind of, and these conversations are going the way they're going. It's kind of hard to give you a much more of an insight than there already is. I think we're all kind of like, you know, in the same boat here, but I'll do my best to kind of push for some some commentary. I think I'm maybe a little bit commentaried out, guys. Well, we got another 4 hours. Let's just sit here for 4 hours, right? And let's just watch videos for 4 hours, and I just won't say anything. I think that's a good idea, huh?
No, is this like a vegan thing?
Like a watch party.
Why, are you vegans? Yeah. Are you those extreme militant vegans?
No.
I'm only playing with you. I'm only playing with you. Yeah, this is a... We're trying to... Are you a vegan? Yeah. Yeah, you are. You both are? You're not? Well, then I've got something for you here, dog meat.
I thought it was. I was like, is it not illegal in the UK?
No, this is humanely certified humane. You shouldn't have a problem eating dogs since you eat other animals. What's the difference between a dog and a pig? Do you eat pigs? Yeah. So you should be alright with this then, eh? Pigs are more intelligent than dogs, and you eat pigs.
The only reason I eat meat is because my parents buy my food. When
Oh,
I
really?
get to uni, I'm going vegan.
So I'll buy this for you, then eat dog. I bought this for you. Would you eat if I bought it for you?
That's so, oh, it's so good. That's so good. She's like, oh, I only eat meat because my parents buy it for me. Well, okay, here's some dog, then eat that. Oh, no.
If that's the only reason, yeah.
Logic, explode. There it is. It's done. Debunked.
It's vegan stuff here. Yeah. Here you go. That's for you because she's not a vegan yet. You should be if you won't eat a dog. You must care about animals. See you later.
Not me. Is
Okay.
that dog?
This is that's free range. So
What is
it's
that from a dog? Yeah.
yeah.
It's really dog.
It's humane.
That was pretty cool, huh? It was a good thing. It was a good idea, great initiative. I've seen it done, but I've seen it done not quite as well as that. I think it's really good. He's done a really good job with the production value, and then, you know, make it looks really nice, flows really well, looks professional, looks really good, really cool. Let's have a look at some of these like radio interviews, shall we? Some of these TV interviews as well. I think they were kind of a little bit more fun as well to get into. Joey sent me a few. Let's have a look at what Joey sent. All right. Let's have a look. We've got BBC Clash on the radio. Let's take a look at that one. I think I remember this one, but I think it's a good one. Let's have a look. How you guys doing? You still awake out there? There's over 100 of you, but I see the chat slowing down. I think you guys are feeling it a little bit like me. I guess some of you have got the stream on just in the background, right? Something like that. That's what I reckon. Then you're just kind of like taking it easy, doing some other stuff, you know, which is cool. Let's double check the GoFundMe, huh? Let's have a see where we're up to. We were at 245. Now we're at 265. Doing real good there. Nice. Thank you, everybody who's donated to the GoFundMe for the sanctuary, Vrouva Animal Sanctuary, €265. And we've got a lot to... Let's have a look at how much we've actually raised across the Streamlabs donations. So I'll give you like some kind of number, some kind of idea of where we're up to overall. So... today, Streamlabs wise, 253. So we got overall total, we're up to maybe about 200, like about €600 maybe, not including PayPal. A little bit more maybe there, like maybe 600 or 700 euros, which is really good. But let's try and go push for 200. Get 200. Jesus, 2,000 guys. Let's keep pushing it. Let's get this sanctuary some serious dollars so they can make some serious, let's do some serious good stuff for the animals, guys. I see some of you guys are eating while watching, so listening in, cooking time, everyone's having dinner, making a snack, just showered. I like that you guys are so honest. Playing God of War, nice. God of War's a sick game. I like that game. Made some vegan hot dogs with free-range, humanely slaughtered dogs. Nice, Jan, love it. Playing Halo. Oh man, I miss Halo. Chilling on the sofa watching this. Good videos from Joey, and good job to me for commenting for so many hours straight. Thank you, Laya. It's definitely, it is challenging. I gotta admit, it is challenging. Greetings from Germany. What's up, Sasha? Home DIY and painting. Someone's doing. Been here. Josh has been here for 4 hours. Bloody hell, Josh. Nice. And we got a new member. Nicholas just became a member. Nicholas, enjoy your green superiority color and logo, and enjoy all the updates that you're now going to get access to that nobody else will get apart from everybody else who's a member, because you're the MVPs. The MVPs. Good to see some of you have been. I saw. Was it Josh been here for 6 hours? You are a degenerate, Josh, just like me. We're all degenerates. And those of you that are judging Josh for being here for 6 hours, I know more of you have been here for 6 hours, but you're just not commenting, and you're just ashamed that you've been here for the whole 6 hours. But you've got nothing to be ashamed of. Josh, is it Josh who said it? 4 hours, Josh said, sorry, 4 hours. But at least Josh owns it, yeah? Josh knows he's a degenerate like me, and then he wants to be here and you know, be on a live stream for this long. Oh, here we go. Someone else owning it. Strange Bernardo. Thank you, Bernardo. Own it. Own it. I know JP and Julia have been here the whole time too. I think Melita's been here almost the whole time. So you got to own it, guys. Nothing to be ashamed of, all right? It is what it is. We're here. We're here. We're doing this, all right? Well, let's click back in again. Let's take a look at the... which one did we want? I told you already, didn't I? Which one was it? Aha, the Clash on the Radio one. All right, let's load that one up. Joey clashing with somebody on the radio. So this one's titled, if you can see it, yes, vegan activist and BBC presenter clash in heated debate. This one is from 2019, 116,000 views, big one. Only 425 dislikes, which is always a good one, because then you're like, interesting. People who weren't vegan definitely watched it and liked it. Simon's been here since the start. Love it, love it. Nicholas started since the beginning too. Nicholas been here since the beginning. Look at that. Love it. Love it. All right, let's kick into this one.
81333. Start your message with the word Kent. Lots of you talking about veganism as well.
Maybe.
After the TV presenter Chris Packham said, we need to have labels on packets of meat that show how the animals live, the conditions they're kept in, a bit like we do on cigarette packets for health. Well, let's discuss this now with Joey Carbstrong, well-known vegan activist who joins us in the studio. Morning, Joey.
Hello.
So there's lots of issues really with putting pictures on packets that they might even upset vegans walking around the shop. So where do you stand on this?
I think anything that deters people from eating flesh or animal products is a good thing. I don't really know how they would facilitate that though, like getting, you know, this horrific footage from a certain horrific conditions from a certain farm. I think maybe showing what happens in the slaughterhouse is probably more important, because even in the most high welfare free-ranging farm in England, they all go to a slaughterhouse to be stabbed in the neck, strung up by their ankle, and, you know, have the blood drained out of their throat. So I think what happens in the slaughterhouse is probably more important.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because I guess we'd need to believe, if we were going back to whether we had the individual farmers, a bit the point that Claire made, you know, you see the chickens running around in the field. How do you know that is the field that those chickens are living in? So we'd need the farmers to sign up. And A, they probably wouldn't. And B, they were not going to sign up to having slaughterhouse pictures, because that's really gruesome.
Yeah, it's gruesome. I think they use these happy free-ranging pictures with the grass to like perpetuate this image of, you know, humane farms, and it makes people feel comfortable. But all those animals, whether they're in horrific conditions or amazing conditions on the farm, go to the slaughterhouse with all the rest of them. So,
and I suppose a lot of people would say, well, actually, in this country we have very high animal welfare standards, and they would say that we are very kind to the animals and we kill them in the right way.
Oh yeah, we're very kind to the animals and we kill them in the right way in this country. This xenophobia. It happens in England. It happens in every country, to be honest with you. Every country believes they do it the right way. And I love how she's so confident in saying that, like, in our country we kill animals the right way, as if what context would you ever say something like that? Oh yeah, I do kill, but in the right way. So you need to be assured at this point that, okay, either you're killing because you have to, like euthanasia or whatever for survival. Any other scenario, and it can't be the right way, can it? Because you can't do a wrong thing the right way, can you? Right? It's like me saying, someone said earlier that there's too much spanking in my videos, so I'm going to go for another example that involves spanking. It's like me saying, yeah, I do. It's like me saying, yeah, I do spank Annie, but I do it in the right way. And then you'd say, well, you know, is there any need to do that? Well, no, not really. Then how can you do it in the right way, David? How can you do it in the right way? Well, you know, I make sure I do it with a certain level of pressure and a certain swing. Yeah, but David, you don't need to do it. Yeah, but I do it with the right amount of swing and pressure. Yeah, but you don't need to do it, David. Yeah, but look, it's like there's so it's not like too much. It's like, yeah, but you don't need to. Yeah, but I'm doing it the right way though. Yeah, but if you don't need to, you can't do it the right way. Well, I can do it the right way, you know, like this, you know. Anyway, I maybe shouldn't be doing this. Annie's parents might watch this stream. Should probably stop that. Annie's family members just watching now, just like, sorry. Oh, jeez.
So what's the problem?
The right way to kill someone. I don't think there's no humane way to take someone's life from them. And where are all these humane farms? I mean, the ones that you see the cows in the pastures, but you know, the ones that are really horrific are hidden from the public's view. Also, I want to make a point. Like we do label cigarette packets. You know, cigarettes cause lung cancer, but in fact, the biggest killer of human beings is heart disease. Trumps lung cancer by a mile, and saturated fat and cholesterol are found in animal products. I know this isn't a secret in the health community, in the scientific community, so why not put labeling on processed meats, class 1 carcinogen as well?
That's really interesting because actually we spoke to someone from Cancer Research UK just after 6 o'clock this morning on that very issue. And the only issue though with that, she wasn't in favour by the way, is that, you know, for a lot of people who are living in poverty, processed meat is is the way that they kind of subsist, and you might be classing people out. Do you see what I mean?
No, but we got rice, beans, vegetables, corn, pasta are the cheapest foods in the supermarket, and they don't cause disease. And we're feeding children processed meats from gas-chambered pigs. If children knew what they were eating, oh my God, they'd have nightmares. But, you know, these are known carcinogens. They cause heart disease, the #1 killer of human beings. Why not put labelling on them?
But you are here, Joey. I mean, with respect, you're making some of this stuff up, aren't you? I mean, if you look at...
Well, go on then, dickhead. What's he making up?
I mean, you mentioned about animals being stabbed.
With all due respect, by the way. Yeah, sure.
In the neck. What sort of slaughterhouse have you been to?
Every single...
What is this guy? You're talking about animals being stabbed in the neck. What slaughterhouse have you been to? Any slaughterhouse, pick one, any single one of them in the world, they are all slitting the throats. They are all stabbing animals in the neck.
Single animal gets stabbed in the throat.
They have their
pigs,
throat
lamb,
cut.
They get shot in the head and stabbed in the throat.
They get their throat cut.
Yeah. What? Oh, is it semantics? Because he uses the word stab. Is that what he's going to go for? Like I said earlier, if you're dropping down to semantics, you have no argument, right? It is so pathetic.
The throat is cut, isn't it? It's not stabbed in the throat. It's not a serial
killer
standing there with a meat cleaver. Their throat is cut. But what I'm saying is you're employing hyperbole here to make your case because you don't want people to be eating meat.
Well, I could show you hours of animals being stabbed in the throat.
And I'm sure you could take the worst practice, and I could probably show you the best practice where that doesn't happen, where government vets are on site and you have a complete, clean and humane approach.
Yeah, I'd love to see this process where it's completely clean and humane and the animal doesn't get stabbed in the throat. I'd love to see that. Where is that slaughterhouse, mate? Let's have a see then, shall we?
To slaughtering animals. And most people don't have carcinogenic issues. Most people don't have diseases because meat eating is mostly safe. If you have an imbalanced diet, if you're not eating the right things alongside it, you might get a bunch of tumours and cancer and your heart goes ping at some point in your life. But for most people, that isn't going to happen. Most people live a healthy life, eat meat all their life, love every bit of it. Nothing goes wrong.
Some people smoke cigarettes till they're 90. You know, and some people can smoke a few cigarettes here and there.
The average person doesn't die through eating meat, Joey.
It doesn't mean
that
cigarette smoking doesn't cause lung cancer. And just because some people can eat meat their whole life doesn't mean eating meat doesn't cause heart disease.
If you eat the wrong meat, if you eat too much meat, it's balance, isn't it?
You're going up against the whole scientific community here when you say eating saturated fat and cholesterol
so the whole
doesn't cause heart disease.
Nobody said it doesn't if you eat too much of it or the wrong meat product.
I want to see this slaughterhouse where animals aren't getting a knife in their throat. Where's this magical slaughterhouse?
So a knife is used, yes, in the slaughter process. It's called slaughtering animals. I don't know any other way to do it. Would you rather they used a hammer? How else are you meant to dispatch an animal that's in a slaughterhouse?
Well, how are you supposed to do it humanely?
Because you stun the animal first. The animal is
so
stunned
stunning
first.
a human being is okay if it's done humanely?
We're not talking about human beings. We're talking about the food
Well, what's
chain.
the
We're talking
moral
about pigs
difference?
and cows.
What's the difference between stunning someone in the head and slashing their throat open and stunning a cow in the head and slashing their throat open morally?
So you make no differential between taking the life of a human and taking the life of an animal.
Well,
you can't seriously believe that.
Pigs have the intelligence of a 3-year-old child. Now, what is the moral difference between a pig and a 3-year-old child?
So you would argue that there is no difference between taking the
Well,
life
I'm
of a
asking
human
Yeah, that's the fucking question. He keeps turning it back around on him. You know, so what you're saying is, well, no. Like, answer the question. Answer the question.
an animal. Well, you raised the point.
This is similar to that interview with Jordan Peterson and what's her name off the Channel 4, where instead of answering his questions, she kept saying, "So what you're saying is this, right?" And then he would be like, "No, that you just didn't answer my question," and turned it around on me. And then it went around like this again and again and again until eventually he absolutely embarrassed her, right? So I hope Joey can do the same. I've not seen this actually, so I hope Joey can do the same thing with this guy, because what he's doing is he's avoiding questions by asking Joey questions, saying, "So what you're trying to say is," and then strawmanning him. And there's only so many times you can do this. And, well, Joey knows what a straw man is. There's only so many times you can do this to Joey before Joey's going to be like, "Listen, mate, stop being a prick." And I hope he gets to that point. I hope he gets to that point.
There's an ethical issue here, and I'm simply countering it back that, in fact, there is a moral difference between us and animals.
Well, what is it? What is it?
So you wouldn't support...
You see it? You see it? There it is again. You see that? So what is it? So you wouldn't... He's doing it every time. So what's the moral difference then? So what you're saying is, no. It's like, answer the question that I've asked you. It's not rhetorical, mate. You can't, this guy's pretending it's a rhetorical question. It's not. Answer the question. Stop turning it around. Call him out, Joey.
Well, you're saying there's a moral difference between a 3-year-old and a pig, and what is it?
You want me to articulate why we are more important in the food chain than a pig?
I want you to tell me what the moral difference is between a 3-year-old and a pig.
Because we have a food chain, because we have a pecking order, because we have a diet, because we have,
wait a second.
we have the ability.
Does a food chain mean moral? Does a food chain mean ethical?
Like, look at again, one more time, guys. We've done it already. If you look at a lion killing an antelope and you say, "Hey, that's a good food chain. That's a food chain. That is a food chain, right? That is a natural food chain." If you look at that and think that's good for me, I want to be a part of a food chain like that, then you're wrong in the head. Have you seen what happens when a lion kills an antelope? Like, obviously, we accept that it is the way it is, and we're not going to try and do anything about that, right? Fine, if that's the position you take, fine, obviously. But to look at that and be inspired and say, "Hey, that's a food chain right there, and that's what I want. I want that kind of food chain." That's what this guy's arguing for right now. He's like, "Food chain though, food chain though." It's like, dude, food chains are things that exist in nature, right? In wildlife. Why would you want the same as they have? Why would we not create something, a new food chain that maybe never existed naturally, right? Or didn't, right? A plant-based food chain in the history of humanity has never been, like, let's say, prevalent. I don't know if it's ever existed fully, where like there was an actual completely plant-based people, right, without animal products. But why would you not strive to create that? Why would you not strive to reject the violence of the naturally occurring food chain? Because it is violent. If you can get all the nutrition and everything and be healthy without the violent food chain of like a natural one, why? Okay, create an unnatural. Who gives a fuck if it's natural? Who gives a fuck if there has never been a completely vegan society? Who gives a shit? Create it. So this guy is arguing from a position. I'd assume this guy is like a hardcore, like conservative-minded, or at least like right-leaning in the sense, or central in the sense of his politics, and a cult, like traditional kind of guy, and this this is why he's going for this over and over again. But he needs to understand that I think there are so many things that are like natural or occurring in nature, and that we should be inspired by, for sure. I mean, some things animals do is wonderful. The way they rear their own young, the way they go finding, the persistence they have in finding subsistence for their young, the things they do for the mating rituals, beautiful dancing. There's so many beautiful things we can take from the animals and the wildlife, right? But there are so many things that we really shouldn't take, like violently hunting down and killing an animal with zero empathy. Why would we do that? We don't have to do that. They have to do that. Why would we be inspired by that, right? Or when they lick their own asses to clean themselves. We don't need to do that. So what, you're going to be inspired by that? No, why would you be inspired? Don't do that. It's not hygienic for us. We don't have the right chemistry, the right liquids or whatever, acids to deal with that kind of. We'd get sick, wouldn't we, if we did that, licking our own asses? And it's just rank, isn't it? At the end of the day. But this guy, his arguments lead to the conclusion of that we should be inspired by all those things and we should do them. It's a ridiculous argument, and it's come up a lot of times with Joey. Actually,
why are you the barometer of morality?
I'm asking you what the moral difference is between a pig and a 3-year-old, and you can't answer it.
But I'm asking you why you believe you can set that moral compass where you want it to set.
Why I can set a moral compass
We have
is
a
because you
shame.
adhere to your own moral system.
But we are building...
So you adhere to a moral system where you don't think human beings should be stabbed, but you don't adhere to that same moral system. You have a double standard for pigs. Now, I'm asking
Yes,
you what
because
the
I
moral...
don't happen to think that a pig...
I answered your question. What's the moral difference between a pig with the intelligence of a 3-year-old and a child that's 3 years old? What's the moral difference?
What is the greatest contribution to the planet Earth of a pig?
You answered a question
Well, I'm
with a question.
I'm asking you the question.
You answered the
What
question.
is a pig's greatest contribution to
What is
the...
a person with mental disabilities contribution to the world? Doesn't mean they don't have moral value. We shouldn't treat people based on their intelligence. We shouldn't treat people immorally based on their intelligence. We shouldn't we shouldn't treat pigs immorally based on their intelligence level.
That's fine, and that is your view, but you have to understand not everybody follows Joey Carbstrong's worldview.
What a prick. It's like, hey, listen, Joey, your worldview that we shouldn't treat people immorally because of their, intelligence level or any other thing like that. That's just your worldview. Other people, that's like me, like, Joey goes on there and Joey's like, hey, so, we shouldn't treat people differently based on their ethnicity, right? I don't think racism's good. And he's like, well, Joey, that's your worldview, but some people want to be racist. It's like, you wouldn't say that, would he? You wouldn't say that about any other issue, right? But Joey, because Joey's fighting for animals, this guy feels like he's validated in saying that, like, well, Joey, maybe you care, but some people just don't care. It's just, they're just scumbags, man. We truly do live in a world full of scumbags, don't we? And say stupid shit like this, And again, if Joey wasn't a vegan, and Joey was just up there, he's just like, hey, I want to talk about animals. This guy would agree. This guy would agree with Joey. I promise you. The only reason he disagrees with Joey is because Joey's a vegan and it makes him feel guilty.
You have a moral system for human beings that you adhere to, and we have a double standard for animals, and there's no moral difference.
It's a different moral system, perhaps.
Well, there's a double standard.
I don't think you guys are going to agree on that particular point. But I would argue that more people are coming round to Joey's point of view, because the rise in veganism among young people is actually off the scale, which is why you see all of the aisles in, I don't know, M&S, Waitrose, wherever you are, there is an aisle. But, it was levelled by a farmer at us earlier on, Joey, that actually some of the things, if we're going to be talking about the planetary reason to go vegan, not just about saving animals, but about the planet. Environment. So, soya, wiping out large parts of, third world countries, and quinoa and avocados.
91% of Amazon deforestation is for animal agriculture. So we're talking growing soybeans to feed to livestock. It's not for tofu. Climate change, ocean dead zones, all of this main contributor is from animal agriculture alone. So, I mean, we can talk about other environmental factors like palm oil, but nothing comes close to animal agriculture.
It is good to eat less. I mean, I don't think anybody. I mean, I've had 3 vegetarian meals this week. I mean, I'm not don't sit there as Ian the meat eater.
Wait. Are you opposed to animal cruelty?
Am I opposed to animal cruelty? Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not opposed to
animals.
animals.
So for what reason, if they don't have moral value?
Because I don't want to torture something.
So why don't you want to torture animals if they don't have moral value?
Why do I want to torture? I didn't say animals don't have any moral value.
So if it's wrong to torture an animal, why is it wrong? Why isn't it wrong to shoot them in the head and
so
stun
it's
them?
okay that if I went outside and start kicking a puppy, you're saying there's no difference between that and the process in a slaughterhouse.
Well, is it okay to stun the puppy humanely?
Joey, I don't believe you can believe this claptrap. You cannot at any level.
Ian,
you're a grown man.
Ian, is it okay to stun a puppy humanely?
Who wants to stun a puppy?
Well, a
puppy isn't part of the food chain.
We
don't eat dogs.
A food chain
we don't
isn't
breed
ethical.
dogs to eat.
So they do in China. I'm talking about morality.
We're not in China,
not
thank goodness. We're a progressive country.
I'm talking about morality.
We have standards.
Oh, there you go off again. The xenophobia always rears its ugly head with these people, doesn't it? Every time, like, yeah, well, we're not China. It's like, dude, the point isn't that we are or aren't China. The point is the point he's already bloody made, that this guy keeps on brushing over and completely ignoring.
There's no moral difference between a pig and a dog.
What's the difference between a pig? Yeah,
What's the moral difference between a puppy and a pig? A piglet's 6 months old when they're gash chambered and stabbed. You can't answer that.
They're not part of the food chain.
Hey,
Oh my lord, they're not part of the food chain. Again, this guy with the food chain thing. The food chain defined by what, mate? The food chain defined by the meat industry. You just happen to be born into a country where dogs aren't a part of the food chain. It's not the decision wasn't made based on some deep morals. It just happens to be. Like, it literally just happens to be that there's by chance that this country doesn't have dogs in the menu, and some countries do. Like, we don't tend to have horses on the menu in England, but other countries do. We don't tend to have kangaroos on the menu in England, but other countries do. It's just such a... It's happenstance that you were born here, and then the way he's talking is as if he's had some kind of input in this decision-making process. It's like, dude, you're just born here, man. It's like people who are like nationalist are like, yeah, I love my country. I'm so proud of my country. Dude, you were just born here, man. You could have been born anywhere else. Why are you so proud of something that you have no input in? You didn't form this country. You weren't part of the founding of the country. You didn't make decisions on people's lives and society. You didn't make decisions on which animals can or can't be eaten and animal rights and all. So why are you sat there preaching it like as if it's like something to be proved we have, but it's our food chain? Dude, come on, man. Come on. This is the kind of guy, if he was born in a country where it's the culture and it's legal to like treat women like second-class citizens and they can't leave the house by themselves and they're not allowed to drive and they're not allowed to go to school. This is the kind of guy that would sit there in front of a feminist and say, well, I mean, this is just the way it is. This is just the way our country is. Other countries have it different. And do you know what I mean? So when you switch the topic and realize what this guy's doing, like you change it to like a feminism issue or racism issue, this guy looks like, a complete monster to everybody. But when it's an animal rights issue, he only looks like a monster to the ones who give a shit about animals. But everybody gives a shit about women, and most people give a shit about women, and most people give a shit about people of different ethnicities. Most people are against racism, against sexism, but most people are confused when it comes to animals, which is why this idiot feels like vilified, is another word, the word vilified, feels validated that he can sit there and say this shit to Joey without any repercussions, right? Because he can. You can say all this shit with no repercussions, but switch the topic out. This guy is getting cancelled. People would go for him. They'd say this guy needs to be fired. He said that shit about women. He said this, that. But because we're in this country, so in England, and this stuff is, it's accepted. You get my point, all right? You get my point. I need to go over it again. Let's keep watching, Joey.
I can't answer that either. That's why I'm vegan.
I'm not part of the food chain.
I can't answer that question either. That's why I'm a vegan.
I am satisfied that we have a humane food chain in this country.
Just admit that
it sometimes goes wrong.
It sometimes goes wrong.
I'm going to ding the bell and call time actually now, but it's been interesting.
Me and Joey are going for a fair trade
Round
coffee.
2 next time.
Yeah,
good luck with that.
Good. And listening to that, where do you stand? I mean, what is the difference between a pig and a puppy? I seriously want to know. 0800 756
Snout.
111. Would some dogs have snouts? Like some breeds, a little snouty face. We met a dog on honeymoon. He had a little snouty face. It was really cute.
Nice.
Yeah, it was.
Sure that wasn't a pig. Good man, Joey.
Joey
Nice
is a
to see
well-known vegan activist joining us in the studio right now. You're listening to BBC Radio Kent. It is the wake-up call with Ian and Anna. I think we've run out of time to do the news. Have we run out of time to do the newspapers? No, okay.
Like I was playing dodgeball, wasn't he? Fucking hell. That was really like dodgeball from that guy. I've never seen someone dodge so many questions in my life.
Okay, that got a bit heated. Like, he couldn't answer my question. Kept answering my question with a question, which is like classical dodging. If you can't answer me what the moral difference is between a 3-year-old child and a pig, stop eating pigs.
Yeah, simple as that. A couple of you were talking about the audio being too low, but guys, the audio of the video is the audio of the video. It's at full blast every time. Nothing I can do about it. Some of Joey's videos are just a lot quieter than others. It is what it is. My bad. I need to pee. So Annie's going to come over and let me pee. Oh, my goodness. But anyway, quick, whilst I'm waiting for Annie, quick review of that. Yeah, dodgeball, just complete dodgeball. And then when the interview's over, the guy's like, he was smiling and happy because he was relieved. And Joey was as well. But Joey was in the right. Obviously, Joey was in the right. I mean, the guy wasn't... Joey answered all his questions. The guy didn't answer any of his questions. Therefore, just that alone tells you the nature of that debate and how one person was clearly in a stronger position, which is why he was able to answer questions. The other person couldn't answer questions. Therefore, he was in a weaker position. I mean, it's it is what it is. Like, don't enter into the debate if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's a really key lesson for everybody, guys. Really strong lesson. First lesson of the day that we had, make sure you feed someone 10 kilograms of grain before fisting them. We've had a few more lessons since then, but the one to add to it right now would be don't enter debates or conversations where you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, or at least be willing to acknowledge that you don't know what you're talking about. Someone pulls something up and they're like I've had some debates on here where someone said, do you know what this is? Have you heard of this? And if I've not, the answer's no. Even if it doesn't make you look so good, I get it. But there's no use lying if you don't know what it is that they're asking about. And you say, no, tell me, what is it? And then you can say, well, after that, you can say either, I'm sorry, I need some time to look into that. I'll come back to you on it. Or you can say, here's my opinion on that right now. Depending on what they've said. But no, there's no use lying and trying to pretend you know what you're talking about. Some of these radio hosts and TV people could do well with just saying, like, I don't really know about this, Joey. Tell me a bit more about it. Like, I don't like the sound of that, but I don't know if I agree with you on this. Very different from what this guy did. He didn't know what the fuck he was talking about, but he went on like he did, right? He's never considered these moral points that Joey's coming out with. Simon Flame says, these day-long streams are always a blast. Keep them up. Also, maybe an Ed reaction stream soon. And that's $5 tip. Thank you so much, Simon. Yeah, we could do an Ed reaction at some point. That could be cool. For sure. So I'm going to bring Annie in now. She's going to take over for just a few moments while I go to pee. I guess Annie's going to maybe we can go back through the Vrouva Instagram. I'll get it loaded up. And you can just take them through and have a look at talk through some of these animals. Vegan Ellie was happy to have you on, so
Sorry?
Ellie's happy. She's
Woohoo!
like, oh,
Ellie! Yay! Awesome. Ooh, I'm not sure why the headphones though. Okay, if I would be listening to videos, then it would be useful, but I'm not, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, how's everyone doing? I'm having a good time. It's very nice to just be sitting there, reading all your comments and watching David react to Joey videos. It's awesome. Yeah, good stuff. So, again, about Vrouva, why we're doing this, or why David is doing this live stream to donate money to Vrouva Animal Sanctuary in Greece. Maybe we can actually put this on. I tried a little bit last time. Let's see how it looks like. It's a little video they've made about the sanctuary. I didn't really look at it much yet, but it's beautiful. Like, if you ever can, yeah, David took this footage. If you can ever visit, it's heaven over there, and they really need donations. As David mentioned earlier, it's a vegan place. So the woman Alexia running it is vegan. Many of the people volunteering there are vegans, and it's just beautiful haven for the animals. Unfortunately, as food for cats and dogs, vegan food is very expensive, difficult to get. They are taking donations of, non-vegan food for cats and dogs, but with this help, like Alexia, who was there on the video, she really wants to move completely to vegan nutrition. So please support the sanctuary, because we've been to a lot of them, sanctuaries, and there are some amazing places. About this is just next level. The vibe there is so amazing. The people are beautiful. The animals are beautiful. If you can visit and please support them. It's called Aegina Island. It's about an hour from Athens with the ferry. So it's in an island. It's paradise, literally. Yeah, all the animals are so nice. You just go there, and especially because it's Greece, it's lovely weather all the time. Not all the time, but most of the time. It's just, you can connect with the animals and spend time with them. This Hope is so nice. Hope is the cow that was over there. We have horses and donkeys. This baby donkey. Yeah, such a lovely place. And the dogs. Oh my gosh, they have sheep and goats and chickens. Also, pigs as well. Alexia, the woman running the place, she's so lovely. she just, yeah, it's difficult with these sanctuaries because you want to help all the animals, and you obviously then you get requests or like people inform about animals who need help, and you cannot really say no, or it's difficult. Sometimes they do have to say no, but if we can support them as much as we can, then they can, help as many animals they can. Yes, David reacts to meat flakery and Annie reacts to cute animals. That's how it is. That's how it is here. Oh, it's so nice. Vrouva has been running for 10 years now. And as I mentioned earlier, they have also this calendar that you can order from their webpage. Let's see. Anyway, the calendar is awesome. It's really nice. I don't have it here. I have it somewhere there. Recycled material, €10, but you should send more, also for postage. And many of the photos are taken by David. Another way to support the sanctuary. Beautiful. Hope. Pigs are awesome. I don't know what my favorite animal would be, but pigs are definitely on the anyway, one of my favorites. The vibe when you get to this place, to this sanctuary, to Vrouva, it's just beautiful. The animals are the cats. There's so many cats, and they just come to you. It's like, whoa, what is this? And they try to climb on you, and the dogs want to say hi. Baby, not cow. Baby, the donkey comes and wants to cuddle you. It's just so nice. Oh, so many lovely photos. What? No, Ellie. Oh, thank you. I don't think I would make a great streamer. I would have to practice a little bit. I get like, ooh, I don't know what to say. But thank you. It's very nice of you. I would like to hear about other awesome sanctuaries. Do you know any awesome vegan sanctuaries? Have you been to some great ones? If you write in the comments, I will check at some point. It would be lovely to, we've been to quite a lot of them, but I just want to visit more. They're so nice. And you get this feeling of hope and like happiness when you get to them, especially us who do activism and work for kind of animal liberation and try to help animals. You get really desperate sometimes and like kind of lose hope. But when you get to these sanctuaries, you feel so good. Like, it's so nice to see animals free and happy and safe as they should be. So beautiful. Yes, Simon, please look into the Portuguese sanctuaries, because when we come to visit, we really want to go. Then we could go together as well. That would be really nice. I haven't been to Earthling Edge Sanctuary. We actually wanted to go now when we were in England, and we tried to figure out if it's possible to visit right now, but then it didn't work out right now. Hopefully next time. I haven't even looked into it at all, like what kind of place is it and so on. I think there's quite a lot in the UK. I've been to a few, but I'd go to more of them. Yeah, that's true. There should be a money meter on the screen. Yeah, that would be a good idea also, to see how much money has been raised. And how is it now? Let's see. Let's update this page. Wow, it's almost 300 at the GoFundMe. And then also, I don't know how much in the other stream, is it StreamYard, Streamlabs, whatever, and the super chats and those stuff. So yeah, quite a lot. Quite a lot raised, huh?
Yeah.
You feeling good?
Yeah, I'm cool.
Mm.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm back.
Woohoo.
Say bye.
Bye.
Thank
Do
you.
you need something?
No, I think I'm alright. Thanks. Hui, 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 hui. How you guys doing? Was it nice to have Annie for a little bit? You enjoyed having Annie for a little bit? It's nice. It's nice. Yeah, you guys are asking about the money up on the screen. I know. But I was gonna do it, but I don't know why I decided not to this time. I guess I can't get the GoFundMe number up there. I mean, I suppose I could set something up. Let's just but then actually no, because we've already started now, unfortunately. So, all right. Look, yeah, next time. All right, next time. We'll. Ellie, I'm not smelly at all. All right, or maybe I am a little bit because I get stress sweat. Do you guys get stress sweat? Do you ever like when you're doing something that's like stressful? It's not like you are hot and sweaty or anything like that, but you get stress sweats. Just kind of just smell bad. You know what I mean? I ain't taking no puffs of no herbs. I don't need that shit. By the way, I'm just like I just plug on through. What is it? Oh, the headphones. Yeah, there you go. It's all right. Yeah, I don't drink coffee. I don't drink alcohol. I don't take any drugs or anything like that. I'm just like, I'm supposed you could call me straight edge. No caffeine at all. So when I do these, guys, you're getting me just fully. This is just me. There's nothing here that is pushing me other than junk food, chocolate. That's pretty much it. That's all you get from me. No, none of the other stuff. Yeah, so I know people depend on coffee, and it must be great, but coffee does not make me feel good, unfortunately. I'd like to have something to, give me that kick when I'm over the halfway mark, but yeah. Yeah, Nicholas, you're talking about the money meter thing. Honestly, I don't know if you use Streamlabs. It's not like the most simple thing just to set up. I could probably set something up, but I don't know how exactly it would work. All right, let's just take a little look at it now. What have you guys been eating? What have you guys been eating? Tell me, what's your food been today? I know some of you have been eating, haven't you? Tell me some of the munchies you've been having. Tell me the most interesting thing you've eaten today, and then tell me the most interesting thing you've eaten this year in the comments right now. Let's go. Let's go. 260. Let's just put this in for now. And okay, just whilst I'm doing this, you guys can do that. Boom, start goal. Okay, we got a goal done. And now I should be able to pull it through. Excuse me. All right, yeah. Okay, great. All right, so we should be able to get a goal up on the screen now. Hey, there we go. All right. So this one can go here. Just for whilst we have like a screen like that. And then on the second screen here, we can copy this over. And we can just pop it in here. And, oh shit, that was not what I wanted to do. Okay. We can move it here. Ah, stop it. All right, it's because I locked it. Here we go. There we go. All right. Cool. All right. That's cool. Oh, it's disappeared. Oh, it's back again. There we go. Happy. So we're at about $600. I put $2,000 in as the goal here. And when you guys donate now with tips, it will update it. And I'll manually have to add to it. I think I can do that. Hold up. Can I manually? No, I can't. I can't manually add to it. So now it's... Oh, wait, can I? Wait. No, I can't manually add to it once it's up like that. It will only go with your donations from now on. So whatever this, yeah, okay. This is just a visual representation of what of the donations. We just leave it at that, okay? It's just something there, so you know that we're raising money. Get the donations coming in, guys. Perfect, great. What is the next video we're gonna go for? Let's have a look at what Joey recommended in terms of like, I like these like radio ones and stuff like that. Vegans want to murder children. Apparently, this one's called BBC Radio. A BBC Radio interview. Okay, weird. Let's have a look. I don't think I've seen this one either. All right, this one's got 100,000 views. It was from February 2018. It's about 6,000 likes, 219 dislikes. Let's take a look at this. This looks dramatic as fuck, doesn't it?
Pat Marsh.
It says farmers. There you go. It says. Farmer claims vegans want to murder children. BBC radio debate. Let's just close down a few things here so we don't overload my computer. Okay, well, there we go. It's better. Cool. And I'm going to close Discord as well. All of this is being done on one computer, like one laptop, right? How sick is that? Like the stream, everything's running, all the stuff. Pretty impressive, huh? Laptops have come a long way. Okay. We're back. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this one.
And Erica North, weekdays from 12.
BBC Radio Kent.
Right now, it's breakfast on BBC Radio Kent with John and Anna, just approaching 7:45. Now, there's no joke. It goes a little bit something like this, right? How do you know if someone is vegan? Wait for it, don't worry. They'll tell you. I don't know, I get enough abuse for talking about it on this show. New research shows that more than a quarter of all evening meals now in the UK are vegan or vegetarian. However, vegan activists are also making the news as well. And some people are asking, are they going too far? We told you last week about the lobby in Marlow Theatre in Canterbury to take pork items off their menu because they were showing Peppa Pig. Joey Carbstrong is an Australian celebrity vegan activist with tens of thousands of social media followers, currently touring the UK in order to spread the word about his plant-based lifestyle. He joins us in the studio. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Come a long way. Also on the line, we've got Frank Langrish, a sheep and cattle farmer from Rye, who joins us live as well. And Joey, I guess the question that
It's also like, I see you guys commenting, there's also like one that's like, how do you know someone's not vegan? Don't worry, they'll tell you they're vegan. Have you noticed that? There's a lot of people out there who are like, I'm vegan, yeah, I'm vegan now, I'm wearing vegan shoes, I'm like Brooklyn Beckham. And it's like, you're not vegan. There's more people, I feel like there's more people saying they're vegan who aren't vegan than people who are vegan saying they're vegan these days.
to ask you to start is that whilst your message may be pure and well-intentioned, you're going to lose the argument, aren't you, if people start to get violent? It's supposed to be about compassion for animals. You've got to have compassion for people as well.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the approach I advocate for. If anyone's come to any of my advocacy workshops, it's promoting a peaceful, polite dialogue. Now, I haven't seen any evidence of violence from vegans, but if I do see any evidence of that, I publicly condemn that, and I will sort of, keep them in check. Obviously, this is a movement of peace. We just want peace for animals, peace for humans, peace for the world. Obviously, what's happening to animals is very horrific, and I cannot control everyone within a movement, but obviously, what I promote is online for everyone to see.
Let's bring in Frank now, because Frank, I understand that you have actually suffered some intimidation from vegetarians and vegans.
I think suffered is a bit of an emotive word to use in this context. Like, if some vegans have been giving him shit, suffered when considering what he does to the animals is a bit of a strong word, right? You know what I mean? This guy knows what suffering is. Look at what you do to the animals. Like, look at where you send them. That's suffering. You know what it looks like. You getting a bit of shit from vegans isn't suffering. Well, let's see what he claims has happened to him.
Good morning, Anna. Yes, well, I'm not sure where Joey gets his information from. I think he was the originator of this group called Save, and
Joey from Australia is the originator, the founder, the creator of Save.
We have a very nice little rural abattoir, of which there are very, very few left these days, which we use, and once a month, quite a large number of his supporters come along and obstruct the abattoir. they hurl abuse at the farmers, and a lot of these farmers are quite small farmers who bring their stock to this nice, pleasant little abattoir.
Yeah, sure. So it's a nice, pleasant little. By the way, for those who aren't in the UK, an abattoir is a slaughterhouse. It's a fancy word, French word, I guess, that they use for slaughterhouse. He keeps calling it nice and little. It's a nice little place where they take animals in, shoot them in the head, slit their throats, or electrocute them, or gas them, then slit their throats. But it's small, and it's in a rural area, so it's nice, right? What a fucking goon. And also, yeah, the save movement, animal save movement, they're well known for their abusive tactics, right? The animal save movement, their whole thing is giving people shit. That's what they're... No, I'm being sarcastic. That's not what they're known for at all. They are like, actually, the save movement, animal save, has been massive, 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 has been massive. So guys, you can probably still hear me now. My mic just blacked out. I'm on the MacBook mic right now. I heard it pop, and I don't know what's wrong with it. Give me a second. What I was saying anyway is that the animal save movement. Oh shit! Why has everything gone off?
I don't know. It turned off, and now your voice came a little bit back, but it just shows like something edge above.
Yeah. I know. There's something weird going on. I don't know why it cut off the... What the hell? All right, hold up. I think I like short-circuited or something. I don't know. Yeah, like something popped out. All right, guys, you can still hear me. It's okay. I don't know what's going on with my setup right now. Something just went very wrong.
I don't think we can hear you.
They can hear me, yeah, because I turned the mic on.
I can't.
Huh?
I can't.
Well, they can. Huh?
I am they.
Well, I mean, the audio's going through. It's just not the video's not for some reason. That's so strange. What the fuck? Okay, something's happened here. All right, let's get these out. Out. Aha, microphones. Here we're back. We're back on. Jesus, that was interesting. All right, wait, switch back the mic again. Apologies for that, guys. Oh, we should be back on almost. Where's my mic? Hey, give me my mic. So we're using the laptop mic right now, which I guess sounds like absolute dog shit. I'm just trying to fix it up so I can get my actual proper mic back on again, but it's not allowing me to do it. Hey, come on now. Give me my Shaw. This thing's on, isn't it? 1 2 1 2. It's working. Anyway, yeah, the save movement is not about that kind of stuff. That's my point. The save movement is all about being... They get criticized for being too soft, actually. They get criticized for being... like, people call them apologetic. They get criticized for, like, trying to feel sorry for slaughter workers and stuff like that. So to suggest that they're the ones hurling abuse and stuff, it's kind of weird. Yeah, it's very weird. Sorry, guys. I'm just still trying to figure out the audio situation. It's been very, very weird. I can't get my microphone working back through it again for some reason. It's just not. It's not telling. It's like telling me it's not even there. It's not coming up on the system or anything. It is coming up here though. Come on. I don't want to do the rest of the stream with the bloody... That's not a good idea, no? God damn. It sounds like a $20 mic. Exactly, it sounds shit. It sounds shit. But yeah, the save movement's like very peaceful, you know? They're not like trying to cause shit or anything like that most of the time. Come, what the fuck? Oh, there it is. Yes, we have it. Whoop. We're back on again. Anyway, It didn't sound. Stop it, guys. You guys are telling me it sounded good. I didn't buy this microphone, okay, to not use it in a stream. All right, back up, okay. We're back on. It only took a second. So impatient. You guys are so impatient. Anyway, let's hear some more about what this dude is saying, and let's see if we believe him or not.
Also, the owners of the abattoir, their children have been threatened by people from the vegan movement, threatening to murder the children, and it's generally extremely unpleasant.
Do you want to think about this,
Excuse, if anyone's threatening to murder children, you need to take that up with the police, not just make claims over the radio, because that is a very heavy claim you're making right there. And to say that I founded the Save movement isn't true either. So I'd do your research as well. I'm just a part of the Save movement. I didn't found it. Also, if anyone's being abusive through the Save movement, you need to get in contact with the police as well, because we do not. That is not part of the guidelines of the Save movement.
Exactly,
so you're making very strong claims here, and I'm wondering why you decided to make these claims on the radio and not go through the normal processes.
I love that Hensher before. I'm sure they'd do it humanely if they were going to kill. It's not funny, guys. Can't joke about that. Vegans have been really attacking this guy. They're threatening people's children. You know, it's really happening, so we can't joke about it, okay? It really happened. That's why the police aren't involved. It really happened. And he's on the radio instead.
These claims have been investigated by the police, and in fact, unfortunately, 4 police have to turn up every time these people come there to try to control order. The abattoir owners also have to pay for private security as well, which puts a further cost on the killing of the animals. This
My
is
friend,
completely,
you said that.
This is completely. This is completely unnecessary. As a producer of high quality meat, I don't go around threatening health food shops to say you must eat my meat. You know, the fact that you think you can get away with threatening people because you're a vegetarian or a vegan, it's completely out of order.
Excuse me, that's a straw man. I never threatened anyone to get them to stop eating meat. I do polite, respectful dialogue. And if there is anyone making threats, you need to take that up with the authorities. Now, if they haven't arrested anyone because of these claims, then I would say there's no evidence for those claims. Now, if you're making claims without evidence, that's pretty heavy too. So I'd be very careful about that.
Joey, can I just ask, if you are part of this movement, I know you say you didn't found it, but can't you do something to stop this happening? Surely,
if it is happening, I mean, we just got one person who works in an abattoir here making a claim.
Joey, do you?
Hang
on, Frank.
That's not true at all.
Frank doesn't work.
The farmers are threatened when they arrive with their livestock.
Joey, that's why I wanted to ask Joey: would you support people turning up to abattoirs to demonstrate against the meat trade?
If it's peaceful protest,
but it's got to be intimidating. If you're there with animals, it's got to be intimidating.
How is it intimidating to stand there with a sign saying we're here for 2 minutes with each truck to see the animals? All we do is have a photo with the animals, show our respect to the animals. It's called bearing witness, where we witness the animals before they go in to get killed. And it's a completely peaceful movement. The Save movement guidelines.
The thing is, though, right? Even if it does intimidate them, who gives a fuck? I'm sorry, I don't give a fuck. If I work again, we're gonna give an example, like, because this is too close to home for so many people, right? I don't know, whatever they care about farmers and if they don't like vegans, fine. If we're going back to the laptop and spanking, right? If every time I make a laptop in my laptop company, some kid somewhere gets spanked by someone who's not their parents and it really hurts them, right? And this is the scenario. And then I come to work one morning and there's a load of anti-child spanking activists and they're outside and I'm intimidated. Good. I mean, I should be intimidated. I mean, not that they're trying to be intimidating, but just by them, let's say they're peaceful, right? Just their presence there and makes me feel intimidated. Not because necessarily they're violent or anything, but because I am reminded that my company is doing these things and it makes me feel uncomfortable because they're against me. Good. I mean, what you should be, you know what I mean? It's like if these farmers were completely 100% totally comfortable with everything that they were doing and there's no problem, then they wouldn't be intimidated, would they? They'd just be like, yeah, whatever, just go on with their days. But at the end of the day, if they get intimidated, regardless of what I've just said, if they get intimidated that point, if they do get intimidated, well, so be it. I wouldn't say like, oh no, I'm against them feeling intimidated. No, I'd say like, well, yeah, they're bound to be. We're against what they're doing. Well, the aim is not to make them feel like threatened, but the aim is, of course, to make them feel uncomfortable. Of course it is. Like, one of the aims is we're not out here to be friendly, shake hands, smile together, take photos. We're out here because we're against what you're doing. So there is a certain element of, yes, if you feel intimidated or if you feel, I don't know, uncomfortable, well, good. I mean, good, right? You should be uncomfortable.
A bit like standing outside an abortion clinic saying, save the babies.
A bit like standing outside the abortion clinic. Animals are completely innocent and they're being killed for an unjustifiable reason. So
and if somebody was stood outside an abortion clinic, and that's what they believe, and they're out there with a sign saying, we don't want this to happen, their aim is to make you feel uncomfortable. That's their thing. They're allowed by law. They can do peaceful protests. Like, it is their right to protest. I might not agree with them, but I would still respect their right to be there and stand for something they believe in, right? Even though I might not agree with that form of protest. Like, for example, if but it's a cause that they believe that they are helping, right? You know what I mean? Like, if someone like, there are many causes that I'm not completely behind, let's say, or that I wouldn't agree with all of the things they're doing, but they still have a right to peacefully protest and to make people feel uncomfortable. It's just a side effect of that, isn't it? You feel uncomfortable if someone's protesting against something you believe in, but that doesn't mean that they are not allowed to protest because it makes you feel uncomfortable. It's just kind of one of those things. There are many things we see or experience that make us uncomfortable on a daily basis. It doesn't mean that we can shut it all down and tell everybody to stop just because it makes us feel uncomfortable. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at here.
People can have some meat in their sandwich when we don't need to for health or for survival. So these animals do not have a choice in this, and all we're doing is standing there and respectfully asking people to make better choices that don't involve victims. Now,
can I just change the subject slightly here? Because what I'd really like to know, I keep quite a lot of animals. And I have lots of pasture land. In fact, if you look at the Weald of Kent and Sussex, it was all created by livestock over the years, pigs and sheep and cattle, and all the hedgerows we have are all through the enclosures, which were for keeping of animals. Now, I've got pastures that are hundreds of years old that have been grazed by animals. We pride ourselves on producing grass-fed animals. But what I'd want to know from Joey is, if I can't keep an animal anymore, what crops do I grow so I can keep his vegan lifestyle to what he wants me to have?
Oh, so you want me to come up with a solution to transform your farm that kills animals for profit into something more ethical? You want me to write you out a diagram now?
I want you to tell me what crops I need to grow, yes.
I'd rather... So that is not for me to do for you, okay? What I'm here to do is speak up for animals who are going to a slaughterhouse for your benefit.
No, you've got to have an alternative, surely.
I do. I've got to have that solution.
Well, no, that's the job of the farmer. Like, it's not Joey's job or my job or any vegan's job to teach you how to change the business. It's our job to get people to stop funding your businesses and to get you to reconsider what you're doing. Like, you are the farm. Like, I'm not a farmer. Joey's not a farmer. I'm not a plant farmer. Joey's not a plant farmer. We don't know what crops are the right crops for your soil. We don't know what business alternative would be best for your farm. You need to get someone to come out and visit your farm who knows this stuff. So you as a farmer, you sit here, right? And you're like, okay, I'm convinced by Joey. I don't want to farm animals anymore. All right. So now you've got to look out and put it out to the world. Okay, what do I need? I need somebody to come check the soil. I need some help from some plant farmers. I need some help from people who know what they're doing. You're going to need like at least 4 or 5 different people to help you with this. You're just expecting Joey to know everything. I mean, come on. It's a ridiculous thing to know. It's like you don't go to one place for something as complex as changing your entire business to another way of another business, right? You go to multiple different people to get this done. But the first thing that Joey's trying to get you to do is take that first step of like, okay, I do need to think about this. I do need to do something about this. I don't agree with how I've been doing it for so long, and I'm ready to change. All right, now we can put you in contact with different people who can help you make that change. But to expect someone like one person knows everything, no. But he can put you in the right direction, right? And maybe he's about to now.
Let me ask you this. Do you think it's justified to put these innocent animals into a slaughterhouse so you get some money in your pocket. Now my tiff isn't really with farmers. You're supplying a demand, okay? The consumers want to eat animal flesh, so you're just basically producing what the consumer wants. I understand that. They keep putting me up against farmers, like I've got some problem with farmers, which is it couldn't be further from the truth. I understand supply and demand chain. Now, for me, to you to say, hey, Joey, I want you to come up with a solution to transform all of our animal farms to grow ethical plants. I don't have that solution for you, but I'm here to tell you that it's unjustified to put animals in slaughterhouses, and we need to grow
You can't have it both ways.
We can't.
You can't just say, well, you can't keep animals anymore because that's not ethically correct. The fact is that still, by far, the majority of people are meat eaters. Most human beings are actually omnivores.
Yeah, that's a problem.
But you can't come up with a suggestion to tell me what it would be, what crops I could grow.
Okay.
Unless I know that. Now, I've done a little research on this, and it would appear that vegans seem to eat a lot of soya. They eat almond oil.
We're going
and all
down this
sorts of
road.
things like that.
Well,
none of which I can grow on my farm.
Joey, what I want to put to you is that some of the language you used is very upsetting to some people. You do use very strong language when you're criticising meat eaters. Therefore, isn't that in a way encouraging people to be violent?
Could you be specific about the language?
Well, Holocaust, for instance.
I've used that to the term. I have used that earlier on in my advocacy. Now, Holocaust means
murder.
Holocaust means destruction or slaughter on a mass scale. If you look up the terminology, it is the correct wording to describe.
I'm not saying it's the wrong word. I'm just saying it is very inflammatory language, and therefore, aren't you by implication suggesting people become violent?
What? This is like one of the first iterations of words of violence, right? Words of violence now, guys. Joey uses the word Holocaust to describe what happens to animals. Therefore, Joey is inciting violence. Like, using that word isn't violence. Words aren't violence, right? Unless they are inciting violence. If Joey is saying you should go out and, Holocaust people because they are Holocausting animals, that's inciting violence. If Joey says the animal agriculture industry is a Holocaust for animals, it's not inciting. It's not violence, right? He's exactly what Paradigm Shift just said. Joey's describing violence. It doesn't mean he is inciting it by describing it. It's like if I'm talking about like I've we're doing it again, guys. I've talked about spanking a lot this stream. That doesn't mean I want you to go out and spank people, but I've referred to spanking many times, and I've discussed spanking in a comedic sense and in a serious sense. I mean, I don't know, semi-serious. That doesn't mean that by default now, because I'm describing the act of spanking, that I want all of you to go out and spank people. And that's kind of what this guy's saying. Like, Joey's been describing this now, so therefore he wants people to go and be violent because he's describing a thing that is very violent. So I'm describing spanking, so I want you to now go out and use your hands to go and slap things because I've described spanking in my stream. It's so ridiculous. It's such a ridiculous logic to follow.
That is a ridiculous claim, my friend. How is me describing what happens to animals in any way asking for violence from people? I'm saying animals are being killed to the tune of 3 trillion a year nearly. Okay, animals are being stabbed to death in slaughterhouses for an unjustifiable reason. Animals are murdered against their will. How am I telling people to be violent?
Well, you're not specifically telling them to be violent. What I'm suggesting is the language you are using. If somebody was a vegan, they could listen to you and think that they've got to do something more.
But
than
Joey's
just
saying saying
be a
it's
vegan.
anti-violence. He's saying
I'm
anti-violence,
my brother.
He doesn't want this to happen.
Can I please say something? If I was speaking up for those dogs in Yulin, China, who were caged, boiled alive, having their paws chopped off, and I said they're murdering those dogs, this is unjustified. We don't need to eat dogs to survive. Would you be coming at me and saying, "Hey, you're insinuating, you're creating violence"? Or
You're right. With dogs, because they're our pets in Britain, we don't look at. Well, that's right,
brother. What's the difference, my friend?
Well, nothing to you.
I can stand up to for dogs' rights, but I can't stand up for cows, chickens, pigs, lambs, and fish.
Well, yeah, basically. You can do. Of course you can.
What is the moral difference between a dog and a lamb?
Now, here we go. Now, here's where he's not going to answer this question.
You're in your
huge.
in
There's
your,
a
in
huge.
your world, there's no
hang on,
dog and a lamb.
Frank wants
In
to
your
say
in your
something.
view, what is the difference?
Yeah, see that? It's always, they always spin it to Joey. Joey's like, what is the difference? And they're always like, well, you think. It's like, no, forget what Joey thinks, mate. What do you think? Answer the fucking question, but none of them do.
Frank, go on.
Well, I'm looking at two of my sheepdogs at the moment.
Yeah.
My sheepdogs actually, they have, they're very controllable. They can do anything I like. A lamb, yes, it has feelings in that, but it's
feelings in that. Is that
it
all?
doesn't.
This lab has feelings in that, but they make me money. Like, I can't make money from selling dead dogs, but I can make money from selling dead lambs. So, they're cute, they have feelings, but, they're also putting coins in my pocket so I can go out and, buy my fucking vodka or whatever he's buying. I don't know, guys. I'm going to speculate on what this guy spends money on. Most likely, woolly jumpers and boots and, I don't know, whatever farmers, coffee and... I don't know. What do farmers eat and drink and use? What does a farmer enjoy? Because they can't really go on holidays, can they? If they're animal farmers, they can't really take proper breaks. They can't go away to like another country or something. So what do they do for like? What do they spend the cash on? Land Rovers, Jeeps. What else? New tractors, maybe. That's why, lambs get him that, right? But dogs couldn't get him that. If dogs could get him that, he'd kill the dogs. These people, they're not moral, they're not people with really good morals or something. Like they'll do anything they can for the dollar. If the dogs were worth more dead, he'd kill the dogs.
Doesn't have the brain power to actually. No.
I don't have a lot of brain power.
Oh my God.
But,
So you are saying intelligence determines moral value. So if someone's less intelligent than another person, they have less moral value? You're saying because a sheep isn't as intelligent as your dog, which sheep and cows and pigs are very intelligent. Pigs are, in fact, scientifically proven to be more intelligent than dogs. So if you're saying intelligence determines moral value, why are we lowering pigs into a gas chamber for a bacon sandwich? By your logic, we should be lowering dogs down into a gas chamber because they're less intelligent than pigs. There's no logic in this.
I don't see your argument. We don't eat dogs in this country.
That's not answer the question, though, is it? He's again missed the question again. They keep dodgeball. It's always dodgeball.
Dogs in this country, are we?
Okay, we're going to have to take the last words from all of you. So, last word from you, please, Frank.
Well, I think that this becomes such an emotive subject from him. This is a single issue, and one piece of information I did read on my small amount of research is that a lot of vegans, because of the diet they eat and the lack of dairy products, they can become very short of iodine. And iodine can cause a very old-fashioned disease called cretinism, which I think probably sums him up quite well.
I'm sorry, my friend.
Right, can I take your response to that, please, Joey?
You need to provide evidence for your claim saying vegans want to murder children. That is a very strong claim, and you would want to make sure you have evidence for that. It is unjustified to stab innocent animals to death for an unnecessary reason, just like it's unjustified for them to do what they do to dogs in Newland.
Okay, that's last words from both. I'm sure lots of our listeners would want to call me a cretin, actually. That happens on a daily basis.
I don't name call. I love you, mate. Catch ya.
Okay, thank you both, Joey Carbstrong and Frank Langrish. Debating the issues here now, it's over to you. Where do you stand on this? We had the vegan, we had the farmer. What's your opinions? 03459 811111. Please get in touch with us this morning.
Yes, good stuff. Very good stuff. It's 3 minutes to 8. Time for
Breakfast with John.
Weird, huh? What is this? I'm googling cretinism. So it's a hypothyroidism. So I guess it's like an old term that this guy is using, an old term to suggest to describe hypothyroidism, which lack of iodine can cause. But there's a really simple. I don't know, actually, guys. I'm kind of worried right now with iodine. There's like it feels like. I mean, so let me think about this, right? So if there's something that I'm not getting a lot of in my diet that I need. There's something I'm aware of, like something like iodine or something. I'm aware. What would I do about that? It's almost like there's definitely an easy solution to this problem that a plant-based diet can tend to be low in iodine. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's this thing. There's this thing that I don't know. I've heard about this thing. It's like a. I went back in the day. It used to make this noise. It used to go like. Something like that. I think it was like, you know, you dialed it into your phone, and you couldn't use a landline phone at the same time as this thing. It was like an information thing, right? And these days you don't need to do that anymore, so you can use the telephone as well as this thing. And there's these things called like I don't know, it's like there's these things, you go onto it, right, and it's like a graphical user interface, and you can use this thing like you tap it, and like letters come onto the screen, and you can put these letters into a little box, right? And then when you put these letters into the box, this thing returns like things to show you depending on what you typed into the box, right? And it's just crazy. There's all this information all out there. And basically, and it happens all in like a few seconds. It's really difficult. I mean, I'm not sure many people know about it. It's like a new concept. It's called the fucking internet, and it's called using Google. If you fucking think that like, okay, there's a problem with iodine or whatever in a plant-based diet, we are in the most information saturated time in the history of humanity. You can just go on, you can literally get vegan guides for free. You can get vegan video guides for free. You can get support from PETA for free. Challenge 22 for free. Veganuary for free. Holy shit. So if iodine is a problem for you, like this guy, and you're worried about it, fucking hell, just Google it. If you don't feel too well, your plant-based diet, and you're feeling like, well, I don't know if I'm getting all the things, go on Chronometer, put your shit in, find out if you are getting what you need to get. Speak to some vegans for free online and find out if you're getting what you need to get, whether it be iodine, maybe you're low on calcium, maybe you're low on something. Punch it into a system like Chronometer. That's Chronometer. It's 100% free. Like with the internet and with search engines and all this shit that's available, the fact that there are still some people out there who make those kind of excuses. Well, I heard this. It's like, dude, fucking hell, you can fix it. Just Google it. Just Google it. Just use Google. Stop making excuses. It's just an excuse. Obviously, it's just an excuse. But holy shit, it's just excuses. It's just consistently terrible excuses, isn't it? Constantly. Like you can't. The worst kind of thing. You will always struggle. I don't know if you've made this like saying. It's like trying to convince someone of something. To understand something when their livelihood depends on them not understanding it. That's kind of what Joey was trying to do just then. The more he misunderstands Joey, misquotes him, misrepresents him, the less he has to change. Basically. Right? All right. I hope you enjoyed the sarcasm. Okay. Here's this dairy farmer ITV debate. I think that one looks interesting. Let me just double check. Oh, okay. This one's like... Okay. This one's in a weird format, guys. But we'll pull it up. But just to let you know, like it's kind of like... It doesn't fill the whole screen. Because he made it in a box for some reason. So for you guys, it's going to look a bit... It's going to look like that. Maybe there's a way I can fix it. 1 second. Aha. Maybe this works. Oh, yeah. That's great. There we go. No, it's okay. No, it's too much now. I just want to get it so you can see like the kind of just top and bottom of it, you know? So it looks a bit like that. There we go. All right, let's have a watch. This is Joey on TV. And he was doing... let's scroll down so you can see it. It's vegan. It's called Vegan Activist Exposes Dairy Farmers on TV Live Debates on ITV. 179,000 views, and again, good like to dislike ratio, and that's a lot of people. Oh, I've messed it up again, haven't I? There we go. Whatever, that'll do. So let's get into this one. You guys have seen this one, right? I've seen this one. I'm pretty sure.
I heard you was on the Jeremy. So Joey, the last time I heard you was on the Jeremy Vine show in an interview. It got very heated.
It did. We'll listen to that later.
Too heated for you?
Well, I think the passion was justified. I mean, Jeremy, a nice gentleman, but I don't think he's spent as many hours as I have out the front of the gas chambers where they lower pigs into carbon dioxide gas and they thrash in their very last moments. So I can understand why he could say something so insensitive or leave a piece of a dead pig on his table to wave in my face. So
okay. So okay, I remember this that they're talking about. I remember this one. We're gonna go find that later with this Jeremy Vine thing.
He had a ham sandwich.
He did, and he made a point of pointing that out to me. But that's fine. I mean, people are going to ridicule something they don't understand. And if he'd seen what I'd seen, he would not be so insensitive about it. But again, it's justified passion. It wasn't anger. If people had seen from the other side, so.
And Johnny and Dulcie, let's speak to you because you're at Fen Farm in Colchester. You farm milk butter.
Sorry, it's Bungay in Suffolk.
Sorry, okay, correction. Milk, butter, cheese, 3 generations of family. But you find that the campaigning over the last few months has got definitely much more intense. You've noticed.
Well, for us personally, not really. We've gone about getting on with farming and doing what we do, and then it just kind of everything changed about a week ago when we just put a nice post out on Facebook.
What was the post?
We had triplets for the first time ever in our farm.
Calf triplets.
Calf triplets.
Very rare occurrence
not Dulcie.
with a cow.
And before we knew it, it just, over the next 24, 48 hours, it just erupted into this thousands upon thousands of views and vegan comments of really, really horrible
And
things.
also quite threatening towards you and your own family.
It just got worse and worse. Words like murderers, rapists, all of these kind of things started coming onto our feed.
Because that's what you are doing. Like, those triplets came from raping the cows, which is what you guys did. And then you are going to murder these triplets. So where's the lie? Oh, and Joey's gonna bring that up. Ask them, where's the lie?
I've used those words. The farmers can be compared to rapists and
Okay,
murderers.
so I want to just publicly say that I condemn any death threats and any name calling. That's not the way I advocate. But I think we need perspective in this situation. Now, the dairy industry are responsible for separating families. When these calves are born, they are taken away from their mother, okay? That milk will be given to human beings, okay? Now, those calves, if they're born a boy, they'll be bolt gunned in the head, sometimes on their first day of life, okay? And the female calves will suffer the same fate as their mother, which is forcible impregnation. They're not getting pregnant naturally, forcefully. A fist into the cow's anus, okay? They harvest the semen from a bull, and we all know how they do that, and then they inject that semen into the cow, okay? And then when she's pregnant, they take her calf away from her. And this is why they call it, vegans might call it kidnap. And when she can't produce milk anymore, she's murdered for her body, okay? A mother.
And so the rape is the insemination?
Well, it's forcible impregnation, isn't it? If it was anyone, it's the victim. If it was a human being, we'd call it what? What would we call it?
But it's not a human being, it's a cow.
Oh, you silly twat. Answer the question. Again, answer the question. He can't answer it because he knows it's right. He knows it's right.
It's forcible. It's sexual abuse.
So just want to check, and just being absolutely sure, there is no difference in the laws of nature for you than there would be between human and animal form.
If we're sexually violating a sentient
What was
being,
that question?
just like us, they experience consciousness just like us, we're sexually violating them against their will, that is immoral. They cannot give consent for this.
So how do you answer that then, as farmers? How do you...
I find that really offensive. Sorry, Dos. The word rapist to use that word for inseminating a cow, I feel is wrong.
So you think that being called a rapist is immoral, but the act of sticking your hand inside of a cow without their consent isn't immoral?
I think it's important to talk about the terminology here because there are 3 words that are consistent in a lot of these comments from vegan activists. Rape, murder and slavery, okay?
What happens to your cows?
Would you mind if I finish?
What happens to your cows when they cannot produce milk anymore? For you.
Can
Would you mind if I finish this sentence? I'm very, very happy to address...
We will come on to that one.
I'm very happy to address all aspects of this, but would you mind me finishing the sentence? These 3 words, rape, murder and slavery, are consistent. Now, these are words that, first of all, are fairly inaccurate when applied to our farming practices. Rape is an act of sexual predation. Murder is an act of one human being purposefully killing another human being.
What did I say earlier about semantics, guys? Remember? When you're bringing it down to semantics, you've lost the argument already. It's absolutely ridiculous. But you'll see, he'll call it out. I know
Slavery
he does
is the enslavement of one human being by another human being. Now, I think that the use of these words, whilst...
So you're playing word games. Let's talk
No,
about
we're
the
not.
act.
We're not.
Let's talk about the act. You're taking an animal's life against their will.
What is happening?
that?
What is happening?
Is that moral, to
No.
take an animal's life against their will? Call it murder. Call it taking an animal's life against their will. Okay? How is that moral? It's not humane to take an animal's life.
Can I just talk about the terminology?
Let's talk about the act.
Can I just say animals kill animals, though?
That's what I was saying.
She literally said, though, animals kill animals, though. Like, we joke around that people are like, oh, yeah, you know, canines, though. Though. She literally said animals kill animals, though. Fucking dense, man. So dense. Imagine hearing all of that, right? hearing Joey say, you know, but this is happening. And then the first thing that you can think of is, yeah, well, animals kill animals. So fucking stupid, man. Oh my lord. It's kind of what we said earlier, where I was saying, like, it's scummy, isn't it? You know, it's like I said, it's a scummy thing to do, to say something so like that to a vegan, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, to listen to him passionately explain what happens to animals, and then to say the first thing to say, animals kill animals, though. Like, really?
So how does that, animals rape each other in the wild too. We cannot point to nature and say that that's moral. Okay, we're a civilized society. To take someone's life against their will is savagery.
Actually, I think.
Would you agree? Do you think it's humane?
It's not my point. I'm just.
I think when you have to look at nature, you have to look at the human being. You have to look at the last 200,000 years and how we've evolved and what we've become. We have billions of people in this world, and everyone has to be fed. We, as human beings, eat meat and vegetables, like many other species, of which all of those animals very often actually eat another animal in a far worse way than actually we.
Don't need to for our health. We don't need to. It's unnecessary.
Just biologically, and in our development as a species, we've grown canine teeth.
Where?
Canine
Show me
teeth.
yours.
Well,
they look very flat and blunt, like a cow's
teeth. That's the molars at the back. But the canines were developed to chew meat.
It's
to bite
unnecessary
meat.
to eat meat
but
to
I
be healthy.
developed teeth to do that. So why?
I think this is probably one of the stupidest things he's ever said. Pointing, you can't look at this. You can't even see. Oh, your canines are so big and so pointy and so developed for ripping into flesh that you can't even see them, mate.
Just because you can eat an animal doesn't make it moral to do so, okay? We can be healthier eating plant-based foods. This day and age, don't look 100,000 years ago when we had to do it to survive. This day and age, it's unnecessary to put innocent beings inside of a gas chamber or into a slaughterhouse, okay?
Is there any for you guys here, two very different arguments,
Yeah.
is there any middle ground at all? Is it possible for you to understand the farmers, to work with the farmers?
Yeah, we want them to farm plant foods, okay, that don't scream in terror in a gas chamber, okay, that aren't sentient beings that deserve moral respect and their own liberty, okay? The animals do not have a choice in this. They're making money off the backs of animals, and the consumers are responsible for this. The consumers are paying for it to happen. So,
does the animal which is in the wild who gets pulled down by the lion or the tiger, does that feel any better for being
that doesn't
killed?
justify killing each other. Just because lions kill in nature, that doesn't justify killing each other.
We live in a world where there's always going to be death. There's always the
Oh my
food.
god! Love it, love it. Imagine there's a brutal serial killer on a spree, killing multiple people. They bring this guy on. What do you think about that? Well, I mean, there's always going to be killing. It's just there's always going to be death. There's always going to be killing. The police should just back down, really. There's no point in the police trying to stop them. There's always going to be killing, you know? So, like, it's all good. What's the point? Don't worry about it. There's no use trying to stop it. It's always going to be there. So, you know, this fucking guy.
It feels as though the two of
This
you.
is some scrambled tofu, by the way. Is it focused in? No, not yet. There you go. There you go. There you go. Look at that. Bit of tomato. Nice, huh?
We're so polar opposites that there will never be a way.
I think that we're not actually.
We're actually, so we're not opposite. We're very, very absolutely fine with vegetarians and vegans. Dulcie was actually a vegan when she was a child.
What about those long-standing farming communities, the communities that have been built up around farming, all the people involved in farming? What
When we're
happens to
looking
them?
at issues of injustice, we always look at it through the eyes of the victim, not the oppressor, okay? Animals are having their throats slashed open for an unnecessary reason, okay? Farmers are sending them on trucks to slaughterhouses. We don't need them to survive or to be healthy. We can eat plants.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you. All of you. Thank you
very
for
much.
coming in. Right, lots more to come. We'll see you after this break.
Great last word. Really good. Really, really, really good from Joey. I think that's one of his best TV ones. I would say so. Let's find the radio one. Where is it? There's Jeremy Vine one. Maybe it's not on from him because maybe it's copyrighted, but let's see. Oh, it's here. Okay, let's have a look.
In early 2000.
Okay. Yeah, this is the one. So this one, I know this one's got like some drama.
In 2018, a controversial documentary was aired on the BBC highlighting vegan activism in the UK. It was centered around my vegan prophecy tour, the actions of the Save movement, and allegations of threats from vegans to farmers. As a result of this documentary, there were many articles written, and following this, I was asked to appear on a radio show with a TV host called Jeremy Vine. I was unaware of the viewership of this radio show at the time, but it was the largest audience I've ever reached in a single interview. I'm going to tell you how many people just listened to that interview. 7.5 million. The aftermath of this interview sparked a media tirade with dozens of articles from every major newspaper in the UK, reaching tens of millions of people.
Quick pause, guys, because I just realized I missed a few of your donations. Let's read some out. Vegan Bio says, you absolute legend. Here's some pence for your expensive beans. Here's a dance remix to the video you're watching. All right, thank you. And also, all donations today are going to the animal sanctuary we're raising money for, so thank you. Love animals, love all animals, tip to $10. And says, look at my teeth, I'm made for killing. It's like pointing at your dick and saying, look at my dick, I'm made for raping. Oh my God. True though, true. Michael Askew tipped $15 and says, great stream, you're doing very important work. Thanks. Have to go. Cretinism is making me inarticulate. Love it, Michael. Thank you everybody for the donations. All going to the sanctuary. Appreciate it. And the GoFundMe, we're up to €285 and the GoFundMe as well, which is fantastic. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, let's continue with this video.
This kicked off the start to many media opportunities to come, but this was also a very polarizing debate with questions raised about my aggression and conduct, and I was heavily criticized by the vegan community for pushing people away from veganism. I never released the full interview because I was very self-conscious of this criticism, but after reflection and listening back to this with a new perspective, I feel it really wasn't as detrimental to the message as some were saying, and my conduct in the interview was the driving force to this becoming a very effective way of reaching the mainstream media. So here it is. My most controversial interview ever.
Dairy and meat farmers have claimed that they are living in fear after receiving death threats from militant vegan activists. Vegans are people who follow diets which are even stricter than vegetarianism. While vegetarians don't eat meat or fish, they do still consume dairy food. Vegans think eating any dairy products is wrong because most milk comes from cows. Veganism is becoming increasingly popular. At least 1% of those over 15, which is over 500,000 people, follow this plant-only diet. People often become vegan because they're concerned for animal welfare. fire. While not all vegans become animal rights activists, obviously there is a small but growing proportion who directly confront those in the food industry. The BBC's Victoria Derbyshire programme spoke to farmers who've been targeted by angry vegans, and the farmers have been saying that they're called murderists and rapists. They claim that they've received death threats. They've even had livestock stolen. We can listen actually to a vegan protest. You'll hear activists confronting farmers and rattling their gates.
Would you like to speak all the time? Because I find that a bit intimidating.
Yeah, let me speak to him, bro.
Okay. Oh, I do care about animals.
You care about animals,
absolutely.
but you condemn them to a slaughterhouse when you eat them.
How dare you treat us so down?
What are we supposed to...
So protest by...
Is this supposed to be evidence that there's some aggression from the activists there? It's usually the fucking people that are against us that are the aggressors with these things.
Vegans against farmers and abattoirs. Some of them hold vigils. They stand in the meat aisles of supermarkets with graphic images of animals being slaughtered, and they hold protests for animal rights. Farmers have actually been meeting counter-terrorism police to discuss how to respond. So we wondered, are you a farmer? Have you been on the receiving end of vegan anger? Maybe you don't work in the meat or dairy industry, but you've got a vegan in your office. You might have asked, what is it about a vegan diet that makes them so angry? Joey Carbstrong joins us, a vegan activist from the Save movement, which has 42 groups in the UK, over 100 worldwide. Good afternoon.
Hello, Jeremy. How are you?
I don't know whether you're angry today or just generally about the whole thing.
Well, I'm a bit upset to see your sandwich has a piece of a pig's body in there, a dead pig that didn't want to die. Probably pushed into a gas chamber, because that's the most humane method for stunning pigs in the UK, a gas chamber.
Yes, it's a ham sandwich on the table, yeah.
Ham is a euphemism. That actually come from the flesh of a dead pig, but...
You know what's interesting is that this Jeremy Vine, like, he appears in the beginning, he's like, okay, he's coming across like, I'm objective. I'm an I'm just telling it how it is, right? Everyone's, you know, they got the vegans on one side, got the farmers and whatever on the other side. Objective. And the second Joey's invited in, he's like, so are you always angry? And it's like, dude's got a fucking ham sandwich right there on the table, completely unnecessarily, knowing he's going to talk to Joey. And the first words out of his mouth are trying to instigate, right? Dude's not impartial at all, is he? He's not objective at all. He's okay, I'll tell you what he is. He's our second cunt of the day, is what he is.
Anyway, would you rather call it?
I'd like you to call it the dead body of an animal who didn't want to die.
Is the cheese a problem as well?
The cheese comes from a mother who had her children taken from her, okay, and had her hands shoved in her anus and was artificially inseminated with bull semen. Probably why vegans would say that a dairy farmer is akin to a rapist. I wouldn't call a farmer a rapist. I wouldn't use any of that words without explaining to them the process and why they actually involve themselves in these types of practices.
For you, if I obviously won't eat this sandwich now, in fact, I might never eat it, but it's offensive to see it.
At least, okay, maybe I jumped the gun then. Maybe he hadn't fully considered what he was doing. To be fair, all right. Still a bit of a cunt for doing it, though. Like, I gotta admit, like, if you were gonna invite somebody on, knowing how they feel, like, even just out of basic respect, you wouldn't have a sandwich like that in front of them, would you? Like, if they're coming onto your show, like, dude, you've invited them onto your show. Why would you do that? Like, if you were to invite someone on to talk about feminism, right? And you sat there with your dick out, and they say, what are you doing? It's like, I just thought you'd like it. Like, you know, you wouldn't do that, would you? You know what I mean? You wouldn't do that. That'd be, obviously, that's pretty fucked up, but, like, do you get what I mean? The only reason you'd be doing that, or, okay, fine, maybe not sitting there with your junk out, but maybe with a t-shirt that said something like, women belong in the kitchen, and they'd be like, why are you wearing that t-shirt? Oh, I mean, it's just my favorite t-shirt. I didn't think it would be up. It's like, and then when they get upset about it, and you'd be like, oh, maybe I won't wear this t-shirt again. Like, does that make it okay that you wore it in the first place? No, you've invited him on the channel. You've invited this person on the channel onto your radio show. You should be considerate, right?
Well, it's more offensive. I believe it's more offensive to actually show me the piece of an animal who didn't want to die than it is to sort of call someone out for it.
Okay, so tell us what you're doing by way of campaigning.
Okay, so what we do is most of my campaigning, all of my campaigning is peaceful, okay? It's polite dialogue in a respectful manner. I do activist workshops where I teach people this way of advocating. Okay, now, farmers in these situations are claiming to be the victims, which I think is quite absurd when we think that they are forcibly breeding these animals, putting them on trucks and sending them to their murder. Now, if you don't like the word murder, they're being killed against their will. I don't know if anyone's actually been in a slaughterhouse. I've been in the slaughterhouse where they're decapitating animals. I've seen the last ounce of life be drained from their eyes, and it smells like fear, blood and feces in there.
What if somebody who eats meat just doesn't want to hear this?
Well, if it's not good enough for you...
They just don't want to hear it. They want to eat meat without hearing it.
That's willful ignorance, but you are still consuming it. It's in your body.
But they're allowed to say, and I might be in this position, I don't know. I want to eat a ham sandwich. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear where it comes from.
You're paying for it to happen, aren't you?
I don't want to hear where it comes from.
Imagine, oh my God, I know I keep doing this, guys, but just seriously think about any other situation. Imagine if Joey went in there to talk about Black Lives Matter, right? And he went in there and he's like, listen, you know, imagine they had this thing in the UK where they had like, I don't know, where it was actual evidence, factual. It's true that the police are actually all racist, all of them in the UK, and they're all going out shooting black people, right? That's what they're doing, right? So Joey goes in there, wherever this person goes there, and it's like, hey, this is happening. Here's some evidence that this is happening, and by you supporting whatever, you are also part of it. And him just going, hey, you look, all right, what about if I just don't want to hear this? You know, what the fuck? Like, you switch out the topic to a different victim, and all of a sudden, to like everybody, that's fucked up. But on this topic, he can sit there and say it, and no one's gonna, and all the vegans will be like, you fucker. But most people are not gonna be like, you fucker. They're gonna be like, yeah, I don't want to hear it either. It's so messed up, isn't it? It's so cowardly.
You're paying for pigs to be killed and you don't want to hear it, but that's
do they have?
ignorance.
Would a child have a right to say, I don't want to hear this?
Well, we're force-feeding them dead animal bodies, and if a child's seen a slaughterhouse, they would not want to eat that, would they?
They might well not want to eat it, that's true.
No, well, it's not food. It's violence.
But just saying, I don't want to know where it comes from is acceptable, isn't it?
Well, there's many... If you are directly causing something to happen and you don't want to hear it, but you're responsible for that...
A child wants to eat a sausage roll without being reminded.
Well, I think we have a responsibility to show our children how that sausage roll came about. And
Can't the child choose not to hear it?
Well, that's ignorance, isn't it?
But they could choose to be ignorant.
They can choose to be willfully
ignorant. So why
ignorant.
won't you stand in the aisle of a supermarket with pictures of animals being killed?
What do you think's more immoral, showing people pictures of animals being killed, or paying for it directly with your food habits, your food choices, paying for it to happen? Supply and demand.
So he's trying to defend. He's trying to argue for the right of people to not be exposed to the horrors that they're causing. That's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say like, oh, I have a right to not have to deal with the moral implications of my actions. I have a right to ignore the shit that I cause and keep on causing it. I have a right. I have rights, Joey. The animals have rights. Yeah, sure. But what about my right? What about my right to not acknowledge their rights? What about my right to not acknowledge their pain and suffering and actually pay for it? That's basically what he's arguing right now. It's a losing argument because Joey isn't arguing for himself to be a selfish piece of shit, whereas Jeremy is arguing for himself to be a selfish piece of shit. So when these go heads up with each other, clearly, I mean, even to an objective viewer, somebody who's being objective, right? Even if they're not vegan, maybe they don't, they're not on Joey's side. They simply have to be on Joey's side here. They have to be if they're being objective and being sensible, because Joey doesn't give a fuck about himself. He doesn't give a fuck about anyone but the animals, whereas Jeremy is only talking about himself and talking about defending people's fee-fees. Oh, my fee-wees, though. My fee-wees, basically, is what he's doing. It's so cowardly. It's so cowardly.
Industries wouldn't exist without the consumer. I don't think people that consume animal bodies are bad people. I used to consume them 3 or 4 times a day, but I've just woken up
So you were a meat eater yourself?
Only 4 years ago. Okay.
And 4 years ago? So in your 20s, I'm guessing?
26, 27,
okay.
I think I went vegan.
So you ate a lot of burgers?
I ate steak for dinner, chickens for lunch, pig bodies for breakfast.
And what was your sense of the vegan mindset when you weren't a vegan? Did you think they were all crazy or what?
Well, the thing is, it's funny how, like, we are ostracized for being extremists.
No, I'm asking what you thought of vegans when you weren't one.
I didn't have a thought on vegans, but if someone come up and politely told me that, I'm contributing to some of the worst animal abuse on the planet with my food choices, I would probably listen to them.
Did that happen to you at some point then?
Someone planted a seed. They said if you eat suffering and death, it manifests disease and anxiety in your body, and I thought of the
reaction from an action, okay? Like, you do bad things and bad things come back.
Okay.
And I thought animals are vulnerable and innocent, and I didn't want to be a part of that.
Right, and that was just like a light switch moment for you.
It was a seed that was planted in my mind, and it took a little while to flourish, and I lived with hypocrisy, knowing that I cared for dolphins and dogs and cats, but I had a piece of a cow on my plate, and I couldn't live with that hypocrisy for more than, you know, an extended period of time.
Seems reasonable for now, but I reckon, considering this is the most criticised and controversial vegan debate ever, maybe it's not going to be reasonable for much longer.
All right, let's just bring in John here, not his
Oh,
real
here
name.
we go.
You're a haulier. You transport live animals across the UK. Hi, John.
Yeah, good afternoon, Jeremy. Good afternoon, Joey.
You've heard the case there for vegans getting a bit stuck into our food supply industry.
Yes, Jeremy, what it is, first of all, I'd just like to emphasise the UK as in has the highest husbandry and welfare in livestock farming and transport. We do lots of certification. In my family alone, there's 150 years of farming and livestock haulage. We have vehicles now state-of-the-art costing in excess of 250,000, 300,000 with aircon, water drinkers, temperature control.
To keep them comfortable while you take them to the slaughterhouse where they're going to have their throats slit. Who gives a shit?
Way to the abattoirs.
On the way to the slaughterhouse where they get killed against their will.
Exactly.
So what
So
about the
dumb.
welfare inside of a slaughterhouse?
That's Joey speaking on me.
Yeah, I'd just like to, Jeremy, what I'd like to say is, also, we're incredibly big farmers. We have 7,000 to 10,000 sheep at any one time that will go in to the food chain.
So where's the
Obviously, we only-
justification for sending them to a slaughterhouse when it's unnecessary? Give me a justification. Justify it. I don't care if you're going to talk.
Let him speak.
Okay.
Justification is, first of all, I hence not to pick an argument on the side of it. UK, obviously, you're obviously Australia and New Zealand. Perhaps you ought to worry about your own country.
Oh my
first.
lord, the xenophobia. It's always like, for those that don't know what xenophobia is, in case it's a new word or whatever for you guys, for anybody. It's basically when people, it's kind of like a form of discrimination, but it's based on the country. So it's like, oh, I'm from here and you're from over there, therefore I am better than you for that reason. It's like, it's basically that, right? It's kind of like you know, racism for ethnicity, sexism for like sex, and xenophobia for where you're from, right? And this, now he's doing it now. It might not be like it is where you're from. Maybe you should go back to where you came from. It's basically what he's saying. It's just like a dressed up version of go back to where you came from, Joey.
Of all, because did you realise all the lambs and ewes killed in Australia and New Zealand are all killed halal, because obviously you have such a Europe. So why are you worried about the UK? We have the highest standard. We have to take certificates.
The highest standard for killing animals. They stab them all in the throat. They stab every single animal in the throat. They shock them or they gas chamber them and they stab them in the throat. UK, Australia, America, no better.
All right. John, as in your job, have you had vegans throwing things, hitting things? I don't know.
We go to a regular abattoir every other Monday. They would be down in an abattoir where we've had people stand in front of the lorries. Police have actually threatened to arrest the lorry drivers because they've kept dribbling forward to drive forward because they say you have to stop. We've had, does the UK people know that these people are also aligned with the ALF? And I've had colleagues in the industry had letter bombs over the years. There's a company...
Provide evidence for that claim that all vegans are extremists with letter bombs, okay? Stopping for 2 minutes, stopping your truck for 2 minutes is as bad as condemning animals to a knife in the throat. Who's the victim here?
They would be better. To be honest, why should anybody, public, please tell me, everybody's got to write their opinion, but these people, when we go to the dogs, we go to abattoirs, you've got people hitting the sides of lorries, screaming and
John, my
shouting.
brother.
They're not vegans hitting the sides of lorries with animals in, yeah, because that's what vegans do. We care so much about animals that we want to get them all stressed and smash the side of the lorry and stuff like that, right? Yeah.
John, are you the victim in this situation? You sit in the front of your truck and drop animals off to their death. Who is the real victim here, my friend?
And you know what? And
where is your
everyone gets
justification for that?
We have to take certification because the world, the UK has to eat, okay?
We can eat plants, my friend.
Oh my
I'm
Lord.
vegan, 4 years, completely healthy. There's no justification to do this.
They go for, so he's gone for xenophobia, which is the standard one. Now he's doing this whole wholesome, we're doing this for the good of the people. For the good of the people, guys. You know, they could do like if they really want the good of the people, they want to put more food in mouths and help more people. These same people who are killing the animals, you know, a great way to help people would be to just reduce the population size. And, you know, a really good way of doing that is just to go out and kill people. So these guys who are like, you know, we're doing it for the save the people, doing it. Why don't you take your skills that you've got chopping up animals and go chop up some people instead? You know what I mean? And then if there's less people, there's more resources for everybody else, right? Right? If killing is a suitable way to fix the problems we have in societies, like, for example, you know, some people starve. Okay, let's kill so they don't starve. And that's the logic of this guy, right? The logic is like, okay, yeah, but if we kill these animals, some people aren't going to starve. It's not true, but let's pretend that he believes that. Well, then go and bloody do some Thanosing around, you know? Go to making some clicks, try and wipe some people out so that there's more resources for everybody. No, of course not. You don't do that. Don't do that. Jesus. You get, but you follow me here. His logic is basically like, you know, we can kill. They seem to all think, these people, that they're doing some kind of justice, some kind of beautiful thing for the public, and it's just not true. And even if it were true, like that they were like, you know, they were feeding starving mouths, it still wouldn't make it okay because there's alternatives to what they're doing. They don't have to kill animals to feed starving mouths. You know, there would be alternatives that in the UK where they're based, there are alternatives, obviously. So it still wouldn't justify it.
One of the things one of the things that's been said by people I know, but there may be no evidence for this, is that vegans do seem to be very angry.
Yeah, you'd be angry too if there were dogs in the back of that truck.
Is it possible that eating meat calms you down?
Oh my lord, what a total cunt! I'm actually standing by it now. Now I agree. Now I agree with. Earlier on, I felt like, oh, did I jump the gun and call him, you know, dropping the C-bomb? But now I stand by it. Yeah, he is.
If there were dogs in the back of that truck, the public would be helping us. But they are speciesists. They think some species are food and some species are to be cared for. You'd be stopping the truck too, Jeremy, if it was your dog in the back.
I'd like to know half of the vegans, the vegans, the ALF, when they go to do these protests and different things, where are their pets too? Left in the house,
do you have a pet dog?
You know, so
do you have a pet dog, John?
We have working dogs.
Do you have a pet dog? Do you think your dogs have moral value?
So our dogs get treated very, very, very well.
So do you think a bolt gun in a dog's head is okay?
To be honest, we would not put any animal...
High welfare standard slaughter. Is that okay for a dog?
Our high welfare, to be unfortunately, if we had a dog breaking leg,
answer the question.
We would take it
is high welfare slaughter for a dog okay?
We would euthanize any animal
if that was sick.
That is under pain or if it's outside of it.
Okay, what about to eat them?
Unfortunately, we're in a trade. No problem. As long as it's done correctly and in a proper way, so it's perfect.
That's different.
Thank you, John, very much. Is it a good point, Jay, that if in the way people make choices about what they eat and how they consume, and sheep are bred, a lot of them, to be consumed, cows are.
Just before we go on with this, that guy was trying to do the same thing that other farmer did when Joey pushed him, which he always pushes them, and says, like, you know, are you happy to see dogs get bolt gunned in the head? Oh well, yeah. Oh, of course, only if they need to be euthanized. Yeah, but okay, what if they don't need to be euthanized? Is it okay then? Well, and then we don't get any answer from them. They do it every time because they know what they're doing is wrong.
Does that change the moral value of those animals?
They wouldn't live otherwise.
Yeah, but should they be grateful to be sent to a slaughterhouse and be exploited for their bodies?
Is it just the manner of death that upsets you?
No, it's the fact that we're exploiting them and using them at all and condemning them to death when it's unnecessary. How is this justified? We're a civil society. This is savagery.
Thank you very much to Joey Carbstrong, vegan activist from the Save movement, which has 42 groups in the UK, over 100 worldwide. Apologies for the ham sandwich that was left out.
Pig sandwich.
In the studio. And John, also Haulier, who transports live animals on the other side of the argument.
Hey, my friend.
Thank you, well done.
Thanks for that.
You did well, God.
That would have been
full of power.
Sorry, I get really passionate in those moments.
That's all right, you could be passionate.
Yeah, you know, and like I said, I don't think he's a bad person. He's just a product of a society that thinks this is okay. You know, and I used to eat animals just as much.
We're all in a group think on it, probably, aren't we? But
yeah.
No, yes.
Interesting how he couldn't justify it. He just started saying, I have a $250,000 truck with air conditioning, but...
Yeah, the truck is very comfortable, yeah.
It's not justification. Thanks for your time, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Hope they like the show. Hey, if you're interested, on the back, you can. This is a case-sensitive link. You can do a little vegan challenge.
Okay, have you got the phone physically to your head? Great. Cheers, matey. Fantastic. Thanks, Joey.
No worries, thanks a lot.
Lovely to meet you both. Thank you. Do keep in touch.
Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Really appreciate
it.
The YouTube on the channel.
His YouTube channel,
Joey Carbstrong.
Oh, lovely. Cheers, guys.
Thank you. Really nice to meet you. Thanks for having us
really
here.
Good to meet you as well. Thank you. That was excellent.
He's so fake. I'm sorry. He's super fake, that guy.
Powerful indeed.
Awesome. Thanks so much.
Lovely. All the best.
Let him go. Did you hear all that?
No.
I'll give you an example of when I was heavily criticised. I did an interview on the Jeremy Vine show in the UK. I was a foreigner. I didn't know who Jeremy Vine was. Apparently, he has a big radio show. And I was just trying my best. I wanted to do the animals justice. I wasn't on the show promoting myself, okay? I was promoting animal rights. But many people in the community, the vegan community, had their own part to say about that. They said, you know, you failed the animals, you were too aggressive. And I took it pretty hard because I'd been on tour, trying my best. You know, we're all just trying our best, aren't we? You know, there's no handbook on how to do this. Turns out though, that as a result of my conduct in that interview, I went viral in the newspapers over there. Now, I'll get criticised by people who aren't vegan, by vegans, and by other activists. But luckily, I'm not doing it for any of them, okay? Doing it for the animals. The animals say, oh, you know, I'm on my way to be murdered inside of a gas chamber, but, you know, you're a little bit aggressive in that interview when you're defending us. Of course not. Of course they wouldn't.
It's really rough. Honestly, it can be really rough when you're in the public eye all the time, you know, and you can, you have to put up with people like armchair activists, people who think they know better, even though they've never done anything you've done, or people who have their own way that they think is better, and for some reason they come after you. You know, the criticisms. I think the best thing, I think Joey's done this, and the best thing I ever did was just start to never listen to anyone that clearly doesn't have your best intentions in mind, right? So if someone is, for example, talking about you in like the Instagram stories, they've never reached out to you, they just decided to just start posting and saying nasty things and, like, you know, they think that just being a prick, you know, but you know what it's like, cancel culture, all this kind of stuff. They don't have your best interests at heart. So the best thing you can do is just completely block and ignore these kind of people, right? Completely. There's absolutely no point in taking anything they say seriously. Block and move on. And I think Joey's moved on to that as well. I don't know if he's blocking, but he moved on. And for me, the block and move on technique, I did it a couple of years ago. Excuse me. I was getting a lot of criticisms for some things, and really bad criticisms. You know, people were being horrible, and I blocked about 10 people on Instagram, and since then, it's like those 10 people were like the main ones, and since then I've blocked maybe a handful more in a couple of years, but there's really not that many of these people who are, like, you know, trying to, like, come after you because they disagree or whatever. Once you start blocking, you start to realize they're a really small minority, and you know, like Joey said, we're not out here for them anyway, so it's just like, get fucked, you know. Some people, I swear, some people, if they spent as much time shitting on activists as if they spent that much time shitting on activists on something else, like the animals, like doing something for the animals, or I don't know, like a business idea or something, like they could be very successful in other things if they spent the same amount of time that they spend shitting on activists doing that, right? Guys, I see some donations here. Wow. So we've got Iridescent has tipped $28. Thank you so much. Ian the Pig, $113. That's amazing, Ian. Thank you so much. Allison super chatted $10 as well. Thank you, Allison. You're all fucking legends. You're all the MVPs. Allison says, awesome video. Even though I'm only catching the last 2 hours, you're a powerhouse. Thanks for helping the sanctuary. Yep. Thank you so much, guys, for your donations. Absolutely brilliant that we got so many donations coming in for this sanctuary. It's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And we have some GoFundMes as well. We're up to $305 in the GoFundMe, which is fantastic as well. We're really pulling in some numbers here. This is brilliant, guys. Keep it coming. We've got 2 hours left, or like 2 hours, 1 hour, 50 minutes left. Wow. That went fast, huh? We're on the home stretch, guys. We're on the home stretch. But yeah, guys, never, if some vegan's giving you shit and they're not somebody you trust or give a shit about, and you know, you don't agree with them, just fucking ignore them. Like, don't waste your time with people like that. Trust me, from speaking from experience, don't do what I did and get really caught up in it. It really can, you know, and like Joey did as well, he got caught up in it. And it's really sad to see someone like Joey get caught up in something so stupid like this and have these people impact him when realistically they're not sat down. They've not been invited to go and talk to, like, set an audience of 7 million people. They've not been invited on TV. They've not been invited anywhere. And that's not because like they're not as good as him or whatever. It's just because for whatever reason, they've not had that opportunity, right? So they do not know what it is like to be there and do that. So unless you know what that's like, if you've got something nasty to say, right, but you don't know what it's like to be in that position, maybe, just maybe, guys, and I don't mean to be rude or like, you know, I want to make sure I'm saying this the right way, so I'll really choose my words carefully. Maybe you should just shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Just maybe. Keep it to your fucking self. Mind your business, right? Mind your business. Should we see Joey's follow-up to that one? There was another one with this Jeremy Vine, but this one was video. That's not the same? Wait a minute. He's gotten a lot older, this guy. I remember him looking younger. All right. Okay, let's see. This is round 3. Oh, wait a minute. Was there a second one that we missed? Hold up. Oh, no, this is round 2 here. Right, okay. They get him on for second round on this one. All right, guys, I'm going to show you what I'm looking at right now. Cool. Let's have a look at Jeremy Vine round 2. Or maybe, do you know what? We've not had Piers for a while. I reckon I'm feeling Piersy. Let's mix it up. I don't want to get too much of one person, right? Let's mix it up. So we had this one already, right? Didn't we? Look at that. Why is you type in Joey Carbstrong, Piers Morgan? This live stream's the third one. Oh wait, hold up. Where is it? He did a series, right? Yeah, there's a few. Come on, which one's the? Was that the second? No, that's not. That's this morning. All right. Hold up. We're gonna go by date, haven't we? We need to find out the ones that were the most. In what order were they? So okay. Right. Okay. We got this one. The milk murder for cows. Okay, we got that one done. Piers Morgan battles on live TV. We had that one. That's the one we watched. Okay. Then we had the vegan sausage roll thing. The happy healthy vegan. Okay. These aren't Joey. Joey Carbstrong versus Piers Morgan. The campaign begins. What on earth is Piers Morgan defending when he opposes veganism? But this is not Joey going up against him, though. I want to see another. Was there not another clash with Piers that Joey had? I'm sure there was another one, no? Or was it just making videos about him? Yeah, it was just the campaigns, wasn't it? All right, in which case then we'll go for the second Jeremy Vine then. All right, let's pull up the second Jeremy Vine one. I just wanted to. I could have sworn there was another Piers one, but I guess there wasn't. All right, let's do this. Sweet. So this is a. This is from 6th of January 2019, 35,000 views, 3K upvotes. It's got now another one. Let's have a look.
Show on Channel 5. Oh, it's TV. It's not even radio. What the? I can't believe. Thank you so much for tuning into the video, guys. This is actually a follow-on video from a debate that I did last year in January. If you have not yet gone to watch that video, please click the link down below and then come back to this video because it follows on perfectly.
We just watched that one.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another video. So I'm excited. I'm actually really excited because Jeremy Vine is about to call, well, his producers are about to call, and I'm about to go on the show again. Now, this is a very big radio station. I'm fairly sure because the last time I was on Jeremy Vine, they said there was 7 million people listening, so that is absolutely huge. So I don't know if this one's just as big. I'll find out after. But yeah, they just emailed me today, and it's really weird because I was just thinking about that.
Thanks for confirming that, Joey. For some reason, dude, I thought there was another Piers Morgan debate. I don't know why. I could have sworn there was another one, but I know you've done your campaign against, or like, you know, you did a lot of like work with Piers in the titles, but I think we want to really get into some of the more, you know, like, these TV appearances and stuff. I think these are the most exciting videos that we've looked at today. So we're gonna continue with this Jeremy Vine one, which I remember seeing, and then there's another one, right? And we'll check that out.
Last time, it was one of the most controversial interviews I've ever done. It was very polarizing in the community. Well, you didn't answer the question. Is high welfare slaughter for a dog okay? You know, people were saying my conduct was aggressive. I definitely got the message across in it though.
Are you the victim in this situation?
They're about to call. I thought I would start filming the video now, just tell you how I'm feeling. And they want to talk about the sausage roll that Greggs are bringing out today. So I think it sort of hits the stores in over 950 stores in the UK today. In time for Veganuary. Veganuary is really going off. I mean, it's on course to hit its target of 300,000 sign-ups with about 10,000 people signing up a day. That's huge. It's absolutely huge. I mean, Jeremy Vine, he sort of poked a bit of fun at me last time, saying like...
Is that vegans do seem to be very angry.
Yeah, you'd be angry too if there were dogs in the back of that truck.
Why are you so angry about the whole thing?
I don't know whether you're angry today or just generally about the whole thing.
I said I'm a little upset that you've got a ham sandwich on your table.
Well, I'm a bit upset to see your sandwich has a piece of a pig's body in there.
So, maybe we should ask, Jeremy today if he's got a ham sandwich on the table, or if, in the spirit of Veganuary, he has a sausage roll from Greggs. We'll have to see. We'll have to wait and see. Okay, they're calling. Hello.
Hello, good morning. Is this Joey Carbstrong?
Yeah, Joey Carbstrong speaking.
Hello, my name is Rin. I'm calling from Jeremy Vine on Channel 5. I believe you've spoken to my colleague, I believe Ken or Elliot Lewis, about talking onto the show this morning.
Yes, can you hear me clearly? Yeah?
Yes, we can. Popping you on hold now, Joey. Do stay on the line. Thank you.
Before the break, we asked, according to a survey, how many vegans are there in the UK? The answer is C, 3.5 million.
I don't believe we have any vegans today. You're a vegetarian, but we are... Maybe we'll talk to one shortly. But first, the bakery chain Greggs has today started selling what it calls a vegan-friendly version of the sausage roll. This follows news that McDonald's, best known for its burgers, is selling vegetarian Happy Meals for children. These are all contributions to the barely pronounceable Veganuary.
I didn't even know that McDonald's did a Happy Meal for children. Also, wait, why is Veganuary barely pronounceable? What is this guy? Is this like an attempt at humor?
The campaign to go vegan in January, Veganuary, and maybe for the rest of their lives if it goes well. Greggs sells 1.5 million sausage rolls every week, its best-selling item, and says it is now responding to consumer demand. So what do our panelists think about this? Firstly, Nihal, do you think this is a good idea?
Well, I'm just looking at the stats here, and it's got less calories, it's got less fat, it's got more protein, it's got slightly more salt, which makes you wonder how they make it taste as they do. Do you remember back in the days, if someone said they were a vegan, it was like they might as well have said they were a Jedi. I mean, it was so kind of weird.
It was like if someone said they were a Jedi. I like this guy. Why is this guy not hosting the Jeremy Vine show? Well, probably because his name's not Jeremy Vine. But still, I like this guy better than him.
Just think, oh, good Lord, have you heard Hugo's son has become a vegan?
That's a good impression.
But,
that was great.
But now it's so mainstream. I think Lewis Hamilton is a vegan. David Hay, the boxer's a vegan. The brilliant comedian Ramesh Ranganathan is a vegan. And as you saw the stats, millions of people are now becoming vegans.
Because they used to all be vegetarian.
Vegetarian.
You don't eat meat and fish.
But even a vegetarian thing was seen as, certain people would say, tree hugging and all that kind of stuff. But it proves, and also was there, and perhaps you can tell me, Doctor, that there was an idea, wasn't there, back in the days, that suddenly if you went to a vegetarian diet or a vegan diet, you wouldn't be getting the vitamins that you needed,
absolutely.
You wouldn't be getting all that, but that's presumably not true.
Well, the answer is it's not necessarily true, but if you are a vegan, it is harder to get all the nutrients that you need, and particularly, for instance, for young women who have heavy periods with iron. For older people, it might be more of an issue with calcium. So if you are a vegan, then with a bit of planning, you can have a perfectly balanced diet.
Okay. It's only, she's missed the point that it's only harder because people are used to a different way. Like if you were raised eating plant-based for your nutrition, it wouldn't be hard for you because you would know what to do and what to cook and what to eat because you've been raised that way, right? The only reason it's hard is because the way that you're eating now is so different to the way that you're going to eat. So the switch is quite difficult, and relearning what, you know, all the food you need to eat can be difficult. Yeah, of course it can. Of course it is. There's no denying it's hard at the start, right? It is difficult to figure it all out in the first week, 2 weeks, but third week, fourth week, fifth week onwards, it's not difficult anymore because you did the hard work, right? And it is worth 1 or 2 weeks of graft, right? Of figuring it out and applying yourself, figuring it out, getting it right. 1 or 2 weeks, isn't it? It's 100% worth it. So you're not funding all the horrors we've been talking about all day. It's 100% worth it. Fuck, I mean, people go to university and study for years to get a degree. Why? To improve their own lives. It's a selfish reason. Or maybe to be a doctor. Let's imagine somebody studies to be a doctor to help others. And they study for years, like 7 years, 8 years, sometimes longer than that. They specialize, right? All the ask is for the animals to be able to help them is that you do a bit of research, you adjust yourself, takes a couple of weeks to get used to it, and that's it. It's not like you have to study for 5 years or something like that. It's not like it's not even, you know, the commitment of time it takes for you to go from not being vegan to being vegan and being healthy as a vegan. Obviously, you don't just eat trash. To that learning curve and getting to the point where it's no longer difficult and it's a habit, it's a couple of weeks. I mean, come on, guys. It's not, you know, your life is a long life. You're going to have a lot of weeks in your life. It really isn't that much of a big deal to spend a couple of them doing a bit of adjustment so you can live in a better way, is it? Right? Definitely not. Definitely worth it.
A balanced diet in no parallel universe includes a sausage roll, vegan.
That's fair.
I'll come to you in a second.
That's fair.
I'll tell you what, we've got some sausage rolls. I think I should bring them to the audience. We'll do a little taste test here, okay? We won't give any of them to anyone who is vegetarian or vegan, so you're off the hook here, Storm. But I've got 2 plates here. One set is meat and one set is vegan, and I'm not saying which is which. And what we'll do here is we'll give one set of sausage rolls to this side of the audience, okay, on the right. So, Storm, could you distribute them?
Yeah.
Everyone happy to
Do you
eat?
want to take one? Take one.
Tuck in another set
Turn
of sausage
back.
rolls to this side of the audience, please. And we just want to see if you can work out exactly what's going on with the sausage rolls. Do pass them around.
So I think it's good that if it's consumer demand and people are worried about the welfare of animals and they feel more comfortable eating something that hasn't used an animal in, I think that's fine. But as part of a healthy diet, it's a treat only. It's definitely not something
Okay,
you're having
even
for
the vegan one.
Even the vegan one. Is he like even the vegan one? What? No, because it's vegan, it's now a pastry with some processed vegan meat inside it. No, that now becomes part of a healthy, balanced diet. No, it's not. It's obviously it's a baked good. There is no like. Wait. Let me think about this for a second. Can bread be part of a healthy diet? I suppose. But like baked goods, like pastries, they don't just come with like, it's not just like flour, water. It's like they come with lots of fat and oils and things like that. Like, you know, dessert, pastry stuff. These aren't part of a healthy, balanced diet, are they? They're treats, clearly. I don't know why they needed to define that.
Enjoying it, audience.
Do people really think just because it's vegan that it makes it healthy? Is that what people actually believe still in today's day and age? Well, in 2019 when this was filmed, really?
Okay, and we don't at the moment know which is meat and which is vegan, and I'm going to just talk about that in a second and reveal all. But meanwhile, on the phone, we've got the animal rights activist, vegan campaigner, Joey Carbstrong. Joey, is there a problem here with too many people becoming vegan?
Not a problem at all, Jeremy. And I'm glad you've got some vegan sausage rolls on the table and not a ham sandwich this time, but I'm very happy at this... I'm very happy with how many vegans there are in the UK at the moment, for sure.
What do you think of the vegan sausage roll?
I think it's amazing. I mean, obviously, there's a lot of cruelty in animal products, and pigs are gas-chambered and stabbed to death for the other sausage rolls, so an ethical choice is always best.
Is it, Joey, if I eat a sausage roll, a meat one, is it wrong if I don't bear in mind what happened to the animal that created it? Is that the problem here?
What is with this guy? Why does he ask the dumbest questions? Is it so? If I Joey, if I we're doing it again, guys. So Joey, if I spank someone, okay, Is it wrong if I don't consider the idea that maybe they didn't want to be spanked? Is this what the problem is here, Joey, or is there something else that I'm missing here?
Willful ignorance is kind of what drives these industries, and it's what they rely on. So I would be more conscious of what you're consuming and the animal that lost their life for that sausage roll, and just go for the vegan stuff. There's plenty of vegan options in the UK now. It's absolutely blowing up over there. It's great.
So for people who just joined, by the way, I just realized that maybe you don't realize I've been making jokes about spanking throughout the whole stream. So just FYI, this is not just a random thing just inserted in here. But my point is, he's asking, is like, my action that causes someone else to be harmed, do I just need to consider it as I do it, or should I stop doing it? It's like, oh yeah, so if I'm thinking about the pig whilst I eat the sausage roll, then is it fine, Joey? Basically is what he's asking, right? That's what he's asking. It's like, dude, what kind of fucking question is that, man?
What's wrong with killing animals and eating them?
There's
a good
many
question.
things wrong with killing a sentient animal and eating them when we have alternatives. It's, an injustice to take someone's life from them. It's causing the leading killer of human beings, which is heart disease, and it's destroying the environment. Animal agriculture is destroying the environment. So the science and evidence is very clear on that.
Thanks, Jerry. Have a good day.
Peace to you, mate.
There we are, Joey Carbstrong. He's referenced the ham sandwich last time.
Not his real surname, I'm guessing.
No, last time I interviewed him, I did have a ham sandwich on the table.
But what you didn't ask him was, is it healthy? Because is that vegan
no, but
sausage healthy?
I think you've answered that with your...
I'm interested in what a vegan would say, though.
Yeah, he's gone now. I should have asked him if it...
I don't think anyone could argue a sausage roll is healthy. I don't think anyone would argue that.
None of us.
Even Carbstrong over there.
A sausage roll, is it created by mincing the meat? And I mean, where... Because I've heard the idea that the meat is sort of sprayed off the animal with a jet and...
Oh, yeah.
It's not nice. Oh, we maybe even don't want to talk. This is what Joey says. We can't bear to talk about it.
Hello, Joey. Thank you so much
absolutely.
for phoning in or allowing us to speak to you today.
I appreciate the time that you gave me, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a lovely day.
Peace to you. Bye-bye.
I think you handled that really, really well. I think, well, I mean, it was a good. They were being a bit better this time. Like Jeremy Vine was being a bit better with him this time, to be fair. So I think it was a more. It was nicer for Joey, I think, right? I think this was a nicer environment, and that's why Joey could smile. He says Joe's smiling quite a lot and enjoying himself a bit more, which, you don't always... This is the thing with us, right? We don't always have to be doom and gloom, even though it is doom and gloom. It is doom and gloom. Like, what we're dealing with on a daily basis as vegans trying to, like, raise awareness, it is doom and gloom. Don't get me wrong, right? But there is an element that we have to be doom and gloom sometimes. We have to be dark and serious, definitely sometimes. But then sometimes when we have an opportunity, we should try to look for the opportunities to smile, to crack a joke, to make a joke at someone's expense and get a laugh out of them, get a laugh out of the audience. Because at the end of the day, we're dealing with people, and what matters is what people think. It doesn't matter if you're right. It doesn't matter if you're technically correct. It matters about what people think about what you're saying. And if something that you're saying is making them not want to change, right, or to view you in a way that where they disregard what you're saying because I don't know, you know what I mean? That there's a balance, right? And that doesn't mean be a soppy, soft ass and be apologetic. It's not what I'm saying, because although somebody might dislike you, they'll still hear what you're saying. So if what you're saying is powerful. But the point I guess I'm saying is it's different strokes for different folks, right? And in this scenario that he was in, there was an opportunity to smile and have a bit of fun with it and be a bit more like, enjoy himself a bit more. And some people will respond well to that, right? Which is good. It's good to try it when we can. And also people in general, I feel we can be serious, and we can also have some light-hearted chat between the seriousness, and I feel like it gives people a bit of relief, and then we can go back into the serious. There's a lot to what I'm saying here, right? I'm getting into something that's way too deep for this, and this is towards the end now, all right, guys? I'm a little bit like fried, But I hope you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm saying different strokes, different folks. Obviously, every angle is going to work for someone. But I'm saying I do think as vegans, we would benefit. That's why I'm doing what I'm doing with the comedy stuff. And Joey's very funny in a lot of his videos. He's cracking some jokes. He's doing the great stuff with the swans. He's doing the great stuff with the dog meat. That is technically, it's comedy, it's humor. He's acting a role and it's funny. And I really would love to see a lot more of this, because these are the videos that tend to go super viral, right? You go look at all these pranking accounts. You go look at the guy Gideon. We had him on the channel, remember? Gideon now is crossed over 3 million subscribers, and his views are clearing 1 million a video every time. Easy. Some of them 2 million views a video. What's Gideon doing? He's going out. He's having a laugh. He's having a good time. He's pranking. He's doing stupid things, silly social experiments and stuff like that. And you know, obviously that's not the world we're in, but it doesn't mean we can't take a little bit of what he's doing and put it into our work, like Joey's been doing, like I'm trying to do, and use this people's, you know, make people smile but get a moral message through whilst they're enjoying a video. For example, one of Julia, who's been in the chat all day, she told me that one of her friends went vegan, partly thanks to one of my joke comedy skit videos, because they were able to watch it together, have some fun, have a laugh, but there is a clear message in there. There's some morals in there, right? How cool is that? So it can work, and it will work, and it's really, I believe that we could definitely do a bit more effort to get a bit more of this out there. Danny does it really well lifting vegan logic. He does it really well with comedy as well, and I think it's great to see. Joey might be coming back in for a bit, by the way. So some of you, I know some of you were upset that you missed him earlier. And maybe he's going to jump back in for a little bit. So if you're lucky, if you're one of the ones who missed him earlier and you were upset about it, I hope you're still here, because I saw a few people commenting saying, oh, no, I missed it. All right, Joey's going to jump in 30 minutes, right? Cool. So that'll be 7 p.m. your time. Cool. So Joey's going to come back in for a little bit in the last hour. All right, guys? Which is pretty sweet. And then so the guys who missed him earlier on, well, we're going to have a little chat, and we'll do like a little summary in the end. And yeah, we'll do that. Okay, hold up. I'm just going to let him know. Just going to set it up, guys. Just bear with me. Cool. All right, let's continue, hey? Let's have a look at what else we've got. So Joey sent me two TV appearances, one from Australia and one clashing with a hunter, because I think we've established that these are the best ones to respond to. I feel like there's enough. There's a lot to go with here, because the TV ones are quite exciting. I feel. I think they're a lot more fun to respond to. So let's have a look here. What have we got? So this one is Joey Carbstrong, Australian TV interview HD. And this one's not from Joey himself. It's from Pure Carbs. This account here, 12,000 views, mostly supportive. Let's take a look at this then, for 2019.
Well, Joey Carbstrong joins us now in the studio. Good morning to you. Good morning. If we could, let's go back to that one statement.
So guys, the volume on this is really low. So I'm going to lower my volume a bit. Okay, and now you should be able to turn your volume up full, okay? This should be so that now it's like equal, right? I'm just doing that for you guys, so it should be a bit better for you to listen to now.
Statement we mentioned in that clip where you once compared dairy farmers to Hitler. Do you still stand by that remark?
I've publicly retracted a lot of the things I said in anger. When you see abuse and cruelty happening to animals, it's natural to have a response, an emotional response. I always look at things from the animal's perspective. So through the animal's eyes, dairy farmers aren't good people. They forcibly impregnate them every year, take their children away from them, they kill all the boys, and when their milk production declines, they send them to a slaughterhouse to be shot in the head and slashed across the throat. So through the cow's eyes, dairy farmers are not good people.
Why did you retract the statement then?
Because I feel like when advocating to a lot of the public, they haven't seen what I've seen. So it can be a far step for people, a far reach for me to compare dairy farmers to Nazis, but let's just look at the standard way we kill pigs in Australia is with a gas chamber. Exactly the same way Nazis killed Jews in World War II. So we're using gas chambers every single day, killing millions and millions of pigs, and they're screaming, begging for their lives in these gas chambers. How is that any different?
So it sounds like you're not retracting from the statement.
I love that this is, by the way, just, the militant vegan activist across the bottom. That's brilliant.
Well, when you look at it through the animal's eyes, this is a Holocaust. The word Holocaust means slaughter or destruction on a mass scale. And if 74 billion land animals, 2 trillion marine animals murdered every single year doesn't constitute a Holocaust, I don't know what does.
OK, so millions of Australians obviously sympathise really strongly with dairy farmers like Casey Treloar, who we also showed in that clip, who her family and her livelihood has gone because of the issue of dollar milk, and you responded directly to her as well in a fairly hurtful way. Why did you choose to do that?
I wasn't very hurtful. I was actually quite sympathetic because I understand that she's been culturally programmed to be a dairy farmer. It's been passed down traditionally. She's lost her job. But I always look at it through the eyes of the real victim, who are the animals who are being exploited and be turned into leather jackets, killed in a slaughterhouse. She can get another job. Those animals cannot get another life.
But do you have any sympathy at all for people whose lives have been uprooted, who have lost their livelihood, who have lost generations? As you say, it's the family tradition.
It's their livelihood, it's their income, isn't it?
But you don't have any sympathy for that?
It's their income, and like I said, if you're making income off of the backs of other victims, I don't think that's moral, and I think you can find a job that doesn't involve directly exploiting and killing sentient beings.
There's obviously absolutely
It's a good question. It's a good answer, sorry, to that question. Like, why should we care about again, I don't want to seem like I'm being callous or whatever, but why did dairy farmers or any farmers get this special treatment of, like, we should all care about their livelihoods? Why? What is it? I don't understand. What, because they make things that we eat? Okay, so should we all care about the livelihoods of Primark because they make clothes that people, like poorer people wear, or people who just want to bargain wear? Should we all care about the CEO of Primark then? Or the shop managers of Primark? Should we all be, like, coming together to make sure that they keep going, right? Because clothes are a human thing that we need. We don't need clothes from Primark, but people get clothes from Primark. So does that mean then we should all be, like, pulling together, helping them out and supporting the Primark community? I don't understand why farmers get this extra special treatment and everyone should give a shit about them. And that doesn't mean, like, I hate them or something. It's not about hatred. It's about they don't deserve the special treatment that they're getting from these people who are like, oh, we need to help them with their failing community, with their failing businesses. It's like, no, it is a business, right? Businesses fail. If my YouTube and Instagram and everything, Patreon, if everything fails, what do I have to? Should I be going to the vegan community, vegan world or whatever, and asking everybody, like, hey guys, my YouTube and everything failed because I don't know how to run a business properly and I didn't move with the times. Can you pay me and just give me money to do, like, what? I don't know. Like, do you know what I mean? Why would I do that? It's like, if it fails, it's clearly that because I'm not giving the people what they want. I'm not doing things the right way. I have run my business into the ground. If farmers are running their businesses into the ground, it's no fault but their own. They can adapt to market changes. They can change. They can do things. I don't know why we all have to run around pretending to feel so sorry for them. Or like people definitely are pretending, by the way. They don't give a fuck about them. I just, you know what I mean? I just don't get it, guys. I just don't get it. It's like, I don't mean to be an asshole to them. I just don't understand why they get special treatment, you know? Let's have a quick look at some of these donations. I see Essence of Ass is saying volume's too low. Well, it isn't too low. Turn your volume up full and it should be fine. Thank you for your donation. Two of them. Appreciate it. We have Mark HNS. RT America just did a horrifying segment titled Slaughterhouse. I must see. Okay, that's cool. I'll definitely look into that. Thank you. Thank you so much for the donation. Kieran Forrest says, thanks for everything you do, David. Would you say that more activists should do disruptions like Tash Peterson to push the message more firmly? That's a $5 donation. Thank you so much. I wouldn't say more activists should do disruptions like Tash Peterson. No, because it depends on you as an individual. Do you feel so inclined to do that? Do you feel like this is something that matches your personality? Can you excel at this? Do you feel like it's something you'd be good at? Or do you believe in disruptions, but maybe the style of Tash that does it, is that for you? If that's not for you, then maybe do something different. Do like a poetry reading or sing a song if you're a guitarist, singer-songwriter. These are all forms of disruption that can be quite effective if you want to do disruption, but it just depends on you as an individual. You've got to do, if you're going to do something sustainable, like if you're going to go do one disruption and never do any activism ever again, which is what a lot of people do actually, then, you know, you shouldn't do a disruption because you can't keep it up. It's too much for you, right? However, if you can do something else that's more sustainable, do that instead. Because the point is, we need consistency. We don't need you to just go do one shot and done, like some fucking, you know, I don't even want to make a comparison to what I was going to say. But like, you know, like some, like, I don't know, like some douchebag in college or whatever, you know, going around and getting with people, one shot done kind of thing and moving on. Like, you don't want to be like that with activism. You want to be like, you want to be a solid partner, marriage material. You want to get into something that you can do for years, not do something that you just do one time, right? That's what I'm trying to say. A couple of you keep saying the audio is like down or whatever, but I can put it back up again, but the problem is the video was very low. So now my audio's up really high, but when I play the video, it's going to be really low. So when you put the audio up full now, do you understand the problem's going to come where you're going to get blown away when I speak, but you're not going to barely be able to hear the video, right? This is what I'm trying to fix, but whatever, guys. I don't know. Anyway, one more. We've got some other donations, I think. Essence of Ass tips $10 and says, thank you so much. It says, David, are you able to do full-time activism or do you support yourself with a job? No, I do. I do YouTube. That's what I do full-time. Making videos, editing videos. It's at the minute, it is definitely not paying enough to be like a full-time thing, but fortunately we are staying with Annie's parents, so we don't pay rent. So we are in a position where we can still, you know, we're able to keep working on this and trying to make it something that's you know, sustainable for the future. I have a few projects that are going to be, oh shit, so sorry guys, I just deafened you guys. My bad. Oh my god. All right, but yeah, for the future I've got some other projects as well. But yeah, at the minute, the main way that I'm sustaining myself right now is through you guys, through the live streams, through the donations, through the YouTube members, through the Patreon team. You guys are really helping me out with all of this, and you're making this possible to keep on going. And YouTube definitely is a big chunk coming from YouTube, but it's definitely nowhere near where it should be, as I had a big change up recently where I switched lanes. I changed the way I was making videos. I'm making less of them, but I'm going for quality over quantity. And yeah, unfortunately, that means taking a hit in the pocket whilst I fix it, you know, and get this new system up and running. But we'll see. Well, hopefully it'll come back again. I don't know, guys. I can't please you. I turned the audio up, and now you're all upset about it. So, you know, I'm sorry, guys, but I'm going to take the audio back down again, and then I'm going to keep the video audio up, and then I'm going to warn you next time we're going to switch it around, all right?
Nothing wrong with being a vegan. Can you understand, though, that perhaps some people find your approach too extreme, or do you feel you have to take such measures to get your message heard?
Is being a vegan who is against the exploitation and harm of animals extreme, or are slaughterhouses extreme? Are gas chambers extreme? Or are macerating one-day-old male chicks in the egg industries in a big blender on their first day of life, little baby chicks, is that extreme?
Well, it gives you a lot to think about.
Now, I'm a vegan. I'm against the exploitation and harm of animals, and most people hold this belief. You know, you probably hold the same belief too. You're against animal cruelty. If you've seen something happening to a dog, you'd be against that. Yulin, China, we scream bloody murder, but we sit down and we dine on the body parts of other animals that are murdered in slaughterhouses here.
Is there any place to eating meat?
Do I think it's ethical in any way?
Can you accept that some people choose to eat meat?
I will never accept it. I think it's immoral and it's wrong, and I don't think we should. I think we should change our ways. I don't think we should stick to these traditions that are inherently cruel and abusive, and it's destroying the environment. The #1 cause of Amazon deforestation, ocean dead zones, land use, water use, climate change is because we want steak on our plate. And if that isn't the height of human greed, I don't know what is. We need to start moving towards plant-based alternatives that are better for our health and better for the environment and don't involve abusing and murdering sentient beings.
Solid. So do you accept, okay, so that's your view, and we live in a democracy and that's fine to have that view.
What is this? Why do they always take this angle of like, well, you know, we live in a fair world where you can make your opinions and blah, blah, blah. It's like, dude, like, why can you not deal with what he just said? Deal with what he just said. Stop playing this diplomatic viewpoint. Like, do you agree or disagree with what he just said?
It's also fine to have the alternate view, and it feels as though that you've got no middle ground.
What's
that you
the ultimate
don't
view, though?
accept the view. Well, lots of people do eat meat and choose to, and don't see that they don't hold your views. So do you?
Well, they do. They do. They hold the same belief against the cruelty to animals, but they just don't. They're just not consistent with it in their actions. So the consumers are paying for this abuse and this cruelty to happen. Without the consumers going, hey, I want steak, I want cheese, none of these animals go to the slaughterhouse. So really the blood is on the hands of the consumer, and it was on my hands for many years as well until I changed.
Do you think it's productive, though, to try... Obviously, you've got a message and you want people to listen to that message.
Yeah.
Is it productive, though, to be going up to farmers, going into their line of work and confronting them? Do you think confrontation is the best approach here?
I think debate and conversation, and, you know, I always have debate. I mean...
But is confrontation... Because a lot of people who follow your views, and you do have a big social media following, a lot of people who do are taking very activist approaches, and you yourself do that as well, and it is confrontation that you are choosing as your path. Do you think that's the best way of actually
sometimes debate comes...
people?
I don't advocate for violent activism.
But it's got to be this. How else are you going to do activism? Like the activism, it is confrontational by nature. There is no, if your activism isn't confrontational in any way, it's not activism. Is it? You know what I mean? I mean, it has to be confrontational, isn't that? I mean, what is by definition, activism should be confrontational, surely, right? Otherwise, what's the point? What's he just going to do and just tell farmers he loves them, but he wishes they would change? I love you, but please change. But I still love you, but please consider changing. I love you. Yeah, that's not really activism. That's just begging. You know what you're following me here? So I think by nature it has to be somewhat confrontational. It doesn't mean you have to be like you're saying, violence or anything like that. But people should feel uncomfortable. Otherwise, you've not done a good enough job. You've not done a good enough job. If someone feels totally comfortable with what you've just said after you're trying to defend the animals and they're paying for animals to be killed, you probably haven't done it quite right. And that's I'm talking to myself here too. I've made people feel way too comfortable in the past, as I'm sure most of you have done that as well. There's no use feeling guilty about it. Don't beat yourself up, but definitely take into consideration that next time round, maybe it's important. Well, no, it is important to be a bit firmer, right? And try not to please people so much. So don't be a people pleaser. There's no need to be a people pleaser in this world. Doesn't mean be an asshole, but it means just you don't have to constantly try and make someone feel comfortable. These conversations should make people feel uncomfortable.
That's what you're asking. If there's like opposing views in a debate, I do think that that's important so people get both sides. And if you're talking about activists going onto farms and exposing the cruelty, why are the vegan activists under more scrutiny than the farmers who are causing the animal abuse?
Where are we at? Are more people turning to veganism?
Millions. There are millions of people waking up every single day because they realise, wait, I hold this belief. I don't want animals to be killed for my steak. Like, we have millions of alternatives. So there's so many people waking up to that. They go, wait, I'm going to act consistent with my own beliefs, or am I going to act against my own beliefs and pay for the harm of animals?
Just quickly,
Solid.
what next for you? I know you were denied access to the UK recently, weren't you? What happened there?
I didn't have a passport. I do now, so I'm allowed into the UK. I sort of bounce between London and Adelaide, and I sort of promote this message as much as I can. I think we all have an obligation to speak up against injustice, especially when the animals don't have a voice to speak for themselves.
Okay, well, it's an interesting approach, and no doubt it'll spark debate amongst our viewers as well. Thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you, Joey, very much.
Solid. Really good interview. Yeah, I enjoyed that one. It was a good work by Joey. Probably one of the best I've seen him in, actually. I mean, I think he handled it really well. But they didn't come after him either, right? I think I mean, these interviews are always like, I don't know, they feel definitely better. They feels more professional, but then they were also being more professional. So, they weren't eating a ham sandwich in front of him. They weren't asking him stupid questions, trying to like catch him out and like others have done. So you can, it's definitely there's more professional vibe. Let's have a look at this Clash with a Hunter on a morning show. And I think before we get into this next one, I need to pee again. So Annie is going to have to come. I've peed so much, but I've drank a lot of water, haven't I? So this video we're going to react to in a minute when Annie comes over, just after I've been for a pee. Annie's going to come over, take over. I'm going to go for a pee, then we'll come back and react. This is, has Veganuary gone too far? And it's on this morning. But I don't know. Am I going to be able to use this? Are they going to try and copyright me or something? I don't know how that's going to work. I wanted to look at this one, but let's have a look if anyone's like... let's see if anyone else has re-uploaded it. Yeah, this Vegan Cronish has uploaded it, but they've done their own video about it. My concern is just about whether or not they will zuck me, right? And it's a bit of a concern as to so I don't know if I can get away with showing it without them zucking it, because it's like, let's see anyway. I don't know. GMB do a couple, yeah, they do a lot of copyright, don't they? Thing is, it doesn't really matter if they demonetize the video, because I expect that's going to happen anyway. What I'm more bothered about is whether they, you know, when they copyright strike it, they'll literally like have it where like you only you have to remove the video. They really like, you know, they'll be stupid about it. But it would be a good one, wouldn't it? It's like, what do you think? Should we just take the risk? Yeah, I need to pee. I'm gonna have a think about it anyway. Annie's gonna come in and whilst I pee, and I'll have a think about it. All right. Annie's coming with a special guest.
Hello. It is Emma the dog. Hello, hello. Emma says hi to everyone. Okay, let's not lick the microphone. Okay, how's everyone doing? We have 1 hour and 9 minutes left. Very exciting. And super cool that Joey's coming again. This will be fun. Awesomeness. Hello, am I saying hi back? Whoop, whoop. Emma loves David. David is like Emma's favorite person, I bet. David takes Emma for these awesome walks where Emma can decide where they go. You can decide. It's the best. Emma's little sausage dog. Oh, what do you want to say? Okay. Yeah. Some licks. Some kisses. Some kisses to the YouTube people. But yes, Emma loves David, and David is the one who plays with Emma the most and the best. It's so awesome. Emma is a bit of a lone wolf. Doesn't have many dog friends. She's had some, but in general, she's quite a little aggressive little dog to other dogs. She warms up to them, but first she's like, rah, 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 rah. That's you. So Emma doesn't have many doggo friends, but David is like a doggo friend to Emma. They play a lot. David is great at playing like a dog. And yeah, what did I see? Yes, actually, Emma is now eating plant-based, so that is awesome. Yes, you're eating plant-based. And she's healthy and happy. Healthy and happy plant-based doggo. So, yes, we have a bit over an hour left, and I'm sure David must be getting a bit tired. It would be awesome if some donations could come in and encourage him. Some encouraging messages. And even if you cannot afford, like, you know, whatever, a lot, just like $1 and an encouraging message, that's all a huge thing. So let's get that going and get him pumped for the last hour. Right, Emma? Emma's like, why am I here? She's incredible. She's like a lap dog. She just sits on you or lays on you and stays there forever. What is it? So how's everyone doing? Let's see. Yeah. Emma's eyes, yes, they are so expressive. You're an expressive dog, aren't you? Little sausage dog. Emma's been in some of the videos as well. I don't know if you've seen Emma. Emma's a little YouTube star. She's not the biggest fan of live streams, I think. Or do you like live streams? I think no, she's pretty chill. She's been in a few of the videos. She was in a Christmas video the other year. And did you see the lion video? She was in the lion video playing with David. That's a good one. Emma is, she's, I think, closing to 7 years, 6-7 years. Yeah, but she still feels like a puppy, especially when she's with David. It's just so amazing how they play. And yay, veganpantry.com, welcome to the club as a meat flake detector. That's amazing, woohoo! You'll get to be green and awesome. I don't know, she's pretty chill on camera now. One time, was it the 24-hour live stream, when I came with Emma, say hi, she was really like, no, I don't want to be on camera. But now she seems okay. She supports the cause. Now she's like, David, I see David. The tail is wagging, tail is wagging. Kisses. Okay, are you ready for the last hour?
Yeah.
Cool. Do you want maybe some sugar?
Can I have a little cuddle first with Emma?
Of course.
Come here, boo, boo. Ooh, boo, boo.
She shows support.
We've got a very special connection, Emma and I, haven't we? Can I have some puzzles? Not in the mouth, just the nose. Puzzles. What's that?
She's giving kisses to the YouTube people.
Was she? She's so nice. Such a great doggo. Emma, mida. Did everybody hear you just then, huh? Did everybody hear you? Not in the mouth, please. There we go. Nose is fine. Okay, there you go. All right, go on, get out of here.
I'll give some chocolate milk, yeah?
She's very comfy. She's got him very comfy right now. Yeah, the sound is low because remember we changed the sound for the video. Remember, guys, I keep repeating myself about the sound. Just you don't need sound to look at Emma right now. Look, she's lovely. See, there you go. All right, go on, get out of here. Go on, let it go. Sorry. All right. Warning. Jesus, guys, I told you about the sound. Stop spamming the comments with this stuff. All right, listen. Warning to everybody. Warning. The volume of the microphone is about to increase. Okay? The volume of the microphone is about to increase. Turn your volume down now, please, before it increases. Okay, you've had a chance to change it. I'm whispering, but I'm going to start talking normally, okay? So if you haven't changed it yet, it's okay. Now it is where it is, okay? Be careful. Now, we're going to watch the GMB one, but we're going to probably get demonetized for it. So what that means is, guys, because I'm going to get demonetized, it means that all the donations are going to the sanctuary, of course, which means if you guys don't join the YouTube members team or the Patreon team, this video absolutely makes me absolutely zero money because they're going to demonetize it, all right? So Vegan Pantry just became a member, for example. That's one way you can make it so that this stream doesn't lose, helps me make money, obviously. And another way is to join the Patreon team, which the last person who joined the Patreon team is actually the name is, where'd you go? Q Satabin. I don't know the name. QU Satabin. They've joined at $35 a month. How incredible is that? Amazing. Right? So that's really cool, isn't it? So remember, guys, if I'm going to do this reaction now, it means we're already demonetized. Let's be honest, all right? We're demonetized. We've been talking about lots. I've dropped the C-bomb multiple times. We're not getting monetized. But how to become a member on the app, YouTube app. I believe you just click the membership link that Annie's posted earlier. Annie, if you could post that again, that would be great. How to become a YouTube member, please, Annie. And everybody can go check it out. I can have a look how to become a YouTube member, and you can go check it out. You can do it in the app. Apparently, you got to go find the video and tap join. You just got to tap join in the app. That's it. Okay. You just got to tap join or the link that Annie's going to put in there. Join is like under my video, basically. It's there. Yeah, that's how you do it. So, okay, it's worth it for this video, guys. Let's jump into this video. We're into the final hour. And I believe, actually, Joey's going to join. And maybe Joey can react to this video with us. Joey says he's going to find his quiet spot right now. Nicholas, yeah, I could drop a few more C-bombs just to be sure. But I'm pretty sure YouTube's already got it. But I think if Joey's coming in, maybe we won't do this reaction. Maybe we'll just have a chat with him again. Because, I mean, it's better just to sort of talk, isn't it? And hang out with Joey rather than react together. I feel like we've only got an hour left, so let's spend some of that hour chatting. Maybe we could do like I'll just let Joey know. Maybe we could do like let's just have a see when he comes in. We'll see how it goes. Thank you, Gorick, for the $10. Sending you lots of energy for the last hour. You're an absolute legend, David. Appreciate that, mate. I really, really appreciate it. You're a legend for sending $10 for the sanctuary. Amazing. Fantastic. Thank you so, so, so much. How's the GoFundMe doing? We're up to €320 in the GoFundMe as well. Absolutely amazing. Fantastic, guys. We're doing really good. I don't think we're going to get to our 2,000 target. But I mean, we're doing pretty good. The sanctuary is going to get some money, so I really appreciate everybody's donations. It's amazing. Let's until we know what Joey's doing, he's just finding himself a spot. Let's have a look at this video whilst we're waiting. Hey, let's get into this. Oh, there's no sound for this, is there?
Last year,
Here we go. There's
meat
now.
sales fell by 184 million quid, so a lot less of us are eating meat. And part of this is due to the rise in veganism and campaigns such as Meat Free Monday and, how do you say this?
Veganuary.
Veganuary.
I think.
Why did they not know how to say veganuary? Is it because it's vegan-uary? Are they thinking vegan-uary? It's like, okay, maybe I get it, actually. Maybe they're thinking vegan-uary. But like, yeah, I guess it's January, veganuary. I suppose once you've got it, you've got it. But yeah, I see. I kind of get the confusion now. I take back my initial criticism. maybe it's not as easy as I thought.
Which is now January, veganuary. Okay, so
yeah, that's when people pledge, don't they, to
Yeah.
go vegan for this month.
it's a bit of a taster of veganism. So-
But a lot of people are asking the question: has veganuary gone a bit too far? Is it
No, it definitely hasn't.
time we started sticking up for the meat industry?
Oh
We
my
were joined
God.
this morning by vegan activist Joey Carbstrong, alongside
Oh.
proud meat eater
call him actually by
Rachel
his
Curry,
name.
who
His
actually
real name.
hunts and kills her own meat.
She's in the Earthling Ed video as well. Have you seen her? She did that, agree to disagree or whatever it is with Lad Bible. They did a video together, which was pretty good. Earthling Ed was like roasting the shit out of her.
Guys, good to
It was
see you. Before we
embarrassing.
begin, I just want to explain to people what veganism is. It is a lifestyle that avoids all animal foods such as meat, dairy, eggs, and honey, as well as animal-derived products such as leather and, as far as possible, products tested on animals. Fair enough?
Yeah, fair enough, yeah.
Okay. And is that something that,
Fair
that
enough,
you feel people should aspire to as the world changes, as we're aware of climate change, as we're aware of better health? You think this is a good thing?
That's a nice question, isn't it? Like, why can't people be more understanding like that with Joey when he comes on, like, or any vegan? Like, that's a nice opening. Like, oh, so you think that, Steelman him. Hey, Wisdom on Tour, thank you for becoming a member of the members team. A YouTube member. You're a meat flake detector. Love it. Help me detect those meat flakes. Now you get the green, and you get the little ram, and you get all those exclusive updates and the exclusive content, which is, awesome. Good. And everybody knows that you're awesome now because now you've got the green. That's the whole thing. It's all about the ego with this, guys. As I said earlier, I've said multiple times, we're all degenerates here. We're spending 10 hours on YouTube, 10 hours in a row, and we just want people to know that we're awesome. And there you go, Wisdom on Tour with that green font, with the ram, like here, like my custom cup, like my custom hat, because, I need this stuff because, like I said, I'm not taking my B12 today. I'm David Rams. See, this helps me, you see? It helps me remember who I am, my name. Right.
Yeah, of course it's a good thing. If you're against animal cruelty, animal abuse, and just killing innocent animals and breeding them, exploiting them, then you, by default, should be a vegan. I think Veganuary is an amazing campaign. There's no sinister intention behind it. It seeks to save animals, to help the environment. It's an insane use of our resources to grow all this food to feed to animals and then kill them and take a small morsel of their flesh. It's a positive campaign.
How long have you been a vegan?
Very good answer.
I've been vegan for 6 years and I'm healthier than ever.
And
Very good answer. Like I like. He's got some great sound bites coming in here. There's a really good clips that people. Do you know what I mean? That sound bites is when you prep what you want to say. So when they say how long have you been vegan, rather than just being like 7 years or whatever, like I actually make this mistake a lot. I'll actually say, oh, I've been vegan since da da da. But he follows it up with healthier than ever. And it is actually really, it's really important to say these things. These subconsciously, people take this information, you know, it's more than just 7 years. It's 7 years and I'm healthy. It's really good.
Made you want to become a vegan? Was there a point in your
weight
life?
loss originally, I was clinically obese, and then I found a diet to lose weight. I come across a raw foodist who talked about the power of fruits and vegetables. I lost a significant amount of weight, and then I connected to the karmic sort of ethical sense of killing animals, and I didn't see any good coming out of that.
Yeah. Joey, it's interesting that twice as many women do it as men.
I think women are more connected to their emotions and more connected to their compassion, and men are just, there's more stigma.
I say twice as many women, that doesn't mean all women, including the one beside you here, who we're now going to talk to. And
I see we have another member, Tess on Planet Earth. Welcome to the team. You joined as a Meat Flake Challenger. Fantastic. That's awesome. And then you also get the you know, superior, morally superior green font and the logo. Well done. Congratulations. Welcome to the YouTube team, the YouTube members team, the exclusive YouTube members team with exclusive updates, exclusive posts, exclusive videos. Welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Love it. Great to see so many people joining up. I really like this, YouTube members. It's really cool. All right, let's get into this this huntress who is not one of the women, the majority of women who are, majority of people who are vegan are women. This is not one of them. That's what they were saying.
this is Rachel. Rachel, what's your view on veganism or veganuary?
Well, I have nothing against anyone's personal choice, how they choose to manage their health or, you know, what they choose to eat, basically. But I also feel like I have the right to choose as well what's best for me. The interesting thing is I actually was a vegetarian when I was younger for the same amount of years as Joey's been a vegetarian.
I'm not a vegetarian, I'm a vegan.
So for 6 years I was a vegetarian. It didn't work out for me for health reasons. I became really quite anemic and quite poorly when I was little.
Well, that's just an anecdote.
I had a really low immune system.
That's an anecdote. We have the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, one of the most credible organisations on health on earth, and they say that a vegan diet can be healthy for all stages of life, including infancy,
There's
pregnancy,
quite a
adulthood.
few in the media recently where quite a few famous influencers as well have had the same effects, where
That's
it's
an
just
anecdote.
not working
That's not
out
science.
for their health at the minute. So they've actually changed back to a meat-based diet.
But would you accept, Joey, that you would have to plan your diet a bit more
All diets
carefully?
need to be planned. Are you going to go out and eat sausage rolls and burgers and Pringles? All diets should be appropriately planned. Now, your solution, I think, is for the 66 million people in the UK to go out and hunt wild game.
Absolutely not. That's
so what
not
is your
my
solution?
You see, the thing is, she's what she's doing is she knows what she's doing is she's priming so that her bullshit comes across as more credible, right? So she's like, oh, see, I've been where you were, Joey. And that's why Joey, you know, some people might say here, like, oh, Joey should have let her finish or whatever. I disagree, because what she's doing, she's priming her audience. She's like, oh, I'm like you, Joey. I was vegetarian like you are. And he's like, no, I wasn't vegetarian. Like, don't fucking try that with me. Basically, is what he gave her a warning shot there, and she was like, okay. And then she's like, see, it made me sick. And he's like, you know, you gotta acknowledge this straight away, because if you don't, like, you can wait until she's finished. But you know, I don't know. I feel like it needs to be dealt with quickly before she gains any credibility, like from an audience that doesn't know she's chatting shit. So I like how he intervenes and is like, actually, no, stop chatting shit. I know there are different angles and different ways to do it, but I think he's also, Joey knows from experience that when you go on these shows, they really don't give you a lot of time. So it's not, if she spends all the time chewing up, if she chews up all the time, she chews up all the time. I promise you I can speak. If she chews up all the time, runs the clock down, wastes all the time they've got with this nonsense, he's not going to get a chance to debunk it. So it's good that he interrupts.
I don't have one solution. There's not
Well, we
one
do.
size.
We
There's
do.
not one
Just
size
a bit.
fits all. My view is that there should be a balance. There should never be an extreme of one. Wouldn't encourage everyone to eat meat, and I certainly wouldn't encourage everyone to eat plants.
Why
I
not?
think there are. I'm a chartered environmentalist, and I know that there are environmental impacts against both of the extremes. I believe in balance. I believe in people having choice, but I also totally agree with your views on animal
are you
welfare.
are you opposed to animal agriculture, conventional animal agriculture as it stands?
I am opposed to factory farming, and I am opposed to poor animal welfare standards.
So why do you oppose veganuary when it seeks to boycott those
Joey,
industries?
what about people who say I'm a responsible meat
Why do you?
eater? I would
Why do you?
assume,
One sec.
Rachel, that's what you would say.
I'd also like
Let me
to
ask her
say,
why
I
she
think-
opposes veganuary when veganuary seeks to boycott the industry she claims to be against.
Because she believes you can eat meat and promote animal welfare at the same time.
Ooh.
So I might also say, I don't oppose being a vegan. I oppose anything which kind of encourages people to take a militant view on anything and go out there and disrupt. We have really hard-working British farmers.
Wait. I oppose anything that gets people to take a militant view on anything. So wait, she opposes people who take a militant view on child abuse? Like a militant view meaning an extreme view, like it is never justified. So she's against that, right? And she's against people. So if there were, you know, some organization somewhere or whatever that was abusing kids, but technically they were doing it and it was within the law, but technically they were still. So for her, it's not fair because they're hardworking people and it's militant. These people are too militant. It's such bullshit. It's such bullshit. The thing is, I've been doing this all along. When you take what they say and apply it in different contexts, you start to see how fucking stupid it is. And in this case, it's no exception. It's been like this throughout his interviews, especially the ones where they bring someone on to debate. The nonsense they come out with.
The UK actually has some of the highest animal welfare standards in the world.
Again, with the xenophobia.
Nonsense.
It's like a subconscious indirect attack on other countries, right? When they do this, basically, like other countries don't have it as good. Ours is the best.
There's been so many exposés. I've been in slaughterhouses myself. I've been out the front of gas chambers in Manchester hearing pigs scream for their lives. High welfare slaughter is a fairy tale. That is nonsense.
Joey, I reckon that us as consumers, there's a complete disconnect when we go to the supermarket.
Exactly right. You're correct.
That we see stuff in packets and we don't ever think.
Have you seen a slaughterhouse lately?
I have never been to a slaughterhouse.
Exactly.
No.
And that's why I'm so passionate, because
I
to
think
hear
you would
someone
agree
say
with
high
that,
welfare.
It's impractical. I think it's impractical and it's not fair to
Hunting's
force.
practical?
I think we should. No,
Hunting's
I didn't say
practical?
that.
So what's
it's
your solution?
absolutely not
We have
practical.
a solution. Choosing potatoes.
I think fostering high animal welfare standards is absolutely the way that we all should go. I think
Not
it's
killing them is
fantastic.
welfare.
I think it's fantastic that people
Absolutely.
are thinking more about what's on their plates, whether vegan, vegetarian, or meat eater. I think we should all strive to just have a better awareness.
You know what?
It's
making
not
a practical
to force
decision in the supermarket.
everyone.
Choose soy milk over dairy milk.
Exactly.
Choose tofu over beef.
Can I ask
Choose
you a question,
plants
Joey?
over murdered animals. That's a practical solution. Going out, getting a gun and shooting a deer in the head like you do is not a practical solution for the working class in the UK. We're offering potatoes,
no one
beans
said
and
that
legumes.
it is. I'm not trying to force my view on anyone. I'm not making a month called, you know, Meaty March or anything.
You're
and
promoting your
trying
book,
to-
which is promoting
trying to
hunting.
force
You're promoting your way of
everyone.
life, which is not practical for the whole population. We're offering.
I
a
haven't
solution
said
to
it has. And neither is a pure plant-based diet.
Plant-based
especially not for
diets can
working
reduce the
mums
farmland on Earth by
who might be trying
75%. We can reduce
Joey.
farmland on Earth by 75% if we adopt a vegan diet. That's from Joseph.
Can
Watt
you
of Oxford
answer me the
University.
question of how many animals die to protect your crops that you eat? Or how
Ah.
many animals die?
She couldn't help herself. She's getting absolutely slammed by Joey, absolutely spanked in a way that she definitely doesn't like. Because, you know, I don't know if she... Okay, no, sorry. We're not going down that road, okay? But anyway, he's spanking her not in a good way, and she has to pull this out. How many animals are killed for your crops? Blah, blah, blah. How many animals are killed in crop production for the animals that she eats, though, right? She doesn't eat only hand-hunted animals, the ones that she hunts, right? She's clearly eating supermarket killed animals that eat crops. And again, back to what he said earlier, when he said, are you suggesting that everybody goes out and hunts? No, I'm not. Therefore, she is suggesting that most people have to eat the animals that are, or will choose to eat the animals that are being farmed, therefore are eating the crops, therefore are eating the crops that are grown, which crop protectors kill animals to protect those crops, and there are a lot more of those crops grown, right? So she's just walking into her own funeral when she pulls this up with Joey.
How many animals die and how much biodiversity dies when we clear rainforests
most of the crops are fed to animals in animal agriculture. 90% of the soy, the majority of cropland is fed to animals in animal agriculture.
I've never seen a cow eating an avocado or a
they eat hay, they eat grasses, they eat grain. Pigs eat grain. 90% of the pigs in the UK are factory farms. So all of those crops are going to animals. Okay, if you eat the plants directly, we have magnitudes less cropland.
Absolutely nailed it, Joey. That's the point I was making earlier. And just one quick second, let's take a little pause, because I see veganpantry.com has just tipped $269 for the animal sanctuary, for Vrouva Animal Sanctuary, which is absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for joining up as a member, being a superior green member, and damn, that is incredible. That is such a nice big donation for the sanctuary. You're amazing. Thank you so much. We're getting very close, much closer to the target, and we're in the final hour, guys. So if you ever thought about sending over a couple of dollars, a couple of pounds, whatever it is, send it over now, because it's all going to the animal sanctuary, guys. It's all going there. So definitely send it over. Amazing. Now's the time to do it. Hopefully Joey's gonna jump in for a little bit at some point as well to also say thank you to everybody and have a little chat. So that'll be nice as well. So stick around, don't go anywhere just yet. All 121 of you, fucking hell. It's so cool to see so many of you in here. And remember, guys, if any of you are catching this now and you want to watch the replay, remember, the replay of this is going to be on the channel here for about 24 hours, probably 24 hours, like tomorrow, basically, it'll be taken down. And then it's going to move to the Ram's Den, all right? The Ram's Den, the second channel. It won't be up here publicly anymore. It will be unlisted here, all right? So just be aware of that. It's going to be public on the second channel. The reason being is it's just I've told you already. It's going to the second channel. It'll be public there. So when this is finished, you don't need to, if you want to, you could do. You don't need to leave comments and stuff like that down in the comments of this one. Leave them in the second channel. Go to the second channel and hammer it with comments and get it some comments and get it all boosted right on the second channel. Because on this channel, as I said, it's going to be unlisted. So if you're going to leave comments, no one's going to see them, right? Second channel, so just hold back, subscribe to the Ram's Den, get ready, and enjoy, all right? And if you want to donate to the sanctuary, you could either, someone's asking, Bella Bunny's asking, you could either do it in stream if you want me to publicly, show you get your little thing up here, or you can do it in the GoFundMe, on the GoFundMe, or you could donate straight to the sanctuary. It's totally up to you, no worries. Cool. All right, let's continue with the rest of this video. We've got a little bit left, and she's about to go off on something. Let's see. She's very upset.
75% less farmland used if we adopt a vegan diet.
How would you describe
75%, that's Oxford University, Joseph Poor. So this is a non-argument.
So there's a farm called Nep Farm, which fosters, it's gone right back to organic and old-fashioned farming. They've actually found that livestock farming encourages a massive increase in biodiversity. They've actually brought animals which were extinct.
The number one cause of species extinction is animal agriculture. The number one cause of species extinction
is loss of habitat, and the number one cause of loss of habitat is deforestation.
To grow soybeans to feed to animals.
And to feed vegans.
To feed vegans! Deforestation to feed vegans, yeah. Vegans that make up so much of the population of the world, right? All the deforestation is to feed them. No, it's not to feed the animals. No, of course not. Of course not.
About this.
Yes, the earth is being destroyed, like animals are being abused.
It's almost like you can't hear the opposing view.
Because it's nonsense.
He can't hear the opposing view. Are you mad? She's the one that can't take it. He's responding to all of her shit with logic and facts. She's responding with nonsense, like he said, nonsense.
But that's not nonsense.
Yeah, crop deaths are nonsense because most of the crops are being fed to the animals that people eat.
Do you have a dog?
No, I don't. No, I don't. I'm a travelling activist and I don't have a dog. What's this?
I just wondered if you had a dog, and if you had a dog, what you fed it. Yeah, I have 3.
So why do you shoot other animals and not your dog?
Because the dogs are not deer. That's the only reason.
How do you claim to be an animal lover and shoot deer in the head?
I don't shoot deer in the head,
Where
first
do you
of all.
shoot
I
them?
actually shoot them through the heart because it's the quickest,
Okay.
most ethical death.
Shooting someone in the heart is ethical?
Do you consider, have you ever sat with a wildlife biologist and discussed the effect that it would have on the environment if we just left animals to
The
it?
number
We've
one
always
cause of
been
ocean
part
dead
of the
zones,
food chain.
deforestation, water use, land use is animal agriculture by far. Nothing comes
So
close.
do
The
you
science is
understand
very
what would
clear.
happen to a woodland and the ecology in that woodland and the biodiversity if we just left deer unmanaged?
Unmanaged, yeah. Because what were deer doing all that time ago? They've always needed humans to manage their populations, right? They've always needed humans to go out and shoot them, right? This is deer evolved that way. They evolved to be shot in the heart by her, Rachel. Deer evolved to be shot in the heart by Rachel. Clearly, right? This is it's nature. It's evolution.
Foresting land to feed animals grain, the biodiversity would return.
Joey, would we have to deforestate to feed humans then?
We've already got enough farmland. Like I said, if we all adopted a vegan diet, we could reduce our farmland by 75%. That's Oxford University saying that.
So going back to net forest as an example, you do realise that forest is not actually wilderness. Before that, we had megafauna in the UK, which were wild horses, elk, and lots of other different species, actually a wild cow, which are now extinct, but they created a biodiverse landscape more than woodlands.
So what's that got to do with the topic?
But if you're a
What's that got to
wildlife
do with
lover and an
opposing
animal lover,
January?
surely you would support biodiversity.
I don't support shooting deer in the head.
All hard.
And that's
And I don't
your
support
view.
killing animals
That's
for
your
food.
view.
It's against my values. And against...
Just finally and briefly, if anyone in this veganuary feels they'd like to give this a go, but they don't want to totally convert,
Yeah.
what are the small steps? What are the initial things that you would recommend people to do?
A practical solution for the whole population here in the UK is to choose soya milk or rice milk or oat milk over the dairy milk, or to choose plant foods which are healthier for you, cheaper in the supermarket for legumes and grains and beans and vegetables, and just make decisions in the supermarket when you go to buy, your meat and dairy.
And form that connection again as to where your food comes from. Joey Carbstrong, thank you very much indeed. Rachel Carey, thank you. very much
Gave him the last
indeed.
word and everything. Hey, that host was way more on his side than usual, right? Than the hosts usually are. That was actually really cool. That gave him a big chance to talk. He seems to be asking him really good questions that gave him a chance to actually properly elaborate on his points, and he gave him the last word as well. I think he sided with him, which was a really good video. But it definitely zucked the stream though, I reckon. It is what it is. So we're into the last 40 minutes. How about that, huh? Damn, the countdown has begun to the end. Holy shit, I missed the bloody big tip. Look at that. Ian the Pig has just tipped $150. Amazing. Damn, huge tip. Thank you so much, Ian. Wow. The guys at Vrouva are going to be so fucking happy. This is amazing. And we got another tip. Wisdom on Tours dropped to $7.77 tip as well. You guys are amazing, you know. When I do these big long streams and you guys you turn up, you know. You really turn up. It's amazing. Amazing. And here's what's going to happen now. Your reward, one of your rewards, apart from just me calling you a fucking legend, because you are, is that Joey's going to join the stream again. We're going to have a chat. Let's pull him up. Let's pull him up right now. Bear with me. I'm just gonna get my Discord set back up again. Let's give him a shout. How do I do it? Where is he? Joey, this is offline. Yeah, man, you gotta log in. Calling you now. Oh shit! No. Sorry, I'm just opening random programs by accident. Okay, let's get him here. Let's have a look. Start video call. Let's see if we can get him back in again. All right, man.
Hey.
Hold up. Let's just see if we've got you in. And there we go. You're in. You're on.
Hello,
how you doing, man?
everyone. How's it going?
Yeah, all
How
good.
You feeling?
All good. You've been here for a lot of it, haven't you? Today, you're able to listen in quite a bit, right?
Just here and there. I
Yeah.
was able to message in the car.
Nice, man.
So I was here for probably collectively about 40 minutes, I reckon.
Cool. Not bad.
Here and there.
Not bad, man. Not bad.
So What'd you do? React to my old stuff?
Yeah, we got into it. So I went through a few of the old ones, but one of the old ones, you had fucking Limp Bizkit and like different clips of different songs in. So I was like, shit, I had to stop really quick because YouTube will like shut the stream down and give me like a warning for using copyrighted music.
God.
Yeah, man. So I think it's 2016. It was before they did this shit. So it was like, you know, so the second I heard the intro to Break Stuff by Limp Bizkit, I was like, no. So that was...
Oh, that was for the spiritual Hypocrite
Exactly,
one.
yeah. Which was a good video, by the way. It was awesome. I just had to keep on skipping the music bits. We got through that. That was really good, though, man. I can't believe that guy, that Reiki master, 25-year Reiki master, telling you he's going to rip you apart. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like, very spiritual of him.
What is that, man? Jeez. We
Yeah.
did that, and
it was weird because
what's that?
I just asked him like a few. It was weird that one because I asked him like a few like simple. That's right. I asked his daughter some questions, and his daughter was like nearly my age. She was like 20 something, and he got really defensive over it, didn't he?
Yeah, he kept saying it's my daughter, as if you'd like done something to her. It sounded like you'd like, you know what I mean? The way he was acting, it was horrible, man. Really horrible.
Yeah.
And then we did your I think we've done the swan, the dog swan. We did George. That was a nice one.
George, yeah.
Yeah. We did that. We did what else was there? There were a few others, man. It's been a long day. I'm kind of forgetting what we've reacted to. We've done pretty much all your TV and radio ones, pretty much, I think.
Yeah.
We covered most of them. I think they were the most interesting ones because I could, you know how it is, like doing a reaction video. It's kind of hard to react when it's like outreach because it's like, it's outreach, you know. You're already doing the reacting yourself. Like I'm just kind of reacting to you, reacting to them, and it's like, meh. But with the TV stuff, it was really good because you know, they come out with some serious nonsense, man, on those TV shows and radio shows, and the whole bacon, the whole ham sandwich, you know, saga and all that as well. We got into that.
Yeah, I mean, looking back, sometimes I'm like, ooh, I would probably, like, because obviously I'm a lot more experienced now, you know what I mean? Like, and back then I wasn't as experienced, but I was very passionate, you know what I mean? So, you know, obviously, like, I was a new vegan, relatively new vegan activist.
Yeah.
Like, and I was thrusted into the forefront, you know what I mean? So, try my best with how I was at the time. Obviously, sometimes I'm like, you know, I'm a lot more seasoned now. Like, I've got better responses now, and I can, you know, and yeah. So it's a bit cringy sometimes looking back. Like I'm like, oh, if you don't cringe when you look back, then
Obviously,
you haven't developed.
Man. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So sometimes I'm like, oh, is he reacting to that one? Oh, I don't even remember that one. Eh? Oh. So yeah, thanks, man. I think it's cool that you did that, eh?
No, it's been great, man. We raised a fuckload of money as well. I've not counted it all up yet, but it's good, man. It's a good amount. It's like probably closing in on €1,000, I think, total.
Wow.
Which is not bad, right? Not bad. I think maybe over. We've had some like someone just donated $150, someone else $270. Man, people are making like big chunks. Another $113. You know, and as well as like lots of 10s, 20s, 5s. It's been incredible, man. People really it's been a really good stream. Really good for raising some dollar for the sanctuaries. Yeah. And it's entertaining, man. I mean, you say, I don't know. We of course we cringe at stuff we used to. You know, you look at like the way you used to dress and stuff like that, just from like 10 years ago, and you're like, fucking hell, or your hair or whatever, you know. So it's like, you know, the difference between people like you and I and people that don't do this stuff is that, like, normally when you cringe, right, you're going to cringe at a Facebook photo. That's it. But when you're always videoing, like you've been, and like now I have been for years, the cringe is amplified because it's not only were you looking a certain way or doing a certain, but now it's on video and it's like you put it out to the world and people watched it, and like, you know, in your case, like tens of thousands of people, you know, in my case, not that many, thankfully. But you know what I mean? It's like, it's a new element of you have to really be. It's tough, you know what I mean. You can't beat yourself up for the mistakes, although it is a lot easier to when you look back because it's so much of a bigger deal, isn't it? You know, it's not just like a Facebook photo. It's like, you know, but you didn't do anything. I mean, dude, there's nothing that we've looked at today that where I've really cringed at all. I mean, I think it's more like we cringe at ourselves, but we've not seen any. Even the old videos, they were good, man. There's still good stuff. It's just you're different now. You just do things a bit differently.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, man. And I suppose everyone's their own worst critic. So, but like,
for sure.
Yeah, like I started filming my outreach like before anyone else was doing it, dude.
Oh yeah.
Like there was no other. Like I mean, a lot of people don't know that. Like that whole filming outreach thing, I started doing that with my phone, and it turned into something. Like this was before there was Earthlings experience back then.
Yeah, man.
That's the only street outreach like that showing footage there was. And I started whipping my phone out. Like I started whipping my phone out at the fruit shop when I had my first debate. I was talking to this dude at the fruit shop before I even did street activism.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't. This is going to be a good debate. So I just started filming it.
Oh,
that was the first time I started filming my outreach. And I just thought like it's more important that I post this on my YouTube channel than I like care about filming some or whatever. Like so, and that's how it all like started. And the in-street interview videos back in 2015. So yeah, like that's why I actually like the Socratic method, like because I found it so. I didn't even know it was called a Socratic method. I didn't know what that meant. Like I just was like, it felt really easy just to ask questions and to, especially about tricky topics. It's good to like just question people around and kind of think about what they're saying and ask another question. So yeah, just come naturally, eh?
Definitely, man. I remember it as well. I remember back in the day. I don't. This must have been like 2018 actually for me. But when Seb, you were coming or you had arrived. I can't remember which it was at Seb's place, and I didn't know you at that point. I was new to all this world. I didn't know any activists at all. I only knew Seb and a few mates, and that was when I started looking, and that's when I found some of your early, selfie videos. Basically, you just like talking to someone with like selfie with like the mic. Sometimes the mic, sometimes not though. I remember sometimes you didn't have the mic.
Yeah.
Like that was like the early stuff, and it was. It was no one was doing that. You're right. It was way back when. I think maybe around the time I got into it, Ed maybe had just started doing it as well. But you had videos like years before that, in the years leading up. So yeah, it's you started something that changed the face of like social media activism. Really, right? It kind of it kicked up a whole new thing, and it's so much more
amplifying.
Absolutely, yeah.
Literally, like. It does get a bit repetitive, but like I feel like when you've got a message, it's important to be repetitive, like because then you're basically increasing the probability of people seeing that for the first time. And like my titles, like I try to encourage people to click on them. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? People that wouldn't have otherwise thought about it, and people go, "Oh, you title like I don't care what you think, hey? Like don't watch it. It's not for you. You're like the title is there to entice people to watch the video.
Absolutely, man.
And people are like, oh, like he's putting verses in there, like he's putting us against them. People want to see that. Like I'm not in charge of human psychology. I'm just working with it. Like people want to see me up against the meat eater, and they learn along the way. And they're like, in the meantime, they just think they're getting entertained, but really they're getting educated. You know
Of
what I mean?
course, man.
And,
Of course, man. Yeah, the clickbait is needed. Like people complain about clickbait, but like what? How the fuck else? Like you need a thumbnail and a title that makes people click. That is, clickbait is what makes them click. And it's not technically not even clickbait. If you deliver on what the thumbnail and title promised, then technically it's not clickbait. But people say it is clickbait because the title thumbnail seems dramatic. Because it is dramatic though. Like you have to design it to entice people in. If you just put up there, vegan has a conversation with not a non-vegan and just you and this person have smiling, it's not going to go anywhere. Like no one's going to click it.
Yeah, of course.
It's got to be dramatic, right?
And that's just social media 101. But when you're what I'm trying to do, like, is reach people with this message, man. It's a lot different. Like, a lot more writing on what I'm doing. Like, I'm trying to like reach people who don't want to hear this, man. Like, you got to imagine, like, people look at us sometimes like religious preachers or something. You know what I mean? Like, so like this needs to be watchable. And like a lot of people watch just to hate. That's fine because they're getting seeds planted. They don't realize that actually they've engaged long enough to like be emotional and type in some type of comment. They don't realize that seed is stuck in their mind, and they learned more than they did last time, and they got them thinking about it. And that's that's what we got to do. Like, if you go onto my Facebook page, dude, it is a cesspool.
Oh yeah.
Like because I get like millions of views on the videos on Facebook, like 1 million views here and there, like 2 million views here and there. Like, we go into the comment section, it's like I'll reach the mainstream hard, and everyone's just airing it out on there, and like the hate on there is so much more than on YouTube. And I was like, wow, is anyone really that bad? But then it's just that he'd reached the mainstream. Like, so I actually looked at one of Ed's videos recently, and Ed is like, he does no wrong. Like, he does no wrong.
Yeah.
Like, the guy is like, he's straight down the line, prim and proper. Like, you know, he's not rude, doesn't even interrupt. He's very, very like. And then I was looking in the comment section, like, who's this guy? I was like, oh god. So it's just when you reach the mainstream, you're gonna get that little kickback, but like, don't let that sort of, don't let that sort of bring you down. You're actually doing what activists do, which is like changing the way people think. You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
So
definitely. Yeah, if you're taking shit, you're reaching the right people. Like, one of your videos, the dairy farmer, 2 million views one on YouTube, that has almost equal amounts likes and dislikes, which is a good thing, right? It means that it's getting to the people it needs to get to. I think I sometimes worry that with my videos, and I'm sure you have the same worry, that when it's like really overwhelmingly likes and there's hardly any dislikes, and you're like, I kind of, it's kind of good if it's the other way around, really, isn't it? Or at least 50-50, because then you're hitting people, right? It's a nice notification that, okay, I've got to people that pissed them off. That's a good thing. We want them to get pissed off. You want them to see this, and you don't just want them to, you don't just want to be getting to people that agree, is the point I'm making, right?
yeah, and that was actually an example of clickbait, because he didn't destroy me. He looked like an absolute fool. And people were like, this is bullshit. He said the dairy farmer destroyed him, but like, when you watch it, he, like, and I was like, oh, so you're saying my argument was strong?
It's a win-win.
Like, which one is it?
We've had a running joke since that video that he said, when you said fisting cows, and he was like, oh, I like it and they like it, and then he followed up with, but you see, we feed them 10 kilos of grain. So since that first video, throughout this stream, we've been repeating that whenever you've talked about cows getting raped, we said, yeah, but if you give them 10 kilos of grain, then it's fine, right? That's what we've had for the last 10 hours, by the way. We established this, that fisting anyone, whether it be a cow, dog, or a human, it's totally fine if you give them loads of nice food before it, basically. That's the logic this guy was following. So that's a lesson we learned today.
That guy is in charge of taking care of animals.
It's mental, isn't it?
That person, like, with his attitude, he's in charge of looking after animals. Like, that's the type of people, and the type of people most farmers are, like, I'll say, they only look after the animals as far as it serves their interest. That's what the animals are there for. How much meat they can produce, how much milk they can produce, how much eggs they can produce, and they claim they're doing it for the animals' welfare. They act like they're sanctuary owners,
absolutely,
or something like that. They're here to look after these animals. I'm bringing them into the world and looking after. You're here to make. Your bottom line is you're producing a product that you're trying to sell, and you look after their welfare as long as it serves your interest. You know what I mean? Because you don't want them dying and diseased and losing money out of these animals. So
yeah, man. If punching the cows made them more profitable, they'd be punching the cows. Right, maybe not all of them. To be fair, not all of them are evil like that. But maybe some of them would be like, "Hey, I don't care if it makes me more money. I'm not going to punch them." But a lot of them would just punch them because it's not about welfare. It's about profit,
factory farming is the same thing. Factory farming is that. It's essentially that analogy. It's like if you mass produce intensively indoor animals, you get way more animals per square meter. Like, you just look in the chicken shed, it's 30 to 50,000 chickens, and like that they can't care. Like, the more chickens there are, the less they're going to be able to look after them, and there's just going to be chickens dying everywhere, and they'll just suffer and die in the corner. So like, they are increasing that suffering so they can increase their profits, and that's what factory farming is. And
absolutely,
farrowing crates are another one. Like, just most, like 2/3 of the pigs are in farrowing crates, like the mothers, and 2/3 of the sows are in these crates.
Yeah.
And they're like, so it's to look after the piglets, you see. We don't want the mothers squashing the piglets. And it's like, well, no, it's not that. So that you can, increase your profits, and you can completely control these animals, and they can't move. And, it's all to do with their bottom line,
Absolutely.
and they try to make people like.
It's sick, isn't it?
You know, seem it's about think. Yeah,
It's really sick that how they try and twist it into it being for their own good. I really find that to be so. I mean, they could just admit and say, do you know what? Yeah, it's not great, but it's the way it is. But instead, they try and make it into something. No, this is a good thing, and here's why. It's so nasty. It's so, I don't even know. Nasty is not even the right word. There's something about it. It's just so
sinister.
Sinister.
It's very sinister and deviant.
Very, very much. Yeah. Sinister and deviant. Yeah.
And then, like the way that they, you know, they know what's wrong. Like they know what they're doing too, which is, I was speaking to a sanctuary owner. His name's Billy from the retreat in a podcast once, and I was like, aren't they culturally conditioned farmers? And he's like, don't give them that much credit, mate. Like they know exactly what they're doing. I look after animals in my sanctuary, and they know when they put them on that truck what they're doing. They're killing them. They're using them for their profit. They know. Don't give them that much credit. They know more than you do. You know what they're doing.
It's their life, isn't it? Like it's, you know, their life as animals. They know these animals inside out, and that's what it makes it even more fucked up. And that's why some of them, you see, there's a lot of evidence out there with vegans or with people interviewing them or whatever, where a lot of them they reduce to tears when they're talking about sending animals to slaughterhouses, because this conflict in their head where they tell themselves they have to do it, and somebody questions it. And then you see, I've seen at least 3 videos where a farmer's crying or almost crying when talking about doing it. It's so they know exactly what it is, and they're just trying to push it away and ignore it. Or in some cases, they don't give a fuck. It's definitely not all cases, but yeah. But there are some that like have really, there's an interview, one of Ed's interviews, I believe it was, where farmers like almost crying. There was a BBC documentary where the farmer is crying about some of the things that they're doing. So it's like, fuck guys, stop arguing and start listening. You don't need to be, doing this. Like, you don't need to put yourself or animals through this if you are somebody who's feeling guilty and emotional about it. You don't need to do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, that guy who ran us over with the tractor, I don't know if you've reacted
to we didn't get to that. It was in the list. Yeah.
But it's a beef farmer runs over. It's like one of the top performing videos because it looks like we're just about to get run over. But he just kept driving. I was talking to us because he was a smallholder and he had like a couple of cows in his trailer and he was on a tractor.
Yeah.
You know, he was just driving to the slaughterhouse to get killed. And he must have felt bad the whole way there driving them.
Yeah.
He must have thought, it was like he had a small holding, so he'd have a closer connection. It's different to have like 50,000 chickens, you know, like you're not going to connect with 50,000 chickens.
Obviously, yeah.
But like, yeah, and then he came because he wouldn't stop. He was like, just kept driving and driving. I was like, stop, I want to talk to you. Like, oi. And he come back and he was like, you know, I feel bad enough as it is. I don't need you here, like, putting it in my face. And I was like, wow, like, you already feel bad. And where your conscience, dude? Like, you don't, like...
Man.
Yeah, anyway.
It's depressing. It's depressing that he thinks he has to do it. It's depressing for the animals first and foremost, obviously, but it's doubly. It's like no one wins here, right? They don't. They have this horrendous thing happen to them. The farmer's not winning because they're putting themselves through like emotional turmoil doing it. It's like there's a fucking simple solution here, guys. Like, come on, it helps. That fixes all of this. It's really that clear. And maybe switching the business over is complicated and whatever, but fuck it, give it maybe it takes 6 months to a year to get it done properly or whatever. But then after that, think about how much happier you're going to be. And then more importantly, think about the impact that you are now not having on animals. It's a real win-win. It'd be great if more farmers like faced up to that, but unfortunately they seem hell-bent on fighting it. Right. And well, the ones that you've been, in your videos at least anyway, seem to be more just looking for a fight, not looking to understand anything you're saying. Right?
Yeah, there's been a few, like in 2018, like that was crazy. Like I was debating farmers in the car on the way to going to a slaughterhouse vigil. Like,
right.
There's a couple actually where I'm in the car filming, like, oh, that's all right. My partner at the time was driving and filming with one hand whilst she was driving, trying to hold up the camera, and I'm like, because we couldn't be late so I had to like have this BBC debate on.
Oh my God.
I think it was one of the radio stations. I can't remember, but yeah, it was like full on having this debate with a beef farmer in Ireland or something like that, Northern Ireland, in the car. Like, so it was crazy how it was good because I made this commitment back then in 2018. Any media that contacted me, I would say yes, and I did every single time. Yep. The answer was always yes, and so I capitalized off it then, because for some reason I was like, I don't know how long this is going to last for, you know what I mean? And I want to make sure that I get as much attention for the animals as I can, and no matter how I felt, because I was just like strung out, anxious, tired, doing all my own editing, running off of like pennies back then. Like I had no big donors, I had no nothing back then. I was just like on a small amount of Patreon, sharing it, like getting a little bit here and there, like, and just really conservative and modest, and like just doing all the work ourselves, like two of us.
Yeah.
I was taking the bulk of it on, and just it was just like I surprisingly didn't burn out. I think I made a video at the end of 2018 just crying, dude. I was just like, I started crying. I was about to start the video, and I was like, I don't know, dude, because after that I did the Light Up the World tour in Europe, and that was pretty crazy as well. Like it was just one of the big, that year was like for me, like one of the most overwhelming, intense years of my entire life, from January to the next January. And then like the recap video, I was just like, why did I do this shit, dude? Like what the fuck just happened, man? Like, and yeah, overwhelming.
Yeah, man. I remember back then. I remember we met you in one of these tours, and you were definitely less chirpy than you are these days, man. You were suffering.
Yeah, dude.
I remember.
I was serious, and people were like, "Oh, like, look, Joey, he's an asshole." And I'm like, what do you want from me, dude? Like, come on, like, give us a break, man.
No,
like, I know it's like everyone's like fresh slept. They want to come to see me at an activist event. For starters, if I'm at an activist event, I'm there to do activism. One, not to take photos at the front of slaughterhouses.
Yep.
Right, and especially back then when I was like focused on what the hell's going on. Are the police going to be called? Where's this farmer? I'm going to be debating. Is the camera rolling? Is the audio working? Where are the animals? What scene am I filming? I've got to go somewhere else and do a speech after this. So like,
yeah,
I mean,
intense,
like people who get it.
Oh,
they were
totally.
like, oh, you know, it's all right, mate. Do you do what you got to do? And like I'd be on outreach, like talking to someone, and someone will come up and be like, "Well, Joey was rude to me." Like, and I'm like, "Look, like, I was so focused and zoned in, stressed, and really serious back then. I was so serious, like that I didn't even laugh, dude. Like now I'm a little bit more, like I'm chill, I laugh, and I'm more like smiling, and I've learned to like just take a little bit of the pressure off myself now.
Yeah.
But back then, man, I was like on the verge of I was taking on too much. I couldn't handle it, you know what I mean? So yeah.
I think also it's the intensity of this. I mean, I don't know nowadays. I don't know if it's just that I've changed or if the community has changed, but I feel like back then when you were doing this, there was a lot of pressure coming from. I think community is not even the right word. Just basically the vegan spaces wherever they are in the world. It felt like the online presence of them and the criticism of them was really, really strong and intense. And people were really, really open about being assholes to other vegans. And it was like they kind of piled on, right? I felt like this was happening a lot. I don't feel like it happens as much as it used to nowadays. I feel like back then it was intense as fuck. Like you make one like little thing. Like I remember you do one thing, like maybe say one thing that somebody doesn't like. The next thing, there's like 200 vegans all ganging up and trying to make a deal of it. It was insane. You know?
I've been cancelled more than anyone else in this movement. I don't remember how many times I've been cancelled, dude. Like I was there before this whole cancel concept.
Yeah.
I got cancelled back in like I was getting cancelled before I knew what getting cancelled was, dude. Hey,
before it was cool, man. Before it was cool.
Yeah, before it was a culture and like.
Yeah, man. I remember that shit.
You know, it never. It's all like a fabrication thing. Like I mean, it's all like it doesn't really work for starters. But like, yeah, but I was very defensive as well. So like, if you see me going into something, like you probably noticed, I was a lot more defensive.
Yeah, for sure, man.
I was like, where's your justification, mate? Where is it?
Yeah.
Because I was like, I was getting attacked by vegans who didn't like my style, and people just were jealous. Really, not everyone is jealous. I'm not like this narcissist, like you're just jealous. Like your criticisms don't matter because you're jealous. But there were people who didn't like that I was getting attention, and they didn't. And that was very obvious to me. I'm not saying everyone. Well, who are you? You're just this new guy. I've been in the movement forever.
Yeah.
And you're just like getting all this attention. You don't even know what you're talking about.
You're not doing it right.
Instead of them going,
stuff like that.
yeah, instead of them going like, good on you, man. Like, thanks for that, dude. Like, wow, good work, dude. You come from gangs and drugs, and now you're doing something good, man. Like, you could do something. Here's some tips, bro. No, it wasn't that. It was like just jealous, just jealousy. Like, really, really bitter.
Yeah.
And not like that criticism hurt me too more because I didn't really care about it from meat eaters and you know, farmers and that. Like, I don't care. Like, if they said stuff, I had enough of that. Threats. I was getting threatened constantly. Like, wait till I see you, dude. Wait till I see you. Think you're a gang member. Wait till you know. So I was getting that. So I'm just like, and then like vegans, certain vegans, not all vegans, have support too. So I'm not just saying.
Yeah.
They work. But when I got criticism from vegans, it hurt me so much more. I was like, we're on the same team. I thought like we're all supposed to be singing rainbows. Go vegans are all together. And, like. So, especially when I was embarrassed because I was like, oh, did I do something wrong?
Yeah, man,
like,
totally.
I thought I was just, if I was in a vacuum, I'd be like, I'm just speaking for the animals. I've done a good job. Good job, Joey. You did your best. But then I sort of looked in the comment section. I was like, maybe I didn't do a good job.
Yeah,
maybe
man.
I'm not. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Maybe I'm just not cut out for it. Like, you know, just
It's not a question, of
and then
course,
with
man.
this, yeah.
I've been there, man. I know exactly
It
what
was
you're saying.
just, yeah, like I've broken down before, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, dead set, like, just started crying, like, dude. Like, just what am I? Because it was not enough sleep. It was, you know, the animals. It was overworking. It was just criticism. It was problems in my own because then like you got to list work and this and that, and you got your own life things that happen to you. And I had PTSD that I didn't know about from gang world, you know what I mean? Like, because complex PTSD, we got to the bottom of it. We found out complex PTSD. So I was still having nightmares from the gang world and, you know, just all of this stuff. So like, and then I was like, oh, so then I had to do some like soul searching healing and things like that. But so it was all these things like coupled together. And in the biggest year of my life, that was like, wow, like, you know, it was just an intense, crazy time. Like now I'm like, I've had, you know, trauma therapy. I'm like really on top of things. I'm used to the backlash now. Like I probably will get in trouble again for things that I say in the future, you know, but I'm well equipped to handle it now.
Sure.
Like if vegans say some stuff now, I'm just like, if it's legitimate, I'll listen to it because I'm not always right. And I don't think I'm always right. And I do think that sometimes I need to, like colleagues of mine or friends of mine to say, hey bro, like, what do you reckon you could have done that differently or whatever? I invite that as well.
Yeah.
But if there's illegitimate stuff coming my way, it's just like whatever. I know what that is. I'm not gonna let that get me. I'm too busy anyway. Like I've always had this thing where like I always focus on the animals and doing my work for the animals instead of focusing on getting in a back and forth with other people who are other activists who think they know better.
Absolutely, man. They don't have your best interests in mind. I said this earlier. Like if you sense that another vegan or another activist doesn't have your best interests at heart with when they're trying to reach out to you, or if you sense that it's you know, they're acting in a way that is clearly not thinking about you and that they don't understand you and not trying to understand you, they're assuming negative intent, then just don't even take it in, filter it out. It's not worth it. They're not here to help. They're here to try and, it's a power play, it's a dominance play, it's a jealousy thing. You can sense it, right? You can sense it by the way they say it, by the angle they're taking. You can tell if they want to help or if they want to show that they're better or they want to be an asshole. You can sense it, yeah. And
yeah, of course.
It's hard at first though.
Yeah,
it's hard to tell the difference, right? In the start.
Yeah, look, man, like you should assume, like when people try to read your mind and say what your intentions are, they don't know you as well. That's really not good too. Like you don't know something, you can't read someone's mind.
No.
So why are you assuming someone's intentions and saying, oh, you're in it for the money? I used to get that a lot. You're in it for the money. You're doing this for money. And I'm like, dude, this is a £3.50 jacket from the op shop. This is from the bloody charity shop. This shirt, like I don't care about money. Like I could make a bunch of money if I wanted to. Like, you know, I get called out for promotions all the time. Like, hey, promote my product. I can make my own personal income if I want. I don't care about it. Like I used to be a drug dealer. I used to make a lot of money, and I realized at that point I don't care about that. I want to live my purpose. I want to be comfortable, but if I'm living my purpose, I get way more satisfaction out of making an impact than I ever do with money. Money's crap. It does nothing. It gives you freedom, whatever.
Yeah.
You don't get the same soul like satisfaction as you do from living your purpose and someone emailing you saying you changed my life, or impacting someone who influences others. Like those types of things.
Yeah.
Are just like something that when I'm on my deathbed, I'll be so grateful for. Like, you're not going to be on your deathbed going, "Oh, I'm so great, I got 500 grand in my bank."
Exactly. Yeah.
No one says that. Steve Jobs on his deathbed was one of the richest people in the planet, and he was just like, "I wish I never focused on money." You know what I mean? So like.
Plus, if you want to make money, animal rights is not the place to go, man. It's like exactly like, you know.
What? Ostracizing most of your audience.
Exactly.
But calling out all of your customers.
Exactly. Fucking hell. It's like you can't, you know, you're going after people, obviously. You can't please the vegans. You can't please the non-vegans. Oh, you're going to come here to try and make money, really? Like, come on.
Yeah.
They try that shit. They've tried it on you. They've tried it on Ed. They've tried it on James. They've tried it on pretty much everyone. It's like, dude, this is not the place to go if you want to make money. Seriously, come on. Don't be so dense, right? Serious, but yeah, they try it. So, dude, what's your? Give us before we've got like a couple of minutes left. Tell us. Let's kind of close off on a positive, right? So can you tell? First off, are you still in contact with George? Did he actually go the full way? Like, is he vegan now?
Look, I should contact with George.
Okay.
I should make contact with George. I mean, I don't know whether he would be full vegan.
Okay.
With me, I always assume they're not, because I don't want to be let down.
Yeah,
so I
of
don't
course,
have high hopes for people usually, and I want to be surprised and go, "Wow, I didn't expect that, bro. Like that you're still vegan."
Yeah.
So
cool.
you
Okay.
know.
Well. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
future video there maybe. And aside from
Yeah,
George, then
sure.
is he? Maybe it is. The answer is him. But like, do you have a specific conversation, maybe off or on camera, off camera, whatever? Like your most favorite one ever, like where the result has been so good that's given you like, you know, if you could pick one, what would be the best one that you think you've had and the best result you've had from an action?
I just have to say that the Piers Morgan debate was good for so many reasons, and yeah, I'll just have to say that one because it was the most intense. I was under the most pressure, like up against the arch nemesis anti-vegan in front of 1 million people live, and the result was like afterwards, like the memes, the community, the t-shirts that were made, just the knock-on effect of that, and you know, articles, and I just there was nothing more satisfying than that moment for me. That was like a really and I got, so before that I got kicked out of the UK. And I come back, I got a passport, a UK pass, so I got kicked out to immigration prison, and I had to pay for my own ticket back.
Wow.
And that, like, because they didn't want me in the country. And I got a passport, I come back, and my re-entry into the world, into the UK was this debate with Piers Morgan. So
Awesome.
that was pretty crazy.
Yeah, man. I think that was definitely it's one of my, if somebody says like, oh, you know, do you have like it's the one to refer to, isn't it? It's the one to go for. Like, if there's any like vegan debate that's ever been had that you want to watch, it's that one, because it's just so entertaining. It's snappy, it's short, it gets to the point, it gets everything you need from it. He looks like it has everything you want basically in a debate. It is really like a well-rounded video and debate, man. It's awesome, yeah. But I noticed also, dude, towards the end of the things we've been watching, there was the one you did with this hunter with GMB. That was solid, man. I think I would say that like that was one of my favorites, because
really?
because you were so like with these things. I think I felt like I gave the commentary. I said this. I felt like you've had so much more experience at that point that you know time is limited. You know they're gonna cut you off, right? So when she's chatting shit, you're interrupting her all the time, and some people criticized you for that. But you know, if you don't interrupt her, you're not gonna have time to say what you need to say, because they're gonna cut you, right? So I figured that was such a smart move to stop her chatting shit.
7 minutes. They said, look, you got 7 minutes or 8 minutes, whatever they give you.
Exactly.
And there was 3 against 1, and I thought, she already displayed. She started talking about archaeology or whatever she started talking about. Like she started like ranting about some weird stuff, and I'm just like, what are you on about? Like, there's no way I'm going to sit there and let her talk nonsense. So like,
Yeah.
and it was more of a, like, I see those debates kind of thing, and people, yeah, I got criticised for interrupting. Big deal. Oh well, she shoots animals and sells books about it and promotes shooting animals. So interrupting is way worse. But like, I see it as kind of like, it's almost like a bit of direct action, a bit of like a little bit of disruption and a debate.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the disruptive element of it garners the attention, the media attention, garners the views, and people are, oh, watch this angry vegan guy. And during that disruption, it brings people in, and then they're learning a thing or two as well. And then those seeds go off, and they get planted. These seeds get planted in their mind. I could go on and look, not be myself and not interrupt and do all these things. I don't think I'd get as much in. I don't think I would necessarily get called back. I might, and I don't think it would make as big an impact. So it's kind of like this balancing sort of thing with me. And I went in there with the intention of interrupting her.
Yeah.
And I told the staff, I'm gonna cut in whenever I want.
Right.
Is this a lively debate? Can we cut it? Like, I told them all. Like, they knew what was up. So
It was good, man. I enjoyed that one a lot. It'll maybe it'll get copyrighted, but it's worth it. It was good. It was a good one to react to. And before
this is nonsense. I said, what does he say? We have the highest welfare standards in the UK. Like, read it straight out of the their textbook, welfare nonsense handbook or something. And I just shut her down, and like it's good to shut.
It's when like Eamon Holmes, I think that's his name, Eamon Holmes, and he says like you're not even open to the opposite, and you said because it's nonsense. And it's so accurate. It's like, dude, like, why should you be open? She needs to be open to what you're saying. She's chatting absolute shit to defend her abusive habits. You're defending animals. There's a difference.
He said to me after that discussion, right, off camera, which I wish I had an audio recorder on, and got what he said.
Right.
But he was like, you know, you're right. Like, we do have to start. It is hidden from the public, and you know, I don't think we do know what we're supporting here. And you know, I'm glad that you stick to your guns. And he had this like really like down to earth discussion. Great guy. And he even made a tweet and he said, look, I know you're all yelling at him for interrupting, but you know, he was just like a real cool, nice guy. Like, I really like Eamon Holmes.
Yeah.
Fellow. He was good.
Yeah, he was really good. He really hosted you really well. He was on your side. He gave you the last word and everything. So it was really.
He did. Yeah, that's right. He gave me the last word,
yeah.
Which is not like Piers Morgan. Piers Morgan starts reading out your rap sheet in 2001.
Exactly. This guy was way more professional. That was brilliant, man. And before I let you go, mate, we've got a couple of super chats, a couple of donations that are aimed at you. Obviously, most of them have been. This one's from Bella Bunny. She says, oh my God, I love you, Joey. Cheers to donating to the animals. Been vegan for over a year now and hoping to be an activist when my family allow me to. That's awesome.
Wow. Good work.
Awesome, right?
Good work.
And Lenora Barkley says, two legends together has made my day. Thank you all for you do, David and Joey, for the animals. Thank you so much, Lenora. And well, one more. Hexproof Anarchist says, never stop speaking for the voiceless victims of ignorance and a system designed to keep humanity sick, scammed, and sad. Cheers, fam.
Oh, that was great. Who did that, Chloe?
Hexproof Anarchist. This one is Hexproof Anarchist. Maybe I think they I don't know if they're a he or a she. I'm not 100% sure, but they're in my streams quite a lot and tend to make pretty solid comments like that. It's great to have them.
That was a good one.
Yeah, but cheers, mate. Cheers for taking some time out. I know you're busy, man, and I know you're doing some projects right now, so it's definitely appreciated if you take an hour or so out to come and have a chat and say hi to everybody. We've all been sat watching you for 10 hours. So it's nice for you to pop in.
It's just like a real, like, I just feel really flattered that you would do that, bro. And because like, I put a lot of work into what I do, man. Like, I mean, like, I put my whole heart, I put everything into this, dude. Like, I would sacrifice I sacrificed relationships, social life, friends, everything, dude, to sit there like, people see me filming. That represents a small amount of the work. It's, you know, back then, up until 2019, I never had help editing. I was editing everything, and that's I put everything I have into my content on my channel, and like people don't really think about that. They think, oh, Joey's got this whole editing team. Like, sit there. Even when I've got editors, I'm doing other shit. Like, I'm out there working my ass off, and like till I look like a zombie. And I do that because I'm really, really committed and passionate. So when I see like someone coming along and like reviewing and reacting to the videos that I've made, like it makes me feel heaps good because I do have lots of people that watch them. But when someone goes, oh, like, look at this one, and like, I'm like, yeah, like shit, like going down memory lane. So I really do appreciate it. When I was watching you in the car, I was like, oh, it just feels good seeing someone like appreciate what you've done because it's not like a small. I don't know. It's not my life's work here. Like before this, I was not too good. So
Yeah,
like
man.
I'm glad I'm doing something good these days. So
It's
yeah.
one of the reasons we did it, mate. Like I was talking to Annie about it when I pitched the idea. This is honestly no bullshit. I'm not just saying this, right? I pitched it to her. I said, listen, I think there's a way we can raise some money and also like support an activist, right? I think I've got this idea, right? What about if we go through Joey's stuff, 10 hours of it, Joey's happy, we raise money, and we do like a nice live stream, and like, you know, it's one of the, and it's a win-win-win. She was like, yeah, actually, I think he'd like that. He might even share it, promote it, he might even come on to it. It's a win-win. Everyone wins. We get to raise money. You know, there's no loss here. So I'm really happy that actually, you know, you took it like that, man, that you took it, because that's what one of the reasons to do it was to like, you know, back you up a bit. So it's great that you took it that way, bro. It means a lot. It means a lot to us that we were able to do this and get you, you know, keep you going, man. Because you know you're fucking non-stop, bro. Literally non-stop. Yeah, man.
I love it, man, and it's inspiring to me because I like. Obviously, I'm not stopping, and sometimes I like tease at the idea. Oh, could I burn out? It's just basically I want you to watch my fucking video. I spent 7 hours making, please. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So look, look, we're working on something really big, and I'm be very excited to tell everyone more about that. But I just I'm really committed to this one, and it's going to be big. So yeah,
Looking forward to it, man. Cool. Well, keep going, Sean. Yeah, look after yourself, mate. You know, take the breaks when you can, and take, well, not even when you can. Take it when you can't, man. You know, you gotta you gotta do it, man.
yeah. If I take breaks, if I take a break for too long, it doesn't help my mental health. Makes me feel depressed and guilty. So I don't like to do that. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Don't run myself into the ground.
Just get some sleep. That's what I mean by a break. Like, get a good night's sleep. That's it. Yeah, take care of yourself, man.
I don't want to have a vegan deterioration on my back saying, "Oh, look at his eyes!" Like, it's the vegan diet, man. Like, is that shadow?
He's yellow. Look at his yellow, man. It's nothing to do with the color balance. He's actually yellow.
He's dying. He's dying.
Jaundice. It's your kidney failure. Look at him. All right, man. Sweet. I'll let you get back to it, bro. Thanks so much, dude. Keep in touch, yeah?
Will do. Take care.
All right.
Thanks a lot,
See you later, man. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, that was sick, huh? That was really, really cool. Nice way to close it in. And look at that. We've gone way over the 10 hours. We're 7 minutes over 10 hours, I believe. Is it like 7? Yeah, 7 minutes over. It was absolutely fantastic to have Joey on and have him chat. And it was so nice just now to have, like, you know, this kind of laid back, relaxed conversation after watching him working so hard for so long over these 10 hours, you know, watching all these dramatic moments and all the work he puts in. It's so nice to, you know, have a chill with him and then have a chat and you know, shoot the shit. So awesome. Thanks so much to Joey for coming on, and thanks to everything that he's been doing, you know, for all this time as well. Thank you to everybody who's donated here. You are absolute fucking heroes, all of you. Absolutely fantastic. Amazing. You've been very supportive. We've had around 70 to 100 of you here the whole time. How cool is that? We've made 10 hours. We did it. It wasn't 10 hours only watching Joey. Obviously, we had Joey interview. We've done a few other things, but hey, you know, it's not technically a clickbait. We've been here for 10 hours, all right? Chill. What a ride it has been. A roller coaster ride, hasn't it? We dropped C-bombs. We dropped R-bombs. We dropped spank bombs. We dropped 10 kilos of grain bombs. 10 kilos of grain, though. It's been a journey. So we're going to have this live. We'll be up, guys, for 24 hours on this channel. Maybe less, all right? But please don't get down in the comments or anything here, because if you're going to comment, you could do if you wanted to, but I'd much rather you wait. And do you know what I'm going to do? I think I'm going to unlist it right away, actually, and it's going to be public on the second channel, all right? This will be a public stream. It will be publicly available on the second channel, okay? Which means that if you're going to comment, you want to get into debates with people, that kind of stuff, second channel's where you're going to do it. This channel, it's not going to be public, so there's no point commenting here. You're not going to get much of a, you know, much going on. It doesn't help the video. Second channel, it helps the video. The Ram's Den, Get over there, guys. Get over there and subscribe. I can tell you our closing donations. We've got 350 euros in the GoFundMe. And we've got... we raised 350 euros in the GoFundMe. We raised... total... $1,251 here. I think it's something we're around $1,500, $1,600. I need to work it all out, but that's fantastic considering our aim was like $2,000 or 2,000 euros, which is more. Whatever. The point is, takeaway messages. We raised a fuckload of money for the sanctuary, which is absolutely fantastic. I cannot wait. I will calculate this. I will post it to my community tab and let you all know how much exactly we raised. But it's a lot, and they're going to be so thankful. So honestly, guys, just can't thank you enough. You're all amazing. Thank you to all the new members, the new YouTube members, team members. Thank you to the new Patreon team members. Guys, join the Patreon or join the YouTube membership team if you want to get access to if you want to get access to the nice green text on your name, the superior green, then you've got to do the YouTube membership. If you don't want that, you just want to join the Patreon team, do something a bit different, then you got to go join the Patreon team. The links to all of this are in the description. Once again, guys, thank you so much. I've got a lot coming with the channel. Lots of nice things to come. Lots of skit videos, lots of skit ideas, some involving Batman. Very excited to get into some of these skits and more challenges, more of the stuff that you guys love. The Ram's Den's going to be popping as well. We're going to have some really cool stuff posted there. I'm posting some very long videos for you guys that love the long videos, which I know you all do, which is why you're here. So stick around. Don't go anywhere. And I'll see you all in the next video. But before I see you all in the next video, I forgot I need to tell you something. Keep calling out that bullshit, everybody. Call it out every time you see it. See you all in the next video.